Chapter 1. The Testing Crisis. As dawn broke, the streets of Leba City were already bustling with pedestrians. An elderly vegetable farmer gazed reverently at the towering magical spire at the end of the street, which still shimmered with an enchanting glow. The guardian deity of Leba City and his disciples resided within that magical tower. Inside a modest room within the tower, Yue Chen opened his eyes, invigorated by a night of meditation, surrounded by familiar yet foreign furnishings. He was flooded with emotions. It had been nearly half a month since his arrival in this world, spending each day immersed in meditation and the practice of magic, gazing into the mirror at the unfamiliar face. Yue Chen felt as though he were dreaming. His soul had been reborn into the body of a mere 14-year-old boy, despite being a young man, nearing 30 in the 21st century. Extending his right hand, a peculiar white light flickered, revealing a black and white, Taija-shaped stone resting upon his slightly slender palm. A warm smile graced Yue Chen's face as he looked at the stone. The Taiji stone was the only item he had brought with him to this world. The memory of discovering the Taiji stone on Wudong Mountain resurfaced in his mind. The Taiji stone was the catalyst for his crossing over, but so what? Had he not picked it up with his bloodied hands at that moment, he would not have recognized it as his own, and none of this would have transpired. It was fate, it was destiny. He had come to terms with it. The Taiji stone had recognized him as its master. They were bound together in life and death, making it his companion. For someone existing in a foreign realm, having a companion from his homeland was indeed a comforting thought. Knock, 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 a voice called from outside. Is fifth senior brother there? The Taiji stone vanished in a flash. He opened the door to find a 13-year-old boy standing outside, displaying neither the respect a junior should show to an elder nor any deference, but rather a hint of disdain in his eyes. Seemingly unfazed by the boy's contemptuous gaze, Yue Chen inquired, "Naizen junior brother, is there something you need?" "The master wants to see you," the boy stated dismissively before turning away rudely. 15 days of assimilating memories had enlightened Yue Chen about many aspects of this world. For instance, it was a realm where magic and martial prowess coexisted. The boy who had just departed was his 9th junior brother, exceptionally gifted in the realm of magic. His master was Nei, a 6-star, 9th-tier magician and the guardian deity of Leba City. 3 years prior, Nei had rescued the gravely injured Yue Chen and brought him back to the tower for healing. Upon discovering that Yue Chen had lost all of his previous memories, Nei named him Yue Chen and accepted him as his direct disciple. Regrettably, Yue Chen's aptitude was mediocre over the course of 3 years. His mental strength had only reached tier 5, the lowest among the 9 siblings, earning him the derisive nickname of trailing cart. Consequently, he had endured scorn and bullying from his peers. On the 7th floor of the magical tower lay Nei's private training chamber. As Yue Chen stood before the middle-aged man, who appeared to be around 40 but was undoubtedly much older, he felt a deep respect for the individual who had silently protected Leba City for nearly 4 decades. Looking down at the boy standing before him, Nei furrowed his brow slightly. "Yue Chen, it has been 3 years since I brought you to the tower, hasn't it?" "Yes, master, tomorrow marks exactly 3 years," Yue Chen replied respectfully, his admiration for the man palpable. "Your mental strength is still at tier 5, correct?" Nei inquired. "Indeed," Yue Chen answered coolly, sensing that his master had an ulterior motive for summoning him. "The annual magic testing is about to commence again. Do you have anything to say?" Nei hesitated. That lad is fortunate to have a truly caring master. Yue Chen suddenly felt a twinge of envy towards the original owner of this body. It was evident that Nei intended to secure an opportunity for him, to help him avoid the upcoming magic test. "I apologize for causing you concern. Master, I will certainly pass the test this time," Yue Chen declared with determination. Bowing respectfully to Nei, this gesture encapsulated his gratitude and respect, formally elevating Nei to the status of his master in his heart. Unbeknownst to Nei, his momentary kindness had altered Yue Chen's perception of him and had the potential to bring boundless opportunities for his future. A flicker of surprise crossed Nei's eyes as he observed the boy before him, now standing tall and brimming with confidence, no longer the timid figure he once was. Shaking his head gently, Nei said, "Return to your training. Remember my words. A named disciple can also have the opportunity to become a direct disciple. Now go." He waved his hand, signaling Yue Chen to leave. I truly do not understand why the master treats him so well. If I were the direct disciple, I would have passed the test long ago, remarked a gatekeeping disciple, watching Yue Chen's retreating figure with jealousy. No need to rush. The testing date is still 2 months away. He is only at tier 5 now. There is no way he can pass. He will surely be demoted to a named disciple, and then I will have my chance. Another gatekeeping disciple chuckled. Yes, yes, I believe your opportunity is greater. Senior brother, be sure to take good care of your brothers in the future. The magical tower had long upheld a rule. Any designated direct disciple must achieve tier 7 mental strength within 3 years. Failure to do so would result in automatic demotion to named disciple status. The vacated position would then be contested among the named disciples regardless of their cultivation level. Named disciples must vacate the magical tower upon reaching 30. The two gatekeeping disciples spoke loudly, oblivious to the fact that Yue Chen had not yet walked far away. Yue Chen feigned ignorance. He had heard such discussions before. Is it truly possible to reach tier 7 in 2 months? He pondered, feeling uncertain himself. Perhaps he could only wait for a miracle to occur. Miracle? He thought of the mysterious Taiji stone. Upon returning to his room, he reached out to the spirit of the Taiji stone. Ling. Do you have any methods to rapidly enhance my mental strength? The name Ling brought a smile to his face. It was amusing to refer to a Taiji-shaped rock as a Taiji seal and even give a name. Yes, many indeed, Ling replied, its voice reminiscent of an endearing 10-year-old boy. Yue Chen was elated, not expecting the Taiji stone to possess such capabilities. Eagerly, he inquired, what methods do you have? Elixirs, spiritual herbs, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures. All of these can rapidly boost your mental strength, Ling explained. Yue Chen was left speechless. I have none of those. Are there any other options? Training my supreme Xintian Dao Sutra and Hongjun Lao's Chaotic Dao are both supreme paths that can naturally help you enhance your mental strength. But you currently possess no cultivation and cannot practice. Therefore, I will impart to you the training methods of those little Taoists on Wudong Mountain. Yes, Taiji Quan, although it can only be considered a beginner's Dao technique. It emphasizes the harmonious cultivation of spirit, energy, and mind, which should prove beneficial to you. Following this, Ling began to elucidate the essence of Taiji Quan, imprinting the training methods directly into Yue Chen's mind. After absorbing the various principles of Taiji Quan, Yue Chen began to contemplate the essence of Taiji. Quan emphasized pure intent, avoiding force, and achieving unity of form and spirit. This could indeed be combined with meditation, potentially leading to the creation of a new form of meditation. Instinctively, Yue Chen's hand moved to the piece of jade hanging on his chest. The jade was marred by numerous impurities, rendering it hardly worthy of being called a masterpiece. The icy sensation of the jade tingled at his fingertips, and he became aware of his unconscious action. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. This jade was the last remnant of the original owner of his body, the only possession he had after losing his memories tied to his identity. If possible, I will find your family and treat them as my own, Yue Chen silently vowed. As night fell, within the study of the Duke of Violets in the imperial capital of Sarsens. Is he doing well? A middle-aged man with a bronze complexion, prominent brows, a straight nose, and piercing dark eyes looked somber as he leaned back in his chair, an air of melancholy enveloping him. In 2 months, the young master will face the magic test. According to intelligence, the chances of him passing are slim, reported an elderly man standing respectfully across the desk. A pained expression crossed the middle-aged man's face. I feel unworthy as a father, having failed to uphold aliens' wishes from years past. Duke, if the young master fails the test, he will be demoted to a named disciple and will forever be barred from becoming a formal magician, should we. Perhaps it would be better for him to live as an ordinary person. Arrange for someone to secretly ensure his safety. That scene from 3 years ago must never be allowed to repeat itself. Otherwise, when my soul departs this world, I shall have no face to meet Alien again. The middle-aged man interrupted the elder. Understood, I shall ensure it, the elder replied, his face reflecting deep sympathy. Lubo, I entrust Chainer to you. The Duke's voice, tinged with sorrow, caused Lubo, who was retreating towards the door, to tremble. a crystal tear slipping down his cheek. The Duke gazed longingly at the portrait of a beautiful woman on the wall, lost in thought. Ailian, how I wish you were still here, with his eyes already moist. The Duke closed them helplessly. In the Duke's wife's villa, a strikingly glamorous middle-aged woman lay half-reclined on an opulent chair, her eyes glinting with authority as she glanced sideways at the middle-aged man standing before her. You are to head to Labus City tomorrow and deal with that wretched spawn. Indeed, the small one will certainly complete the task and will not disappoint the Duchess, declared the middle-aged man, whose sharp features and beady green eyes occasionally glimmered with a furtive light. Umph. Should you falter again as you did 3 years ago, you need not return, the middle-aged woman replied, her tone icy despite it being the spring season. Her words plunged the man into a chilling despair, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. I dare not fail. I assure you I shall accomplish the task, he stammered, a look of panic etched across his face, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Once the man departed, the alluring woman rose, her gaze profound as she fixed her eyes on the doorway. Nurse Nana, have there been any developments from the master's side? A middle-aged woman with a dark demeanor and a glint of treachery in her eyes emerged from behind Roman. According to reports, it seems the Duke has already uncovered the truth regarding the incident from 3 years ago. Oh, I did not expect him to have found that wretched spawn so soon and to have endured until now. Humph. What of it? This generation of violets is destined for extinction. That wretched spawn must perish. The alluring woman's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. Chapter 2. The Southern Mountain Hunt. In the city of Leba, within the confines of a magical tower, Yue Chen was diligently honing his skills. The movements of Tai Chi, embodying the essence of yin and yang, were intricate and profound, employing slowness to counter speed, stillness to subdue motion, and striking after the opponent. This was a superior martial art. Yue Chen held the principles of Tai Chi firmly in his mind as he assumed his stance, practicing the forms within the confines of a small chamber while attempting to meditate simultaneously. Yue Chen understood that should he succeed in merging meditation with Tai Chi, he could not only enhance his mental fortitude, but also refine his martial skills, addressing the inherent frailty of a magician's physique. Thus, he would gain the means to survive in this world. He pressed on without hesitation, for this not only pertained to the impending magical examination, but also to his future, whether he could lead a carefree life in this alternate realm. Days turned into a week, yet Yue Chen saw no sign of progress. His heart was fraught with anxiety and distress. A 30-year-old soul, well-educated and brimming with life experience, found himself unable to grasp even the slightest semblance of integration between his two pursuits. As the time for the magical examination drew near, the prospect of being relegated from the ranks of the direct disciples loomed large. Yet, reality often diverged from one's aspirations. With 2 months slipping away, Yue Chen's experiments yielded no tangible results. The only solace he found was in his notable advancement in Tai Chi, having reached a mid-level understanding of its intricacies. Consequently, Tai Chi Yin had imparted a unique internal technique to him, the ethereal purple Qi, which complemented the martial arts splendidly. Through Yue Chen's relentless efforts, he had begun to circulate the ethereal purple Qi through the microcosmic orbit, achieving initial proficiency in refining essence in a Qi. Encouragingly, his mental prowess had also seen a modest enhancement, reaching the 6th tier, just one more tier up, and he would effortlessly pass the magical examination. Suddenly, Yue Chen turned his head towards the door. Someone was outside. Ever since he had begun his training in Tai Chi and the ethereal purple Qi, his senses had sharpened considerably at that moment. He did not need to probe with his mental energy to discern that a young girl stood beyond the door. Upon opening the door, he indeed found a beautiful girl clad in a magical robe, her hand poised to knock. The girl appeared momentarily taken aback by the sudden opening of the door, leaving her somewhat flustered 5th senior brother. Today marks the annual Southern Mountain Hunt. The master requests you prepare for the gathering at the Grand Square. We depart in 1 hour, she exclaimed before hastily retreating. Watching her vanishing form, Yue Chen could only smile wryly. He had been so absorbed in his training that he had forgotten the one-seer Southern Mountain Hunt. Though termed a hunt, it was essentially a spring outing organized out of concern that the disciples within the tower might become overly engrossed in their studies, burdened by excessive pressure following the hunt. The magical examination would soon ensue with this thought in mind. Yue Chen found it difficult to summon any joy. When Yue Chen arrived at the square, a considerable number of people had already gathered, clustered in small groups, rendering the entire area a chaotic scene. Oh, isn't that the one with the dangling tail? Upon stepping into the square, Yue Chen attracted the attention of the other disciples, and the cacophony of derision was nearly enough to fill his ears, ignoring the mocking and disdainful gazes surrounding him. Yue Chen emanated an aura of Taoist naturalness, his face adorned with a confident smile as he casually stood in one corner of the square, awaiting the appearance of the event's host. Fifth junior brother. A hearty voice called from behind. Senior brother. Turning around, Yue Chen discovered that the speaker was none other than the only one among his peers who genuinely cared for him. Senior brother Toltai. Toltai was a robust figure, and at first glance, no one would believe that such a brawny individual could be a magician. That he strode forward, his large hand clapping heavily on Yue Chen's slight shoulder. Concern etched across his face as he inquired, "Do you have confidence for this test? If not, I can plead with the master on your behalf." Yue Chen winced in pain, internally lamenting Toltai's well-meaning yet somewhat reckless nature. Shaking his head, he replied, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. I have already assured the master that I will pass the test this time." He did not wish to worry Nai. "All right, since you are so confident, I shall rest easy." Toltai's hand clapped down with even more force, causing Yue Chen's frail frame to wobble. Feeling quite vexed, he thought to himself that if it weren't for the considerable strength he had gained from practicing Tai Chi, he would genuinely fear that his body might be crushed by Toltai's powerful slap. What good is confidence without strength? To advance 2 levels in just 2 months would require nothing short of being a prodigious genius. It was clear that the fifth junior brother was far from that. Oh dear, it seems the fifth junior brother will soon have to be called by a different name. A disdainful voice interrupted. Ha ha. Laughter erupted among the numerous registered disciples, their scornful gazes directed at Yue Chen. Having grown accustomed to the derision of others, Yue Chen chose to ignore it, pretending he had not heard. Even though he had yet to grasp how to merge the essence of Tai Chi with meditation, he held confidence that he could catch up to the likes of Nizan within 2 years. By then, even if he had been demoted to a registered disciple, he would still have the opportunity to regain his status as an official disciple. Yue Chen remained composed, while Toltai, with his forthright nature and aversion to injustice, felt anger rise within him at Nizan's cold remarks. Ninth junior brother. As long as Yue Chen has not been demoted from his position as an official disciple, he remains your senior brother. As a junior disciple, you should show respect to your senior brother rather than respond with contempt. Is this not contrary to the master's teachings? With Toltai standing up for Yue Chen, Nizan fell silent. Fully aware that Toltai surpassed him in both talent and lineage. It won't be long before my Arlington family becomes the most prosperous clan in Leba City. Let's see how long you can remain so arrogant. Nizan shot Yue Chen a venomous glance before turning away with a group of sycophantic friends. Nanshan, named for its location to the south of Leba City, was a sight to behold in spring. Lush green grass and countless flowers bloomed vibrantly. The paths were lined with wildflowers of every hue, and butterflies flitted about among the blossoms. The gentle spring breeze carried the rich scent of flowers. Nai did not join them. The responsibility of leading the group fell to Toltai and Nizan. The most ferocious beasts of Nanshan, aside from wild boars, were the unique red foxes of the region. With Toltai and Nizan, both 9th-level magic apprentices, present, the safety of the group was sufficiently assured. Freed from Nai's constraints, the long-suppressed feelings of exhilaration were finally released. The girls joyfully dashed about in the flower beds, while the boys scattered in search of prey. Many gathered around Toltai and Nizan, eager to curry favor. Chapter 3. The Flame Demon Wolf. This year, the 2 coveted spots at the Auburn Magic and Martial Arts Academy were undoubtedly destined for the senior brother and the 9th junior brother. Indeed, the slots for Leba City have been vacant for 5 consecutive years. This time, at last, we have the senior brother and the 9th junior brother fighting for our city's honor, and I truly envy them. The Auburn Academy is the finest in the Kalan Empire. Toltai's face was etched with impatience as he wished to distance himself from these annoying sycophants. Unfortunately, as the leader, he had to ensure everyone's safety. In stark contrast, Nizan wore a smug expression, likely dizzy from the incessant flattery being showered upon him. Yue Chen listened intently, feeling a twinge of surprise that he was aware of the Auburn Academy, but had no knowledge of the restrictions on enrollment. The backgrounds of Toltai and Nizan were common knowledge. Toltai possessed extraordinary earth affinity and a 9th-level mental capacity, while Nizan boasted a high affinity for water and also a 9th-level mental capacity. This train of thought sparked an idea in Yue Chen's mind that if he were to reach the 9th level as well, with only 2 spots available, he might very well usurp Nizen's position. Yue Chen looked at the oblivious Nizen with pity, silently thinking, "Kid, this time, I'm going all out to snatch your spot." This was the outcome of the hunt. He must achieve the 9th level before the magic test. No matter the cost. At the highest peak of Nanshan, the Guanyang Peak, a group of young men and women stood atop the summit, gazing at the beauty that stretched before them. Yue Chen stood at the cliff's edge. Admiring the distant scenery, his thoughts began to wander, recalling scenes from Earth, his parents, brothers, and friends, so many memories flooding his mind. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility, jolting Yue Chen back to reality. Listening intently, he realized the roar emanated from below the cliff. The mist obscured the view of the abyss, leaving him puzzled. Wasn't it said that there were no fierce beasts on Nanshan? What could this roar signify? What is the 5th junior brother pondering? Unbeknownst to him, Toltai had approached Yue Chen's side. "Senior brother, what lies beneath this cliff? Are there truly no fierce beasts on Nanshan?" Yue Chen inquired. Toltai smiled, responding, "5th junior brother, you are usually so dedicated to your training. Now you understand what you lack, don't you?" Yue Chen merely smiled, thinking that the former version of himself was no longer who he was. At that moment, Toltai gazed down the cliff and said, "Below this cliff lies the most famous and mysterious place in Leba City, Beast Valley." The valley originally had no name, but at some point, it suddenly became home to countless magical beasts. Magical beasts? Yue Chen's eyes widened in shock. Magical beasts were not the same as ordinary wild animals. They typically possessed magical abilities and were extremely difficult to deal with. Indeed, magical beasts, Toltai affirmed, nodding, when they first appeared. Countless adventurers, driven by curiosity, ventured into the valley. Unfortunately, all of them vanished without a trace. 2 days later, an 8-star mage managed to escape, but he brought back a shocking revelation. The valley was teeming with magical beasts, including some at the 9th level. Everyone who entered with him had perished. Yue Chen listened with a mix of astonishment and suspicion. "Senior brother, if the valley is filled with magical beasts, why have we never heard of any appearing on Nanshan? Could it be that these beasts have remained in the valley all this time, never venturing out?" Toltai was momentarily taken aback, as he had pondered this question himself. Strangely enough, aside from a few first-level magical beasts that have appeared over the years, there have been no sightings of higher-level beasts on Nanshan. Suddenly, Yue Chen's expression grew peculiar as he turned to fixate on a small cluster of trees nearby. "Senior brother, when was the last time a first-level magical beast appeared?" 5 years ago, Toltai replied, noticing Yue Chen's unusual demeanor. "5th junior brother, there's no need for such alarm. Nanshan has seen fewer than 5 magical beasts in total. What are the odds we would encounter one now? Otherwise, how could the master have felt secure allowing us to come here?" Yue Chen's countenance became serious. He could distinctly sense a violent power lurking within the thicket. "Senior brother, I do not know whether we are exceptionally fortunate or dreadfully unfortunate, but it seems we truly have stumbled upon one." Toltai's expression darkened, and he felt a growing unease. The 5th junior brother, who usually understood the gravity of situations, seemed oddly exhilarated. Just as he was about to express his frustration, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stared at the thicket. From within the underbrush, a figure emerged, its body ablaze with fiery red. A 2nd-level magical beast, the flame demon wolf. Toltai was left speechless, and the nearby magic apprentices gasped in alarm, chaos erupting around them. Perhaps it was because Toltai was such a large target. As soon as the flame demon wolf appeared, it opened its gaping maw and shot a fireball the size of a fist directly at him. Toltai, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with a magical beast, was momentarily paralyzed by shock and forgot to dodge. The fireball hurtled toward him, an imminent threat. Be careful," Yue Chen exclaimed. In an instant, the essence of Tai Chi unfurled, and he executed the Tai Chi technique, transforming his body into a whirlwind that propelled Toltai aside, sending him tumbling to the ground. "Senior brother, take the others and leave quickly." As the conversation unfolded, Yue Chen once again confronted the flame demon wolf, unleashing his Tai Chi skills that he maneuvered deftly. Engaging in combat with the ferocious beast, Toltai, suddenly awakened to the reality of the situation, realized it was not the time for dawdling. Observing Yue Chen, he noted that although Yue Chen was at a disadvantage, he consistently managed to evade danger at crucial moments, occasionally delivering strikes that sent the demon wolf sprawling. Toltai was astonished, contemplating, who would have thought that the 5th disciple, often ridiculed as a mere tail-dragger, possessed such extraordinary martial prowess. In truth, Yue Chen bore his own burdens that a second-tier magical beast was no trivial foe. Even a two-star sorcerer might struggle to contend with it. He was merely a novice in Tai Chi, and vanquishing the wolf was an impossibility. Thus, he resolved to rely on Tai Chi's principle of overcoming strength with finesse. Engaging in close combat and denying the flame demon wolf any opportunity to cast spells at that moment. Others heard the commotion and flocked to the scene. Upon witnessing Yue Chen locked in battle with the flame demon wolf, panic ensued, and chaos erupted as voices clamored in confusion. Those who typically mocked Yue Chen stared in disbelief, realizing he had concealed his true strength, showcasing formidable martial skills without revealing them. Some disciples who had previously slighted Yue Chen felt a surge of regret. More began to contemplate how they might improve their relationship with him in the future. Chapter 4. Surviving calamity. Seeing that the others lingered, Yue Chen grew frantic. He shouted, "Run! Do you all wish to stay here and await death?" In a moment of distraction, he failed to evade the wolf's grasp, and a crimson stain blossomed on his back. The sight of Yue Chen wounded elicited gasps of horror from the timid girls, their gazes now tinged with newfound concern. Tortai, observing this, felt a surge of urgency and urged, "Everyone, hurry down the mountain to seek Master S assistance. Move swiftly. Nisan and I will stay behind to help. We'll hold it off for now." At that moment, Yue Chen seized a fleeting opportunity, delivering a precise strike to the wolf's abdomen. The flame demon wolf howled in agony, crashing through several thin trees before rolling towards the cliff's edge. Yue Chen interjected, "Senior brother, I fear other magical beasts may appear. You should lead them down the mountain. Only Nisan needs to stay with me." Tortai promptly nodded, realizing that following Yue Chen's advice was the only way to minimize casualties. "All right, Nisan, remain here to assist Yue Chen. I shall return to seek Master S help." The expressions of the magical apprentices were a mix of astonishment as they beheld Yue Chen engaged in fierce combat with the flame demon wolf. None could have anticipated that the individual they derisively referred to as a tail-dragger possessed skills that far surpassed their own. Moreover, he had bravely stepped forward to confront the second-tier magical beast. As the others departed, Nisan's heart sank, filled with resentment towards Yue Chen. Why did he have to play the hero and drag him into this peril? Was a second-tier magical beast so easily manageable? Even a two-star sorcerer would find it challenging. The flame demon wolf, true to its nature as a magical beast, exhibited remarkable vitality. After sustaining Yue Chen's blow, it was hardly harmed. It swiftly regained its footing and unleashed 3 fireballs in quick succession, aimed directly at Yue Chen. Yue Chen, taken aback, executed a lazy roll to evade the fireballs. Spotting the wolf teetering at the cliff's edge, inspiration struck him, and he began to chant a somewhat clumsy incantation. Upon hearing Yue Chen's spell, Nisan's expression darkened as he regarded him with a contemplative glare. Yue Chen's face turned ashen. The sensation of using magic beyond his level was far from pleasant. As he forcibly drew upon his mental energy, resulting in a throbbing headache, the flame demon wolf seemed to sense the impending danger, leaping towards Yue Chen. Just then, a powerful arrow shot forth from an unknown source. Piercing the wolf's belly, Yue Chen's eyes brightened. An opportunity had arrived. Strong wind technique. He bellowed that a fierce gust of wind materialized, surging towards the flame demon wolf. Suspended in midair, the wolf found no purchase and was slowly blown over the cliff. Its mournful howl echoed as it vanished into the mist at the valley's bottom. The exertion of using the strong wind technique exacerbated Yue Chen's headache, leaving him somewhat disoriented. He staggered to the cliff's edge, gazing down at the swirling fog in the valley, and finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. The flame demon wolf had been dealt with at that moment. He felt hands press against him from behind. A sudden force propelled his body towards the cliff's edge. In that instant of airborne peril, Yue Chen turned and tumbled, perhaps spurred by the threat of death, showcasing the essence of Tai Chi in its fullest form. Just 2 meters from the cliff's base, he managed to grasp a vine protruding from the rock face, narrowly avoiding a fatal fall. Yue Chen glared up at the malevolent visage of Nisan above. "Why?" Nisan, with an air of self-satisfaction, brandished a small knife, gesturing menacingly at the vine Yue Chen clung to. "There are many reasons. Firstly, there are those who wish to see you dead, once you are gone. My Arlington family will rise to become the most powerful in Labus City. Such a grand opportunity is not one I can afford to miss. Furthermore, That magic you just cast was the 2-star strong wind technique. Wasn't it? Your mental energy has reached 1 star, posing a threat to me. With that, Nissan's knife descended towards the vine. Yue Chen's consciousness began to blur. The strain of using a 2-star spell with only 6-star mental energy had taken its toll, and he could no longer maintain his grip on awareness. Rest easy that I will inform Master of your heroic deeds and ensure your name is remembered well, Nissan said deceitfully, as the knife severed the vine. Yue Chen's body plummeted, entwined with the vine, into the thick mist below. Nightfall enveloped the atmosphere within the magical tower of Leba City, heavy with despair. Master, is there truly no news of the 5th disciple? Tor Tai lamented, tears welling in his eyes, and Ai, her gaze glistening with sorrow, shook her head that I risked a descent to the cliff's base. But aside from bloodstains, there was nothing that it seems Yue Chen's fate is dire. Nissan feigned tears. It's all my fault. 5th brother sacrificed himself to save me, tumbling down the cliff with the demon wolf. He had already reached 1-star mental energy and could use the strong wind technique. It's all my fault, all my fault. What? He can already use the strong wind technique. Nai's voice trembled with grief. This disciple has caused Master great worry that I will surely pass the test this time. Yue Chen had once assured her, and the memory flooded back. Nissan's cries grew louder. You all should return and rest, Nai said, turning to face the wall and gesturing for Tor Tai and the others to leave. Watching her forlorn figure, Tor Tai's heart ached anew. From behind, Nai appeared to have aged considerably in an instant. Yue Chen had no awareness of how long he had been unconscious. Upon opening his eyes, the first thing he beheld was a magical lamp casting a dim, ethereal glow. That I'm not dead was his immediate reaction. Filled with relief, he inspected his body. Aside from the pain in his back, he found himself otherwise unscathed. Only then did he fully relax. Reflecting on the moments before his fall, confusion filled Yue Chen's mind. Who had contracted a killer to take his life? Why would they target a powerless amnesiac? And what of that final arrow? Who had fired it? It was clear that the motive was to save him. Sighing deeply, Yue Chen turned his head to survey the surroundings. The corpse of the flame demon wolf, the magical lamp, stone table, stone bench, and the 4 stone walls. To his astonishment, the entire stone chamber had no door. Damn it! How could I have fallen from the cliff and ended up in this stone chamber? Yue Chen wondered aloud. The thick layer of dust on the stone bench, table, and floor indicated that this chamber had not been inhabited for ages, ruling out the possibility of being brought here by someone. Examining the robust ceiling and the now stiff corpse of the flame demon wolf, Yue Chen found the situation utterly perplexing. To fall from a cliff and land in a sealed stone chamber without sustaining injury was nothing short of a remarkable anomaly. Investigating the wolf's remains, he discovered that its bones were completely shattered, evidently from the impact of the fall. But why am I unscathed? Yue Chen pondered, recalling the Tai Chi seal. Chapter 5. Legacy Summoning the Tai Chi seal. He noticed it had changed slightly. It seemed to have lost some of its luster and appeared somewhat rougher. Spirit of the seal, what transpired after I fell from the cliff? How did I end up here? I'm not entirely sure. Upon sensing your peril, I activated the energy shield to protect you as you descended. Then, suddenly, a brilliant light appeared, followed by a sensation of spatial alteration, and then I found myself here. The spirit replied, its voice sounding weak. Yue Chen felt a twinge of concern. Thank you for saving me. How are you? I'm fine, but I may need to rest for a while. That I might not be able to assist you for an extended period, the spirit said before merging back into Yue Chen's being. Spatial alteration? Could it have been a teleportation array? Yue Chen began searching the stone chamber meticulously, leaving no stone unturned. His diligence paid off. On the 3rd inspection of the stone table, he discovered a hidden compartment on its side. After a thorough investigation, he managed to open the secret compartment. Within lay a thick black tome, nearly absurd in its heft, accompanied by a ring of antiquated design. Yue Chen set the ring aside and opened the black book. Neatly arranged, elegant characters danced before his eyes. The descendants of the future. Obtaining this tome signifies exceptional fortune and commendable prowess. To have fallen from a cliff only to land precisely upon a teleportation array and miraculously remain unscathed speaks volumes of your mental acuity and composure in the face of adversity. You are indeed worthy of receiving my legacy. Yue Chen couldn't help but smirk. The criteria for this inheritance were rather extraordinary. Setting aside the improbability of anyone tumbling from a cliff, Merely surviving such a fall was nothing short of miraculous. Had it not been for his own encounter, it might have taken another millennium for anyone to stumble upon this place. Shaking his head gently, Yue Chen continued to read on. That my name is Yue Chen. The tome boasted in a grandiose introduction, and with each line, Yue Chen's astonishment grew. Yue Chen was not merely a formidable mage, but also a powerful warrior, well-versed in summoning, alchemy, scrolls, and magical arrays. From the few words that graced the pages, one could sense the profound mastery Yue Chen possessed in each discipline. Most astonishing of all was the revelation that this stone chamber was a spontaneous creation of his, designed solely for the study of magical beasts. The so-called Beast Valley was, in fact, a sanctuary where he had captured various magical creatures from across the lands for his research. Yue Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. To capture and raise ninth-tier magical beasts, how could Yue Chen possibly achieve such feats? A particular passage caught Yue Chen's attention next. This blue continent is dreadfully dull. I can find no worthy adversary to challenge. I've heard whispers of a starry teleportation array across the ocean. Perhaps I might venture to other planets and seek a worthy opponent among the cosmos. Yue Chen was taken aback. Planets, the universe, and interstellar teleportation arrays. Since his arrival in this world, he had repeatedly tested the knowledge of its inhabitants, discovering that they were only aware of the blue continent, lacking any concept of planets or the universe. It was surprising that Yue Chen possessed such understanding. Accepting my legacy shall not leave you wanting. The ring atop the book is known as the Black Pattern Ring, crafted especially for you as a spatial ring. It contains 1,000 cubic units of space, admittedly modest in size. There was no time to prepare a larger one, so make do with this. Yue Chen was speechless. 1,000 cubic meters of space was deemed small. It was said that the royal family of the Kalan Empire possessed a so-called crown-level spatial ring with a mere 500 cubic meters. Ordinary spatial bags typically offered only about 1 cubic meter, while a premium spatial ring might extend to 50 cubic meters. Compared to spatial bags, which often maxed out at 10 cubic meters, Yue Chen found himself increasingly curious about Yue Chen's true identity. Excitedly, he slipped the black pattern ring onto his finger, eagerly probing its contents with his mind. The vast expanse of 1,000 cubic meters unfolded before his eyes. Regrettably, the ring was utterly empty, devoid of any items. Gazing at the ring on his hand, Yue Chen felt a surge of elation. He turned his attention to the subsequent pages of the Black Tome. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. You currently possess only the qualification to receive my legacy. To truly obtain it, you must pass a test. I have hidden numerous treasures within this stone chamber. If you can uncover them all, you shall have succeeded in the test. The methods for finding them are detailed within this book. Though it may seem thick, it encompasses the entirety of my life's learning that I advise you to hasten your efforts. Otherwise, should you starve within, do not hold me responsible. The rumbling growl echoed through the chamber, prompting Yue Chen's discontent. The mere mention of hunger struck him with a fierce pang. Determined to find sustenance, he buried himself in the black tome in his quest to escape. Yue Chen diligently examined the stone walls and floor of the chamber while clutching the excessively thick book. Time slipped away unnoticed until a series of creaks and groans broke the silence. A stone door appeared on the once smooth wall. With the ferocity of a wolf, he dashed through the door, greeted by a waft of fragrant to his astonishment. A small, unfamiliar tree grew within, laden with thumb-sized, milky white fruits. Strangely, beside the tree stood a wooden sign that read, "Congratulations on opening the first stone chamber. This is a sustenance fruit. One is sufficient to satiate hunger, and consuming more is futile." Yue Chen was flabbergasted that a fruit no larger than a thumb could fill his belly. Skeptical yet hopeful, he plucked one, placed it in his mouth, and chewed. A sweet, refreshing liquid flowed into his stomach. His amazement. The sensation of hunger vanished, and his previously listless spirit was instantly revived. The little tree bore countless sustenance fruits, enough to sustain him for an extended period. With his food dilemma resolved, Yue Chen's focus returned to the Black Tome. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, he wished to escape the valley before the magical tower's test, as he had promises to fulfill. Following the tome's guidance, he tirelessly experimented and explored. Time slipped by until he had opened 4 more secret chambers, each yielding only one item: a bone brush, a slender transparent golden rod, a small black box, and a miniature white jade arrow. Yue Chen's notes introduced these items with caution. Young one, until you have acquired significant strength. It is wise to keep these artifacts from others' gaze. Should you be discovered, do not blame me for the consequences. Yue Chen's heart raced with excitement. The gravity of the warning suggested that these items were indeed extraordinary. Yet, his thoughts were clouded with urgency. The stone chamber offered no indication of day or night, leaving him uncertain of how much time had passed. Was the magical tower test already underway? Frustratingly, he had yet to uncover any information on how to exit. Read, and read again. The more he delved into the tome, the more astonished he became, deepening his understanding of Utriad. Utriad was proficient in the elemental magics of wind, fire, lightning, earth, water, ice, light, and darkness. The Black Tome not only recorded spells from basic to forbidden levels across these 8 elements, but also discussed compound magic, alchemy, magical arrays, and scrolls in great detail. That it was unfathomable that one individual could master such a breadth of knowledge. Yue Chen felt a profound admiration for Utriad. The magical concepts within this tome were even more profound and detailed than those imparted by his master. Yue Chen clutched the tome tightly, and suddenly, an idea sparked within him. Perhaps it was time to merge the essence of Tai Chi with meditation anew. He practiced the Tai Chi movements. Grasp the sparrow's tail. Single whip, raise hands. White crane spreads wings. Yue Chen's smile widened with each form he executed. The sensation of impending success grew ever stronger. Tirelessly, he continued his Tai Chi practice. Then, a gentle breeze stirred within the chamber, causing the magical elements to come alive for a fleeting moment. Unfortunately, it lasted but an instant before tranquility returned. This was exhilarating. Yue Chen felt ecstatic. Meditation, the previous experience mirrored the sensations felt during meditation. Although it lasted less than 5 seconds, the fleeting sensation was immensely valuable. With this promising start, Yue Chen resumed his Tai Chi practice with renewed vigor. Yet, he wondered why he could not successfully integrate the two. Where was the hindrance? Frustrated, he paused, closed his eyes, and furrowed his brow. Yue Chen pondered deeply. His understanding of Tai Chi had reached a preliminary level, allowing him to grasp its essence. Why had he not been able to replicate the state he had achieved during that brief moment of success? Recalling his previous experience, he focused on the unity of intention and form, the harmony of body and spirit. Suddenly, the realization struck him. Unity of body and spirit meant that the body was an extension of the entire mental space. Enlightened, he resumed his movements. Grasp the sparrow's tail, single whip, raise hands. White crane spreads wings. Yue Chen's expressions of joy blossomed as he finally succeeded. Red, yellow, green, blue, white. Elements of magic coalesced within the small room. 7 elements. Astonishingly, 7. Yue Chen was overjoyed. Previously, he had only been able to sense the wind element. Now, with the aid of his new meditation method, he could perceive all elemental forces. Among the myriad of colors, he even glimpsed a gray spatial element. Could it be that this meditation technique would allow him to become a master of all elements? Excitement surged through him, tinged with disbelief. The mastery of all elements? If his memory served him correctly, only one individual in the annals of history had ever achieved such a feat. The Saint King, a name both distant and grand. The magical elements gathered in increasing numbers. With each punch he threw, the elements responded, swirling and flowing, ultimately converging into a radiant 7-colored Tai Chi circle that enveloped the entire stone chamber. As Yue Chen sensed the transformation within the chamber, his heart soared with joy. At long last, the two elements have been seamlessly integrated, achieving a state of pure intention and the harmonious unity of form and spirit. Yue Chen discovered that his spiritual realm had transformed in a profound manner. The essence of Tai Chi embodies this unity of form and spirit, where the entire body serves as an extension of the spiritual space. As he practiced the various forms, the elemental forces of magic were irresistibly drawn towards him. Absorbed by the surface layer of his spiritual energy, gradually augmenting his mental strength. This trend accelerated with the passage of time. The influx of magical elements, countless times greater than during ordinary meditation, was siphoned into his spiritual space, and the pace of this absorption was ever increasing, instilling a sense of trepidation within Yue Chen. The tumultuous fluctuations of his thoughts abruptly pulled him from his meditative state, resulting in the vibrant spectrum of colors dissipating with a thunderous crack as his spiritual energy retreated back into its realm, severing the state of unity between form and spirit. with a heart full of complex emotions. He reached out to connect with the spirit of the ink. Hesitantly, he inquired, "What is happening? Have I made an error?" Little did he expect that this fusion of meditation and the intent of Tai Chi would evoke a hint of the unity of heaven and man. The spirit of the ink seemed oblivious to Yue Chen's question and instead expressed a sentiment of reflection. Unity of heaven and man? Yue Chen felt a moment of confusion, soon followed by clarity. Meditation inherently strives to merge one's spirit with the external world, absorbing magical elements to strengthen the mind. Tai Chi philosophy advocates for harmony with nature, balancing yin and yang. The confluence of these practices is indeed akin to the Taoist pursuit of unity. Are you implying that my earlier state was not flawed, that I have succeeded? Yue Chen asked with excitement. Indeed, you have not only succeeded but have done so remarkably well, the spirit affirmed confidently. Will such rapid growth of my mental energy have adverse effects? Once troubled by the slow progression of his mental strength, Yue Chen now found himself apprehensive about its swift descent. Truly, how time and circumstances can change. Not at all. The growth of mental energy under conditions resembling unity with heaven will not yield any negative repercussions. However, an excessively rapid increase may weaken your foundation, complicating your future battles against inner demons. Given your current state, practicing for 2 hours each day should pose no issues. That I will teach you the technique of misty violet energy. With this internal cultivation, Tai Chi can truly unleash its power. The spirit explained. The term internal cultivation was one Yue Chen had encountered frequently in novels. Being able to learn it without hindering his magical progress was undoubtedly appealing. He decided to name this new method of meditation the Tai Chi meditation method. What thrilled him most was that since he began employing this technique, his physical constitution had begun to undergo subtle transformations, enhancing his sensitivity and affinity for various magical elements. His spiritual space, enriched by the absorption of diverse elemental energies, had become a kaleidoscope of colors. After a quantitative change, a qualitative transformation was bound to follow. Yue Chen brimmed with confidence in the Tai Chi meditation method. The prospect of achieving a supreme affinity for all elemental forces was now within reach. With the successful creation of the Tai Chi meditation method, Yue Chen's spirits lifted considerably. Chapter 7. Perilous Circumstances. Upon finishing the final page of the black leather tome, Yue Chen opened the 6th hidden chamber. Eagerly, he rushed into the stone chamber, which housed a row of shelves that a completely crimson wand, a black robe occasionally flickering with blue light, and 3 round, egg-sized orbs of darkness were neatly arranged on the shelf. Judging solely by their appearances, it was evident that these items were far from ordinary. Yue Chen was overjoyed. The previous 4 items had been remarkable, so these 5 should be no less impressive. Most importantly, among them lay a wand he had long coveted. He dashed forward, eager to test it. However, as he reached the shelf, the excitement on his face vanished. He cursed under his breath. Damn, are we not allowed to live? Despite acquiring numerous items, not a single one was usable at present. The reason was clear. Upon reaching the shelf, Yue Chen noticed engravings on the wand and robe. Only those of the holy tier may wield these. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Yue Chen stood dumbfounded, cursing as he stored all 5 items into the black-patterned ring at that moment. A yellowed piece of paper fluttered down from the ceiling of the chamber. What now? Yue Chen thought, a bitter smile forming on his face. That seemed that Yue had a penchant for riddles, always shrouding things in mystery and never allowing direct understanding. Picking up the paper, Yue Chen's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Young one, the fact that you can read the contents of this paper signifies that you have not perished from the backlash of using the equipment. This proves your composure and rationality. Congratulations, the teleportation array has been activated. You may now depart. Was there truly such a way to toy with people? Yue Chen felt a mix of anger and joy. It turned out that the 3 black orbs were known as heaven-splitting earth-cracking, a type of highly destructive explosive weapon, and were now the only items left by Yue that Yue Chen could utilize. Yue's heart was indeed ruthless. Had it not been for his meticulousness and rationality, he might have perished countless times already. With anticipation, he made his way to the hall. Indeed, a dazzlingly radiant magical array materialized before him. Presumably the famed teleportation array. Finally, I can leave, Yue Chen exclaimed with excitement. He first rushed to the initial hidden chamber, harvesting all the fruits from the small tree, and then cleared out all the items from the stone chamber before stepping onto the teleportation array. The sun blazed high in the sky, and the forest was enveloped in tranquility. The vast canopy blocked out all sunlight and gaps, while occasional small creatures scurried through the underbrush and birds fluttered their wings suddenly. Two little squirrels frolicked atop the treetops. Buzzed out a brilliant white light flashed, and a frail, somewhat haggard youth materialized within the woods. As Yue Chen stepped into the teleportation array, he felt a sudden spatial fluctuation, and the scene before him transformed entirely. Towering trees, squirrels fleeing in panic, and a beautiful green expanse. Where was this? Yue Chen murmured to himself at that moment. The distant sounds of beasts echoed through the air, causing Yue Chen's face to change. In a way, it can't be the Beast Valley. How could he possibly escape? Although Yue Chen had made significant progress during his confinement, elevating his mental strength by 3 tiers to reach the 9th level, and improving both Tai Chi and Misty Violet energy, surviving in the Beast Valley was an insurmountable challenge. The forest was shrouded in darkness, obscuring all sense of direction. In a state of desperation, Yue Chen cautiously surveyed his surroundings, utilizing the knowledge from his past life to evade the attacks of ferocious beasts. Water source. Spotting a small river before him, Yue Chen felt a surge of joy as he hurried to the riverbank, scooping up some water and relishing its coolness. As long as he followed the current, there was a chance of finding an escape route. A howl echoed behind him. Startled, Yue Chen spun around. For heaven's sake. A massive wolf, standing nearly a meter tall, loomed beside a colossal tree, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Yue Chen, its sharp fangs glistening with drool. Flame magic wolf, with its crimson fur and eyes. This creature was larger than the second-tier flame magic wolf he had previously encountered, but otherwise, it bore striking similarities. Yue Chen's complexion turned pale, regardless of whether this was indeed a flame magic wolf. Its tier was certainly well beyond the second. A low growl emanated from the beast as it bared its teeth at Yue Chen, a sudden surge of fire elemental magic rippling through the air. This is bad. Instantly, Yue Chen unleashed the essence of Tai Chi, his body moving with the wind. In an instant, he sidestepped a full yard. Whoosh! A fireball the size of a basin zipped past him. Boom! An explosion resonated as a tree, thick enough for a person to embrace, crashed to the ground not far behind Yue Chen, gazing at the fallen tree and then back at the still smoking wolf's mouth. His first instinct was to flee. Seeing Yue Chen make a break for it, the massive wolf seemed infuriated. After a series of furious howls, it pursued him. The sounds of howls echoed from all directions, growing closer. The speed of the giant wolf was remarkable, and despite Yue Chen exerting himself to the limits of his Tai Chi techniques, he could not shake it off. The howls from surrounding wolves filled him with dread. This giant wolf was calling for its companions. With the cacophony of rustling sounds approaching, Yue Chen felt his anxiety intensify. It wouldn't be long before a pack of wolves would encircle him, leaving him with little hope of escape. In that moment, as he ran, Yue Chen heard a thunderous roar of water ahead. A waterfall. His heart leapt with joy. Hope for survival had arrived. At this point, the single wolf behind him had multiplied into 10, all of them unleashing massive fireballs toward Yue Chen. Fortunately, his agile movements and the cover of the trees allowed him to evade the fiery onslaught time and again. Boom! Another large tree fell just beside him. Finally, he reached it. The waterfall appeared before him, a wide river cascading down a cliff nearly 100 meters high. The immense drop amplified the sound of the rushing water. Akin to thunder, beside the waterfall, several giant wolves had surrounded Yue Chen, poised to launch their final assault and claim his life. Desperation took hold. Yue Chen closed his eyes and performed a backflip, leaping off the edge of the waterfall. Boom! Yue Chen felt his body being violently struck, and then he lost consciousness. He was abruptly awakened by the sound of splashing water. Cough, cough. The intense pain in his chest and limbs forced Yue Chen to stifle his cough. The splashing sound echoed again, albeit with a slight variation. Yue Chen turned towards the source of the sound. Several massive crocodiles were frolicking in the middle of the river, while he lay in shallow water near the riverbank. His recent cough had drawn the attention of the crocodiles, and now they were swimming towards him. Chapter 8. Escape and return. Surely not. Just as he narrowly escaped the jaws of a wolf, he now faced crocodiles. With a bitter smile, Yue Chen disregarded the pain coursing through his body and scrambled up the cliff. Whoosh, whoosh. The crocodiles would certainly not let their prey escape so easily. Their blood-red mouths gaped open, and several icy blades shot forth, spiraling towards the fleeing Yue Chen. Upon spotting the crocodiles, Yue Chen immediately entered a state of Tai Chi enlightenment. Only in this state could he maintain his agility and swiftly perceive the impending danger. As the icy blades approached, Yue Chen, in his Tai Chi state, quickly executed a lazy donkey roll to evade the attack. Stealing a glance at the crocodiles, he noticed they seemed reluctant to leave the water. After realizing that the icy blades posed no threat to Yue Chen, the crocodiles slowly turned back, wistfully returning to the river. With great difficulty, Yue Chen propped himself up, disregarding the potential danger around him. He found a concealed spot and assumed a meditative posture, beginning to circulate the ethereal purple energy. This ethereal purple energy was a profound skill of the Tao sect, known for its healing and strengthening properties. Perhaps due to his adverse circumstances and the trials he had endured, Yue Chen's ethereal purple energy experienced a breakthrough after circulating 3 cycles, reaching the late stage of refining essence into qi. With just one more step, he could enter the realm of refining qi into spirit. Simultaneously, Yue Chen's mental strength also advanced, leaping 2 tiers to achieve a 1-star first level. In the following 3 days, Yue Chen faced numerous perils, narrowly escaping death multiple times. If not for the Tai Chi state that helped him conceal his presence, he would have surely become a meal for the magical beasts. Gazing at the towering cliff before him, despair flickered in Yue Chen's eyes that he had initially believed that following the current would lead him to safety, only to discover that the valley's peculiar geography concealed a deep pool at its lowest point. Located directly beneath the Ming Peak of the southern mountain, Yue Chen yearned to dive into the deep pool to explore its depths for alternative exits. However, upon seeing the murky green water, his courage dissipated instantly. The vicinity of the deep pool rarely saw magical beasts, yet being deep within the valley, who could know what ferocious creature might lurk beneath the surface? This is the end. Am I to retrace my steps? The formidable wolves and crocodiles loomed in his mind once more. Oh heavens! It said that protagonists who traverse worlds are exceptionally fortunate. Why am I plagued with such misfortune? Yue Chen despondently reclined against a large rock. What is that? Yue Chen noticed a shadow flitting through the sky. As the shadow drew closer, his heart raced with excitement. A person. It was indeed a person. Yue Chen quickly sprang to his feet, waving his arms atop the rock, shouting and leaping in an attempt to attract attention. His efforts bore fruit, as the figure soared directly toward him. Teacher, tears streamed down Yue Chen's face. Overwhelmed with emotion, Nae appeared disheveled, her magical robe tattered in several places, with a deep, bone-revealing wound on her right chest. It was evident that Nae had endured more than one battle. Yue Chen, I finally found you. It's good that you're alive. Just good that you're alive. Nae's expression was one of ecstatic relief. Upon seeing Yue Chen's clothes in tatters, her heart sank further. This place is perilous. We must leave quickly. Nae cast a terrified glance at the deep pool, seizing Yue Chen and soaring towards the cliff, just moments after Yue Chen and Nae departed. The waters of the deep pool began to churn violently, and a beastly head, 1/3 the size of the pool, emerged from the depths, its fearsome eyes locked onto the direction in which Nae and Yue Chen had vanished. Unleashing a thunderous roar, the magic tower of Leba City. What do you think? Senior brother and 9th brother have already gone to the Auburn Magic Martial Academy. Who is most likely to take the vacant direct disciple position? An apprentice inquired while busy with his tasks. 5th senior brother is also no longer here. Why does the master still retain his position? Another apprentice expressed his dissatisfaction. The first apprentice was met with resistance from his companions. What nonsense are you spouting? Without 5th senior brother, how many of us would have escaped that time? Even if 5th senior brother is truly gone, his position should still be preserved. Indeed, I have heard that 5th senior brother has long since reached 1 star. If he were still here, it would certainly be he and senior brother going to Auburn, with no place for 9th brother. Yes, I have heard that too. How ironic that we once mocked 5th senior brother as a mere follower. Suddenly, the apprentice appeared frozen, staring blankly out the window, murmuring, 5th senior brother? Haha, Xiao Lu. Even if you miss 5th senior brother, there's no need to be like this, a nearby apprentice teased. Unperturbed, Xiao Lu rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked out the window again, exclaiming in excitement, it really is 5th senior brother. Look, it's master and 5th senior brother. Doubtful glances were exchanged among the others as they followed Xiao Lu's pointing finger. In the plaza before the tower, a figure, somewhat disheveled yet possessing an air of ethereal grace, was walking towards the tower. 5th senior brother. It truly is 5th senior brother. 5th senior brother is alive. Everyone recognized that the disheveled, graceful figure was indeed their 5th senior brother. Yue Chen slowly approached the tower, his mind swirling with thoughts. Had the magic test been conducted? Nizan had mentioned that someone wanted to kill him. Who could that person be? As he gazed at the tower entrance, a profound killing intent welled up within him. Naizen, I have returned. Are you ready to face your reckoning? Suddenly, Yue Chen halted in his tracks and a neatly organized line of figures emerged from the tower's entrance. Welcome back, fifth senior brother. Welcome back, master. Many disciples were already shedding tears that it is only in times of hardship that one truly understands who genuinely cares for them. Yue Chen felt a surge of emotion and declared, I have returned. His gaze constantly scanned the crowd, searching for Naizen's figure. Just returning is good. Just returning is good. Come, let us enter the tower. We need to have a proper talk, Nai said joyfully. Completely oblivious to the subtle difference in Yue Chen's expression from his usual demeanor, I in the 7th room of the tower, the training chamber. Yue Chen, you've suffered these past 15 days. Nai said, her expression filled with remorse as they entered the training chamber. Teacher. Yue Chen approached Nai and respectfully bowed. Along the way, they had subtly gathered information during his 15 days of disappearance. Aside from the day of the magic test, Nai had been searching for him throughout the Beast Valley. On several occasions, she had nearly lost her life. With such a devoted teacher, what grievances could he possibly hold? Yue Chen's only regret was missing the test. Among all the disciples, only Toltai and Naizen had reached the 9th tier. The 2 slots at Auburn Academy were claimed by them. Chapter 9. The Belated Test Master. We must not allow that treacherous scoundrel Naizen to go to Auburn. Yue Chen recounted the details of his assassination attempt, omitting only the part about receiving the inheritance in the stone chamber. How could that beast Naizen do this? Just for the sake of a spot at Auburn Academy. He sought to harm you and pushed you off the cliff, Nai exclaimed, her expression one of intense anger. Indeed, this is the reality. At any place and time, self-interest is the root of all evil, Yue Chen replied, his tone tinged with resignation. Self-interest is the root of all evil. Well said, Nai reflected on Yue Chen's words. Recalling her own experiences over the years in Labos City, feeling a surge of empathy. A thought arose in her mind. Yue Chen has truly changed, becoming mature and composed. Rest assured, Yue Chen. I will not let Naizen go unpunished. I will gather everyone and revoke his qualification to go to Auburn, Nai declared, her fury palpable. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Master. Lord Russell of the Magic Guild requests an audience with you. What does he want? Nai asked, her face a mask of surprise. Yue Chen knew it was time for him to leave. He opened the door to find a middle-aged wizard clad in an extravagant magical robe standing before him. The middle-aged wizard bore an air of arrogance, not even sparing Yue Chen a glance as he strode into the training chamber and, with a flamboyant wave of his right hand, slammed the door shut behind him. An 8-star mage, Yue Chen whispered in astonishment that he noticed that the wizard's robe was embroidered with 8 red stars. Returning to the room he had long missed, he gently touched the items within. Realizing he had developed a bond with everything here, feeling at home in this world. Before long, Yue Chen was summoned once more to Nai's training chamber. Nai's expression was a mixture of anger and helplessness as she remorsefully stated, Alas, Master is powerless. The Master is aware that your mental strength has reached 1 star. However, concerning the slot for Naizen, the Master is truly at a loss. Perhaps next year, the Master is uncertain how to proceed with Iran's situation. Yue Chen first felt perplexed as to why Nai's attitude had shifted so rapidly. Such behavior was uncharacteristic of him. Nai's tone was laden with helplessness, evidently under some form of pressure. With a quickened mind, he inquired, Is it due to that 8-star mage from earlier? A flicker of surprise crossed Nai's eyes as he thought. This young man has indeed transformed. Nodding slightly, he sighed deeply and explained, That individual is from the Magic Guild. He stated that if Naizen is not included among the admission slots for the Auburn Academy this time, the Magic Guild will cease all magical assistance to Labos City. His tone was imbued with guilt, helplessness, and a hint of anger. Yue Chen understood what it meant for the Magic Guild to withdraw support. The Kalan Empire was not as peaceful as it appeared, without Nai and the existence of the Magic Tower. Labos City might very well have ceased to exist. The continued existence of the Magic Tower was largely due to the assistance provided by the Magic Guild. Yue Chen let out a bitter smile. Recognizing how swiftly his 9th junior brother had reacted, he had only just returned, and Naizen had already summoned an 8-star mage to exert pressure on Nai. Curiosity piqued within him. How had Naizen managed to enlist the aid of an 8-star mage? Did he possess some connection with this powerful individual? That seemed illogical. If Naizen truly had ties with the 8-star mage, why would he seek to study at the Magic Tower? It was well known that the guidance of a mage was far superior to that of a grand magician. Yue Chen, do you harbor resentment towards the Master? Nai gazed quietly at Yue Chen, his eyes reflecting a multitude of emotions. The Master had taken in his disciples, imparting the art of magic to them. bestowing upon them immense grace. How could there be any hatred? For the sake of Leba City, the disciple willingly relinquished this opportunity, Yue Chen replied calmly. Nei nodded with appreciation, retrieving a cloth bag from his bosom and handing it to Yue Chen. This 2,000 gold coins, he said, are compensation from the elders of the Arlington family for you. Upon seeing Yue Chen's reluctance to accept, he added, just take it. You have just turned 14 today. Next year will bring another opportunity to enter Open. With these 2,000 gold coins, your life at the academy will be less burdensome. Yue Chen's mind raced. This money was intended by the Arlington family to silence Nei. If he refused to accept it, it would surely bring trouble upon Nei. Leba City could not afford to lose Nei. Thus, he resolved to accept the funds that he took the gold coins, yet inwardly he scoffed. Accepting the money did not equate to reconciliation. Just as the Arlington family had been instructed to eliminate Yue Chen, their desire to kill him would not dissipate due to this matter. 2 coins could sustain a typical family's livelihood, while 2,000 gold coins could cover Yue Chen's expenses at Oban Academy for 4 years. Safeguarding the money pouch, Yue Chen gently brushed his fingers over the ring on his hand. A smile gracing his face. An ancient adage states, a gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Perhaps he would not even need to wait a decade to exact his vengeance. He thought of the celestial shard he had acquired in the Beast Valley. After careful consideration, Yue Chen accepted the gold coins, fully aware that Naizen's motives for the ambush were orchestrated by others. While he had narrowly escaped this time, his enemies still harbored the intent to kill him. This was not a matter that 2,000 gold coins could alter. Yue Chen did not wish to bring trouble to Nei due to his own actions, especially since he was in need of funds at present. Upon seeing Yue Chen accept the gold coins, Nei's heart finally relaxed. He remarked, I have heard that you are now capable of employing the Gale technique. However, I currently sense no magical fluctuations emanating from you. Let us conduct a test to ascertain your current level of ability. With that, Nei retrieved a crystal ball the size of a soccer ball from a nearby shelf and placed it upon the table. Yue Chen did not dispute the fact that his mental strength was still at the 6th tier at that time. Instead, he nodded in acquiescence, following Nei's instructions to gently press his right hand against the crystal ball. As his hand made contact, he felt a subtle pull from within the crystal, drawing his mental force outward. The once still crystal ball trembled slightly. Suddenly, a dazzling azure light illuminated the entire training chamber in a brilliant blue hue. What? Nei sprang to his feet, staring at the crystal ball in disbelief, murmuring, This is extraordinary affinity. How can this be? He was acutely aware of Yue Chen's previous condition. His affinity for wind magic had been of a high level. Could it be that magical affinity could undergo a transformation in the course of time? Nei was utterly confounded. Hearing Nei's murmurs, Yue Chen remained composed, as anticipated, through prolonged practice of the Tai Chi meditation method. His physical constitution had indeed undergone a transformation. Chapter 10. Against the Heaven's Gift. Nei stood dumbfounded, gazing at the crystal ball that radiated an intense azure glow. This brilliance persisted for nearly 2 minutes before gradually fading. Nei felt an inexplicable shock. The light had lasted a full 2 minutes, a demonstration of elemental affinity that was truly a rarity in a century. He was eager to see the level of Yue Chen's magical prowess displayed by the crystal ball. He thought to himself, if the level is sufficient, perhaps he could be taken to that place. Just then, the crystal ball erupted with a brilliant blue light once more, dyeing the training chamber in shades of blue. Dual affinity. He possessed dual affinity. Nei noticed his hands trembling slightly. A dual affinity for wind and water, both of extraordinary caliber. Such a talent would undoubtedly place him among the ranks of geniuses within the entire Kalen Empire. Nei's confusion deepened. Had his previous testing methods truly been flawed? How had he failed to notice Yue Chen's exceptional talent over all these years? An impulse surged within him a minute later as the blue light began to dissipate. Just when Nei thought it was concluding, a blinding red light erupted, casting the entire training chamber in fiery hues. 3 affinities. Nei's expression began to falter. Following this were yellow, green, white, gray, and purple lights, each intensity not weaker than the preceding blue light. Until finally, the crystal ball was enveloped in utter darkness. All elements, Nei gaped, his eyes wide as he stared at Yue Chen. He felt as though this reality was too surreal. 2 months prior, Yue Chen had been an individual of mediocre talent. Yet now he had suddenly transformed into one of all affinities. The most astonishing fact was that he possessed extraordinary affinity with every element. Yue Chen, upon hearing Nei's murmurs, felt immense satisfaction within. As expected, the Tai Chi meditation method had indeed transformed his body into one of all affinities. Subsequently, as the radiance within the crystal ball faded completely, a golden line slowly materialized, followed by a second, a third, and a fourth, until the ninth golden line appeared. Then, the golden lines vanished, replaced by a golden star and two golden lines within the crystal ball. 1 star, second tier. Nei was at a loss for words to describe the disciple before him, whose remarkable progress filled him with overwhelming joy. In just over 2 months, such a transformation was astounding. Rising from the 5th tier to 1 star, second tier, an elevation of an entire 7 levels. Even more astonishingly, his previously mediocre constitution had transformed into one of all affinities. Upon witnessing the test results, Yue Chen was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that in the following days, his mental strength would ascend to another tier. What has transpired within you over these 2 months? Nei regarded Yue Chen with a solemn expression. After a lengthy contemplation, he was convinced that something extraordinary must have occurred in Yue Chen's life. Indeed, Yue Chen had been prepared, responding. To be honest, the disciple cannot explain how this came to be. He suspects it may relate to his previous use of mental energy. A glimmer of light sparkled in Nei's eyes. Oh, do elaborate. Yue Chen nodded, saying, after returning from the Masteress, I was concerned about disappointing you by failing the test. Therefore, I employed the extreme mental training method. Hearing Yue Chen mention the extreme mental training method, Nei's fury ignited, stating, nonsense. Is this method something you are capable of enduring at your current stage? Observing Yue Chen's lowered head in acknowledgement, Nei's anger subsided somewhat, and he continued, proceed. You were previously of wind affinity. Yet now you have transformed into one with all attributes. Please recount the events of these past 2 months in detail. Inwardly, Yue Chen could not help but exclaim, this profession truly has a promising future. Seeing Nei's expression of belief, he felt a sense of relief. Both the Tai Chi meditation method and the acceptance of the inheritance must remain secrets. Feigning deep recollection, he stated, I initially practiced the whirlwind technique to deplete my mental energy. And once it was exhausted, I would enter meditation. After meditating, I resumed using the whirlwind technique. Over 2 days, I indeed made some progress with my mental energy. However, a new idea occurred to me that I decided to attempt using the wind/technique at a higher level. Hoping for superior results. Unexpectedly, I fainted midway through casting the spell. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in this state. After saying this, Yue Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. This was a lie he had concocted with Yin long ago, and he was uncertain if it could deceive Nei. Nei's expression reflected confusion and curiosity. Could it be that using magic at a higher level could yield such effects? He remarked, you must not engage in such reckless behavior again. The Wind Slash is a 3-star spell. How can a 5th-tier magic apprentice experiment with it so carelessly? This form of extreme cultivation has not gone unattempted. However, those who have ventured into it either ended up as fools or perished in self-destruction. To encounter someone who, like myself, has not succumbed to ignorance and yet reaped benefits is unprecedented in millennia, certainly the first and last of its kind. Yes, the disciple shall earnestly heed the teachings of the master. Yue Chen thought, secretly delighted at having successfully navigated this conversation, that it appears that there are indeed individuals in this world who have experimented with such perverse methods, and not just one. It is truly astonishing how many are unafraid of death. The more Yue Chen displayed his respect, the more uneasy Nai felt. Such a fine disciple, nearly brought to ruin by others, yet he found himself powerless to seek justice on his behalf. Nai grappled with uncertainty, contemplating whether to send him to that place now or wait until next year to venture to Aobon. Yue Chen, in a relatively good mood, felt relieved to have deflected the matter of his physical transformation. He could now confidently showcase his abilities without fear of suspicion. Admission to Aobon Academy would require patience until next year. He began to mentally strategize how to utilize the upcoming year. At that moment, Nai sighed deeply, a flicker of resolve crossing his eyes. Yue Chen, there exists a martial magic academy even superior to Aobon. Would you be willing to attend? An academy superior to Aobon? Yue Chen was momentarily taken aback, questioning, Master, do you mean for me to leave the Kalan Empire and pursue my studies in another nation's martial magic academy? Nai shook his head, gazing into the distance with a nostalgic expression. In truth, the finest martial magic academy in the Kalan Empire is not Aobon. Yue Chen's confusion deepened. Could there truly be an academy better than Aobon within the Kalan Empire? Despite scouring his memories, he could find no answer. Observing Yue Chen's puzzled countenance, Nai merely smiled in silence. After rummaging through his belongings for a time, he produced a piece of tattered parchment. The location of that academy is inscribed here. With your qualifications, passing their entrance examination should pose no challenge. Once Tor Tai and the others depart next year, you too shall set forth. Chapter 11. New aspirations not continued. Your comprehensive physical constitution should remain concealed unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, you will inevitably invite trouble in the days to come. Furthermore, regarding the fluctuations of your magical energy, if there exists a means to restore it, do not hide it. Currently, your lack of magical resonance may draw undue attention. Yue Chen suddenly grasped the situation. He had previously fallen into a misconception, believing that concealing his strength would allow him to remain inconspicuous. Yet he had overlooked the balance required. Excessive concealment could yield the opposite effect. It was akin to his current state, dressed in the robe of a magic apprentice, yet devoid of any magical aura. Coupled with the natural essence he exuded, rendering him enigmatic and, ironically, more conspicuous, adjusting the flow of the ethereal purple energy within him. Yue Chen released a faint wave of magical energy. Na's face once again expressed surprise. He discerned that the intensity of Yue Chen's magical fluctuations was only at the 9th tier, not the expected 1st or 2nd tier. What did this signify? It indicated that Yue Chen could not only mask the waves of his magical energy, but also modulate their intensity at will. This ability was undoubtedly unprecedented. Even someone as formidable as Na-E could not achieve such mastery. Contemplating this revelation, Na-E chuckled enigmatically, thinking to himself, this young man undoubtedly harbors further secrets. He then shook his head. Who among us does not possess a few hidden truths? As long as he does not commit grave sins, let him be. That night, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, obscuring the stars and moon. Despite the flickering lights within Thunder Barrage City, a palpable darkness enveloped the surroundings. Under the cloak of night, it was the perfect time for sinister deeds, dressed in black. Yue Chen moved swiftly through the streets of Thunder Barrage City, soon arriving at the grand estate of the Arlington family. Though Yue Chen was humble by nature, he would not allow others to threaten his life. This time, he intended to confront the Arlington family and test the power of the celestial shatter. The estate was expansive, with high walls and thick gates. Yue Chen cautiously surveyed his surroundings to ensure he was alone. Activating the principles of Tai Chi, he dashed forward, leaping and scaling the wall with agility. After 3 such bounds, he was atop the estate's wall. With a graceful flip, he landed inside the courtyard. Though he had only recently begun learning Tai Chi, he managed to execute the technique with moderate proficiency. Like a shadow, Yue Chen concealed himself in a dim corner, inspecting the area. He noted the lax defenses within the courtyard, having not seen a guard patrol for quite some time. Stealthily, he made his way to the center of the yard, standing before a grand mansion. This shall do, he mused, uncertain if the celestial shatter possessed sufficient power. Quietly, he opened the door and slipped inside. He retrieved the celestial shatter, finding a hidden nook to stow it away. It seemed as though fate was on his side. With that in mind, he resolved not to feel remorse for sending these individuals to meet their end. No. There was no king of hell in this world. They would meet the king of the underworld instead. With a cold gaze, he scanned the interior before preparing to exit. Just then, footsteps echoed outside, prompting Yue Chen to swiftly hide behind a wooden cabinet in the corner. 2 elegantly dressed men entered. One was slightly built and donned a butler's attire, while the other was somewhat rotund, exuding an air of authority. My lord, if Lord Russell learns the truth, he will undoubtedly reproach the young master. Is it not too reckless to proceed in this manner? Inquired the slender man. As long as we can establish a connection between the Arlington family and that esteemed individual, the risk is worth taking. Besides, would someone of Lord Russell's stature concern himself with the fate of a mere magic apprentice? Would not our generous offerings from the Arlington family go to waste? Replied the plumper man. My lord possesses foresight. Your wisdom is evident. The slender man flattered. Ha! That esteemed individual is a figure of great importance in the imperial capital. Once he speaks, the benefits for the Arlington family will be immeasurable. Soon, Thunder Barrage City shall be ours to command. And what of that magic apprentice? The slender man inquired. Tomorrow, gather a few capable hands and eliminate him. Be careful not to alert Na-E. We cannot afford to offend him just yet. The plumper man instructed. Hidden in the corner, Yue Chen's heart raced. There was no doubt that the so-called magic apprentice they spoke of was himself. Yet, he remained oblivious to the identity of the esteemed individual they referenced. The imperial capital, could his origins be linked to it? Once the two departed, Yue Chen retraced his steps, Upon reaching the estate wall, he sensed a magical detection wave sweep over him. It was unmistakably the work of the sorcerer Russell. That was close. Yue Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had not anticipated the presence of the sorcerer from the magic guild, Russell. Thankfully, he had the principles of Tai Chi. Otherwise, he shuddered at the thought of the consequences. Yue Chen raced back to the magic tower, retrieving a red crystal. With fervent hopes that the celestial shatter was as formidable as described in the Black Tome, he wished for it to be powerful enough to eradicate even Russell. With malicious intent, he crushed the crystal in his hand. With a thunderous roar, the sound resonated throughout Thunder Barrage City that a crimson light illuminated the entire city. The defensive magical array surrounding the magic tower activated autonomously. As the tower trembled violently and a cacophony erupted, Yue Chen felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. He collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. The entire populace of Thunder Barrage City was roused by the thunderous noise. Many curious souls quickly deduced the source of the commotion. The Arlington family. Those nearby discovered that the once prosperous and opulent estate of the Arlington family had vanished, replaced by a colossal crater. Amidst the swirling dust within the pit, a figure emerged, charred and disheveled, looking utterly dismal. Incanting a spell, the individual slowly ascended, surveying the devastation below. With an indignant grunt, they wobbled and departed. Gasps filled the crowd. Nai, amidst the throng, was particularly taken aback. He recognized that the disheveled figure soaring away was none other than the 8-star sorcerer Russell from the Magic Guild. The following morning, sunlight dispelled the remnants of night. The citizens of Thunder Barrage City buzzed with discussions concerning the Arlington family, and the Magic Tower was no exception. Yet, the true architect of this chaos remained oblivious at that moment. His consciousness was being drawn into the artifact space of the Tai Chi seal. I sustained severe injuries while rescuing you this time, and will require a lengthy period of recovery. During this time, I may be unable to communicate with you, so there is something I must urgently warn you about. The Tai Chi seal intoned. What could be so crucial as to interrupt your recovery with such a serious warning? Yue Chen inquired, curiosity piqued. He was already aware of the need for the Tai Chi seal to recuperate. Though the Tai Chi meditation method is commendable, its absorption of various magical elements has rendered your mental attributes overly diverse. When the energies of different schools become too pronounced, elemental conflicts can easily arise. If this issue remains unresolved, it will be akin to leaving a ticking bomb in your mind. Should an elemental conflict occur, you will perish. What? Yue Chen was taken aback. However, there was no need for him to worry excessively at present. I have calculated that as long as your mental strength does not reach the 7 stars, elemental conflicts will not occur. Therefore, you must resolve this issue before advancing to the 7 stars. The advice from Yingling struck Yue Chen like a heavy blow, leaving him in a daze. Irritated, he rubbed his head, a gesture he had performed countless times. The problem of elemental conflict weighed heavily upon his heart, preventing him from relaxing even for a moment. When Yue Chen's consciousness departed from the artifact space, he discovered that dawn had broken. He wondered how the Arlington family fared, stepping out of his room. He was approached by a named disciple, Senior Brother Yue Chen. A significant incident occurred in Leiba City yesterday. Feigning a yawn, Yue Chen replied, "You must be referring to that loud explosion, right? It startled me. And I hardly slept well thereafter." What transpired? The disciple cautiously glanced around before responding. It is said that the Arlington family faced divine retribution yesterday. Their entire residence was destroyed, and everyone inside perished. Not a single survivor. What? Yue Chen feigned shocked. Isn't Nizan from the Arlington family? Could he? Internally, Yue Chen felt a sense of joy. If they all perished, his vendetta was avenged. Yet, he was also alarmed by the sheer destructive power of that divine punishment. Not quite. The disciple seemed disappointed. Nizan's senior brother was fortunate enough to have departed for the imperial capital yesterday, thus escaping the calamity. That I also heard that another magician survived, though he was injured and fled. Yue Chen felt a wave of disappointment. The previous night's operation had not gone as planned. The 2 individuals he most wished to eliminate remained alive. Nevertheless, the downfall of the Arlington family was irreversible, and he believed that without familial support, Nilene would not be able to stir up much trouble. At that moment, the disciple added, "Senior brother, you cannot imagine the scene at the Arlington family. Their entire estate has been reduced to a massive pit, charred and barren, with not a single intact tile to be found." Yue Chen felt a surge of hidden delight. The power of that divine punishment was indeed extraordinary. As for whether anyone would trace the incident back to him, he had no concerns. Not only had his actions gone unnoticed, but even if they had, no one would associate such colossal destruction with a mere young magician apprentice. Meanwhile, the individual who had instigated the Arlington family's downfall was likely racking their brain over the situation. Chapter 12. Admissions Office at noon. Yue Chen was summoned by Nai to the training room in the 7th chamber of the Magic Tower. Master, you called for me? Yue Chen inquired, looking at Nai. Indeed. Tomorrow, you are to set forth for the imperial capital. Is everything well prepared? Nai asked kindly. Yue Chen nodded, replying, everything has been arranged properly. Thank you for your concern, Master. That is good to hear. Nai hesitated, glancing at Yue Chen. You returned quite late last night. Where did you go? Did anything happen? Yesterday, I went out to procure the necessary supplies for the journey and encountered no unusual events. Yue Chen maintained a calm demeanor. Very well, you may go. Watching Yue Chen depart, Nai shook his head, muttering to himself, I must be overthinking. Although Yue Chen has changed significantly of late, he is unlikely to engage in such earth-shattering deeds. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yue Chen was similarly engulfed in myriad thoughts. What was the original identity of this body? Who had fired the arrow that killed the flame magic wolf before the fall? Who had instigated Naizen's ambush? He was truly looking forward to attending the foremost magic and martial arts academy of the Kalan Empire, Coat Town, situated on the eastern outskirts of the imperial capital. Sarsens was relatively prosperous due to its proximity to the capital. Though the town was not densely populated, it boasted adequate facilities. The Magic Guild, Warrior Guild, and Adventurers Guild were all present within the town. A boy who appeared to be around 15 years old, with black hair and yellowish skin, was traversing the streets while carrying an enormous package. This boy was none other than Yue Chen, who had come from Labia.as. Yue Chen walked along the seemingly bustling street. He felt a sense of confusion. Could it be that the finest magic and martial arts academy of the Kalan Empire would be established in such an ordinary town? Once more, he took out the cowhide paper given by Nai to confirm the address. Coat Town, near Sarsens, the imperial capital. No mistake. Hello, sir. Could you please tell me how to get to the Gloomy Cloud Magic and Martial Arts Academy? Yue Chen asked a seemingly simple-minded middle-aged merchant. You are heading to Gloomy Cloud Academy. The merchant regarded Yue Chen with admiration and respect. The academy is not far. Exit the town, turn left, and after crossing a mountain, you'll encounter a river. Follow the riverbank to the right for about 10 miles, and you will see a gorge. That is where Gloomy Cloud Magic and Martial Arts Academy is located. Yue Chen felt speechless. Was that truly not far? According to his calculations, it was at least a 20-mile trek. Simultaneously, he felt disheartened. What kind of academy was this, built in such a remote wilderness? After thanking the middle-aged merchant, Yue Chen set off toward the town's entrance. Hey, young brother. Before Yue Chen had gone far, the merchant called him back. The road to Gloomy Cloud Academy is treacherous, and magical beasts often roam about. You shouldn't travel alone. Head to the square ahead. There are often merchant caravans delivering goods to the academy. You can travel with them for added safety. After thanking the merchant once more, Yue Chen proceeded to the square. Just in time, he found a caravan preparing to deliver goods to Gloomy Cloud Academy. The members of the caravan welcomed Yue Chen warmly upon learning that he was heading to participate in the entrance examination. Providing him with attentive service, Yue Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. The townspeople's positive attitude toward Gloomy Cloud Academy suggested that it was indeed quite remarkable. 2 hours later, Yue Chen arrived at his destination. What first caught his eye was a tall, dark wall overrun with weeds and a dilapidated gatehouse. A cracked, dark wooden sign hung above, barely legible, with the words Gloomy Cloud Magic Academy faintly visible. Yue Chen felt a wave of dizziness. Had he arrived at the wrong place? Confirming once more, he noticed that the wooden sign bore other faint markings. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the character for Gloomy was missing half of its form, and the character for Martial had completely faded. Yue Chen's heart sank. What kind of academy was this? Even the sign at the entrance was in such disrepair. One could only imagine the conditions inside. Was this truly the foremost magic and martial arts academy of the Kalan Empire? Doubt began to creep into his mind. As he entered the gatehouse, a wide stone-paved road bore deep ruts from heavy traffic. Ancient, robust trees stood tall, their branches thick and lush, while the buildings exhibited a quaint yet somewhat dilapidated charm. Yue Chen noticed that every blade of grass and every tree seemed steeped in a profound sense of antiquity, as if he had been embraced by the arms of an elder. Following the caravan for some time, Yue Chen encountered not a single student, deepening his suspicions that Mr. John, how many students does Gloomy Cloud Academy have? John, the leader of the caravan, held a favorable impression of Yue Chen. After a moment of contemplation, John replied, I am not entirely sure, but I have heard there are over 200. Yue Chen mused silently. 200 was not an insignificant number, comparable to that of an ordinary secondary school. Why have we not encountered anyone along the way? He inquired, puzzled. Ha! Young brother, you are unaware of this, John chuckled. Gloomy Cloud Academy has extremely lax student management. They only require each student to earn sufficient credits annually, with no other demands. Of course, earning credits is quite challenging. The students are all busy completing tasks to earn credits. Who has time to wander about? Yue Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that they employed a credit system here. It was quite advanced indeed. Before long, a spacious square came into view. Young brother, the entrance examination is conducted over there. I have other matters to attend to, so I will not accompany you further, John said with sincere politeness. Following John's directions, Yue Chen arrived in front of an ancient building. A crooked sign hung askew in front of the admissions office. Observing his surroundings, he found no one present, leaving him perplexed. Was the academy not admitting students this year, or was it simply not the enrollment period? Yue Chen decided not to dwell on it. Since he had come this far, he needed to inquire for clarity. Inside the admissions office, an unkempt old man lay snoozing in a chair, drool forming a thin strand as it dripped down his white beard. Excuse me, is this where admissions are handled? Yue Chen called out loudly. The old man remained undisturbed, seemingly lost in deep slumber. Yue Chen felt speechless. The old man was truly in a profound sleep. Despite his deliberate increase in volume, the man showed no signs of waking. Yue Chen resolved to employ a more dramatic approach. Are you the one responsible for admissions? He called, channeling his inner energy to produce a sound that rattled the glass panes of the window. The old man mumbled a couple of sounds, rolled over beautifully, and continued his deep slumber. Yue Chen's frustration peaked. It seemed he needed to resort to something extraordinary, with a slight movement of his lips. A water sphere the size of a bowl materialized in his right hand. He then approached the old man, leaned toward his ear, and shouted, It's raining. Wake up and collect your clothes, with a resounding splash. The water sphere was dumped onto the old man's face. Where is it raining? The old man, as if struck by lightning, suddenly jerked upright and turned his gaze towards the sky outside the house. The sky was clear, with not a cloud in sight, and the sun blazed high above. He touched the wet traces on his face. Chapter 13. Elder sank. The old man abruptly turned around. A look of deep sorrow etched on his face, and exclaimed loudly, Youngster, do you not possess even a shred of the virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? I, an old man, am busy day in and day out, seldom finding a moment to rest. You are a source of constant trouble for me. Speak. What is your name? I shall dock your credits. Yue Chen was aware that he had indeed gone a bit too far. However, given the old man's temperament, it would take some extraordinary means to handle him. With a face full of ingratiating smiles, he replied, Is it really that serious, elder? You appear quite youthful. How could you possibly be old? If anyone dares to call you old, I shall confront them. In the end. Yue Chen did not forget to add, What is your esteemed name, elder? The old man's small eyes blinked rapidly, astonished by the emergence of such a remarkable character. He curiously stared at Yue Chen and said, Are you truly from our academy? You don't even know who I, Sanct, am? Do you still wish to remain at Goyan Academy? Yue Chen felt puzzled. Goodness, even the jargon is surfacing. He was deeply skeptical about what the so-called best academy truly entailed. It turned out it was Elder Sanct. The young man was not yet a student of Goyan Academy, but he believed it would not be long before he was. Yue Chen smiled and said, Ah, young man, quite bold of you. Not yet enrolled, and you dare to splash water on the face of an elder from the academy. Aren't you afraid I might deliberately make things difficult for you and prevent your enrollment? Sanct wore a teasing expression. Yue Chen's heart skipped a beat. That he had not anticipated that this seemingly slumbering old man was actually an elder. With a facade of respect, he said, Elder, your character is as bright as the sun. How could you engage in such behavior? Moreover, my talent is not insignificant. After you see it, you surely would not want the academy to lose a promising student like me. Well, quite arrogant. However, I like it. With a loud bang, Sanct placed a crystal ball the size of a soccer ball on the table. Come here quickly and take the test out. I warn you, if your talent is truly commendable. Not only will I not punish you, but I shall also reward you if your talent fails to meet my expectations. Humph. Having splashed water on my face, you shall endure the torment of my old home. Reward? Yue Chen felt delighted. As for Sang's subsequent harsh words, he filtered them out. Yue Chen was filled with confidence. If a fully compatible affinity with all elements could not satisfy Sanct, then he truly had nothing to say. What kind of reward will there be? With his thoughts wandering, Yue Chen placed his right hand on the crystal ball. Colors of cyan, blue, red, yellow, green, white, gray, purple, and black flashed dazzlingly one after another, ultimately displaying 2 golden horizontal lines and a golden star on the crystal ball. An all-element magical constitution, with superlative elemental affinity. A 1-star, 2nd-level mental strength, a bit lacking, but still passable. Sanct's small eyes widened in disbelief. With a flurry of movement, Sanct rummaged through his belongings and produced a form. Slapping it down on the table. Quickly fill out this form. I, as a representative of the Academy, have decided to accept you. Looking at the papers strewn about, creating quite a mess, Yue Chen was at a loss for words. He had not realized that this old man possessed a somewhat decisive quality. After hastily filling out the form, he handed it over, deliberately adopting a coy tone. Elder Sanct, you have yet to reward me. Oh my goodness! Sanct shivered twice in succession, his body bristling with goosebumps. Inwardly cursing, he thought, what kind of world is this? A grown man can make his voice sound so effeminate. This young man is undoubtedly a rare gem among gems. Wiping his hands, a black notebook appeared in his grasp. This is a compilation of notes I made during my youth while studying magic. I now present it to you as a reward. Yue Chen was somewhat unwilling. He already possessed an all-encompassing black book and had no need for Sang's magical notes. A look of reluctance spread across his face as he said, Elder, could I perhaps exchange this notebook for some magical equipment or gold? Cough, cough. Sanct rolled his eyes in exasperation. What kind of world is this? A magical notebook from a 9-star master, and someone dares to reject it in favor of gold and magical gear. If I were to sell this notebook, it would fetch an astronomical price. Sanct snatched the magical notebook back and tossed a spatial ring at Yue Chen. Take this. It contains 2,000 gold coins. That he then threw Yue Chen a green card. Yue Chen felt a surge of delight as he accepted the spatial ring. Peering inside with his spirit, the space was only 10 cubic meters, the most ordinary kind. Gazing at the 2,000 gold coins within, Yue Chen felt a thrill of joy. To undergo an enrollment test and receive a spatial ring along with 2,000 gold coins was certainly an unexpected boon. Little did he know, Sanct was nearly driven to madness by his antics. As Sanct watched Yue Chen's cheerful demeanor, he was filled with rage. He proclaimed loudly, now I shall announce the Academy rules. You must remember them well. Otherwise, if you are bullied at the Academy, do not blame me for failing to warn you. Clearing his throat deliberately, Sanct read aloud. Students during their time at the Academy are prohibited from fighting, gambling, and forming cliques. Yue Chen's eyes widened with disbelief as he suspected he had misheard. This was too outrageous. How could there be such an academy? Nothing was restricted, not even skipping classes. What could the Academy possibly manage? Just as Yue Chen was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his head. It was evident he had received a sharp rap. Sang's fierce voice resounded in his ear. Youngster, remember this last point clearly. Each student must submit 70 credits to the Academy every year or face expulsion. Elder, how does one earn these credits? Yue Chen asked innocently. Enough with the nonsense. There's a bulletin board outside. Go and read it yourself. Your accommodation has been arranged at Building 60 in District A. Is that clear? If so, hurry and get lost. Sanct unceremoniously issued an eviction order, with a face full of frustration. Yue Chen was ushered outside, arriving at the square. The merchant team had already departed, likely having left. After searching for the location Sanct had mentioned, he indeed found a gigantic bulletin board. The content on the bulletin board was extensive, densely packed with text. Half an hour later, Yue Chen finally gained a certain understanding of Goyan Academy. The academy imposed nearly no requirements on its students, as long as one submitted sufficient credits each year. They could do as they pleased without fear of reprimand from the academy. Of course, there were numerous ways for students to earn credits. They could enhance their own strength, earning 5 credits for each level gained. Additionally, they could accept tasks from the Academy's task board and receive corresponding credits upon completion, among many other methods. Chapter 14. Encountering robbery. The Academy's facilities were also quite comprehensive, featuring a library, training rooms, and the opportunity to receive special guidance from the Academy elders, among other amenities. However, a common characteristic was that utilizing these facilities required the expenditure of a certain amount of credits. After reading through the information, Yue Chen was thoroughly impressed by the Academy's leadership. This individual was truly talented, stimulating students to strive tirelessly through the system of credits. Otherwise, they would face expulsion. This approach effectively encouraged continuous growth among students. Perhaps this academy was indeed quite remarkable. As Yue Chen contemplated the unique nature of the institution, he felt a surge of gratitude. Thankfully, the cafeteria did not require credits. Otherwise, he might have starved to death here. At that moment, Sang's lecherous voice echoed throughout the academy. Academy announcement. Academy announcement. Welcome, student Yue Chen, to the family of our academy. Yue Chen's expression turned peculiar. An enrollment announcement. What was this old fellow up to? Sensing something amiss, Yue Chen could tell from Sang's lecherous tone that it was surely not a good thing. Is this the student Yue Chen? A crisp male voice called from behind, turning to see a golden-haired youth suddenly appearing. Yue Chen asked in confusion, "Who are you? Do you need something from me?" Ian looked at the youthful face before him, still bearing traces of innocence, and wondered, is this the person the elder spoke of? This youngster seems nothing special. Why would the elder arrange his accommodation in such a place? Upon seeing the question, he replied, "My name is Ian, and I have been sent by Elder Sang to take you to your residence." "Ah, I see. Thank you, Brother Ian," Yue Chen said with a beaming smile, bowing in gratitude. Inwardly, he thought that this old man was not so bad after all, concerned that he might not find his way and thus sending someone to guide him. In the admissions office, Sang stroked his chin, watching the crystal ball before him. The figure within the crystal ball swayed. If Yue Chen were present, he would surely realize that it displayed his every move. An all-attribute constitution is indeed rare. This lad is so full of personality. I believe the old fellow will no longer feel lonely. Moreover, with 3 other troublesome little monsters around, the days of these 4 together will surely be quite entertaining. Suddenly, Sang's expression shifted to one of excitement. Haha, the announcement has been broadcast for quite a while now. Those troublemaking little rascals have finally begun to act. Yue Chen is in for some trouble. As he and Ian had barely taken a few steps, they suddenly discovered an influx of people near the notice board. Judging by their ages, they appeared to be students of the Solitary Cloud Academy. Much like Yue Chen, the intentions of this crowd were strikingly uniform. They had all gathered for Yue Chen. Since their appearance in the square, they had all begun to converge upon him. Almost 30 individuals encircled him, creating a tight formation. Inside the admissions office, Sant wore a beaming smile, excitedly murmuring to himself, "The show is about to begin," completely disregarding the decorum expected of a minor. Observing the crowd's posture and feeling the unfriendly gazes aimed his way, Yue Chen was perplexed. Hadn't they all been engrossed in their cultivation? Why had they suddenly emerged en masse? Recalling the previous school announcement, Yue Chen felt a sense of foreboding, with a heart full of trepidation. He turned to Ian beside him and inquired, "Senior Ian, what is happening here?" Ian shrugged, shaking his head in confusion. Yue Chen noticed that Ian seemed poised to say something but abruptly held back, his attention seemingly captured by someone in the crowd. Yue Chen's heart sank. It appeared that the newcomers bore ill intentions. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he donned a smile and stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. "I am Yue Chen, a newcomer that I hope to receive guidance from all esteemed seniors in the future." At that moment, the crowd parted to reveal a brazen young man with fiery red hair striding confidently towards him. Clad in a shimmering magical robe and wielding an ornate wand embedded with a large fire attribute magic crystal, the young man's presence was anything but ordinary. The 3 dazzling red stars emblazoned on his chest indicated that he possessed the strength of a 3-star magician. The red-haired youth cast a haughty sidelong glance at Yue Chen and stated, "So you're the new arrival. You have 2 choices. Either pay 5 academic credits to join our Fire Dragon Society, or pay 10 credits to leave." Yue Chen's expression shifted dramatically, his mind racing with indignation. How brazenly they resorted to extortion. What kind of leaders did this academy have that they would allow such behavior to go unchecked? The school regulations Sant had previously recited flashed through his mind, and suddenly, he felt utterly defeated. The sheer number and strength of his adversaries rendered any direct confrontation futile. He would need to devise another plan. "May I inquire your name, esteemed senior? As today is my first day, I currently possess no academic credits. Perhaps I could repay them once I have earned some." At this moment, Yue Chen adopted a subservient demeanor, bowing and scraping, projecting a picture of humility. Yet internally, he was concocting a different strategy. After decades of watching television dramas, he was determined to win the Oscar of this world. Just then, a sneaky-looking youth trailing behind the red-haired leader shouted boastfully, "Our boss is the son of the current Duke, the future Baron Cleary. You really are quite foolish. Each new student is given 10 academic credits upon enrollment. and you didn't even know that. Fortunately for you, our boss Cleary is willing to overlook your ignorance. Just tell us which option you prefer. Pay 5 credits to join our Fire Dragon Society, or surrender 10 credits. Yue Chen turned to Ian. Seeking clarification, Ian nodded, but with a glimmer of disdain in his gaze. Yue Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He must have been seen as nothing more than a sycophant in Ian's eyes. Meanwhile, he began to strategize. The academy bestowed credits upon every new student, indicating that these credits were essential for campus life. After all, how could the son of a duke come to rob them if credits were not so vital? With this realization, Yue Chen formulated a plan, and no longer willing to remain subservient, he flicked his wrist, producing his green credit card. Standing tall, he defiantly raised the card and demanded, "Is there a third option available?" The crowd around him swelled further, their expressions morphing into a mixture of curiosity and disbelief at Yue Chen's sudden transformation. Ian, momentarily stupefied, struggled to comprehend the drastic shift in Yue Chen's demeanor. From one extreme to the other, surely, this individual couldn't have lost his mind. Cleary glared at the fresh-faced student clad in apprentice robes before him. Growing increasingly impatient, he had engaged in this sort of robbery more than once. And in the past, his reputation alone had sufficed to intimidate newcomers into surrendering their credits without a fuss. Yet this unpredictable fellow was asking questions and displaying an unexpected defiance, while the academy tolerated scuffles. It did provide some level of protection for new students. Feeling his irritation mounting, Cleary mused that this wretched academy demanded credits for everything. After an oversight last time, he found himself with less than 50 credits and needed to devise a scheme to extract credits from this newcomer. A sly smile crept across his face as he declared, "There is a third option, but it depends on your courage to choose it." Ian looked at Cleary in confusion. What had caused this Baroness' son to change his approach? In the past, he had never relented until he had successfully extorted credits. "Let us hear it," Yue Chen replied, adopting a decidedly nonchalant demeanor. "Accept my challenge. If you win, you can leave unharmed. But if you lose, you forfeit your credits. How does that sound?" "What?" Yue Chen stared incredulously at the flamboyantly dressed young man before him, mentally cursing the audacity of such a proposition. Challenging a 1-star apprentice with his 3-star status was utterly shameless. To possess such a level of audacity was truly remarkable. Ian watched Yue Chen with sympathy, fully aware of the precariousness of his situation. What was the most troublesome sort of adversary? One who was wealthy, powerful, and utterly devoid of shame. Cleary was precisely that type of person. Wealth and power were not inherently dangerous. It was the shamelessness that posed a significant threat. Those lacking morals would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Offending such individuals often led to endless repercussions. The onlookers exchanged glances, some shaking their heads in disbelief. To challenge a 1-star apprentice as a 3-star magician was a humiliating act, and they found themselves at a loss for words. Faced with Cleary's overwhelming presence, they could only watch in silent sympathy for Yue Chen, though among the crowd were also those who reveled in chaos, eager to see turmoil unfold. "Very well, I accept. Let us set a date," Yue Chen declared, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. A sharp crack echoed from the admissions office as San exclaimed, "Good lad. You've got guts. A 1-star against a 3-star. I'm looking forward to it." Ian stared at the confident figure before him in disbelief. He was baffled, unable to fathom the source of Yue Chen's newfound self-assurance. Could it be that he was pretending to be weak, donning the apprentice robes while secretly possessing the strength of a 3-star magician? But that notion was quickly dismissed. Yue Chen appeared no older than 15, and tales of individuals reaching 3-star status at that age were reserved for legends. At that moment, however, Yue Chen entertained an entirely different thought. He had initially considered resorting to violence to escape, confident in his ability to evade a group of lesser magicians using his Tai Chi skills. But now, he realized he could leave without resorting to violence, which was a welcome relief. He could easily refuse to fight in the upcoming duel. After all, if Cleary could challenge him despite the disparity in their ranks, could he not also withdraw from the confrontation? Cleary, beaming with satisfaction, exclaimed, "Then it's settled. 10 days from now at the Academy Arena." Having achieved his goal, Cleary laughed heartily and departed with his entourage. The remaining onlookers dispersed, leaving only Yue Chen and Ian behind. Ian wore a pained expression as he remarked, "Junior Yue Chen, you've fallen into Cleary's trap. You shouldn't have accepted his challenge." "Thank you for your concern, Senior Ian." Yue Chen replied with a smile. "I've decided I won't fight in 10 days. Let him see what he can do to me." Ian shook his head, a rueful smile on his lips. "You don't understand. While the Academy doesn't prohibit fights, it enforces strict regulations regarding challenges and duels. Once accepted, you cannot back out. Otherwise, the Academy will deduct 50 credits from the one who reneges. Yue Chen was left speechless. There is such a rule. Does that mean I have no choice but to compete? He felt a wave of frustration wash over him, realizing that he had thought he was outsmarting others, only to end up being outmaneuvered himself. Before long, Yue Chen followed Ian to their destination, the 60th building in District A. Standing outside the villa, Yue Chen wore a puzzled expression as he asked, "Senior, I appreciate your sympathy for my predicament, but is it really necessary for you to keep staring at me?" Ian's expression grew slightly awkward. "Why do you ask, Junior?" he replied, his heart racing. Had Yue Chen discerned something? Yue Chen continued, "Throughout our journey here, you've been watching me intently, your gaze filled with pity. Now that we've arrived, your expression is even more pronounced. Do you think I'm correct in my observations?" Coughing awkwardly, Ian's face turned crimson as he hesitated before responding, "You've misunderstood my intentions. I was merely intrigued by this villa. It's not that there's anything wrong with it. Rather, the individuals residing here are somewhat unique. Once you spend some time living here, you'll understand what I mean." With that, Ian abruptly took his leave. As Yue Chen watched Ian's retreating figure disappear, he turned to face the ancient villa with its doors wide open. In the depths of his mind, he pondered what manner of person could instill such fear in Ian. Damn it. This will soon be our territory. What is there to fear? After boosting his own morale, Yue Chen swaggered into the villa with a distinctive gait. Creaked. As soon as he crossed the threshold, a squeak echoed through the air. A plump black rat, nearly spherical in shape, tumbled down the stairs in a frantic escape. Curiously, a small snake, fiery red and about a foot long, slithered closely behind, darting left and right in pursuit of the rat. Witnessing this spectacle, Yue Chen's mood soured considerably. The dilapidated state of the house seemed to allow both rats and snakes to frolic freely in broad daylight. Just then, the red snake opened its tiny mouth and, with a puff, shot a slender line of flame directly toward the fleeing black rat. What the hell, a magical beast? What sort of person resides here to possess such creatures? Yue Chen lamented inwardly, sensing an ominous turn of events. The black rat was no ordinary creature. It paid no heed to the approaching flame. Instead, it enveloped itself in a layer of grayish-yellow light and continued its frantic escape, allowing the fire to strike it without a care. Whoosh! The flame merely sparked upon contact, inflicting no damage, not even singeing a single hair. However, Yue Chen noticed that the yellow aura surrounding the rat had grown noticeably fainter after the attack. Before he could fully absorb this revelation, more commotion erupted from the staircase. First, a white cat descended, followed by a disheveled youth with wild hair, who rushed down while shouting, "Little red, little black, and little white. Come back quickly. There are bad people outside who will capture you and steal you for dinner." Yue Chen's expression darkened considerably. Was he not being openly mocked? At that moment, he felt utterly vexed. First, he encountered the incident with Kelly, and now he found himself in this bizarre villa. The wild-haired youth burst into the living room, only to notice Yue Chen's furious demeanor, ignoring the glare directed at him. He chuckled and said, "Brother, I wasn't talking about you. These little rascals are always causing mischief, so I thought I'd use some words to frighten them. Please forgive me." Yue Chen remained unmoved, believing this fellow's words would be a fool's errand. By the time he reached the hall, the rat and snake had long since vanished. It was impossible they were meant for those three little creatures. Noticing Yue Chen's stony silence, the wild-haired youth seemed taken aback, his expression turning serious as he inquired, "A new roommate?" Yue Chen nodded. The youth appeared somewhat embarrassed. Approaching Yue Chen, he earnestly explained, "We've been quite troubled lately, so the 2 rooms upstairs and the one on the right are occupied. You can take the room on the left." Following the youth into the room, Yue Chen found it indeed vacant, with decent amenities, a bed, a desk, and a bathroom, all present. Suddenly, 3 figures, black, red, and white, darted into the room. The little beasts returning and surrounding the youth with incessant cries that, "Oh dear, little red, little black, little white. Be good and don't run off again. It's time for us to eat." The wild-haired youth casually wrapped the small red snake around his arm, then cradled each of the little creatures as he bid farewell to Yue Chen, preparing to leave. Just as the youth was about to exit, a tremendous crash reverberated from the room across the hall. The entire villa shook violently. Startled, the black rat, red snake, and white cat broke free from the youth's grasp, vanishing once more. The wild-haired youth's face contorted with rage as he rushed into the living room, bellowing towards the room opposite. "Gray? Edwin, you better come out." Clang, clang, clang. Another cacophony emerged from the adjacent room, followed by the creaking of a door. A youth, singed and covered in soot, timidly stepped out. Are you trying to demolish the house? My summoned beasts have been frightened away again, and who knows when they'll return. Upon seeing Gray emerge, the wild-haired youth unleashed a torrent of reprimands. Gray opened his wide mouth, blinking his white eyes theatrically before breaking into a mischievous grin. Brother Dean, I didn't mean to. The potion I was experimenting with was a bit volatile, and I didn't expect it to explode. Hee hee. Yue Chen was at a loss for words. One was a summoner, and the other an apothecary, both exceedingly rare professions with equally eccentric personalities. He could only wonder what peculiar occupation the other roommate might possess. Gray and Dean exchanged banter for some time until Gray finally agreed to construct a separate laboratory in the yard, which somewhat placated Dean's fury. With a pained expression, Gray turned to Yue Chen, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Who might this be? Dean, you're not planning to cause trouble for boys now, are you? As he spoke, Gray feigned a terrified expression, crossing his arms. Get lost. Dean kicked Gray, sending him sprawling. Laughing, he said, this is our new roommate. Our District 60 is finally full. To celebrate this momentous occasion, how about we go to the Gathering Pavilion for a feast tonight? Absolutely. I've been cooped up in my room for days. I'm starving, Gray eagerly agreed. Yue Chen nodded, secretly wondering where this Gathering Pavilion was located. Outside the academy, it seemed like a desolate wilderness. Were they really planning to travel all the way to Keat Town for a meal? Brother, you go tidy up your room. I'll call Patty. When we gather, it's a sign of fate. And we should sit together and chat, Dean concluded, ascending the stairs alone. Gray wiped the soot from his face, revealing 2 white streaks, and grinned widely at Yue Chen. Ahem, I need to wash up. I can't go to dinner looking like this. By evening, when Yue Chen encountered Patty, he gasped in astonishment, thinking to himself, this guy has quite the personality. Indeed, the residents of this villa were all uniquely eccentric. Patty bore a cold expression, his hair a chaotic explosion, half blue and half red. The sheer verticality of his hair left Yue Chen utterly stunned. Such a hairstyle had never been seen even in the imaginative 21st century. Ahem, brother, this is Patty Karavi. He possesses the rare dual attributes of ice and fire, and his demeanor and actions can be somewhat peculiar. Dean explained at the opportune moment. Yue Chen understood. Patty was a dual attribute of ice and fire, similarly affected by the complexities of mental power. Patty's condition appeared even more severe than his own. Hello, Yue Chen, from Labos City. Perhaps due to their shared struggles, Yue Chen inexplicably felt a sense of camaraderie with Patty, silently resolving to assist him if he ever found a solution for mental power issues. Setting off towards the Gathering Pavilion, the 4 departed under Gray's enthusiastic calls. Contrary to Yue Chen's expectations, the Gathering Pavilion was not situated outside the Lonely Cloud Academy, but rather within its very confines. Upon their arrival, they discovered the establishment bustling with activity, nearly filled to capacity, given that there were only a little over 200 individuals within the academy. The lively atmosphere of the tavern came as a pleasant surprise to Yue Chen. The 4 of them found an unoccupied table and signaled for the others to sit down. Gray eagerly volunteered to order a few small dishes as they dined. Casual conversations ensued. With friends, 1,000 cups seemed insufficient. The 4 young men, full of youthful exuberance, engaged in hearty discussions and soon developed a mutual appreciation for one another. Ultimately, Gray proposed that they become sworn brothers. Each introduced themselves, with Dean as the eldest, followed by Patty, Yue Chen third, and Gray as the youngest, who begrudgingly accepted the role of the youngest brother. This left him feeling rather dejected. After extensive discussions, Yue Chen finally gained a comprehensive understanding of the Lonely Cloud Academy. Indeed, there were only a little over 200 students. However, every individual who made it into Lonely Cloud was exceptionally gifted, possessing specialized skills in certain areas. These talented individuals often produced unique items, such as potions and scrolls, which attracted discerning merchants and adventurers alike. Thus, the actual number of inhabitants within the academy far exceeded mere numbers. Chapter 17. Initial research on composite magic. The Lonely Cloud Academy spans a vast area, divided into 2 main sections, the public area and the student area. The public area encompasses living quarters and a designated trading zone for summoners. The student area is where students engage in learning and training. And generally, those outside the academy are not permitted to enter freely. The area Yue Chen traversed upon his initial arrival was indeed the student zone. At dawn, just as the first light broke, a young lad entered the training hall of Lonely Cloud Academy. His every movement and appearance exuded an ethereal quality, almost as if he were merging with nature. The service attendant, captivated by the half-grown boy before her, felt a surge of curiosity. It was her first encounter with a student who had only just entered the academy and was already seeking to rent a training room. Bang! The door swung open. Training room 9, please proceed. When assistance is required, please ring the bell. The service attendant turned and departed. Yue Chen stepped into the training chamber. The pristine walls and floor shimmered with a radiant glow, evidently adorned with reinforced magical arrays. That a row of various swords and blades stood on one side, while an array of wands occupied the opposite. In the center lay a large trial stone, marked by countless charred scars and cracks. It was evident that this training room was shared by both magic and martial arts practitioners. Sensing the rich atmosphere of various elemental energies within, Yue Chen sighed inwardly. Although the rental fee of 1 credit per day was somewhat steep, the facilities were undoubtedly top-notch, far superior to the training room within the Nai Tower. Contemplating the duel scheduled in 9 days, a subtle smile curved Yue Chen's lips as he murmured, I wonder if Baron Kelly would still be interested in battling me if he knew I had only 1 credit left on my green crystal card. A phrase within the black book caught Yue Chen's attention. For a multi-attribute mage, the developmental direction should focus on composite magic rather than the futile ambition of mastering every type of magic. Yue Chen wholeheartedly agreed, recalling a Chinese proverb, specialization leads to mastery. Only by concentrating on a single discipline can one truly excel in magic. Even the mightiest have a limited reservoir of magical power. No matter how many spells one knows, they cannot all be wielded simultaneously. Composite magic represents the genuine path for those with universal attributes. Perhaps, by relying on composite magic, he could surprise Baron Kelly. As he diligently read through various hypotheses and concepts regarding composite magic, Yue Chen began to ponder deeply. Composite magic. Nai had previously warned that the existence of universal attributes must remain concealed. Which elemental magic should be combined? Fire as the primary offense, earth as the primary defense, wind as support, and water as a backup. Yue Chen found his answer. After selecting the magical elements, he began to assess the capabilities of these 3 elements. The spells known to a 1-star, 2-tier mage were pitifully few. Fire magic only included small fireballs and large fireballs. Wind magic comprised whirlwind and strong wind techniques. Earth magic was limited to dust raising and swamp techniques. After careful consideration, Yue Chen decided to first experiment with the combination of wind and fire. Considering the urgent need to enhance his offensive capability, he immediately ruled out the swamp and dust-raising techniques. Yue Chen resolved to attempt the combination of the 2 wind spells first. Wind, fired, an ancient saying flashed before Yue Chen's mind. Fire borrows the force of the wind, and the wind aids the fire's might. A sudden insight illuminated his thoughts. It appeared that the key to merging the wind and fire elements lay in the concepts of borrowing and assisting. Chanting a deep, resonant incantation, a small fireball materialized in his hand. He then recited the whirlwind technique again, attempting to envelop the fireball within the whirlwind to utilize the wind's force to increase the fireball's speed. Puffed. The small fireball extinguished without a hint of suspense. While the whirlwind technique simultaneously dissipated, its energy exhausted, the first experiment ended in failure. Undeterred by the initial setback, Yue Chen pressed on with renewed determination. The second and third attempts met with the same disheartening fate. Puffed, puffed. What could possibly be going wrong? Each subsequent trial ended in failure. After careful analysis, Yue Chen surmised that the issue likely lay in the incantation itself. Once more, he picked up the black book. This time not merely focusing on the section about composite magic, but starting from the very beginning. Composite magic is not simply the combination of 2 spells. It should be a novel form of magic that simultaneously employs multiple elemental energies. Many magicians believe that magic is a divine gift. Thus, the incantation preceding its use is essential. However, this is not entirely accurate. A vivid example is that of magical scrolls. All magicians are aware of the process of crafting these scrolls, which merely involves the union of magical arrays and mental energy. Yet, these scrolls require no incantations and can be utilized by ordinary individuals. Therefore, the essence of magic must lie in a fluctuation of mental energy. As Yue Chen immersed himself in rigorous practice, he remained blissfully unaware that external currents were stirring due to his impending duel with Baron Kelly. In Villa number 60, Dean, Patty, and Gray were gathered together, their faces etched with concern. Upon learning of the situation, they were filled with frustration. Yue Chen was about to face an unequal challenge, and they remained oblivious, offering no assistance. Dean shook his head subconsciously as he spoke. At the Duke of Sassen's violet estate, within the Duchess's private quarters, shards of porcelain flew as the false Lou knelt trembling in a corner. Nina, the wet nurse, wore a smirk of schadenfreude, chuckling to herself. Useless wretch, unable to deal with even a mere waste, I heard that the bastard has already gone to gloomy Cloud Academy. Are you intentionally trying to thwart me? The Duchess's right hand seized a precious piece of porcelain and hurled it to the ground. Her beautiful yet haughty face twisted in fury. My lady, that bastard is at gloomy Cloud Academy, mere steps away from the imperial capital. If the Duke learns of this, it would be. Nina's footman, Kai, stepped forward to remind her. Take this worthless thing and shred it to pieces, then send it to Wolf Valley as fodder for the wolves. The Duchess waved her hand dismissively, not even glancing at the false Lou, commanding that he be dragged away. Please spare me, my lady. I assure you I will never fail again. The false Lou was dragged away, pleading desperately. Useless wretch, ruining my grand plans. The Duchess seethed with anger. As if killing the false Lou would not suffice to quell her wrath, with a gentle clap of her hands, a figure entirely shrouded in black emerged in the room, presenting myself before the Duchess. What orders does the Duchess have? Inform Lance Watkin that the bastard has made his way to gloomy Cloud Academy. Due to this failure, I have drawn suspicion and cannot act openly. The task of dealing with that bastard is now entrusted to him. The Duchess stated coldly. Understood. The cloaked figure vanished in an instant. Chapter 18. Experiment successful. The wet nurse, Nina, cleared her throat softly and said, I have learned that the bastard has accepted the challenge from the son of the national uncle. Should we not seize this opportunity? Nina made a slicing gesture with her right hand, her eyes signaling to the Duchess. Alas, the Duchess sighed deeply. Very well. Even at the risk of being discovered by the Duke. You shall convey this matter to Lance. Through the window, she gazed at the beautiful night outside, a hint of profound worry hidden within her gaze. My lord, in the Duke's study, the violet Duke's expression was grave, his eyes deep with concern. Are you saying that Chunner has arrived in the imperial capital and has entered gloomy Cloud Academy? Yes, my lord. I did not anticipate that the young master had been concealing his strength all along. It is my fault for failing to protect him, leading him into danger and off the cliff. Lu Bo's voice sounded aged and filled with regret. Lu Bo, you need not blame yourself. It is merely that their methods are too cunning, sparing even the weak and vulnerable. I, too, made one mistake after another in the past, resulting in our current predicament. The Duke's face was marked by weariness and resentment, his expression shifting between sorrow, frustration, and regret. Humph. With a light huff, the Duke's demeanor grew resolute. Select a capable individual to secretly ensure the young master's safety. His qualifications may be ordinary, and I would willingly allow him to live as an ordinary person. However, now that he possesses extraordinary talents, I must assist him in achieving greatness. My lord, you seem pleased. Indeed. If that group discovers his exceptional gifts, they will undoubtedly seek to harm him again. Alone, he cannot contend against such foes. Thus, I have resolved to bring him back at an opportune moment. In the past, I might have allowed the Violet family to fall into decline, but the circumstances have changed. Our family requires a suitable heir. My lord is wise. However, the young master currently suffers from amnesia. If we act hastily, I fear Lu Bo will be overwhelmed with emotion. Fear not. Before I bring him back, I must make the necessary arrangements. This also serves as an excellent opportunity for him to undergo trials. The Duke's gaze returned to the beautiful painting on the wall, his expression softening. Ai Lien. This time I will ensure that our child encounters no further misfortune. For him, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Unbeknownst to Yue Chen, he was greedily absorbing the novel magical theories contained within the Black Book. A new form of magic, to establish a completely new spell. One must grasp the essence of magic, a daunting task for a novice like him. The concept of instant magic came to mind, reminiscent of a name frequently encountered in the Black Book. To master composite magic, one must first overcome the challenge of incantations, achieving instant spellcasting. He recalled Na Yi's mention that once a magician attains a certain level of power, they can cast loader spells without reciting incantations, merely invoking the magic directly. Combining this with the theory from the Black Book, a sudden insight struck Yue Chen. He adopted the stance of Tai Chi, swiftly entering a meditative state. Through several sessions of practicing Tai Chi meditation, he discovered that while in this state, he could more clearly perceive the fluctuations of mental energy and the subtle changes in external magical elements. Once more, he recited the incantation, and a small fireball appeared in his hand. Sensing the distinct mental energy fluctuations, a smile spread across Yue Chen's face. Once, twice, he lost track of time, But at last, Yue Chen succeeded in simulating the same mental energy fluctuations without uttering the incantation. A mere flick of Yue Chen's right hand summoned a small fireball that materialized instantaneously. Through relentless experimentation, the mystical essence of Taiji allowed Yue Chen to uncover new insights. While the theories within the Black Book were indeed accurate, they lacked comprehensiveness. The fluctuations of the mind were not the essence of magic, but rather a means, a method to arrange magical elements in a predetermined manner. Mastering the essence of Taiji gave Yue Chen a distinct advantage in his magical cultivation compared to others. Under the Taiji influence, he could observe minute details of magical elemental changes, even those undetectable by formidable figures like Yue Chen. These subtle variations were crucial to the creation of composite magic. This revelation exhilarated Yue Chen, as he felt he was inching closer to uncovering the very essence of magic. After numerous trials, Yue Chen successfully cast the fireball spell instantaneously under 3 different mental fluctuations, which filled him with immense excitement. The experiments validated his hypothesis. By controlling the arrangement and movement of magical elements, one could effectively conjure magic. He had grasped a novel method of spellcasting. With ample mental and magical energy, he could replicate any magic he had previously witnessed. Yue Chen sensed that it was time to experiment with composite magic. He concentrated the fire elements in his hand to form a small fireball. Enveloping it with a layer of wind elements, a red fireball tinted with a faint azure hue materialized. The glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. He had successfully combined fire and wind elements for the first time. With a swift motion of his right hand, the small fireball shot forth, tracing a red line as it barreled towards the central trial stone. With a soft puff, a wisp of blue smoke emerged, revealing a new scorch mark on the surface of the trial stone. Yue Chen furrowed his brow, as the results were not entirely satisfactory, though the speed of the fireball had significantly increased. Its impact power had not improved markedly. For the next few days, Yue Chen immersed himself in training. Whenever his mental energy waned, he would practice Taiji meditation to recuperate, and upon recovering, he would continue his training and experimentation. He truly embodied the concept of not stepping outside his door while diligently honing his skills. Fortunately, meals were delivered regularly, or he might have perished from hunger within those confines. Time passed without his notice. Yue Chen's hands danced continuously, launching a series of oval-shaped fireballs towards the trial stone. The sound of the fireballs slicing through the air and colliding resonating around him, but a closer inspection would reveal that each small fireball left a subtle indentation on the trial stone after impact. Witnessing his progress, Yue Chen's excitement bubbled forth as he chuckled. From now on, this new fireball shall be known as the Super Fireball. He thought to himself that with this fireball, the upcoming competition would undoubtedly become more thrilling. As Yue Chen immersed himself in his training, he remained oblivious to the conspiracies brewing against him outside. Within a grand edifice in the capital city of Sorcerers, a corpulent man, nearly spherical in shape with a round face and prominent ears, clutched a sealed letter, a crafty smile spreading across his face as he seemed to find something amusing. Haha. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. I never expected that lad would face off against the son of the Lag family in a duel. Such a splendid opportunity. I must devise a clever scheme. Chapter 19. The Super Fireball. Please collect and recommend. Inside the opulent building in the capital city of Sorcerers, the rotund man, nearly spherical in form, excitedly drafted a confidential letter, and after a while, a carrier pigeon flew out from the building. What does it matter if the Cloud Academy has stringent defenses? What does it matter if there are many experts? Even from afar, I can eliminate that lad without shedding blood. I wonder what rewards His Majesty will bestow upon me upon completing this task. Laughter echoed within the building. Outside, the guards exchanged puzzled glances at the lavish structure. Contemplating, the Minister of Finance seems particularly cheerful today. Klee walked restlessly along the commercial street of Cloud Academy. The evening street bustled with people, vendors lining the thoroughfare, creating a lively atmosphere. His father, it seems, has placed undue emphasis on what is merely a small contest. Word of Klee's challenge to Yue Chen had somehow reached his father, the reigning Duke Lag, who was instantly incensed and sent a letter stipulating that Klee must win. Under no circumstances may he lose. How can I not defeat a mere boy who has yet to achieve even a single star? Klee seethed as he forcefully struck a nearby tree branch. His father's lack of faith infuriating him. Baron Klee, is it? A chilling voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Klee swiftly turned to find a mysterious figure cloaked in black standing a short distance away, bright eyes peering through the veil of fabric. Who are you? Klee inquired uneasily. The ominous aura emanating from the figure sent shivers down Klee's spine. Despite the summer heat, he felt a chilling breeze encircle him. "There is no need for concern, my lord. I am here to assist you with your predicament." The mysterious figure stepped forward slightly and added, "I heard that your esteemed father has mandated that in this duel. You must win and cannot afford to lose. Who are you?" "Truly?" Klee gasped, astonished. Only he had seen the letter from his father. No one else could possibly know its contents. Confusion flooded Klee's mind as he pondered the true identity of this enigmatic figure. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply know that I am here to aid you," the shadowy figure replied. In an instant, a flash of red light surged toward Klee. The speed was so rapid that he barely had time to react. Instinctively raising his hands to shield himself, he felt a jolt and discovered an object in his grasp. Meteor Fire Rain, a 5-star magic scroll. Klee's hands trembled slightly. Coming from a prominent family, he understood the immense value of the scroll. A 5-star magic scroll was worth over 1,000,000 gold coins, and such items were exceedingly rare. Only a master scrollmaker could create them, and there were but 2 such masters in the entire Kalen Empire. Indeed, simply agree to one condition, and this scroll shall be yours. With it, your chances of victory will greatly increase, the mysterious figure stated nonchalantly. What condition? Klee, still grounded in his rationality, was not yet swept away by greed. Raised in a noble household, he maintained a level-headed demeanor. During the contest, seize every opportunity to eliminate your opponent. What? Klee was taken aback. While he often acted recklessly and engaged in mischief, he had never taken a life. Accidental fatalities could happen in a duel, a common occurrence. But he had never personally committed such an act. If you succeed, I can grant you a 7-star scroll. Fire Dragon's Roar. The mysterious figure brandished a fiery red scroll, the potent essence of fire elements visibly radiating from it. Fire Dragon's Roar. The last vestiges of Klee's rationality were finally overwhelmed by desire. Very well, I accept. Under the blazing summer sun, the arena of Cloud Academy was alive with energy and excitement. The stands were filled with spectators, a mix of warriors and mages, with many adventurers and merchants not affiliated with the academy in attendance. "Jody, are you here to enjoy the spectacle as well?" A black-haired youth, dressed as a warrior, teased the red-robed male mage across from him. Such a rare occasion to witness a lopsided match. "Of course, I must see it for myself," the red-robed mage retorted. Klee, having arrived early on the dueling platform, felt a swell of vanity as he overheard the chatter among the spectators. The top figures from both the warrior and mage divisions had come to witness his duel, which made him feel important. However, he bitterly noted that the 9th-tier apprentice had yet to arrive, leaving him waiting alone. This thought simmered in his mind, leaving him quite displeased that in the stands. Sant focused intently on the entrance, muttering to himself, "Surely this lad isn't too frightened to show up." At that moment, a loud shout echoed from outside the arena. "Yue Chen has arrived. Everyone, please make way." The previously congested crowd parted to create a 2-meter-wide path leading directly to the dueling platform. The bold characters, 4 heroes of opening heaven, captivated everyone's attention. Sant's spirits lifted as his small eyes widened with excitement. The 4 heroes of opening heaven, those 4 little rascals are quite audacious. With their flamboyant appearances, half-blue, half-red explosive hairstyles, boisterous grins, and a hint of bashfulness, 4 distinct figures approached the dueling platform, swaying with confidence. Relishing the attention, Gray whispered, "Third brother, this idea of mine is rather clever, isn't it? With this grand entrance, we are sure to gain recognition within the academy." Yue Chen rolled his eyes at his 4th brother, who was indeed the epitome of a show-off, with a flair that bordered on excessive. The 4 paid no mind to Klee's furious gaze as they strutted confidently onto the dueling platform. Yue Chen ascended the staircase alone, while on the other side, Dean was already bellowing at the top of his lungs. Come, 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 the 4 heroes of Open Sky are here to commence the betting. Clark's victory pays 1-1. While Yue Chen's triumph pays 20-1. Hurry and place your bets, for this opportunity is fleeting. Seize the moment, lest it slip away. Hearing Patty's call, which echoed with such fervor, Yue Chen nearly stumbled down the stairs, inwardly lamenting, "Am I truly that inept?" Just as Gray had predicted, once the betting commenced, eager participants flocked to place their wagers. Naturally, nearly everyone was betting on Clark's victory. Chapter 20. The duel officially begins. Clark surveyed the trio of Dean, who were capitalizing on the situation from below. Wishing he could leap off the stage and deliver a thrashing, he grumbled with disdain. "A bunch of ignorant fools, blinded by greed." Yue Chen gazed at his furious opponent and inwardly chuckled. If only he knew that I only have a single credit left in my account, would he not burst with rage? He then said, "Future Baron, Shall we begin? Thought I initially intended to merely teach you a mild lesson and claim your credits, Clark retorted, his robe shimmering with an unmistakable aura of quality. He pointed his wand menacingly at Yue Chen, declaring, "Your performance has incited my anger. I have resolved to teach you a lesson, so you may understand who is worthy of your respect and who is not to be trifled with." Cursing himself for forgetting to procure a set of equipment, Yue Chen managed a bitter smile at that moment. The enormous fire elemental crystal atop Clark's wand seemed particularly glaring. Clark had reached the 4th tier of the 3rd star. And with his exceptional gear, his overall strength likely approached that of a 4-star mage, placing him among the ranks of the formidable. Although Yue Chen had mastered the composite magic of the super fireball, his mental power was only at the 2nd tier of the 1st star. The vast disparity in levels was an undeniable reality. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yue Chen's right hand unconsciously rested upon the black patterned ring. Should he utilize that set of equipment? He hesitated. Users below the saint level would face corrosion if they did so. The warning from that fateful day resurfaced in his mind. As if jolted by electricity, his right hand swiftly withdrew from the black patterned ring. A deep sigh escaped him. Although he possessed a treasure trove of items, none were suitable for his current predicament. What is this fool doing? The atmosphere before the battle had already soured in the stance. Sant shook his head repeatedly, absently adjusting his disheveled beard as he muttered, "I initially expected a surprise. Now it seems there is none." He was thoroughly disappointed by Yue Chen's performance. Seeing Yue Chen's dejection, Clark's arrogance swelled further. "Boy, if you hand over your credits now, I might consider sparing you," he boasted with brazen audacity. "Insane?" Yue Chen scoffed, turning his back on Clark without so much as a glance. Winning was uncertain for Yue Chen, but he was confident in maintaining his unbeaten status, with the Tai Chi movement and accompanying techniques, which harmonized with the principles of yin and yang. Yue Chen had a 70% chance of evading the attacks of a 3rd-star mage. I refuse to believe that the advanced Tai Chi techniques cannot contend with a 3rd-star mage. Now, the duel's rules were announced. The defeated party would surrender 10 credits and bear the cost of the arena. The match commenced. The official referee raised his right hand, and with a whistle, the duel officially began. A translucent magical barrier rose high on the arena. The energies of both contestants began to shift, as 2 vastly different magical fluctuations rippled forth. Clark at the 4th tier of the 3rd star, and Yue Chen at the 2nd tier of the 1st star. The onlooking students were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this boy clad in an apprentice's robe was, in fact, a genuine 1st-star mage. A glint of brilliance flickered in Sis's eyes as he murmured, "It seems the School of Magic is about to gain another youthful prodigy." Jody, standing nearby, nodded slightly in agreement. Yue Chen's age was evident to all, only 14. Yet a 1st-star mage, undeniably impressive. On the arena, Yue Chen's mind raced. In the face of overwhelming power, all techniques appeared futile. He found himself in such a predicament. Suddenly, a plan formed in his mind. He decided to take the initiative and provoke Clark first. Was there any need for hidden instant magic? He was already prepared to reveal his composite magic. Instant casting seemed less significant now. With a swift motion of his right hand, he conjured a basic fireball aimed directly at Clark's face. As the spectators watched Yue Chen launch the fireball, a chorus of boos erupted. The ordinary fireball lacked sufficient power, and using it against a 3rd-tier fire mage was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly presumptuous. In stark contrast to the crowd's reaction, Sant's demeanor transformed. Gone was his previous disinterest. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he closely observed Yue Chen, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Clark, like the others, failed to notice the difference in Yue Chen's casting method. He dismissed the fireball entirely, merely shifting his body to let the fireball strike his magical robe. With a pop, the fireball fizzled into sparks, leaving not a trace of ash on the robe. "A 1st-star mage, I had underestimated you. Yet alas, your efforts are futile. Your credits are destined to be mine," Clark murmured as he chanted an incantation, twirling his wand. A fireball the size of a soccer ball hurtled toward Yue Chen. The explosive fireball. Yue Chen's expression hardened. The explosive fireball, a 3rd-tier spell, possessed immense destructive power, erupting in a violent explosion upon impact. As he recalled the details of the spell, he shifted his footing and evaded, instantly employing the Tai Chi movement. The explosive fireball grazed his body, soaring toward the magical barrier of the arena. Yue Chen felt a rush of hot air against him as his long black hair whipped in the wind. Outside, a collective gasp echoed. The 3rd-tier explosive fireball had been dodged in such a manner. This martial skill, Sis regarded the frail figure on the stage with confusion. A first-star mage proficient in martial arts? Moreover, this martial art, unlike any he had encountered, appeared remarkably advanced, perhaps superior to his current studies. After narrowly evading the explosive fireball, Yue Chen felt a modicum of relief, due to his lack of combat experience. His evasion had been somewhat clumsy. Yet, he was confident that with this experience, future encounters would be considerably easier. Clark's countenance darkened. Yue Chen's ability to evade his attack had exceeded his expectations, thwarting his hopes for a swift victory and the chance to humiliate Yue Chen. Flames of rage ignited within him as he unleashed 3 consecutive explosive fireballs, launching them in a triangular formation toward Yue Chen. Yue Chen's expression grew grave. Evading 1 explosive fireball was manageable, but simultaneously dodging 3 was beyond his current confidence. The destructive power of the explosive fireball was immense. Should it strike true, it would likely leave him severely injured. It was time to unleash the super fireball. Chapter 21. The fusion of magic and martial arts. Yue Chen raised both hands, summoning 3 elliptical super fireballs that raced toward the explosive fireballs. The audience responded with a chorus of boos at Yue Chen's actions. Save for Sant, who maintained a serious expression as he observed the 3 lightning-fast fireballs. He sensed that these super fireballs were unlike ordinary ones. An astonishing scene unfolded. The moment the 3 super fireballs collided with the explosive fireball, a deafening explosion resonated, and amidst the ensuing fireworks, both the explosive fireball and the 3 super fireballs perished together, dissipating into nothingness. What? How is this possible? A wave of astonishment swept through the arena, as disbelief lit the eyes of nearly every spectator. The realization that a mere fireball had negated the force of an explosive fireball was almost absurd, yet undeniable. Sant, equally astonished, sensed a gust of wind elemental energy during the explosion. He gazed at Yue Chen in disbelief, murmuring, "Could it be that this boy has mastered composite magic?" Immediately, he self-deprecatingly shook his head. Composite magic was not something a lowly first-star mage could wield. Even as a 9-star magic tutor, he had yet to grasp the essence of composite magic. Dean, Patty, and Gray all widened their eyes in astonishment. "Brothers, composite magic is astonishing," Gray whispered. Dean and Patty nodded fervently in agreement. Clearly impressed, Yue Chen had previously mentioned composite magic, claiming it could help him maintain an unbeaten status. None had anticipated its formidable strength. Unbeknownst to them, Jody had risen from his seat, his brows furrowed in deep thought. Even he, despite his dullness, recognized that what the young man on stage wielded was no ordinary fireball spell. Yet, what could it be? Clark's expression turned to one of disbelief. The failure of 4 explosive fireballs left him with an unsettling feeling. If a 3rd-star mage were to lose to a 1st-star mage, he would undoubtedly bear the scornful gazes of the entire school. How would a father punish? The father had previously stated that if this battle ended in failure, it would undoubtedly affect his standing within the family. Kelly dared not contemplate further. Such an event must never transpire. With a grim expression, Kelly unleashed a tempestuous aura of elemental fury, brandishing his wand in a flurry. 1 explosive fireball after another erupted forth, as if he had an endless supply, hurtling towards Yue Chen. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, Yue Chen felt a surge of exhilaration. It became evident that the might of the super small fireball could counter the explosive fireball. Seizing this moment, he decided to experiment with another idea. Once again, the spectators in the arena were treated to a stunning spectacle. They beheld Yue Chen deliberately forsaking evasive maneuvers, instead adopting an unprecedented stance. His body slightly crouched, arms outstretched. Immersed in the essence of Tai Chi, his mental energy radiated outward, allowing him to distinctly perceive the trajectory of each explosive fireball. As the fireballs approached, he seamlessly unfolded the principles of Tai Chi. "Impossible!" both Shixi and Xiaodi exclaimed in unison. Sant stood up in agitation, his eyes fixated intently on every movement of Yue Chen. On the arena, faced with multiple explosive fireballs, Yue Chen advanced rather than retreated. In an extraordinary display, he either blocked or redirected the incoming fireballs. Contrary to expectations, the fireballs did not detonate but instead altered their course, colliding with the protective barriers surrounding the arena. The principles of Tai Chi adhesion, attachment, and control were executed with remarkable finesse. Most astonishingly, with each punch or palm strike from Yue Chen, a super small fireball would materialize, intersecting with the explosive fireballs, resulting in collisions and explosions. The distance between Yue Chen and Kelly continued to diminish. In that moment, the arena reverberated with thunderous sounds and dancing flames. Witnessing Yue Chen's extraordinary feats, the spectators were left to ponder whether he was employing martial skills or magic. This contemplation included Sant as well. If it were magic, as an elder of the academy, he had never encountered anyone wielding magic in such a martial manner. Conversely, if it were martial skills, he had never heard of any technique so wondrous. Kelly, panting heavily, regarded Yue Chen with dread in his eyes. Having unleashed over a dozen explosive fireballs, he felt his mental reserves nearly depleted. A sense of fatigue and a lack of magical energy made his heart race. He inwardly cursed. Where did this little monster come from? Despite throwing a multitude of explosive fireballs, not a single one had grazed his clothing. That if this continued, he would undoubtedly succumb to exhaustion. The adage "a thief who fails ends up losing" more perfectly depicted Kelly's predicament. He had audaciously challenged a magical apprentice with his 3-star strength, believing victory was assured, yet found himself in this dire situation. Kelly's heart brimmed with resentment, pondering why there were no area of effect fire spells prior to the 4-star level. Without such spells, he could not hope to hit Yue Chen. As the distance between Yue Chen and Kelly narrowed, Kelly's eyes flashed with determination. No, I cannot lose. With a slight motion of his right hand, a scroll emanating a potent magical aura materialized. His lips moved as he recited a complex and obscure incantation. In the realm of Tai Chi, Yue Chen sensed the fire elements around him growing denser and more animated. A wave of heat surged as a shield of flames rose before Kelly, whirling rapidly to protect him. 4-star magic. Flame shield. Jody's expression shifted once more as he silently cursed. The two combatants on the stage were increasingly formidable, exceeding all expectations. A top student from the magic department. He felt an inkling of threat emanating from both. That you forced my hand, kid, Kelly snarled, tearing apart the scroll in a fit of rage, his laughter echoing maniacally. Instantly, the fire elements in the arena became even more tempestuous. As vast clouds of flame coalesced in the air, rolling and unleashing a deluge of fireballs the size of fists, raining down relentlessly, the once boisterous arena fell eerily silent, all eyes drawn to the sudden shift. Oh my, it's a meteor shower of fire, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Damn it, Sant roared from the stands, springing into action, chanting spells as he sped towards the arena. A meteor shower was a 5-star area of effect attack. Immensely powerful, far beyond the capacity of a 1-star novice. He merely intended to give Yue Chen a light reprimand, never wishing for him to perish. Quick, activate the barrier, or it will be too late. Sant commanded the now pale referee, who hurriedly pressed the button to activate the barrier, hesitantly making his way onto the arena to dutifully announce the result of the duel. Yue Chen wins. However, before the referee could finish his sentence, he was shoved aside. 3 youthful figures rushed onto the stage. Brother, are you all right? Dean's concerned voice rang in Yue Chen's ears. His vision dimmed, and his consciousness faded. A soft thud signaled his collapse onto the arena floor. In one dark corner of the arena, a cloaked figure, shrouded in black and revealing only his eyes, glared menacingly at Yue Chen. With a flick of his right hand, he unleashed a pale red beam towards the fallen Yue Chen. After a brief flicker in the air, the mysterious figure vanished as though he had never existed. The entirety of the arena's attention remained fixated on the confrontation between Yue Chen and Kelly, oblivious to the events unfolding in the shadows, including Sant, who wore an anxious expression beside Yue Chen. The pale red beam raced swiftly, on the verge of striking Yue Chen in a miraculous turn. A droplet of emerald water appeared before Yue Chen, colliding with the red beam. After a violent surge of energy, the power of the green droplets was manipulated with remarkable finesse, upon colliding with the pale red radiance. The two entities mutually dissolved, leaving nothing in their wake. That it remains unclear which eminent figure has graced my solitary cloud academy, as Elder Daviel has failed to extend a proper welcome. An ethereal and elusive voice resonated above the entire arena, heralding the appearance of a white-haired elder. Elder Daviel. Many recognized the identity of the elder hovering in the air, yet no one dared to utter a word. The arena fell into a profound silence, devoid of any sound. Almost everyone was convinced that something extraordinary was unfolding. The process of the water sphere meeting the red light and vanishing was naturally not lost on Sant. That a flicker of anger flashed in Sant's eyes as he instructed Dean and the others. Quickly take Yue Chen back to the villa. I shall join you shortly. That night, the student dormitory building 60 in District A was ablaze with light. Sant accompanied the two individuals as they exited Yue Chen's room. Both were of considerable age. One dressed as a mage, the other as a warrior. Upon seeing the three elders emerge, Dean and the others rushed to greet them. "Elder, how is my third brother? Is he in danger?" Dean inquired anxiously. Sant's gaze shifted to Daviel, signaling him to respond. Daviel, an authority among the Academy's healers, was not only proficient in water magic but also possessed profound knowledge of pharmacology. His emaciated frame and sallow complexion, along with his slightly yellowed eyes twinkling with mirth, turned towards Dean and the others. "Rest assured, he has only suffered minor burns and excessive mental fatigue. I have healed the burns with water magic, and I believe that by tomorrow when he awakens, he shall be fully recovered." The hearts of Dean and his companions finally found solace. Sant and the others inquired about Yue Chen's condition, exchanged a few words of care, and together they exited Villa 60I in Villa 61 of District A. Sant and the others, having just left Villa 60, gathered to discuss matters. "Sant, what is it about that boy that has you so concerned? To the point of secretly guarding him and calling me here?" The elder, clad in a warrior's robe, fixed his penetrating gaze on Sant. "That boy is undoubtedly the most gifted genius in the history of the Kalan Empire. Had you witnessed his performance in the arena today, you would have made the same decision as I did if you had been present. You would have done even better." Sant replied that "I have heard whispers, defeating the strong with the weak. A 1-star defeating a 3-star. Lot scoffed, shaking off the notion as if it were absurd. Do you not know? He not only countered a 5-star magical meteor firestorm with an eccentric martial technique, but also successfully mastered instantaneous and composite magic. Most importantly, he has grasped composite magic. Furthermore, let me add that he is the second individual since the Holy King to possess an all-elemental constitution." Sant expressed with boundless admiration. "What?" Daviel and Lot exclaimed simultaneously. "This sounds like a tale from legends. To achieve even one of those feats is to be considered a once-in-a-century prodigy." Their faces twitched with disbelief, their expressions shifting incessantly. When did the Academy acquire such a monster? Why have I never heard of him before? Daviel's countenance remained one of incredulity. Sant himself felt as if everything was too surreal. Yet, he had witnessed it all firsthand, leaving no room for doubt. "He is the same brat who refused my magical notes for a mere 2,000 gold coins," Sant mused internally, contemplating that perhaps the boy's choice was indeed correct. Having already mastered composite magic, he no longer needed his notes. Daviel and Lot nodded in unison. The three were close friends, often gathering together. On the day Yue Chen enrolled, Sant had mentioned the boy to them. Lot suddenly comprehended, saying, "Oh, I see. He injured Kelly, and you were concerned about retaliation from the national uncle, hence why you summoned us here as a precaution." Sant shook his head, saying, "It is more than that. Today, 3 8-star powerhouses lurked in the arena, and one of them attacked, only to be intercepted by Daviel. At that moment, I was deeply worried for the boy's safety. Had Daviel not intervened, they might have succeeded. Their ambush technique was exceptionally sophisticated. They were no ordinary 8-star powerhouses." Daviel nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Daviel and Sant's words, Lot understood that Sant was speaking the truth. Enraged, Lot slammed the table, exclaiming, "Who dares to be so audacious? To disregard the rules of Cloud Academy that have stood for centuries? Alas, perhaps the Academy has remained silent for too long, and some have forgotten the events of yesteryears. Yet, this boy, clearly without a complicated background, has attracted 3 mysterious factions." Sant's face was etched with concern. Lot, displeased, retorted, "Humph. If they do not enter Cloud Academy, we shall not concern ourselves with them. But once they do, we must ensure his safety at all costs. It may be time to employ the iron-fisted measures of the past once more." Daviel appeared contemplative but remained silent. Sant spoke softly, "Indeed, for if we fail to care for the second all-elemental constitution, what face shall we have to meet the Holy King in the afterlife?" In the estate of the Minister of Finance in the imperial capital, Lance glanced at the information in his hand, his expression slightly displeased. Indeed, a waste of space begets another waste of space. A 3-star second tier unable to defeat a 1-star. What a waste of my meteor firestorm scroll. With a clap of his hands, a shadow materialized eerily in the living room, gradually solidifying into an old sorcerer dressed in black, with white hair and a skull-headed staff. "Hyming pays his respects, my lord." The old sorcerer bowed respectfully. Though his hair was already white, the old sorcerer's movement showed no signs of frailty. "Our current objective is to infiltrate Cloud Academy. Its defenses are as solid as a fortress, making it exceedingly difficult to take a life within its walls. We cannot eliminate that wretched spawn. If word reaches His Majesty, he will undoubtedly face punishment." Lance panted, his corpulent frame swaying as he approached the wine cabinet, personally pouring a glass of red wine for Hyming. Haiming was someone he had fortuitously encountered during a perilous adventure. Not only did Haiming save his life, but he also escorted the injured Lands back to the imperial capital. On the journey back, Lands discovered that Haiming was not only extraordinarily powerful, but also exceptionally astute. Thus, after expressing his gratitude, he sought to retain Haiming's company. In the ensuing days, Haiming's strategies had repeatedly saved Lands from peril, deepening Lands' admiration for him, treating him as both a mentor and friend. My lord need not fret over this matter, Haiming said, gently swirling the glass of rich, blood-red wine. Lands' expression turned grave, his brow furrowing as he set down his glass and asked solemnly, "Are you suggesting the Valley of the Undead?" "Indeed," Haiming nodded slightly, answering with a smile. "To attempt to eliminate someone from Cloud Academy with merely your strength is an insurmountable task. However, you can leverage His Majesty's power. Cloud Academy, with its 1,000-year legacy, has always disregarded Imperial commands. I suspect His Majesty has long harbored such intentions. Moreover, Cloud Academy admits students regardless of their national origins, accepting even those from nations opposed to Kalen without discrimination. Thus, the existence of Cloud Academy is anything but a boon for Kalen. Yet, with its deep-rooted heritage and the fact that most of the Empire's leaders and ministers hail from Cloud Academy, confronting it will not be an easy feat." Lands' expression wavered, seemingly struggling with indecision. Haiming took a sip of wine, speaking in a cryptic tone. "My lord has forgotten the Valley of the Undead. When the Holy King established Cloud Academy, it was with the intent to guard the Valley of the Undead. Should the seals left by the Holy King from years past show signs of deterioration, the undead within the valley will surely re-emerge. At that time, Cloud Academy will bear the brunt and be the first to clash with the undead, leading to a significant depletion of its strength. When that moment arrives, my lord could then suggest to His Majesty to merge Cloud Academy into Auburn. During this process, dealing with a mere student will be a trivial task. This matter is out of the question." Lands immediately shook his head in refusal. "If the seals break, the undead that were sealed away will undoubtedly escape. The calamity from 1,000 years ago will repeat itself. And I, Lands, will become a sinner of Kalen. My lord worries too much. Consider that the Valley of the Undead has been sealed for 1,000 years. In that span, those who were sealed have long since diminished in strength. How could the same situation arise as in ancient times?" Haiming shook his head. Lands still appeared somewhat hesitant. Upon noticing Lands' change in demeanor, a sly smile crept onto Haiming's face. "My lord, will you simply stand by and watch that wretched spawn grow up under the protection of Cloud Academy? If this matter comes to the attention of His Majesty, the consequences are surely something you would prefer to avoid." The mention of consequences, Lands involuntarily shuddered, exhaling deeply as he said, "I shall advise His Majesty tomorrow." A vast conspiracy began to unfold, of which Yue Chen remained blissfully unaware. Upon awakening, Yue Chen found himself back in the dormitory, feeling somewhat surprised. However, he had no time to contemplate how he had returned to his dormitory. Chapter 24. The Crisis of the Soul. Please collect and recommend. At this moment, he was suffering from an excruciating headache, the throbbing pain making it nearly impossible to rise from the bed. Large beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead. The agony, akin to a splitting soul, forced him to clench his teeth tightly, producing a creaking sound. Upon carefully sensing the source of the pain, he unexpectedly discovered that the root cause lay within the Taiji seal. Extending his right hand, he summoned the Taiji seal. Yue Chen was taken aback. The condition of the Taiji seal was dire. Its entire surface was riddled with cracks, on the verge of shattering. Spirit of the seal. How could this happen? Why have you transformed into this? Yue Chen inquired. The Taiji seal trembled slightly, and the spirit replied weakly, "During the traversal, I suffered severe injuries in my effort to protect your soul from annihilation. When you fell from the cliff, I ensured your safety at the cost of depleting my essence that I intended to repair myself. But I overestimated my capabilities. If this continues, I will soon shatter." Tears welled in the corners of Yue Chen's eyes. The only companion from his homeland was about to leave him. The Taiji seal had transformed in order to save him, because we share a bond of soul recognition. When I shatter, your soul will dissipate along with me. Becoming a living corpse, the spirit explained. What? Yue Chen's emotion shifted from sorrow to rage. What is this? Others traverse worlds and thrive, yet here I am, finally making some progress in this foreign realm, only to be told that I am on the brink of death? No, this absolutely cannot be. I still wish to explore this world and return to Earth. Is there truly no other way? Yue Chen, suppressing his headache, asked. There is. The spirit replied firmly. As long as there is sufficient spiritual energy for me to absorb. I can restore myself. Spiritual energy? Where can I find it? Yue Chen inquired. The spirit's voice was filled with helplessness and reluctance as it said, spiritual energy permeates the world. However, I am unable to absorb it on my own. Though I originate from the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, I am merely the seal's body, responsible for offense and defense. The absorption of spiritual energy falls to the Taiji diagram itself. If it weren't for that, how could I have ended up in this state? What about me? Did you not say that cultivating the ethereal purple energy also involves absorbing the world's spiritual energy? I will transfer all of my ethereal purple energy to you. Yue Chen declared, "It is of no use. Your ethereal purple energy is still in the early stages of transformation and offers me no assistance if you were to reach the innate realm. It could help me repair and alleviate the current crisis, but as it stands, it is ineffective," the spirit responded weakly. Yue Chen felt anxious, despondent, and fearful, his emotions a turbulent mix. Was he truly destined to die unnoticed? He was filled with an unwillingness to accept this fate. He began rummaging through the black-patterned ring on his hand, hoping to find something among the items left by Utriat that could aid him. The Taiji seal emitted a beam of white light that pierced into the black-patterned ring. A fire-red crystal, the size of a thumb, materialized before Yue Chen's eyes. Startled, Yue Chen realized that the Taiji seal could directly inspect his black-patterned ring and extract items from within. Upon seeing the red crystal, his heart leapt with joy. This crystal was a magic core left behind by the flame demon wolf after its demise. Is this magic core of any use to you? Yue Chen asked, noticing that another crack had appeared on the Taiji seal after it emitted the white light. The depletion of spiritual power brought it closer to breaking. If I had a larger crystal, perhaps I could extract some of the chaotic energy within to temporarily stabilize the situation, the spirit replied. Wonderful, Yue Chen exclaimed, his heart set on finding a larger one, whether it be 3rd tier, 4th tier, or even 5th tier. He struggled to stand, preparing to open the door. However, the intense headache made it impossible for him to maintain his balance. With a loud crash, he fell, sending the items in the room tumbling to the ground. In the living room, Dean and the others had not slept all night, vigilantly waiting outside. Hearing the commotion, the three rushed into the room. What happened? Dean exclaimed upon seeing Yue Chen collapsed on the floor. Did the elder not say he was already healed? He immediately helped him up. Gray, quickly fetch Elder Daviel. Understood, Gray responded, preparing to dash outside. Wait, Yue Chen exerted himself to say, I need magic cores, the higher the level, the better. Magic cores? Dean looked puzzled, wondering. Magic cores are beneficial for replenishing magical energy and setting up magic arrays, but they have no healing properties. Nevertheless, he said, I have some magic cores in my room. I will fetch them right away. Shortly after, Dean handed Yue Chen a small bag filled with magic cores of various sizes. Yue Chen stared in astonishment at the bag. There were no fewer than 100 magic cores inside, most of which were 3rd tier and 4th tier, with a few 5th tier and even one 6th tier. A 3rd tier magic core is worth 500 gold coins, a 4th tier 5,000, a 5th tier 50,000. And a 6th tier magic core can be priced as high as 500,000. This meant that the total value of the small bag of magic cores exceeded 1 million gold coins. He glanced at Dean in surprise, realizing that Dean's background must be quite extraordinary. At that moment, the voice of the Taiji seal echoed in his mind. The largest one is excellent. The energy within can sustain me for a year. Given my current condition, I can absorb at a maximum of 5 times. And I must use the same type of magic core afterward. Therefore, you will need to find 4 more magic cores of the same type, so that I can endure for 5 years. If you reach the innate realm within those 5 years, we will have truly overcome this crisis. Seeing Yue Chen remain silent, Dean was puzzled and asked, Third brother, are these magic cores not sufficient? Yet he wondered how many magic cores Yue Chen truly needed, as this was the amount designated by their family for his summoning beast training for the year. Yue Chen smiled bitterly, preoccupied with communicating with the Taiji seal, which led Dean to misunderstand. He took out the only 6th tier magic core from the bag. The magic core was a water blue color, representing the water attribute. Its gentle nature was perfectly suited for repairing the Taiji seal. The 6th tier magic core was worth 500,000 gold coins, far beyond Yue Chen's means to purchase. Thus, he implored, Elder brother, I wish to borrow this 6th tier magic core, and I shall certainly return it in the future. Dean chuckled and said, Oh, I thought it might not be enough. It's just a 6th tier magic core. We are brothers. Discussing repayment feels somewhat distant. Indeed, Magic cores are plentiful at your home. It doesn't matter if I return it in 10 or 8 years, Gray chimed in. Yue Chen felt a wave of emotion wash over him. As an only child, it was the first time he experienced such genuine brotherhood. Suddenly, another wave of intense pain surged through his head, causing Yue Chen to groan involuntarily. His complexion turned ashen, cold sweat pouring from him as his clothes became nearly drenched. Yue Chen felt anxious. He had obtained the magic cores, but he couldn't possibly summon the Taiji seal in front of Dean and the others. The Taiji seal was his greatest secret, and until he had sufficient strength to stand firm in this world, he did not wish to disclose it. Chapter 25, The 5-Year Deadline. Third brother, do we really not need to call Elder Daviel? Gray asked, worry evident in his voice. It's all right. I just need to rest for a while. Yue Chen reassured, sending Dean and the others out of the room. Finally alone, Yue Chen eagerly summoned the Taiji seal. The surface of the Taiji seal writhed, opening a small mouthful of cracks, and swallowed the magic core. As the magic core was consumed, a faint mist enveloped the surface of the Taiji seal. The cracks gradually narrowed and disappeared entirely. Yue Chen's mental state also began to shift. The pain in his soul slowly diminishing. The sudden absence of pain left him slightly dazed. How is it? He asked. Everything is excellent. The Taiji seal has been temporarily repaired. There will be no issues for the next year. The spirit's voice had become much clearer. Yue Chen let out a sigh of relief. The crisis of his soul had finally come to an end. He casually lay back on the bed, feeling the damp chill of his clothes. His heart felt heavied. He had yet to resolve the crisis of his mental energy, and now he faced a soul crisis as well. The issue of mental energy would pose no threat as long as he did not reach the 7th star. However, the soul crisis was different. Within 5 years, if he did not enter the innate realm, Yue Chen's soul would dissipate, leaving him a soulless living corpse. With the crisis averted, Yue Chen headed to the living room, eager to share the good news with Dean and the others. To his surprise, he was met with an unexpected delight. This card contains 200,000 gold coins. Is it possible to win so much from a single match? Yue Chen stared incredulously at the purple golden card in his hand. 200,000 gold coins were enough to make one a small fortune in Leba City. He had not anticipated that just after resolving the soul crisis, Dean would bring him such astonishing news. Haha, Gray burst into laughter, already having anticipated Yue Chen's reaction. From this betting match, we netted 500,000. You get 200,000, while my elder brother and I each take 100,000. 500,000. Yue Chen was taken aback. After pondering, he still found it hard to believe. How many people are there in our academy? Even if everyone bet, it shouldn't amount to this much. Third brother, have you forgotten about the merchants and adventurers? They are the real bulk of the earnings. Moreover, I heard that Cliff also placed a substantial bet. Dean chuckled. Now it makes sense. Yue Chen was contemplative, pondering whether he should consider organizing a few more duels, each costing 200,000, which would enable him to repay Dean. However, he promptly dismissed this thought. After his last battle, his strength had been laid bare, making it exceedingly perilous for someone of his caliber to seek out challengers. It would be akin to courting death, for those of higher ranks. How many would possess the audacity of Kelly to challenge someone 2 ranks below themselves? Gray laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ah, that reminds me of something. I heard that Kelly's father, the current Duke of Lager, once issued a death sentence to Kelly, mandating that he could only win and never lose. He even presented a 5-star scroll of meteoric fire ray. Unfortunately, he encountered our third brother, a true anomaly, and still failed to achieve victory. I reckon Baron Kelly's life must be quite difficult now." Needless to say, Dean replied, not only did he lose credits, but the shame of being defeated by the third brother must be quite burdensome for him. Within a villa in the Academy's residential complex, Kelly lay in bed, his face haggard. The scars on his body had entirely vanished. Evidently having undergone treatment through light magic, he gazed weakly at Dandy, who had been chosen by Duke Lager as his strategist, a man not only renowned for his intelligence, but also for his exceptional martial skills. "Uncle Dandy, what did my father say in his letter?" Kelly asked anxiously. "The Lord is extremely dissatisfied with your performance. Your failure in this contest has severely affected your future standing within the family," Dandy responded, his expression impassive. "It's all because of that Yue Chen." "Uncle Dandy, arrange for someone to eliminate that brat for me." Kelly gritted his teeth. "That is out of the question. The Lord has explicitly stated that you must not take any action against Yue Chen at this time. Furthermore, you are to actively befriend him, for if you wish to advance within the family, Yue Chen is an invaluable ally," Dandy stated. "What? Him? Has my father lost his mind? What could a mere one-star mage possibly possess that warrants such regard? Kelly exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. You underestimate Yue Chen too much. He defeated you, a 3-star mage, using only his 1-star magic prowess, and single-handedly withstood the 5-star meteoric fire rain, even retaliating against you. Although he was ultimately grievously injured, his ability to cast magic instantaneously alone merits your overtures. Dandy shook his head. Magic instantaneously? Kelly gasped, recalling the events of their battle. Indeed, Yue Chen had never uttered a single incantation throughout. Kelly was astounded. A mere 1-star mage had mastered a technique that even high-level magicians struggled to learn. Sir, the Lord's letter states that a phoenix feather pin will soon be sent to you as a token of apology. Dandy continued. The phoenix feather pin. Kelly's expression shifted from surprise to shock. It was one of the few treasured artifacts his father had collected. How could he be willing to part with it? Though the phoenix feather pin is rare, it holds little practical use for me. Only a scroll master can utilize it, and achieving such a rank is no easy feat. Kelly recalled his father's words. Ah, I see. Father intends to use this seemingly useless object to secure a powerful ally for me. Realizing his father's good intentions, Kelly turned to Latte and said, Then let us proceed as father wishes. Once I recover, I shall go and apologize to Yue Chen. In the royal palace of the imperial capital, within the imperial study, King Louis XVI of the Kalan Empire sat regally upon his throne. Middle-aged, adorned with a golden crown, his piercing eyes and short beard exuded an air of authority. Why, dear minister, you arrive in haste. What is the matter? Louis XVI inquired. Your Majesty, I am but a humble servant. Please impose your wrath upon me, Rance said, dropping to his knees in apology. Louis XVI's expression shifted to one of impatience. Why do you act thus? Speak your mind, and I shall pardon you first. Thank you, Your Majesty. Rance recounted the events and his plans in detail. After listening, Louis XVI fell into deep contemplation. Rance stood respectfully to the side, not daring to utter a single sound. After a lengthy pause, Louis XVI slowly said, This is not without merit. If executed properly, it can not only remove the threats posed by the solitary cloud and the valley of the undead, but also eliminate that wretched spawn. To kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Only then can the violet be left without heirs, ensuring the longevity of my authority. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. Chapter 26. A modest harvest. The imperial capital was ablaze with lights and bustling activity that night. Yet, amidst the vibrancy, dark corners remained. Within the estate of the Minister of Finance, such a place existed. Black curtains, black tablecloths, black furniture. Aside from a solitary oil lamp casting light, all items in the room were cloaked in black. A man clad entirely in dark garments knelt before a black crystal ball in reverence. Esteemed Lord of the Undead, Your Majesty the root of magic, I have incited the human emperors to break the seal. I believe it will not be long before your undead army descends once again to unify the continent. A hoarse voice echoed through the room. The black crystal ball flickered with a dim white light. Ha, well done. Once I am freed, I shall bestow great rewards. You are my revered deity, it is my duty to serve you, the man replied. Yue Chen remained blissfully unaware that the Baron Kelly, who had once regarded him with disdain, was soon to come and offer an apology. Upon returning to his room, Gray entered. Gray approached Yue Chen and whispered, Third brother, you may not be aware of the purpose of this purple gold card. Such a card is generally only obtained after depositing 5 million gold coins in a bank. With this card, one can preemptively overdraw 100,000 gold coins at any bank across the continent. Our elder brother managed to secure it for us through family connections. Yue Chen was taken aback. He had initially thought it was merely a savings card, unaware of its numerous benefits. The ability to overdraw 100,000 gold coins alone indicated the card's extraordinary value. He felt no need to express excessive gratitude, silently resolving to cherish this precious friendship and repay it should the opportunity arise. Meanwhile, he contemplated how to earn money, as both the forthcoming 4 6-star magic cores and his future endeavors necessitated substantial funds. Understanding that Yue Chen had just recovered and needed rest, Gray decided to take his leave after a few casual exchanges. Just as he reached the door, he added, Almost forgot, third brother. Elder Sand instructed you to undergo a magic level assessment at the Magic Guild. It is indeed time for the magic level assessment, and I must also visit the library. Yue Chen nodded, deep in thought. As the saying goes, with a solid foundation, one can achieve great heights. That night, after practicing the Taiji meditation method once more, he found his spirit rapidly enhancing, ascending 2 levels. Thus, his spiritual power officially reached the 4-star threshold. After concluding his practice and checking his internal condition, Yue Chen was filled with a sense of profound reflection. The enlightenment gleaned from the brink of life and death had not only elevated his spiritual power, but also fostered the slow growth of the hazy purple energy. Advancing into the mid-stage of qi refinement, this discovery thrilled him, marking another enhancement in his overall strength. The next morning, immediately after his morning exercises, Yue Chen set off for the Academy Library. The Library of Solitary Cloud Academy is one of the most comprehensive collections of books in the Kalan Empire. Daily, numerous students perused its resources, while adventurers were willing to pay a hefty price for the privilege of entry. Today marked the opening day of the renowned Solitary Cloud Library. A few students, distracted from their studies, noticed a newcomer, a youthful boy with a surprisingly mature gaze, adorned with the insignia of a 1-star mage and clad in magical robes, drew their attention. They thought, what an intriguing new student. Feeling their scrutinizing gazes, Yue Chen stepped into the first-floor lobby, observing rows of shelves that seemed almost innumerable, which helped him momentarily suppress his dissatisfaction over losing a credit in the lobby. About a dozen young people were already present, including warriors and mages, scattered among the various shelves. Each bore different star-level insignias, the highest being a youthful-looking warrior who had reached 3 stars. Yue Chen swiftly explored the lobby, overall satisfied with the library's arrangement. Aside from books on the continent's history and geography, most materials catered to those at 3 stars or below. His cursory glance soon attracted disdainful looks from others. When they saw him linger by the shelf of continental geography, their expressions turned to pity and contempt. He had 2 primary objectives for visiting the library. Firstly, he hoped to discover methods for resolving the complexities surrounding spiritual power within the plethora of historical data. Secondly, he sought to ascertain which magical profession was the most lucrative in this world. As he was in dire need of funds, his urgent need for money has surpassed his quest for a solution to his mental struggles. He requires the purchase of 4 6th-tier magic cores, each priced at 500,000. Thus, Yue Chen must earn a total of 2 million gold coins within 5 years, not accounting for the portion he owes Dane. According to legend, the Holy Emperor possesses an all-encompassing physique. Yue Chen resolves to begin by examining historical texts chronicling the exploits of the Holy Emperor. Standing before the history section, he remains unperturbed. Disregarding the peculiar glances from those around him, he picks up a dusty tome, Chronicles of the Continent, and, with a casual flick of a first-tier earth conjuration spell, coalesces the dust into a small sphere, casting it aside before eagerly delving into the book. Before long, 9 tiny earth spheres have accumulated at his feet. At that moment, a new student enters the library, a girl of approximately 13 or 14. With golden hair and blue eyes, embodying pure beauty. Like Yue Chen, she wears the standard magical school uniform. Clearly a first-time visitor, she appears somewhat shy, wanting to ask someone for assistance, yet hesitating to speak. Her gaze sweeps across the first floor before finally settling on Yue Chen, who is also clad in magical attire. The girl approaches him with tentative steps and, in a melodious voice, inquires, "Excuse me, where can I find the introductory guide to wine magic?" The bystanders roll their eyes in disbelief. The little girl has chosen her target poorly, selecting a novice who is also new to the library. They eagerly anticipate the awkward expression on Yue Chen's face when he fails to respond. Immersed in the vast world of history, Yue Chen is abruptly interrupted, feeling a surge of irritation and a desire to lash out. Yet, before he can utter a word, he finds himself rendered speechless. A pair of lively, watery blue eyes, tinged with shyness, is fixed upon him. Instantly, his ire dissipates, as if a century-old tree, parched and withered, has suddenly encountered water, banishing all traces of its former dryness. Yue Chen even worries that if he speaks too harshly, the girl might very well burst into tears. Chapter 27. Extraordinary memory. Excuse me, what did you say? Yue Chen finally manages to squeeze out after a moment of struggle. The surrounding crowd breaks into amused smiles. A novice is indeed a novice. Such a trivial situation has left him flustered. Do you know where I can find the introductory guide to wine magic? The girl repeats her question softly. Wine magic? Yue Chen ponders, memories of his earlier search flashing before his eyes. There is no introductory guide to wine magic on the first floor. But there is a detailed explanation of introductory wine magic. It's on the 5th shelf, 4th compartment, the 53rd book from the right. You should go check it out, he replies, almost as if guided by some unseen force. The girl looks at Yue Chen in astonishment. She approached him because of their similar ages and shared status as newcomers, harboring little hope. To her surprise, not only did he inform her that the book she sought was absent, but he also recommended an alternative and specified its location. Could I have misjudged him? Is he a librarian? She wonders inwardly. Is this for real? The crowd nearby can no longer contain themselves. Yue Chen's performance is astonishing. Not even a seasoned librarian could casually pinpoint the exact location of a specific book with such accuracy. Moreover, they vividly recall his initial awkwardness upon entering the library. It was undoubtedly the behavior of someone visiting for the first time. A few skeptics stealthily follow the girl to the fifth shelf. Yue Chen himself is taken aback by his own performance. Ever since he adopted the Tai Chi meditation technique, his memory has seemingly improved remarkably. This time, however, he had perhaps overperformed. Seizing the opportunity while everyone's attention is diverted towards the fifth shelf, he quietly slips out of the library. It's really here. I found it, the girl exclaims excitedly, clutching the book, only to turn around and discover that Yue Chen has vanished. How strange. There really is no introductory guide to wine magic. A 2-star male mage exclaims in disbelief. The detailed explanation of introductory wind magic is indeed the 53rd book. A 1-star male mage concurs. The collective gasp resonates throughout the first floor hall. This is simply unbelievable. The thought arises in nearly everyone's mind. Could he really be a first-time visitor to the library? One student muses aloud. I've just remembered. He is that newcomer, Yue Chen. Yue Chen, the one who defeated Cleary, the 1-star mage. It dawns on them that his name is indeed Yue Chen. Jenny quietly commits this to memory, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Yet, Yue Chen remains blissfully unaware of all this. At this moment, he is in the admissions office, seeking out Sante. Elder Sante, I wish to learn the art of crafting magic scrolls. Yue Chen states directly. After thorough consideration, he has concluded that the most lucrative magical professions are alchemist, potion maker, and magic scroll creator. He dismisses the idea of being a potion maker, recalling the frequent explosions heard outside the villa. The alchemist profession, too, is similar enough to be discarded. Thus, he opts for the creation of magic scrolls. Though the Black Book contains detailed explanations of magic scroll crafting, nothing compares to the guidance of a renowned master. Hence, Yue Chen approaches Sante. Upon first seeing Yue Chen, Sante is taken aback, thoroughly astonished. Just yesterday, this boy was merely a 1-star, 2nd-tier mage, and now, after just one night, he has ascended to a 1-star, 4th-tier mage. What an astonishing rate of progress. Upon hearing Yue Chen's request, Sante's heart swells with frustration, enough to fill an ocean. It truly feels inexhaustible. He inwardly curses. What is wrong with this kid? With such exceptional talent, he chooses to learn about magic scrolls instead. Whether it be instant magic, composite magic, or his remarkable martial skills, how can any of these be inferior to the crafting of magic scrolls? While Sante mentally chastises him, he outwardly attempts to dissuade him. Crafting magic scrolls is no simple task. It requires an exceptional affinity for magical arrays and a profound perceptiveness towards materials. Moreover, the expenses associated with learning are substantial, and one is unlikely to see returns in the early stages. After Sante speaks, he gazes intently at Yue Chen, praying silently. Please, just reconsider, don't pursue magic scroll crafting. If the other elders learn that I allowed a once-in-a-millennium genius to squander his bright future on this, how will I ever face anyone again? Alas, Sante is destined for disappointment. How much do I need to invest initially? Yue Chen inquires. The question sends a jolt through Sante's heart, prompting him to steel himself. He decides to exaggerate the difficulties in hopes of extinguishing Yue Chen's ambitions. That you'll need to invest at least 200,000 gold coins initially. Without that, don't expect any returns. Even with unparalleled talent in scroll crafting, it will be impossible. 200,000? Yue Chen's brow furrows slightly. He had just earned 200,000 from the recent competition. That I've made my decision. I shall learn to craft magic scrolls, he declares with unwavering resolve. Sante sighs inwardly. This boy has made his choice. It seems he will soon face yet another round of scolding from the elders. Simultaneously, he silently curses. Why did he come to me instead of asking someone else? Little does Sante know that upon arriving at Gloomy Cloud Academy, Yue Chen is acquainted with only 3 elders. He has no one else to approach. So who else could he turn to? After a cacophony of chaos, Sante retrieves 2 tattered books from a shelf behind him, handing them to Yue Chen. These 2 books cover the construction of magical arrays and various magical arrays. Consider them a foundational gift. Thank you, Elder. Yue Chen expresses his heartfelt gratitude. Follow me. Sante leads him deeper into Gloomy Cloud Academy. to a vast laboratory that Yue Chen has never visited before. The laboratory is enormous. Measuring no less than 1,000 square meters, students bustle about, seemingly engaged in various tasks, including magical apprentices and star-ranked mages. The expansive laboratory is partitioned into numerous smaller rooms, each housing a variety of items. Yue Chen notices that some rooms are arranged similarly to Gray's small chamber. This is the Academy's designated practice area for students pursuing supplementary professions. Those studying supplementary professions typically practice here. Sante explains. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, Sante approaches a middle-aged man with black hair. After exchanging greetings, he introduces Yue Chen. Yue Chen, this is Minter Bond, a 6-star fire mage who specializes in scroll crafting. Chapter 28. Witnessing injustice. Greetings, Minter Bond. Yue Chen respectfully bows. Haha. So you're Yue Chen. Quite impressive for a lad your age to have defeated that rascal Cleary, Bond exclaims with a robust voice. Clearly a man of hearty disposition. Your praise is too generous, Minter. My victory was purely a stroke of luck, Yue Chen humbly replies. Although Yue Chen felt a sense of pride within, he still attempted to display a modicum of humility. Bond, somewhat displeased, exclaimed loudly. You brat, be straightforward. If it's possible, then it is. If not, then it isn't. That I've heard you possess the ability for instantaneous spellcasting and can even perform composite magic that I must admit. I envy you greatly. Enough, enough, San interjected brusquely. If you two continue this mutual flattery, we shall never get to the matter at hand. This young lad wishes to learn how to create magic scrolls. Aside from Elder Kirkman, you have the most profound knowledge in this area within the Academy. I shall leave him in your capable hands. Bond seemed somewhat intimidated by Sant, nodding his head repeatedly without uttering a word. Only after Sant departed did Bond finally relax. Yue Chen officially began to delve into the art of scroll making. Since the Elder has entrusted you to me, allow me to take you on a tour of the laboratory, where you can observe how others draw scrolls. Afterward, I will explain the foundational knowledge to you, Bond declared. Atop a nearby hill by the Lonely Cloud Academy, the area was bustling with activity as numerous mercenaries and vendors arranged their goods and called out to potential buyers. The chaotic stalls and the intricate web of people made the hill alive with excitement. Among the throng, 2 young men navigated their way through the crowd. These 2 boys were strikingly different in demeanor. One was bold and boisterous, while the other was graceful and unassuming. They were, of course, Yue Chen and Dean. After several days of study, Yue Chen had grasped the steps and precautions involved in creating magic scrolls, which sparked his desire to create one himself. However, to craft a scroll, one must possess the requisite tools: a magic pen, scroll paper, magic crystal powder, and monster blood. Missing any one of these would render the endeavor futile. Brother, what lies beyond that area? Yue Chen inquired as he stood atop the hill, feeling a mysterious aura emanating from the deep valley to the west. That place. Dean furrowed his brow and, ensuring there were no onlookers, replied in a hushed tone, that is the Valley of the Undead, sealed by His Majesty the Holy King. It is said that the Holy King established the Lonely Cloud Academy to guard this valley. From Dean, Yue Chen had learned of a clandestine trading post near the academy, where goods were not only relatively inexpensive but also offered the chance to uncover unexpected treasures. Consequently, on a day when this secret trading post was open, Yue Chen insisted on bringing Dean along. The clandestine trading post was essentially a modest hillock where several small merchants from various regions congregated to purchase rare items acquired through mercenary ventures. Naturally, they also provided essential supplies for the mercenaries. The vendors offered a diverse array of goods: beast hides, magic cores, ores, the corpses of magical beasts, and monster blood, among other items, to a considerable number of buyers, most of whom were affiliated with the Lonely Cloud Academy, thronged the market. Witnessing the lively scene, Yue Chen felt as though he had returned to Earth to partake in a rural fair. In stark contrast, Dean, born into nobility, found himself out of place in such a chaotic environment. Reluctantly accompanying Yue Chen, he remained vigilant, aware of the rumors surrounding the trading post, which included frequent incidents of robbery. As they wandered, the two paused before a stall overflowing with goods. Brother, what do you think of this beast hide? Yue Chen asked, having finally found a hide that piqued his interest after a prolonged search. Dean examined the hide and remarked, a second-tier fire attribute beast hide, satisfactory enough for crafting a 3-star magic scroll. Yue Chen nodded in agreement and, after haggling with the mercenary selling the hide, successfully purchased it. He then acquired a set of beast bone pins, 200 sheets of ordinary scroll paper, and 5 bottles of specialized potion for magic scrolls. While these items were insufficient for crafting scrolls of 4 stars or higher, They were more than adequate for Yue Chen, who was just beginning his journey into scroll-making. The total expenditure amounted to 200 gold coins, a sum Yue Chen found quite satisfactory, as Dean had suggested. The goods here were indeed of excellent quality at reasonable prices. If he had purchased them at the Academy's trading post, they would have cost him at least 300 gold coins. Yue Chen felt a sense of fulfillment from the excursion. Having justified his day off from the Academy. As they made their way along the path back to the Academy, Dean suddenly grasped Yue Chen's arm and signaled for silence. Pointing towards the nearby woods, Yue Chen glanced over to see the underbrush rustling, as if something were approaching. Exchanging a knowing look with Dean, they quickly sought refuge in a concealed spot. Suddenly, two men resembling warriors stealthily emerged from the thicket, one of whom carried a large, heavy bag. Yue Chen and Dean remained still, certain that these two were up to no good. The warriors cautiously scanned their surroundings and, upon realizing the area was clear, relaxed slightly. One of them, with beady eyes and a flat nose, leered, "This time, luck is on our side. I never expected to stumble upon such a gem while delivering a package. Brother, shall you have your fun first? Or shall I?" With that, he flexed his right hand and lightly tapped the bag behind him, producing a soft sound. Silence. The man referred to as brother snapped, glaring fiercely. "Keep your voice down. This is the territory of the Lonely Cloud Academy. Don't even think about laying a hand on that girl until we find a safe location." Yue Chen and Dean turned pale, realizing that the bag contained a woman and that these two were in the act of abducting her. Yue Chen glanced at Dean, his eyes reflecting a silent inquiry. Sensing the warrior's aura, it was evident that they were both at least 3-star fighters. If there were only one, he might have had a chance. But against two, he felt uncertain. One of the men was a 3-star warrior, while the other was a 4-star. "Are you truly prepared to make a move?" The voice of Ling echoed in Yue Chen's mind. A 3-star warrior and a 4-star warrior, capturing them would be quite a challenge. Hesitating, Yue Chen conveyed his concerns to Dean in hushed tones. Dean, understanding Yue Chen's intent, nodded firmly and withdrew a scroll from his robes. Releasing it with a flick of his wrist, a brilliant magic circle materialized in the air, summoning a black rat, a white cat, a red snake, and a pale blue bird, all of which emerged from the magical array. Chapter 29. Drawing steel to aid, Yue Chen stared in astonishment at the 4 small creatures before him. Dean's prowess took him completely by surprise. He had initially thought 3 summon beasts were already impressive. Yet Dean had managed to summon 4 over the past few days. Yue Chen had diligently researched in the library, learning that each additional summoned creature required a vast amount of mental energy, an ongoing drain as long as the creatures existed. Maintaining 4 summoned beasts would demand an extraordinary amount of mental fortitude. Filled with curiosity, Yue Chen longed to inquire how Dean accomplished such a feat. But he stifled his questions, realizing that their situation was precarious. However, he soon forgot that the commotion caused by Dean's summoning would surely attract attention. "Who goes there? Show yourselves," the warrior known as Brother shouted, brandishing a massive 2-handed sword and glaring menacingly in their direction. Dean, oblivious to the danger they faced, boldly strode out alongside Yue Chen, declaring, "You handle the one with the sword. I'll take care of the one with the bag." Yue Chen nodded in agreement. With his foundational Tai Chi skills combined with the mid-level Chi transformation technique and his composite magic, he felt confident that defeating his opponent would not pose a significant challenge. The warrior had initially been wary of potential hidden threats, knowing that his actions were illicit and that any exposure could jeopardize his mission. However, upon seeing 2 young spellcasters emerge, his anxiety dissipated. The sight of the 4 juvenile summoned creatures surrounding one of the boys only added to his amusement. "Ha!" The warrior burst into laughter. "You're just a kid trying to play the hero and save the damsel in distress." The other warrior, who had set down the bag, also drew a 2-handed sword and boisterously proclaimed, "I'm Yen Si, and this is my brother Yen San. Once you reach the underworld, don't forget to spread the word about me. It will surely enhance my reputation." Exchanging glances, Yue Chen and Dean charged forward. Yue Chen seized the moment to launch 2 super fireballs at them. Upon seeing the fireballs approach, Yen San laughed heartily. "Haha, you think a little fireball makes you a hero? I'll grant you your wish." Both Yen San and Yen Si swung their swords to meet Yue Chen and Dean, dismissing the incoming fireballs as inconsequential. Yue Chen felt a surge of excitement. Just as he had anticipated, they were underestimating him, providing him with an opportunity. With a swift shift of intent, he immersed himself in the essence of Tai Chi. Activating his Tai Chi body technique and advancing directly toward Yen San, Since the battle at the Beast Valley, his understanding of Tai Chi had deepened significantly. As he sensed the shift in Yue Chen's energy. Yin San furrowed his brow, but upon noticing Yue Chen's slender physique, his concerns were quickly cast aside. At this moment, the super fireball was hurtling towards them. Yin San remained unfazed, indifferent to the impending danger. As he raised his great sword, aiming a direct strike at Yue Chen. A resounding explosion echoed. What? Yin San was taken aback. At this moment, Yin Air felt a tumult within his abdomen. A super fireball, with power comparable to that of an explosive projectile, was not something to be taken lightly. Even with his strength surpassing the third tier, he suffered an injury due to his negligence, observing the charred area on his chest. Anger surged within Yin San, and with his eyes ablaze, he lunged at Yue Chen. Yue Chen executed the Tai Chi body technique with exquisite precision, evading any chance for Yin San to make contact, leading him in circles. Meanwhile, Yin Si was similarly struck by the super fireball. In comparison to Yin San, his strength at only tier 3 left him in a more precarious state. Under Dean's command, the 4 summoned beasts, Red Snake, Black Rat, Kingfisher, and White Cat, encircled Yin Si, launching relentless magical ambushes that effectively suppressed him. Witnessing the situation unfold on Dean's side, Yue Chen felt no further hesitation. He unleashed his Tai Chi fist technique. Casting various spells at intervals, the fusion of magic and martial arts was vividly displayed through Yue Chen at this moment. Within the small grove, shadows of fists danced, fireballs soared, and the roars of beasts echoed continuously. Yin San felt a throbbing headache. This kid's methods of attack were too bizarre. He was acutely aware of the weight behind his great sword. Yet, before him stood a youth who effortlessly parried the heavy sword with empty hands, leaving him with a sense of impotent strength. However, what truly tormented him were the sporadic spells. He not only had to contend with the rapid, powerful fireballs, but also had to be wary of the swirling dust. Cautiously considering whether the ground beneath him might suddenly transform into a quagmire. Amid the chaos, Yin San's mind filled with doubt. Where did this little monster come from? When did the lonely Cloud Academy produce such a figure? Why had there been no word of such a person within the organization? The 4 of them engaged in a back-and-forth battle. Soon, the spirits of Yin San and Yin Air began to wane. A tier 3 and a tier 4 warrior were being entangled by 2 mere youngsters, and they had yet to gain the upper hand. If word of this reached their organization, a thunderous punishment would await them. With a thunderous roar, Yin San swiftly retreated, swinging his great sword toward Yue Chen. Yue Chen felt a surge of delight. Observing Yin San's demeanor, he realized the opponent was about to unleash a secret technique. Yue Chen composed himself, focusing entirely on the task at hand. Simultaneously, he executed the Jade Maiden's Weave, retreating from Yin San's side while launching 3 super fireballs. A yellowish sword aura shot forth from the greatsword, slicing through the air like a golden dragon aimed directly at Yue Chen. Startled, Yue Chen instinctively employed the Tai Chi body technique. The sword aura swept past him, causing Yue Chen to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Feeling a sense of relief, it was evident that Yin San had recently ascended to tier 4 and was not yet adept in utilizing his fighting spirit, forcing him to barely expel it from his body. Otherwise, he would not have been able to evade the attack. Everything unfolded as Yue Chen had anticipated. Yin San's expression became somewhat dispirited after launching his thunderous strike. Seeing this, Yue Chen's heart leaped with joy. He unleashed a barrage of super fireballs, transforming defense into offense as the Tai Chi fist surged forward. Yin San, not to be outdone, continuously swung his greatsword. Enveloping himself within its protective arc, the sword's momentum sliced through the super fireballs, dissipating them one by one. Noticing Yin San's preoccupation with defense and his apparent fluster, a glimmer of insight flashed in Yue Chen's eyes. The marsh technique, the solid ground beneath Yin San's feet, instantly transformed into a quagmire, ensnaring him. Under normal circumstances, the marsh created by Yue Chen's meager magical power would not have posed any threat to Yin San, but now he was already fatigued. Caught off guard, Yin San found his entire lower leg sunk deep into the mire. An opportunity. Yue Chen's eyes brightened. The solidification technique. The marsh underwent another transformation, instantly solidifying into firm ground. Chapter 30. Victory and rewards. Yin San's complexion changed, turning to one of panic. His knees and below were trapped in the solid earth, and he was too occupied with fending off the incessantly attacking fireballs to extricate his legs. What? Yin San's face turned pale. He saw 5 super fireballs arranged in a plum blossom formation, hurtling towards him. It was finally coming to an end. After launching the 5 super fireballs, Yue Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. He held absolute confidence in the destructive power of the super fireballs. Previously, due to Yen San's ferocious attacks, he could only use the Tai Chi body technique to evade while casting a few spells for distraction. Now, with Yen San's legs ensnared, he could no longer dodge. There was no way he could evade all 5 super fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. Point 2 of the fireballs were cleaved in 2 by Yen San's great sword, while the other 3 struck him in the abdomen, chest, and right arm. Yen San's complexion flushed crimson, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His chest armor was obliterated, revealing charred skin beneath. The great sword slipped from his hands and fell to the ground due to the injury to his right arm. Who are you? Why do you meddle in my affairs? Yen San glared at Yue Chen with unwillingness, his tone laced with venomous malice. On the other side, Dean was visibly struggling. The 4 summoned beasts were still in their juvenile phase. Although their attacks were formidable, they lacked endurance. Dean, having focused on nurturing the summoned beasts, had learned few spells. The beast's momentum waned, and Yen Si appeared poised to break free from their encirclement, seizing the opportunity to strike. With Dean in a precarious situation, Yue Chen dared not waste time and resolved to take Yen San's life directly. He unleashed a volley of 5 super fireballs, culminating with a final shot of a purple-red fireball. A composite magic he had recently mastered, the super fireball. With Yen San's legs ensnared and his great sword lost, the 5 super fireballs had already inflicted considerable damage. The last super fireball enveloped him in darkness, extinguishing his life. Yen San's eyes widened in shock. Even in death, he could not comprehend why a mere Tier 1 magician could wield such powerful magic. Why did it seem as though his magical energy was boundless? Unleashing spell after spell? Unfortunately, he would never have the chance to understand. Yen Si grew bolder with each attack, noticing the 4 beasts were beginning to weaken. His heart secretly elated. He was on the verge of breaking free from their encirclement. Yen San is dead. You should surrender as well. Just then, Yue Chen's voice rang out, accompanied by a fireball speeding through the 4 beasts towards Yen Si. Impossible. Yen Si's expression shifted dramatically, although he was disbelieving. He could not help but glance over. Upon seeing Yen San's lifeless body, charred and lifeless, panic set in for Yen Si that moment. The super fireball launched by Yue Chen closed in, and Yen Si became utterly disoriented. Lacking any will for defense, the super fireball struck his right chest without hesitation. Boom. The super fireball bore tremendous power. Already injured, Yen Si was sent stumbling back 5 steps, spitting out blood. The 4 beasts seized the opportunity, unleashing their ultimate techniques to vent their frustrations. Wind, fire, water, and earth magic struck simultaneously at Yen Si's weakened form. Finally unable to withstand the multiple assaults, Yen Si collapsed to the ground. The beasts, refusing to relent, pounced once more. The red snake bit fiercely at Yen Si's right leg, while the white cat extended its sharp claws towards Yen Si's eyes. Elder brother, let the beast hold back. This person might still be of use. Yue Chen suggested to Dean. Dean shrugged helplessly. It's too late. Xiao Hong's venom is extremely potent. Within 7 breaths, the victim will perish. He is likely already dead. Oh. Yue Chen looked incredulously at the 4 beasts, now returned to Dean's side. Xiao Hong seemed aware that Dean was referring to him, standing upright and nodding, looking quite pleased with himself. Elder brother, you should save him first. I will check the belongings of the 2. Hopefully, I can uncover their origins. Yue Chen began to search the 2 individuals. They carried little in terms of possessions. Aside from 2 great swords and some currency, there was only a single package. Upon opening it, Yue Chen discovered a wooden box inside. The craftsmanship of the box was exquisite, indicating it was no ordinary item. Overcome with curiosity, Yue Chen carefully opened the wooden box. A magical pen. Yue Chen was overjoyed. Inside lay a featherbone pen, remarkably similar to the one he had purchased for drawing magical scrolls. Thus, Yue Chen deduced it to be a magical pen, and a premium one at that. Evident from the rich, elemental aura it emitted, as he picked up the magical pen for a closer examination, he noticed 3 faint words inscribed on the pen's shaft. Phoenix Feather Pen. Phoenix Feather Pen, what a splendid name. Yue Chen carefully stowed the feather pen away. Just then, Dean made a discovery. Third brother, this girl belongs to our academy. Look, she's wearing our academy's magical robe. Dean's voice called out. Upon hearing this, Yue Chen hurriedly cast 2 marsh techniques to submerge the corpses, then used the solidification technique to cover the traces before joining Dean. Inside the bag was a girl of about 13 or 14 years, with golden hair and her eyes closed, exuding an air of purity. It's her. Yue Chen exclaimed in surprise. This little girl was none other than Jenny, whom he had met in the library. "Third brother, do you know her?" Dean inquired. "Her name is Jenny. We have encountered each other once in the library." Yue Chen nodded and said, "Let us awaken her first. This is not a place to linger." Ah. After a brief tea break, a piercing scream echoed throughout the mountains. "Hey, stop screaming. You are already saved," Dean retorted, slightly irritated, startled by Jenny's sudden shriek. "Oh, I'm sorry." It was only then that Jenny realized her predicament, and she caught sight of Yue Chen standing beside Dean. "Is it you?" "Hello," Yue Chen greeted politely. Dean shook his head with a wry smile, thinking, this younger brother truly lacks social finesse. Has he forgotten that Jenny had just been kidnapped? To call this a good situation would be absurd. "Thank you for rescuing me," Jenny said timidly, and after glancing around, she uncertainly asked, "Is it just the two of you? What about the two who captured me?" "They have already fled and are likely seeking their accomplices. Therefore, we must hasten back to the academy. Only then will we be safe," Dean suggested, seemingly wishing to keep Jenny uninformed. The solitary Cloud Academy remained calm and serene. After escorting Jenny to the villa where she was residing, Yue Chen and Dean finally felt at ease and departed amidst Jenny's profuse gratitude. Upon returning to Villa number 60, Yue Chen immediately pulled Dean into the room. "Elder brother, guess what we have acquired this time?" Yue Chen exclaimed, smiling as he retrieved a wooden box and presented it to Dean. "What has brought you such joy?" Dean gently opened the wooden box. "A magical bone pin. Yes, and it is of the finest quality. How much do you think it is worth?" Yue Chen asked, his eyes gleaming with avarice, for he was in dire need of money. The Phoenix Feather Pen. Upon seeing the 3 small characters inscribed on the pen's shaft, Dean's expression turned serious. "Elder brother, what is wrong with this Phoenix Feather Pen?" Yue Chen inquired, puzzled. The fact that Dean displayed such concern indicated that the matter was far from ordinary. "Younger brother, it appears we have landed ourselves in considerable trouble," Dean replied. Noticing Yue Chen's confusion, Dean elaborated. "The Phoenix Feather Pen is one of the few exceptional magical bone pins, said to be crafted from the tail feathers of the phoenix. The king of all birds. I never expected to find it here. I believe the task those two mentioned was to deliver this pin to someone or someplace. However, their wicked intentions led them to encounter us instead. Does this mean the Phoenix Feather Pen has become a tainted object that cannot be exposed to the light?" Yue Chen lamented, realizing his hopes of selling the pin for money had been dashed. Dean chuckled. "Isn't this fortuitously advantageous for you? Aren't you learning to draw scrolls? This pin will serve you well. While it cannot be displayed openly, using it discreetly is certainly feasible," with a silly grin. Yue Chen understood Dean's implication. The Phoenix Feather Pen was now his. Grasping the pen, he felt a surge of confidence and declared, "Yes, I must study diligently and put this Phoenix Feather Pen to good use as soon as possible." Observing Yue Chen's enthusiasm, Dean reminded him, "You must take great care of that Phoenix Feather Pen. If it is revealed in public, it will be as if you have announced to the rightful owner that I killed Yin San and his companion. The owner, having lost such a precious item, will undoubtedly be furious. In the villa where Cleary resided, he appeared anxious as he conversed with Dandy. Uncle Dandy, according to the agreed timeline, Yin San and Yin Si should have delivered the Phoenix Feather Pen by now. It is already dark, yet they have not arrived. Could something have happened along the way? Cleary questioned. It should not be the case, Dandy replied. Although the Dark Wind organization operates somewhat haphazardly, they strive to fulfill the tasks entrusted by the Lord. Unless, he hesitated, uncertain, unless Yin San and Yin Si have absconded with the treasure, Cleary coldly remarked. Whoever dares to seize anything from the Alec family, even if they escape to the ends of the earth, I will hunt them down. Yet at that moment, the one who had taken the Phoenix Feather Pen was not fleeing but rather in high spirits. After bidding farewell to Dean, Yue Chen eagerly retrieved all the items acquired from the clandestine trading venue. Preparing to attempt drawing a scroll, having studied diligently over the past few days, Yue Chen had memorized the fundamental points and precautions of scroll making. What he lacked now was practical experience. He meticulously prepared the potion and laid a sheet of scroll paper flat on the table. With his right hand, he gently caressed the paper, enveloping it entirely with his mental energy, scrutinizing every intricate line. Over the past few days, Bond had emphasized the significance of the internal patterns of the scroll paper more than once. Highlighting their importance, Yue Chen understood this well, for the internal patterns would influence the flow of magical elements. Only when the drawn magical lines on the scroll aligned with the internal patterns of the paper could the best scroll be created. He had long since memorized the diagram for the first-tier fireball spell. Holding the bone pen, he began to mentally simulate the drawing process repeatedly. For his initial attempt, Yue Chen decided to start with the simplest. The first-tier fireball magical scroll at last. Summoning his courage, he began to put pen to paper. Yue Chen's movements were fluid, with smooth lines emerging effortlessly under his hand. His dexterity was a result of his martial arts training and Bond's relentless instruction. However, just as Yue Chen completed his drawing, a soft pop sounded, and flames erupted from the paper. His first attempt at scroll-making ended in failure. Where had he gone wrong? Yue Chen was perplexed, reflecting on his previous actions. He found that each step had adhered to the requirements, and there were no apparent mistakes. He immersed himself in the realm of Tai Chi, preparing to try once more, hoping to discern the issue through this meditative state. As he neared completion, the paper ignited in flames once again. His second attempt was also unsuccessful. Now I see, Yue Chen said, undeterred by the second failure. On the contrary, he felt a surge of excitement. Although he had just failed, he had discovered something peculiar. He noticed that as he approached completion, the mental energy and magical energy dispersed across the scroll underwent a strange transformation. The mental energy initially spread over the magical diagram rapidly converged, forming several focal points. While the lines connected these points, the previous failure had occurred due to a misalignment in the positions of the focal points, preventing the lines from connecting properly. Yue Chen laid out the paper once more. Ready to redraw. He had already devised a plan to adjust the structure of the magical diagram. The bone pen flew across the page, and under Yue Chen's practiced hand, the magical diagram was completed in one fell swoop. A red glow flashed across the paper, and a faint aura of fire elements rippled across its surface. Success! Yue Chen exclaimed with joy that he then proceeded to draw 5 more scrolls, and to his delight, all were successful. The pleasing outcome left Yue Chen puzzled. Hadn't he heard that scroll-making had a low success rate? Why had he managed to create 6 in a row without a single failure? Perhaps Bond knows the answer, he mused. The following day, as usual, Yue Chen jogged through the campus for his morning exercise. However, the atmosphere within the academy seemed different today. Observing the unusual scene, Yue Chen muttered to himself in confusion. A sense of panic pervaded the academy. Fewer students were practicing martial arts and magic, while many others burdened with bags hurriedly departed. Yue Chen, filled with questions, jogged back to the villa before he could step into the room. He noticed Dean and the others approaching with grave expressions. Remembering the changes around the academy, Yue Chen felt a sense of foreboding and said, "Elder brother, has something happened? This morning, I received a message from the family. Undead creatures have appeared near the Valley of the Undead, and the family suspects that the seal left by the Holy King years ago may have been breached." Dean replied, "The Valley of the Undead east of the clandestine trading venue?" Yue Chen asked in astonishment. Dean nodded. Gray interjected, "I and second brother also received a message from the family. The Academy's guard team has reported sightings of scattered undead creatures near the campus. The mood within the Academy is tense, and some have already begun to leave." Yue Chen was taken aback, finally understanding the unusual atmosphere within the Academy. Considering Dean and his brother's family background, he asked, "Are you also planning to leave?" Dean shook his head and replied, "We will not leave for the time being. The family is still unsure whether the seal has been damaged. We will decide after confirming the true situation." Gray and Patty exchanged glances with Yue Chen and nodded slightly. Yue Chen realized that the 3 of them shared a common viewpoint. They were all adopting a watchful approach. This meant that should the situation worsen, the 3 of them would be summoned back by their families. Reflecting on this, Yue Chen couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness. Noticing the change in Yue Chen's expression, Dean stepped forward to comfort him, saying, "Younger brother, there is no need to worry too much. I believe the Academy has already dispatched personnel to investigate the Valley of the Undead. In the Valley of the Undead, countless undead creatures roamed, with skeletons, zombies, and ghosts scattered everywhere. 2 elderly men with white hair were frowning as they hovered above the valley. Sante, the situation seems dire. As Daviel gazed upon the multitude of undead below, a heavy weight settled upon his heart. Sant, with a grave expression, nodded and remarked, "Fortunately, these are merely low-level undead creatures. Their eradication should not pose much difficulty. My concern lies with the seal of the Holy King. Let us refrain from wild speculation and descend to investigate further." The 2 descended into the depths of the valley. Daviel wandered among the scattered stones, his face contorted with unrestrained fury. This is man-made destruction. The evidence clearly indicates deliberate interference. Who could be so reckless? Do they not fear the calamity of 1,000 years ago may repeat itself? Sant interrupted Daviel with a raised hand, saying, "Enough. This is not the time for such inquiries. Thankfully, the perpetrator appears unfamiliar with the structure of the seals." Although damaged, it is not beyond repair. We should hasten back to summon the elders to devise a countermeasure. After a thorough examination, the duo took to the skies, heading towards the academy. Despite the incident in the Valley of the Undead, classes at the Lonely Cloud Academy continued as usual. Only a handful of students chose to leave, while the majority decided to remain. It remained uncertain whether they shared the same cautious stance as Dean and others. When Yue Chen arrived at the academy's trial grounds, he found Bond demonstrating scroll drawing techniques to the students. Bond casually spread a piece of specialized scroll paper on the table and stated, "There exists a variety of papers suitable for scroll drawing, with the hides of high-level magical beasts being the finest choice. Selecting the appropriate paper is a crucial step in the process." He then picked up a prepared bone pen and dipped it in ink, ready to begin his drawing. Yue Chen felt a stir within him and soon immersed himself in the realm of Taiji. He thought, Bond is a master of scroll drawing. Perhaps I can glean some insights from his process. Just then, as Bond prepared to set his pen to paper, he noticed a shift in the surrounding atmosphere. He turned in surprise to see Yue Chen, completely absorbed in the Taiji state. At that moment, Yue Chen emanated a natural aura, as if he had become one with his surroundings. It is he. Bond thought, astonished. He sensed that under the influence of Yue Chen's presence, the magical elements around them seemed to pulse with newfound vitality. Realizing the peculiarities surrounding Yue Chen, Bond felt a wave of understanding wash over him. After all, it was only natural for someone capable of instantaneous magic and complex spells to possess certain anomalies. The nearby students were oblivious to Bond's thoughts. They saw their teacher deep in contemplation. Silent and still. "Teacher," one student could no longer contain himself and called out. Bond suddenly realized he had drifted off during the lesson. He chuckled internally. Yet his hand began to move with purpose. Bond's actions flowed like water, his mental and magical energies intertwining as they danced at the tip of his pen, creating intricate lines upon the paper. Moments later, a complete magical array was drawn. "It's done. A quality piece," exclaimed a knowledgeable student nearby. "A quality piece." The excitement among the surrounding students began to swell. Just like magic, scrolls too held their own ranks and classifications among scrolls of the same level. Their quality could be categorized into 4 grades: ordinary, quality, fine, and exceptional. It was already a significant achievement to draw an ordinary scroll, while a quality piece emerged only once in 100 attempts. As for fine and exceptional scrolls, they existed only in legend, rarely seen by mortal eyes. Thus, it was indeed a rare occurrence for a scroll master like Bond to create a quality scroll in a single attempt, which naturally elicited excitement from the students. Quality. Yue Chen heard about the ranking of scrolls for the first time. He focused intently on the scroll on the table, noting the faint red glow that indeed set it apart from the scroll he had drawn the previous day. "I wonder what grade my scroll from yesterday belongs to." Yue Chen seized an opportunity to sidle up to Bond, producing a small fireball scroll and asking, "Instructor, this scroll seems a bit different. Could you help me identify its grade?" "What's different? Isn't it merely the paper used?" scoffed the student, dismissing it. Bond, however, bore no trace of derision on his face. With a serious demeanor, he took the scroll and began to examine it closely. The scroll shimmered with a faint red hue, with delicate fire elements visibly flowing across its surface. Upon gently unfurling the scroll, Bond's expression changed dramatically. "A fine-grade scroll," he exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. "What, fine?" The nearby students could scarcely believe their ears. The legendary fine-grade scroll had appeared before them. The student who had previously mocked felt a wave of shame wash over him, wishing he could disappear into the ground. "Yue Chen, where did you acquire this scroll?" Bond inquired eagerly, his excitement palpable. The once boisterous training room fell into a hushed silence, all students straining to hear Yue Chen's answer. Who wouldn't he desire a fine-grade scroll? Yue Chen found himself in a predicament. Should he directly tell Bond that he had drawn it himself? Noticing Bond's animated expression, he quickly abandoned that idea. He felt fortunate that the scroll he presented was not the best of his creations. His black-patterned ring still held 2 scrolls infused with even stronger elemental energies, likely of exceptional grade. Considering all this, Yue Chen concluded that the 6 scrolls he had drawn last night comprised 1 ordinary, 1 quality, 2 fine, and 2 exceptional. With immense joy swelling within him, he forced himself to maintain composure and replied, "I acquired this from a clandestine trading market outside the academy yesterday." "At a clandestine trading market? You are truly fortunate," a student remarked enviously. The clandestine trading market was a well-known secret among the academy's populace, especially for those who frequently sold scrolls. "I see," Bond replied, Appearing enlightened, I have demonstrated the process of scroll drawing. You all should have grasped the concept by now. You may disperse to practice. As the crowd began to disperse, Bond cast a meaningful glance at Yue Chen and said, Yue Chen, come with me for a moment. Bond led Yue Chen to an unoccupied room and shut the door behind them. Dust coated the furniture within, indicating it had been long since anyone had visited this place. Sit, Bond said, dragging over a wooden stool and brushing off the dust. Gesturing for Yue Chen to take a seat, he then found a stool for himself and sat facing Yue Chen. Chapter 33. Exceptional grade scroll. Yue Chen felt a sense of confusion. He sensed that Bond brought him here to avoid the other students, but for what purpose? Did he suspect something? Bond, meanwhile, was engaged in an inner struggle. Should he ask? He had refrained earlier, clearly aware that the origin of the scroll was a secret that Yue Chen might not divulge. But if he didn't inquire, how could he let this opportunity slip away? To meet the master who created the fine-grade scroll and gain insights would surely elevate his own skills in scroll drawing. After much hesitation, Bond decided to ask, Yue Chen, now that there are no others present, please answer me honestly. Who provided you with that fine-grade scroll? Bond asked earnestly. What I found at the trading market. Yue Chen replied. Such a response could only deceive the younger students. Bond was not easily convinced. Creating a fine-grade scroll required over a decade of experience. Such an individual would not likely mistake a fine-grade scroll for an ordinary one at a trading market. Instructor, that scroll was drawn by me, Yue Chen confessed. What? Bond's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he were questioning the reliability of his own hearing. Instructor, that scroll was drawn by me last night, Yue Chen reiterated, his tone resolute and firm. You drew it last night. Bond still found it hard to believe. How long had Yue Chen been learning? All told, it had been less than 10 days since he first encountered scroll drawing. Could someone truly create a fine-grade scroll in just 10 days? Bond shook his head. This is impossible. That I spent a full year before I successfully drew my first scroll, and even then, I was hailed as a prodigy in scroll drawing. Not to mention, I have only taught you the fundamentals during this time. You haven't even touched a bone pen yet. Yue Chen, this matter is of great importance to me. Are you certain that scroll truly is your creation? Bond asked again, his tone grave. Yue Chen smiled and nodded. Instructor, I assure you, that scroll is indeed my work. Last night, I produced a total of 2 fine-grade scrolls, and they are both right here. Yue Chen produced the 2 fine-grade scrolls and placed them on the dust-covered table. 2 fine scrolls. Bond gently lifted one, carefully brushing away the dust, his hands trembling with excitement. Could you draw one here? Even if it's just a quality piece? Bond himself felt that his demands were somewhat excessive. The previous exceptional product he had acquired was merely a stroke of luck. Aware of this, he nonetheless wished to ascertain for himself whether what Yue Chen claimed was indeed true. Despite Yue Chen having already performed several miracles, such as a 1-star sorcerer potentially defeating a 3-star sorcerer, being able to withstand a 5-star spell like meteor fire rain, mastering magics that even skilled magicians might struggle to execute instantaneously, and producing composite spells that eluded even the most seasoned magic scholars, Bond was resolute in his disbelief that Yue Chen could, in just 10 days, grow to become a master of scroll making. The prerequisites for becoming a scroll master were exceedingly stringent. Crafting magical scrolls required not only exceptional sensitivity, but also extensive knowledge of magical arrays. Only with heightened sensitivity could one perceive the subtle changes in the medium used for drawing. Without mastery over various magical array diagrams, one could not produce the corresponding scrolls to ascend to the rank of scroll master. One must possess not only these qualities, but also ample insight and perseverance, both of which are indispensable in the pursuit of any endeavor. Very well, Yue Chen replied calmly. He was not angered. He understood Bond's reaction stemmed from an obsession with academia. He could not recall a valid reason to oppose such a request. Casually, he cast a gentle breeze spell and a solidification spell to clear the dust from the table. He then retrieved scroll paper, a bone pen, and various other materials from the black-patterned ring, effortlessly preparing the potion and smoothing the paper. Witnessing Yue Chen's fluid motions, Bond's inner skepticism began to waver. Perhaps he truly could create a masterpiece scroll? Bond noticed a shift in Yue Chen's aura. It became natural, as if he melded seamlessly with his surroundings. Every gesture Yue Chen made felt so instinctive and approachable, as if it were all meant to be. Immersed in a state akin to Tai Chi, Yue Chen wielded the bone pen with grace. In a short while, he set the pen aside. The scroll was complete. A flash of red light enveloped it, transforming the scroll into a soft crimson hue. with faint embers of fire element flowing gently across the surface, an extraordinary scroll. It was indeed a supreme-level creation. Bond nearly sprinted to the table, gently caressing the scroll with tears of excitement welling in his eyes. At that moment, Bond's emotions were profoundly complex: elation, astonishment, disbelief, and a tinge of inferiority. Everything felt surreal. The legendary supreme-level scroll had been crafted by someone who had only studied scroll-making for 10 days. And he had succeeded on his first attempt, whereas Bond himself had spent a year on his own. Suddenly, Bond felt that the world had become utterly insane. Yue Chen stood there, momentarily stunned and at a loss for words. He had anticipated Bond's excitement, but not to such an extreme. After a brief pause, Bond realized he had lost his composure. Taking a deep breath, he managed to calm his agitated state, and, looking at Yue Chen as if he were a marvel, tentatively inquired, "Aside from the fireball scroll, can you create scrolls of other types?" Yue Chen shook his head. He had only attempted to craft the fireball scroll yesterday, and had yet to explore other types. However, Yue Chen's negative response led Bond to misinterpret his words. Upon seeing Yue Chen's shake of the head, Bond assumed it meant he was unable to do so. His wounded spirit felt somewhat comforted by this. He responded reassuringly, "It's all right if you can't. After all, your exposure to scroll-making has been brief. Moreover, your performance has already been astonishing. Your mastery in crafting the fireball scroll has reached a level of expertise. With continued practice, you will surely be able to master other types of scrolls as well. You are destined to become a scroll grandmaster in the future." With that, Bond seized the scroll. "You are to inform Elder Sant that I have received such valuable information at the earliest opportunity." Leaving those words behind, Bond hurriedly departed, leaving Yue Chen in a state of astonishment. In the president's office of Gloomy Cloud Academy, Elder Sant and nearly 20 other elders were seated around a long table, engaged in fervent discussion. At one end of the table sat a middle-aged man with golden hair. He had prominent brows, a straight nose, and a square jaw, with piercing blue eyes that captivated the soul. The powerful aura he exuded indicated that he was a formidable saint-level warrior. The middle-aged man, scanning the room with sharp eyes, spoke. "Everyone has heard the words of Elder Davil and Elder Sant. Please share your thoughts." A middle-aged woman clad in blue and white magical robes stood up and said, "Your Excellency the Principal, I believe our immediate course of action should be to prevent the undead from spilling out of the valley, ensuring the safety of our academy students. Only then should we consider how to repair the seal." The middle-aged man nodded and responded, "Elder Velika's words are indeed prudent. However, we need not concern ourselves with repairing the seal. The Holy King had reached divine level when the seal was established. It is beyond our capacity to mend. Who could have entered the valley to damage the seal? Could it be that someone from the demon race infiltrated?" Someone speculated. The middle-aged man shook his head. It cannot be the demon race. The seal left by the Holy King is primarily composed of light magic. Any dark-affiliated entity that approaches would be reduced to ashes. Thus, it is evident that the one who breached the seal must be human. Elder Sant's tone was filled with resignation. "Whoever it was that damaged the seal, we will investigate slowly. For now, we must stop the spread of the undead." He waved his hand, interrupting the discussion. Looking at an elderly white-haired man, he inquired, "Elder Velik, how long will it take to set up defensive magical arrays outside the valley?" The elderly man rasped, "Given the current low level of the undead, we only need to deploy some ordinary magical arrays for defense. If we mobilize students proficient in magical arrays from the academy, I believe we can complete it in 7 days." "Very well. Let Elder Velik handle the magical array arrangements while the other elders provide full support," Principal Edmund affirmed. "This matter shall proceed as discussed. You may disperse for now." Everyone agreed without dissent. Elder Velik specialized in magical arrays, making him the most suitable candidate for this task. As the elders departed, a robust young man entered the room. "Principal, a person claiming to be from the Violet Legion seeks an audience outside." "The Violet Legion?" Edmund was taken aback. What could they possibly want here? Gloomy Cloud Academy has had no dealings with them. Nevertheless, Edmund decided to meet with them. "Please, come in." A young man entered, broad-faced with large eyes and a beard, exuding a faint aura of menace. Although he wore no military helmet, his demeanor was unmistakably that of a soldier. He approached Edmund with measured steps and respectfully stated, "Major Roger, under Marshal Virgil of the Violet Legion, pays his respects to Lord Edmund." Observing Roger's imposing stature, Edmund silently acknowledged his prowess. The 6-star, 3-tiered great swordsman from the Guardian Legion of the Kalan Empire. The Violet Legion truly lived up to its reputation. Edmund accepted the salute with ease and inquired, "Major, you are a busy man. Yet you come to gloomy Cloud Academy. May I ask the reason for your visit? I have come on behalf of the young master. Here is a confidential letter penned by the marshal for your perusal. Before the saint-level warrior, Roger did not dare to exhibit even a hint of disrespect. After receiving the letter, Edmund took a moment to read it before solemnly stating, "Please convey to the marshal that as long as your young master remains within gloomy Cloud Academy for a day, we shall ensure his safety. Thank you, my lord. I shall not fail in my mission and will relay your words." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Roger took his leave. Edmund watched Roger depart, gazing out the window at the beautiful scenery, yet his heart remained unsettled. The heir of the war goddess lineage was being targeted for elimination. What could the current king be contemplating? Did he intend to take action against the Kalan Empire's guardian family, the Violet family? Markdo, Edmund called to his aged assistant waiting outside. "Please summon Elder Sant. I have matters to discuss with him." "Yes, I shall go at once." Markdo appeared frail, yet his steps were surprisingly spry as Edmund observed Markdo depart with a lively gait. His expression softened, filled with nostalgia. Markdo, ostensibly his assistant, was in truth his loyal companion and dear friend. After the meeting concluded, Sant hurried to his recruitment office, having already lost considerable time due to the issues surrounding the Undead Valley. He is not willing to miss any talented student simply because he is momentarily absent. "Elder Sanct, I have found you. I bear delightful news to share with you. As Sanct arrived at the square in front of the admissions office. He was greeted by Bond, whose face was alight with excitement. "What is it? Have you found some money? You look so happy." Bond laughed heartily. "Finding money pales in comparison to the joyous news I am about to share, which is far more exhilarating." All right, do tell. What is this good news?" Sanct, preoccupied with the matters of the Necromancer Valley, had little patience for idle chatter with Bond. After just a few exchanges, his tone began to reflect his impatience. However, Bond, whose robust physique belied a somewhat blunt nature, failed to notice Sangt's unusual demeanor. With uncontainable joy, he remarked, "Elder, do you recall the student, Yue Chen, whom you personally introduced to me a few days ago? The one skilled in scroll crafting?" "Yue Chen, of course, I remember." Without a moment's hesitation, Sanct replied. Yue Chen was the pride of his years in admissions. How could he forget? Yet, he felt a twinge of confusion regarding the connection between Bond's joyous revelation and Yue Chen. He chuckled. Bond, still smiling, produced a pale red scroll and handed it to Sanct, saying, "Elder, what do you think of this fireball scroll?" This was indeed the exquisite scroll that Yue Chen had demonstrated earlier, which Bond had casually brought along. Initially, Sanct felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. "What is it? Can't you just tell me? Why mention a scroll, and a low-level fireball scroll at that?" However, upon receiving the scroll, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. An exquisite scroll. Sanct's face was a tapestry of wonder, skepticism, and delight. "Bond, can you truly craft exquisite scrolls now?" Sanct asked excitedly. Sanct was all too aware of the challenges involved in crafting exquisite scrolls. Even for a basic fireball scroll, achieving an exquisite version required profound comprehension of the magical array, coupled with a dash of luck. Both were indispensable. Most importantly, the ability to craft an exquisite scroll, even a basic one, signified the potential to aspire to become a master scroll maker. Chapter 35. Sanct's thoughts. Sanct gleefully mused. A scroll master. If the Academy of Solitary Clouds were to boast a scroll master, it would significantly bolster the institution's prestige. Hearing Sang's inquiry, Bond's rugged face flushed slightly, a rare display of emotion. Bond shook his head and softly replied, "Elder, I did not craft this scroll." Sang's expression immediately turned cold. "If you did not create it, why present it to me? While exquisite scrolls are indeed rare, this is merely a low-level fireball spell, too weak to be of much use." Sanct felt a surge of irritation. What is with Bond today? Bringing me an exquisite fireball scroll and proclaiming it as joyous news. Can a mere fireball scroll resolve the issues plaguing the Necromancer Valley? I doubt it could even handle a common undead creature. As Sanct beheld Bond's earnest smile, a genuine warmth spread through him. He realized he might have misunderstood Bond. Could it be that Yue Chen, whom Bond had mentioned earlier, was connected to the origin of this scroll? "Bond, do tell. What is the story behind this scroll?" Sanct inquired directly. Although Bond was simple-hearted, he was not foolish. Noticing Sanct's frigid demeanor and slightly irate tone, Bond recognized that the elder was upset. Yet, he could not fathom why. As he was merely delivering good news, hesitant to elaborate further, he stated, "Elder, This scroll was crafted by Yue Chen. What? Please repeat that. This scroll was crafted by Yue Chen. Sang's eyes widened in disbelief. He was utterly astonished. Initially, he had speculated that the scroll might be linked to Yue Chen, but now he was being told that Yue Chen had indeed crafted it. This was utterly unbelievable. It cannot be. Bond must be mistaken. Bond internally reveled at Sang's astonished reaction. He had anticipated such a response. Suppressing his amusement, he reiterated, "Elder, this scroll was crafted by Yue Chen." Upon hearing Bond's words again, knowing Bond's character and integrity, Sang understood that this must be true. Yet, how could it be? He had only been learning scroll crafting for a few days. As he spoke, disbelief painted his features. Bond chuckled wryly. This is indeed hard to believe. However, just moments ago, he demonstrated the crafting of this scroll before me, leaving me no room for doubt. What? Sang's eyes bulged, now nearly twice their original size. You mean to say, Yue Chen completed this scroll just now? Quickly, how many scrolls did he create in total? Sang's heart raced with exhilaration. He was acutely aware of the rarity of exquisite scrolls. Even a master scroll maker could not guarantee when they might achieve such a feat. The time frame could span a day, a month, or even a year. The odds were exceedingly slim, and the appearance of an exquisite scroll was closely tied to the talent of the scroll creator. By determining the number of scrolls Yue Chen had crafted before producing an exquisite one, Sang could predict Yue Chen's future accomplishments in scroll crafting. If it were within 100 scrolls, I could confidently assert that Yue Chen is destined to become a scroll master. Sang began to daydream. Just one. He only crafted that one scroll. That Bond's expression turned peculiar as he uttered this statement. The absurdity of the claim would be met with disbelief if shared with others. Had he not witnessed it himself, he too would find it hard to accept. Just one. Sang's demeanor grew increasingly frenzied. One. You mean to say he crafted only one scroll, and it was exquisite? The tumultuous excitement within Sang was akin to a stormy sea, relentless and unquenchable. If this were true, then Yue Chen's talent in scroll crafting was nearly divine. To become a scroll master would be a mere formality. Attaining the status of a scroll grandmaster was entirely within reach, even potentially transcending to a divine level. Sang's thoughts spiraled into a fervent reverie. After a long pause, he suddenly exclaimed with exhilaration, "Where is Yue Chen now? I must bring him here for specialized training." Yes, specialized training. It would be a travesty not to harness such remarkable talent. Upon hearing the term specialized training, Bond's lips twitched uncontrollably, and his robust frame trembled involuntarily. At that moment, an elderly voice interrupted. "Elder Sang, the principal requests your presence in the principal's office for a discussion." Filled with curiosity, Sang approached the principal's office. Having just attended a meeting, he felt a surge of anxiety. If the esteemed Edmont, a being of saintly rank, summoned him, it surely was no trivial matter. "Elder Sang, it has come to my attention that a new student has recently joined the academy, endowed with exceptional talent. Not only has he mastered instant magic and composite spells, but he also single-handedly executed the 5-star meteor fire rain at a 1-star level. Is this true?" Edmont inquired directly. Upon hearing the mention of Yue Chen, a hint of pride flickered across Sang's face as he replied, "The principal is well informed. Indeed, this is the case. The young man's name is Yue Chen. Hailing from Leba City, he has not only mastered instant magic and composite spells, but he also possesses an all-encompassing physique and is well-versed in martial arts. Just moments ago, I discovered another of his talents. He is a once-in-a-millennium genius in magical scroll crafting." Oh, Edmont was taken aback by Sang's high regard for Yue Chen. Intrigued, he prompted, "Please elaborate on your findings." Sang's pride swelled as he recounted, "A few days ago, at Yue Chen's request, I took him to learn scroll crafting under teacher Bond. You won't believe this. Just earlier, that rascal Bond brought me an exquisite fireball scroll, claiming it was crafted by Yue Chen today, and it was the only one he made. Edmont's expression finally revealed surprise. To craft a single scroll and produce an exquisite one is a talent that is truly extraordinary. Nodding, he remarked, "Indeed, he is a once-in-a-millennium talent." Sang's heart swelled with joy. After all, Yue Chen was his recruit. In his moment of pride, Sang seized the opportunity to suggest, "I propose to conduct specialized training for Yue Chen. Given his extraordinary talent, I kindly request your approval." "Principal." Sang brimmed with confidence, believing the principal would surely acquiesce to his request, as arranging specialized training for a student fell well within his purview as an elder. Alas, reality often diverges from one's hopes. No. Edmont's response struck Sang like a thunderbolt. Why not? A sense of resentment welled up within Saint. After all, he had already initiated specialized training for Yue Chen. In a certain sense, Yue Chen could be considered his disciple. Who would not desire a disciple of such remarkable talent, with limitless potential? Sighing heavily, Edmond explained, I understand your intentions, but Yue Chen's identity dictates that now is not the time for specialized training. Identity? Sankt was utterly perplexed. What impressive identity could a boy from Labus City possibly possess? At that moment, a letter, seemingly devoid of gravity, slowly glided towards him. Upon reading this letter, you will understand why I have made such a decision. Chapter 36. The path to prosperity. Strange occurrences arose in the Valley of the Undead near the Solitude Cloud Academy. With a significant emergence of undead creatures, the news swiftly reached the Empire, spreading throughout the entire Kalan Empire. A millennium ago, the cataclysm of the undead that formed the Valley of the Undead became widely known due to the efforts of those with ulterior motives. In an instant, a faint atmosphere of panic enveloped the entire empire. The nobles residing in the imperial capital were particularly restless, for the proximity of the Valley of the Undead was alarmingly close. Should the undead calamity arise, the imperial capital would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the disaster. Consequently, all nobles of even modest power dispatched their subordinates to investigate the situation at the Solitude Cloud Academy. Some went so far as to arrange escape routes, recruit soldiers, and stockpile equipment. The actions of the nobles directly caused the prices of weapons, magical potions, and scrolls in the imperial capital and surrounding cities to soar, doubling compared to before. The changes in the imperial capital had a direct impact on the Solitude Cloud Academy. During this period, the influx of adventurers to the academy surged. Astute merchants flocked in. Recognizing the opportunity that an increase in demand accompanied by the looming threat of potential undead led to a continuous rise in the prices of magical scrolls. This series of changes left Yue Chen grinning from ear to ear. As he was reaping substantial profits, through subsequent experiments and attempts, Yue Chen discovered an intriguing phenomenon. The more low-level magical scrolls he crafted, the higher the probability of producing exceptional scrolls. With his current mental strength, when crafting a 1-star magical scroll, the chances of producing an extraordinary or premium scroll were each 50%. For 2-star magical scrolls, the likelihood of yielding quality or premium scrolls was equally divided. As for 3-star magical scrolls, there was a 50% chance of producing quality scrolls. The failure rate was non-existent. Upon learning this information, Dean and the others exclaimed in disbelief. When Bond heard the news, his jaw dropped, and he stood in a daze for a full 10 minutes before regaining his composure. Even now, his failure rate when crafting 3-star magical scrolls exceeded 50%. The remarkable achievements of Yue Chen left him feeling embarrassed. From that moment on, Bond categorized Yue Chen among the ranks of monsters, silently resolving never to compare himself to Yue Chen again. That fellow was simply inhuman. Each time he recalled this matter, he would repeat this phrase to console his bruised spirit. Yue Chen had only attempted to craft a 4-star magical scroll once, which ended in failure, and he had not tried again since. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather a matter of inability. Ordinary magical scroll paper could only be used for spells of 3 stars or below. Spells above 3 stars required superior mediums, such as magical beast hides or other items imbued with magical properties. However, these were either prohibitively expensive or difficult to obtain. Since Yue Chen's goal in crafting magical scrolls was profit, he was naturally unwilling to waste money in this regard. Yue Chen crafted scrolls, sold them, then purchased materials to continue the cycle. In just half a month, he netted nearly 200,000 gold coins. This achievement filled him with immense joy. The Academy's trading market became a frequent haunt for Yue Chen. This time, he hurried to the trading market once more, bearing the fruits of a night's labor. As he walked, Yue Chen mused contentedly. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before he could afford to purchase a second 6-tier magic core. The spiritual crisis brought about by the Taiji seal had made him acutely aware of his financial constraints, but now he had discovered a means to prosperity. His 1-star 4-tier mental strength had also become more stable through relentless training, and he sensed the possibility of another breakthrough. At this moment, Yue Chen's spirits soared. Brother Yue Chen has arrived. Everyone, make way and give Brother Yue Chen some space. A familiar voice rang in his ears. It was only then that Yue Chen realized he had unknowingly reached the trading market. Seeing the crowd parting to create a space for him, Yue Chen felt a flicker of pride. Having sold a large number of scrolls daily, he had earned quite a reputation in the trading market. Brother Yue Chen, what scrolls do you have today? How many are there? Someone inquired. A smile spread across Yue Chen's face. Without needing to look, he knew the questioner was his loyal customer, the leader of the Flame Horse Mercenary Corps, Kongda. Brother Kong, today I have a substantial quantity. 200 quality 3-star magical scrolls and 150 ordinary ones. They primarily consist of 5 types of scrolls: Explosive Fireball, Flame Spell, Windblade, Falling Rock, Windbinding, and Swamp Spell. The 2-star scrolls are fewer, but all are quality. Yue Chen replied with a smile. Exceptional and extraordinary scrolls were simply too astonishing. So he had reserved all premium and extraordinary scrolls for himself? So many. Brother Yue Chen, your skills are truly impressive to gather such a quantity in such a short time that I'm genuinely curious. Where did you acquire these scrolls? Kongda asked with a smile. A hint of amusement crossed Yue Chen's face as he thought, of course, there are plenty. I spent the night crafting them. As for Kongda's inquiry, he simply chose to ignore it. He was not foolish enough to disclose that he had personally crafted these scrolls. Would others doubt him? He had no concerns about that. Even if he told others that he had spent an entire night crafting them, no one would believe it. Kongda did not expect Yue Chen to respond. Seeing his silence, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Thus, he leaned closer to Yue Chen and whispered, Brother Yue Chen, I've received news that a mysterious team of scroll artisans has recently appeared at the Solitude Cloud Academy. I presume your scrolls must have come from them. Yue Chen was taken aback, realizing how rumors were born. A scroll artisan team had seemingly appeared out of thin air. An idea sparked in his mind, and he chose to neither confirm nor deny it, instead maintaining a cryptic smile. Seeing Yue Chen's expression, Kongda felt a surge of satisfaction. It seemed that the 100 gold coins he had spent were not in vain. He had indeed uncovered the source of the scrolls. I'll return and seek out that fellow if I can establish a connection with that scroll artisan team. The Flame Horse Mercenary Corps will no longer have to worry about the lack of magical scrolls. If Yue Chen were to know Kongda's thoughts, he would undoubtedly envy that unknown con artist who could deceive Kongda out of his money with non-existent information. Yue Chen set up the scrolls at his stall. Buyers began to gather around. Brother, I'd like 5 quality explosive fireball scrolls. I'll take 10 windblade scrolls and 10 wind-binding scrolls. Watching the scrolls rapidly deplete from his spatial ring, Yue Chen felt elated. Each of these scrolls equated to money. A typical 2-star scroll was worth 100 gold coins, while a quality 2-star scroll commanded a price of 200 gold coins. The prices for ordinary and quality 3-star scrolls reached 500 and 1,000 gold coins, respectively. As Yue Chen's scrolls continued to sell, Kongda felt a deep sense of regret. The extensive purchases he had made in recent days had left him financially strapped. Seeing the scrolls flying off the shelves made him feel as if piles of gold coins were slipping away from him, causing him great distress. It seemed he had no choice but to barter with that item. Kongda resolved silently, It's all Elder Sangda's fault for not allowing me to leave the academy. If I could take these scrolls to Kotet town to sell, I could earn at least half more. Yue Chen lamented internally. Hey, Brother Kong, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Your face looks strange. Kongda's face instantly turned crimson. Leaning close to Yue Chen's ear, he whispered, Brother Yue Chen, could you possibly pause your sales of these scrolls for a moment? I have something I wish to discuss with you. Pause sales? That's simply not feasible. This concerns my credibility. Yue Chen outright rejected Kongda's suggestion in his mind. However, considering that Kongda was his loyal customer and a significant client, along with the fact that he commanded a respectable mercenary corps, Yue Chen felt he should extend him some courtesy. Ceasing his actions, Yue Chen replied, Brother Kong, please share what you need. If I can assist, I will certainly do my utmost. Brother Yue Chen, I wish to buy all your remaining scrolls, Kongda stated. Yue Chen nodded in agreement. Certainly, Brother Kong has always been my esteemed customer, so I should prioritize you. At this moment, Kongda's expression grew awkward. He hesitated and said, But I don't have that much money on me today. This left Yue Chen in a quandary. He thought, what the hell? You want to buy on credit? That's impossible. If you take the scrolls and vanish, how will I retrieve my payment? There are nearly 200 remaining scrolls, which is no small sum. Brother Kong, you know these scrolls are sourced from others for resale. Yue Chen said with a troubled expression. Kongda quickly shook his head. Brother Yue Chen, you've misunderstood my intention. I intend to trade you this item in exchange for all your remaining scrolls. Kant retrieved a black iron plate, approximately 2 fingers wide and the length of his palm, and handed it over. Yue Chen accepted the iron plate and examined it closely. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary piece of metal. However, upon further inspection, he discerned that the material of the black iron plate was remarkably peculiar, resembling both iron and wood. Despite searching through his memories, Yue Chen could not identify the substance, with a troubled expression. He returned the iron plate and said, "Although this piece is made of an unusual material, I fear it may not suffice to exchange for all of my scrolls." No one noticed that. At the moment Yue Chen returned the iron plate, a faint stream of energy flowed across its surface. "Brother Yue Chen, this iron plate is a recent acquisition from a magical ruin. Unfortunately, we have yet to find the time to have it appraised at the Magic Guild. So we are unclear about its properties. However, we had to overcome numerous mechanisms to obtain this item, which leads me to believe its value is certainly not inferior to your scrolls," Khan hastily explained. Yue Chen's expression shifted slightly as he contemplated this. The continent is home to many existing magical ruins, most of which are relics from ancient times. If this seemingly unremarkable black iron plate is indeed as Kant described, its value must be considerable. You should agree to him. The spirit of the seal suddenly spoke in Yue Chen's mind that I have examined it, and this iron plate contains faint magical fluctuations that it appears to be a medium for recording information. What? A surge of joy flooded Yue Chen's heart. He was unsure how the spirit of the seal grasped this, but merely the term medium for recording information sent him into a frenzy of excitement. A medium for recording information, as the name implies, is an object that contains information. While ordinary recording mediums are not particularly remarkable, this iron plate, having been obtained from an ancient ruin, likely holds records from the ancient era, including magical knowledge. Suppressing his exhilaration, Yue Chen feigned difficulty to avoid arousing Kant's suspicion, saying, "Brother Kant, these scrolls are not solely mine. I cannot unilaterally decide to exchange them all for just this iron plate." Kant himself felt a twinge of uncertainty. Although the black iron plate had an extraordinary origin, there remained the possibility that it was merely scrap metal, and its poor appearance made it hard to justify a value of 50,000 gold coins. Seeing Yue Chen's tone soften slightly, Kant seized the opportunity, gritting his teeth and declaring, "I will add an additional 20,000 gold coins. 20,000 gold coins plus this iron plate for all your scrolls. What do you say?" "Brother Yue Chen?" Yue Chen was nearly doubled over with laughter at the absurdity of it all and had no reason to refuse. With a shameless grin, he replied, "Since you, Brother Kant, have made the offer, and considering you are an old customer of mine, I shall acquiesce and sell you all of these scrolls." Both parties were pleased with the arrangement. After the transaction was completed, Yue Chen hurriedly procured a substantial amount of scroll paper and materials before hastening back to his villa. He was eager to uncover the secrets contained within the black iron plate. Once he returned to his room and secured the door, Yue Chen took out the iron plate and summoned the Taiji seal. "Spirit of the seal, how can I access the information recorded within?" "I do not know." The spirit of the seal's response left Yue Chen astounded. "You don't know? Then how did you determine that this is a medium for recording information?" Yue Chen's tone grew sharp. It is because the magical fluctuations present here are strikingly similar to the spiritual fluctuations found in the jade slips used by cultivators. Therefore, I suspect its function is akin to that of the jade slips employed by practitioners of cultivation. The spirit of the seal explained. After a detailed discussion, Yue Chen gained a rough understanding of the black iron plate. He marveled at the fact that elements from fantasy novels he had read were now manifesting as reality. Cultivation, jade slips, magical artifacts, and most astonishingly, he himself had traversed into this magical realm. Following the spirit of the seal's guidance, Yue Chen divided his spiritual energy into fine strands, enveloping the black iron plate layer by layer, and carefully controlled the energy to seep into the plate's interior. As his spiritual energy intertwined closely with the plate's surface, Yue Chen gradually sensed the magical fluctuations described by the spirit. The magical energy pulsed rhythmically, akin to the heartbeat of a living being, as if it were narrating a tale. At that moment, Yue Chen encountered a barrier. Despite his utmost efforts, he could not penetrate it, and his spiritual energy remained unable to enter the iron plate. Declaring his attempt with spiritual energy a failure, Yue Chen turned to magical energy. He employed the powers of the 7 elemental magics: wind, fire, water, earth, light, darkness, and ice, but still failed to unravel the mystery of the iron plate. Only spatial magic remained. Wrapping the black iron plate in dark gray spatial energy, he attempted to penetrate it. Buzz. The instant the spatial energy made contact with the plate's surface, it began to tremble slightly. The plate gradually enveloped itself with the surrounding spatial energy. Chapter 38. A joyous discovery. Yue Chen's heart soared. He had finally found the right approach. He channeled all his magical energy, amplifying the flow of spatial energy. "Try combining it with your spiritual energy," the spirit of the seal suddenly suggested. Upon hearing this, Yue Chen immediately complied. He held unwavering faith in the spirit of the seal. The Taiji seal was bound to him by a life-and-death contract. Their fates were intertwined. The spirit would never harm him. The mixed spatial energy and spiritual energy made contact with the iron plate. Its tremors intensified. An uncanny sight unfolded. The plate, seemingly weightless, began to levitate slowly, hovering 2 meters above the ground. Simultaneously, a faint dark gray halo illuminated its surface. As the magical energy continued to be absorbed, the halo grew increasingly radiant. Yue Chen relentlessly poured forth magical energy, his heart racing with anxiety. The rate at which the iron plate absorbed energy was escalating rapidly, and even Yue Chen, who had entered the Taiji state, began to feel his magical reserves dwindle. A sense of dread washed over him. He understood that, in the Taiji state, his magical recovery rate was extraordinary. Yet, even with that, the energy he was regaining was insufficient to satisfy the plate's demands. Gradually, he felt his internal magical energy depleting, nearing exhaustion. The iron plate showed no signs of halting its relentless absorption. Will it drain me completely? Yue Chen lamented inwardly, regretting his impatience to unveil the secrets of the iron plate. Yet he also felt a thrill. The more magic it absorbed, the more extraordinary it seemed, indicating that the information it contained was invaluable, just as Yue Chen was on the verge of fainting from the excessive energy drain. The iron plate emitted a series of crisp sounds. At that moment, Yue Chen realized that his internal magical energy had ceased to flow out. Clink, clink. With each gentle chime, several pale white characters floated out from the plate. Spiraling above it, Yue Chen was astonished to discover that he recognized none of these characters. Their shapes were bizarre, vastly different from the known scripts of the continent. The dark gray halo on the plate grew ever brighter, transforming from its original hue to a pale golden color. The characters above the plate multiplied, their rotation accelerating rapidly. Suddenly, the rapidly spinning characters exploded outward, scattering like arrows aimed directly at his forehead. Whoosh! The speed of the light arrows formed from the characters was blindingly swift. Yue Chen barely had time to react before they struck his forehead. In an instant, he felt a jolt throughout his body, and vivid images flashed through his mind, an incessant stream of information flooding his consciousness. Yue Chen sensed a flicker of enlightenment. This was the information recorded within the black iron plate, suppressing his excitement. He began to organize and assimilate the information. After a considerable time, Yue Chen finally finished categorizing all the information. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find that his previously depleted spiritual and magical energy had fully recovered, and even surpassed his prior levels. His spiritual energy had reached the remarkable rank of 1 star, 6th level, an elevation of 2 tiers. This revelation sent Yue Chen into a frenzy of joy. The black iron plate was a remnant left by an ancient spatial mage named Jedi Daya. It contained all of Jedi Daya's insights and understandings regarding spatial magic. Most thrilling for Yue Chen was the record indicating that Jedi Daya had left behind a laboratory by a lake near Black Peak Ridge. This lake was home to a unique magical beast known as the Void Eater. While the Void Eater was merely a first-tier magical beast and not particularly rare, its king drove all alchemists to madness. As the remains of the Void Eater made for exceptional materials and crafting spatial accessories. If fortune favored him, he might even acquire the magic crystal from the Void Eater King, a boon indeed. The magic crystal was essential in creating legendary-level spatial accessories. Yue Chen danced with excitement. This is splendid. If I can find the Void Eater and craft spatial accessories, I shall no longer have to worry about financial matters. Do not harbor excessive hopes for something you do not fully understand, the spirit of the seal cautioned. This Jedi Daya is from an indeterminate age. After so many years, circumstances have undoubtedly changed. It is uncertain whether that lake still exists, and it is possible that the Void Eater has gone extinct. While receiving this information, Yue Chen shared a mental connection with the Taiji seal. Yue Chen obtained information that Tai Chi-in was equally aware of. Therefore, you should go to the library now and consult the map of the mainland. Cross-reference it with your memory to ascertain its general location before searching carefully. Yin Ling reiterated. Yue Chen nodded. Although Yin Ling's words were somewhat disheartening, they were nonetheless the truth. As he opened the door, he saw Dean rushing towards him, followed closely by Patty and Gray, third brother. UVE finally emerged. Do you have any idea that you've been holed up in your room for 3 days? We were frantic when you didn't respond to our knocks. Dean exclaimed, his words tumbling out in a rush. I've been inside for 3 days. Yue Chen was taken aback. surprised that merely processing the information from the black iron tablet had consumed so much time. He couldn't help but regard the contents of the tablet with a renewed sense of respect. Currently, he had only managed to organize the information preliminarily, and there remained a significant distance before he could fully comprehend it. Third brother, a significant event has transpired at the academy over the past 3 days. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been so eager to find you. Gray stated that a significant event. Yue Chen's mind raced as he queried with curiosity. Is it related to the Valley of the Undead? A glimmer of approval appeared in Dean's eyes as he replied, 2 days ago, the situation in the Valley of the Undead worsened again. A thick black fog has enveloped the entire valley, and according to reports from the academy, medium-level undead have begun to appear there. The defensive formation set up at the valley's entrance has been nearly obliterated. Yue Chen recognized the gravity of the situation that he raised his head and inquired, what is the current state of the academy? A hint of displeasure crossed Gray's face as he responded, what do you think? Once news of the deteriorating situation in the Valley of the Undead broke, the academy announced its temporary closure. It won't be long before our family sends someone to retrieve us. The academy is closing? Yue Chen was astonished. He quickly asked, has the situation escalated to that extent? Dean shook his head and said, while the situation is indeed serious, it has not yet reached the point of necessitating the academy's closure. It is unfortunate that a student was injured by the undead outside the school grounds. Upon learning of this, the academy decided to close its doors. However, not all students are required to leave. Those with a strength of 4 stars or higher may remain. Yue Chen nodded, acknowledging the explanation, but inwardly felt despondent. With the academy closing, Dean and the others could return to their families, while he would have nowhere to go. The journey back to Leba City was not only long but also fraught with peril. After all, he had been given a death mission by Yike, forbidding him from returning to Leba City unless he reached a 4-star strength. Chapter 39. An apology at the door. Yue Chen was troubled about where to go during the academy's closure when he heard footsteps outside the door. The sounds were noisy and chaotic, piquing Yue Chen's curiosity. All 4 residents of the villa were present, indicating that guests had arrived. Yue Chen couldn't help but wonder who would come to visit the infamous Villa number 60, known for their notoriety as the Heavenly 4 Heroes. Listening closely, he noted that the visitors seemed to be quite courteous, pausing at the entrance. Kelly and the strategist Dandy stood before Villa number 60, feeling quite out of sorts. Here was the son of a noble, the future Baron, reduced to bringing gifts to apologize to an obscure little mage. Although he recognized that his actions had indeed been excessive, he mused to himself that it was quite common for nobles to bully commoners. He couldn't fathom what his father was thinking. Young master, Dandy signaled to Kelly with his eyes. Dandy, do we really have to go in? Kelly hesitated, beginning to backtrack. Dandy remained impassive, merely nodding in response. Kelly understood that there was no way to change the situation. If it hadn't been for the unexpected loss of the Phoenix Tail pen, this apology would not have dragged on for so long. After adjusting his mood slightly, he called out, Kelly Alike of the Alike family has come to pay a visit to Master Yue Chen. Kelly Alike? What brings him here? Yue Chen was filled with confusion. Did he come seeking revenge for being injured during their duel? No. If that were the case, he wouldn't be so polite. Despite his puzzlement, Yue Chen still led Dean and the others to greet the visitors. There were quite a few people outside. Kelly stood side by side with a middle-aged man at the door, behind whom was a fully armed escort. Yue Chen's attention was particularly drawn to the middle-aged man, who was robust, with deep-set eyes and a composed demeanor, exuding a subtle air of pride, as if he were in control of all affairs. Yue Chen noticed that the middle-aged man's gaze flickered momentarily upon seeing Dean and the others following behind him. Apologies for not welcoming you properly, Senior Kelly. Please, come in, Yue Chen said with a cheerful smile. Thinking to himself, since you are courteous, we must reciprocate in kind. Yue Chen ushered them into the living room, relieved that the guards did not follow, as the space was rather small. Had they all entered, there would have been no room to stand. After seating everyone, Yue Chen looked directly at the middle-aged man and asked, May I ask how I should address you, sir? The middle-aged man appeared slightly taken aback. Evidently surprised that Yue Chen would pay him such attention, he rose and bowed slightly, saying, I am Dandy, currently serving as the strategist for young Master Kelly. It is an honor to meet you. Lord Dandy, I have long heard of your reputation, Yue Chen replied, returning the courtesy while inwardly marveling at the privileges that came with being born into a prominent family, complete with a strategist who seemed far from ordinary. What brings young Master Kelly here? Yue Chen inquired. A flicker of reluctance crossed Kelly's face as he clapped his hands twice. That moment, a guard entered, carrying a half-person height red brocade box. Why previous challenge against you, which was an abuse of power, was wrong. I bring this small gift as an apology, Kelly stated. As he mentioned the phrase abuse of power, his face visibly twitched. In the midst of the awkward atmosphere, Kelly placed the brocade box on the table. An apology? Yue Chen and the others exchanged glances, surprised. When did Kelly become so magnanimous? He had never been one to apologize in the academy. This was undoubtedly a first. There's no need for this, Yue Chen replied. I, too, was in the wrong last time. I lost control and unintentionally injured you, Senior. He was reluctant to accept an apology from someone of Kelly's stature. What if the current Duke were to learn of this? He could only imagine the repercussions awaiting Kelly. Dandy smiled and said, Master Yue Chen, there is no need for concern. This apology is the will of the young master, as well as that of the Duke. Before our arrival, the Duke had instructed us that during the closure of the academy, he sincerely invites you to visit the Duke's residence. Should you be willing to go, the Duke's household will receive you with the highest courtesy. How does that sound to you, Master Yue Chen? Yue Chen felt as though he had been struck by lightning. This was utterly absurd. Not only was he being offered an apology, but now an invitation as well. He couldn't help but think maliciously. Had the Duke lost his mind? After all, he had just injured his precious son, or perhaps Kelly wasn't his biological child? Yue Chen cast an odd glance at Kelly, who was sitting nearby. It became clear to Yue Chen that this visit was entirely orchestrated by Dandy, whose identity was undoubtedly more complex than merely being a strategist. In an effort to appear less obvious, Yue Chen feigned hesitation before saying, I already have arrangements during this period, so I must regretfully decline the Duke's kindness. If I miss this opportunity, I will certainly visit the Duke to apologize on another day. Dandy, being perceptive, had already anticipated that Yue Chen would decline. He chuckled and said, Not at all, Master Yue Chen, you are too polite. Naturally, everything must prioritize your own affairs. Please, do accept this gift. After a round of polite refusals yielded no results, Yue Chen reluctantly accepted the brocade box. Well then, we shall take our leave for now, Dandy said, demonstrating his understanding of when to gracefully withdraw. Upon seeing Yue Chen accept the gift, he promptly bid farewell. Kelly felt a weight lift from his heart upon seeing that Yue Chen had not agreed to the invitation, his expression relaxing, and even the way he looked at Yue Chen softened. Once Kelly and the others left, Yue Chen noticed that the atmosphere in the living room had grown somewhat peculiar. Dean, Patty, and Gray were all staring at him intently, their faces filled with embarrassment. Brothers, what on earth are you all doing? Yue Chen asked, puzzled, wondering what performance they were putting on. Third brother, you should come with me this time. Once the academy reopens, we can return together, Dean urged, stepping forward. Seeing the same expression on Patty and Gray's faces, Yue Chen finally understood the reason for their demeanor. Brothers, this is what it means to be brothers. He felt a surge of warmth in his heart and replied, Eldest brother, I truly have arrangements for this time. So, I want to be joining you. Dean, however, did not believe Yue Chen's words. Yet, he knew Yue Chen's character well, since Yue Chen was so adamant. Any further persuasion would likely only strain their brotherly bond. In truth, Yue Chen was not deceiving Dean and the others. The moment Dandy had extended the invitation, he had suddenly considered the possibility of going to the imperial capital during the academy's closure. In the illustrious capital, where remarkable talents and abundant adventurers abound, the prospect of selling scrolls there promises lucrative returns. The four of them, each lost in their own thoughts, found the atmosphere in the living room somewhat stifling. At that moment, Gray's gaze fell upon a brocade box left on the table by Cleary. With a glint of mischief in his eye, he exclaimed, Third brother, come and see what gifts the esteemed Duke has sent. Yes, let us see what treasures lie within, Yue Chen replied, casting a grateful glance at Gray. It was indeed awkward to refuse the well-meaning arrangements of his brothers, and Gray's timely diversion was a relief. Otherwise, Yue Chen would have struggled to dispel the somber ambience. The four of them formed a circle and gently opened the brocade box. A wand, entirely crimson, revealed itself before their eyes. The surface of the wand was intricately patterned and embedded with a fiery red magic crystal the size of an egg. As soon as the box was opened, a rich aura of fire elemental energy enveloped them. It was evident that this wand was no ordinary artifact. Wow, this is undoubtedly a profound grade wand. The Duke must have expended considerable resources to acquire such a gift. Gray exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. Dean nodded, his expression tinged with confusion. But what is the Duke's intention? Is he attempting to win over the third brother? He is merely a one-star mage with no significant background. Besides, this wand appears superior to the one Cleary wields. Gray and Patty both nodded in agreement. The market value of this profound-grade fire wand could easily reach 500,000 gold coins, illustrating the considerable expense the Duke incurred to court Yue Chen. Yue Chen, too, felt a sense of doubt. Comparing the wand in Cleary's possession with the one before him, he recognized a distinct inferiority. What could the Duke's true motives be? Although Dean and his companions were exceptionally gifted and astute, their limited experience rendered them incapable of discerning the Duke's intentions. Yue Chen, moreover, had scant understanding of this world and was unaware of his own worth. It was entirely normal for him to be perplexed, even as he racked his brain for answers. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the door. The weight of the footsteps suggested that an important figure was approaching. Unlike Cleary, who had paused at the threshold, this newcomer strode directly into the room. A burly, imposing man appeared before the four of them. "Professor Bond, what brings you here?" Yue Chen exclaimed, taken aback. The visitor was none other than Professor Bond, who taught Yue Chen the art of scroll crafting. With an anxious expression, Bond hurriedly replied, "I am relieved to find you still here. Had you left, I would have been at a loss as to how to report to Elder Sant. You are to meet with Elder Sant immediately." Within the admissions office of Gloomy Cloud Academy, Yue Chen raised his voice defiantly. "I refuse. Why is it that all other students can leave the academy and roam freely, while I am to attend Auburn Academy as a guest?" Yue Chen seethed inwardly. What a ridiculous notion! Who knows what kind of place Auburn Academy is? If things went awry, his plans for profit would be dashed. "Youthful tempers should not flare so," Sant said, stroking his beard with a smile. "I am aware of your circumstances. You will not be returning to Leba City, and I surmise you will head to the capital. Since you are going to the capital anyway, why not represent our academy at Auburn Academy for some exchanges?" Seeing Yue Chen's displeasure, Sant continued, "Attending Auburn Academy will be beneficial for you. First and foremost, you will have the opportunity to learn, ensuring your remarkable talent is not squandered. Additionally, the Continental Mage Exchange Conference occurs once every 20 years and will be held in the capital. The Academy has decided to send you to participate in the Scroll Masters competition." Noticing Yue Chen's indifference, Sant decided to intensify his persuasion. "You must understand, this competition is no ordinary event. IT will gather the most outstanding young mages from across the continent in the capital. Should you secure a position in the competition, not only will you gain fame across the continent, but you will also receive substantial rewards." Finally, Sant spoke earnestly. "Yue Chen, the task of restoring the Academy's reputation rests upon your shoulders." Rewards? Yue Chen felt a flicker of interest. However, this Mage Exchange Conference was entirely new to him. Curiously, he inquired, "So, the Academy will send someone to accompany me?" Seeing Yue Chen's growing interest, Sant beamed with delight. "Of course, the participants in the exchange will include Lillian, Jody, and Sis. Furthermore, both Lot and I will accompany you." How does that sound? A splendid opportunity, indeed. Yue Chen sensed something amiss, yet he could not quite place it. Considering the enticing rewards, he ultimately agreed. After Yue Chen departed, Sant gazed thoughtfully out the door, murmuring to himself, "Young man, to ensure your safety, Lot and I even relinquished our guardianship of the Academy. Please do not let us down." At Villa 60, Gray exclaimed with great enthusiasm, "This is fantastic. The Mage Exchange Conference occurs once every 20 years, and I've made up my mind that I will not return. I'm going to the capital to participate in the Mage Exchange Conference." "Dream on," Dean retorted mercilessly. "That is, if your family elders consent. From what I gather, it seems unlikely. Alas, even the heavens conspire against the four heroes of the heavens, seeking ways to separate us," Gray lamented, his expression comically exaggerated. Dean regarded Yue Chen with envy in his eyes. "Third brother, give it your all. I believe that with your extraordinary scroll drawing abilities, the championship is yours for the taking." "Indeed," Gray nodded vigorously. "The scrolls crafted by our third brother are all masterpieces. That championship is practically in his pocket. Go for it." Patty, the quietest of them all, said earnestly, "I will certainly strive for excellence," Yue Chen replied, secretly amused. The notion of winning the championship had never crossed his mind. The continent was teeming with talent, and there were bound to be individuals even more exceptional than he. Yet, Yue Chen remained undeterred, confident that he could at least secure a name for himself. "Humph, if I could rank within the top 10, that would still be a considerable achievement on the continent. At that point, I could sell scrolls in the capital, and surely my business would thrive." Yue Chen mused, lost in daydreams. Noticing the sly smile on Yue Chen's face, Gray sighed dramatically. "Oh, how I long to witness that exchange conference. Even if I cannot attend the conference, visiting Auburn Academy would suffice. It is a prestigious school in Kalen, renowned for its stunning beauties. Alas, I have no opportunity to see it. Oh, the astonishment of Dean and the others. Yue Chen unexpectedly departed gloomy Cloud Academy ahead of them. To their surprise, among those who came to bid him farewell were not only Dean, Patty, and Gray, but also one more person. Jenny, her face flushed, approached Yue Chen and said softly, "Big brother Yue Chen, thank you for saving me last time." "Oh, it was nothing. Anyone would have come to your aid," Yue Chen replied, somewhat awkwardly. Despite his 2 lifetimes of experience, he felt a tinge of nervousness in the presence of a girl. What a fool. Jenny thought to herself, feeling a mix of annoyance and affection. "We are soon to part ways, and who knows when we will meet again. I want to give you a gift, but first, you must close your eyes." "Oh," Yue Chen replied, naively shutting his eyes. Dean shook his head in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. While their third brother excelled in many respects, his interactions with girls were utterly pitiful. Then Dean witnessed a sight that left him utterly speechless. Gray's mouth hung agape, and even the usually stoic Patty displayed a hint of surprise on his face. Soon as Jenny saw Yue Chen's eyes closed, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed her soft lips against his. With his eyes shut, Yue Chen only felt a warm sensation on his lips, followed by an object being placed in his right hand. Moments later, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps. When he opened his eyes, he saw Jenny blushing fiercely as she sprinted away. Dumbfounded, Yue Chen stared after her, savoring the fleeting warmth of the moment. Just then, Gray and the others rushed over. "Third brother, you were just kissed." Gray laughed heartily. Dean, ever the instigator, joined in the laughter, while Patty observed Yue Chen with keen interest, coughing awkwardly. Yue Chen noticed Sant and the others watching him with knowing smiles from a distance. In an instant, his face turned crimson with embarrassment. "Third brother, quickly see what token of affection your sister-in-law has given you," Gray exclaimed, having witnessed Jenny's gesture. Yue Chen opened his palm to reveal a piece of exquisite white jade. "Ah, how beautiful! Sister-in-law truly has exquisite taste," Gray exclaimed, having grown accustomed to referring to her in such a manner. All good things must come to an end. Despite his reluctance, Yue Chen had to depart. Before leaving, Gray expressed his reluctance. "Third brother, you must participate in the competition diligently and return to share your experiences with us. Also, I have heard that the potion market in the capital is renowned. Please help me find something unique and special." Gray's monologue stretched on for a full 10 minutes, showing no signs of stopping, leaving Yue Chen sweating profusely, with a malicious thought in his heart. He mused, "I never expected this lad had the potential to become a Tang Sang. How did I overlook it before?" Upon reuniting with the group, Yue Chen encountered the famed figures of the Lonely Cloud Academy for the first time, those he had only heard of. Jody, with his chestnut hair and handsome visage, possessed a pair of sparkling starry eyes that, when paired with his vibrant red attire, exuded an undeniable vigor. On the other hand, Sis stood tall and muscular, radiating an aura of strength. Both were well known within the academy, the former being a top student in the Department of Magic, while the latter was a representative of the Department of Combat Techniques. Among the trio, the one who captured Yue Chen's attention the most was the prodigious scroll master, Lillian. Standing at under 1.60 meters, she bore a doll-like face, clearly still in the early stages of development, a quintessential little Lolita. Upon noticing Yue Chen's gaze upon her, the young girl even blushed. And no matter how he looked at her, it was difficult for Yue Chen to associate this innocent-looking girl with the title of scroll prodigy. The 4 young individuals engaged in lively conversation, quickly becoming familiar with one another. Jody and Sis, having witnessed Yue Chen's battle with Clea, treated him with unusual courtesy. Upon learning that Yue Chen would represent the academy alongside Lillian in the upcoming Scroll Master competition, they were utterly astonished. The notion that a 1-star mage could be a Scroll Master was simply unprecedented. Lonely Cloud Academy was in close proximity to Kote Town, which in turn was not far from the imperial capital. Within just a day, Yue Chen and his companions had arrived at Auburn Academy, renowned as the foremost institution in the Kalen Empire for the coexistence of magic and combat techniques. Auburn Academy was situated at the northernmost point of the capital. Sassans, nestled against the Beast Mountains, effectively serving as the northern wall of the city. Jointly funded by the Kalen Empire and the Church of Light, the academy boasted vast resources, covering nearly 10 square miles, its size comparable to that of a town. Within this expansive campus, various service facilities such as dining halls, clothing stores, and bars were conveniently located, allowing students to live entirely within its confines. The academy's entrance was magnificent, with colorful shimmering crystals embedded on either side of the grand doors. As Yue Chen gazed at the opulent entrance, he felt a deep sense of awe. Reflecting on the dilapidated gate of Lonely Cloud Academy, he couldn't help but wonder why there was such a stark contrast between the two institutions. Both touted as the Kalen Empire's premier magic and combat academies, Saint led the four into the sprawling campus, heading directly to the principal's office. Shortly thereafter, a young female instructor arrived to escort Yue Chen and his companions to their temporary lodgings. Their residence was a luxurious villa, elegantly decorated and fully equipped. The villa was divided into 2 levels, each containing 4 rooms. Even with the 6 of them residing there, 2 rooms remained unoccupied. Overall, Yue Chen and his companions were exceedingly satisfied. On the following morning, Yue Chen stood by the window, observing the students passing by outside. His thoughts drifted to his senior brother, Tort, and the adversary, Nizan, who had once sought to bring him to ruin. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation, hoping to catch a glimpse of his brother among the throng of students. Just then, Sis, who was visiting, noticed Yue Chen's pensive expression and curiously inquired, "What has captured your thoughts so intently, Yue Chen?" Having grown familiar with Sis, Yue Chen recognized the voice without turning. He sighed deeply, expressing, "These passing students remind me of my senior brother and junior brothers. They are here at Aubin Academy. It has been months since we last met. I wonder how they are faring now." Regarding Nizan, Yue Chen had long since let go of any lingering resentment. The time for revenge had passed. The Nizan family had been eradicated, leaving him a solitary figure, and it was likely that his current circumstances were not pleasant. So your senior brother and junior brothers are also here. Given your exceptional talents, they must be quite remarkable, Sis remarked. A peculiar thought brewing in his mind. He couldn't help but wonder what unexpected feats this seemingly extraordinary individual would accomplish during their time at Aubin. At that moment, Jody burst into the room with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Come quickly to the lounge. They've arranged for us to meet a beautiful lady who will guide us to dine together." "What? A beauty?" Upon hearing the word beauty, Sis's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Ignoring Yue Chen's willingness, he seized him and dashed downstairs. "Wow, I've heard so much about the beautiful women at Aubin Academy. I never expected one to be presented to us so soon. This is exhilarating." Yue Chen could only feel speechless. The lady was there to take them to a meal, not for anything more frivolous. Although he had become significantly stronger after practicing the Tai Chi scriptures, he still fell short compared to the burly Sis. With no other option, Yue Chen resigned himself to Sis's enthusiastic grip and was dragged downstairs. As soon as the 3 reached the lower level, they spotted Lillian engaged in conversation with a woman clad in white. Upon approaching, the trio of infatuated young men was immediately captivated by the woman's appearance. The woman in white possessed a face reminiscent of a lotus blossom, with delicate willow-like brows that conveyed an ethereal purity. Dressed in a flowing white magical robe, although the style was loose and unremarkable, it could not conceal her graceful and alluring figure. "Beautiful lady, may I inquire your name?" Sis rushed forward, his face flushed with fervor, utterly entranced by her beauty. Yue Chen watched in disbelief at Sis's brazen demeanor. This clumsy fellow was far too direct. Meanwhile, Jody, standing behind Yue Chen, facepalmed, lamenting the presence of such a friend. The expression on the woman's face shifted from a warm smile to one of icy coldness in an instant. She remained silent, fixing a frosty glare at Sis. Although she did not explode in anger as expected, her demeanor unnerved the 3 young men. Yue Chen inwardly sighed. This woman's capacity for changing her expression was swifter than flipping a page in a book. Despite her strong self-control, the woman's silence only amplified the awkwardness for Sis, who stood foolishly before her. Her frigid demeanor pierced Sis's warm heart like a dagger, and he suddenly became acutely aware of his inappropriate behavior. His face turning beet red, caught in a state of embarrassment, Lillian, perceptive and quick-witted, sought to defuse the tension, smiling as she introduced, "Sister Kaiflin, these are the 3 individuals accompanying me." She proceeded to introduce each of them. "Kaiflin, so your name is Kaiflin." Sis stood there, still hoping for a friendly conversation, only to be cleverly pulled aside by Jody. "You clumsy oaf, can't you see her expression?" Jody exclaimed, smacking Sis on the forehead. Sis turned to glance at Kaiflin just as she revealed a faint smile. To his astonishment, he did not receive a retort. Jody looked at his hand in surprise, then at Sis's slightly flushed forehead, and followed Sis's gaze. This fellow has fallen into his infatuation again. Noticing Sis's somewhat foolish yet utterly sincere gaze, Kaiflin's lips curled into a soft smile, her eyes growing gentler. "Welcome to Aubin Academy. The principal has tasked me with familiarizing you with the campus. Now that everyone is gathered, let us proceed to our first stop, the dining hall. So the meal they mentioned is at the dining hall. Jody exclaimed, his enthusiasm waning. Initially, he had anticipated a grand feast to welcome them, only to be met with such a mundane destination. Caitlin seemed to ignore Jody's disappointment, maintaining her frosty expression as she led the way outside. Sis said nothing, following her with a dazed expression. Lillian stuck out her pink tongue playfully at Jody and scampered after Caitlin. Such personality, I like it, Jody remarked, his eyes gleaming with admiration, completely forgetting that he had just scolded Sis for being infatuated. Good heavens, what kind of people are these? Yue Chen thought, feeling distressed by the seeming unfairness of fate. Among the four who had come together, there was not a single normal person aside from himself. As they walked, Caitlin's face remained icy, her thoughts racing. So, this is the super eccentric lad the principal spoke of? Despite being only a one-star mage, he appears utterly ordinary. I fail to see what makes him so peculiar. If Yue Chen were to learn her thoughts, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. He had concealed part of his strength through the Tai Chi secret method, and even Jody and Sis were unaware of his true capabilities. How could Caitlin possibly know? The dining hall at Auburn Academy was vast, and as Yue Chen surveyed the area, nearly the size of half a football field, he internally exclaimed at the sheer enormity. Just how many people could dine here simultaneously? This dining hall could accommodate up to 10,000 diners at once without feeling crowded. Caitlin seemed to sense the astonishment among the group. 10,000 people dining at once, gasped three voices in unison. With the addition of outsiders, Lonely Cloud Academy likely did not exceed 1,000 individuals. The disparity between the two institutions was staggering. As the five prepared to enter the dining hall, a group of aristocratic students swaggered over with an air of arrogance. Upon seeing these noble youths approach, Yue Chen felt a wave of dread wash over him. Was he destined to clash with the academy once more? Why was it that every time he entered a new academy, he encountered such situations first? What surprised Yue Chen was that the cool beauty, Caitlin, immediately positioned herself in front of the four, shielding them from the approaching noble youths. Bor and Alec, they're the academy's distinguished guests. Please step aside, Catherine said coldly. The revelation that this icy girl was a water mage of 4-star. Second rank left Yue Chen utterly astonished. Taha, esteemed guest, the leading young man in fine garments scoffed. Isn't this merely a visit to the Lonely Cloud Academy? Yue Chen and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting a shared astonishment. Having only arrived yesterday, it was perplexing that the students of Auburn were already aware of their presence. The speed at which this news had spread was astounding. Byrne, exuding an air of arrogance, disregarded Catherine's warning and continued, Is it that Lonely Cloud Academy cannot withstand the pressure and has come to us for refuge? Humph. I had expected much more from the continent's former top academy. Yet, as soon as the undead appeared, your institution falters, he chuckled derisively. Oh, I see now. You wish to transfer to our academy, don't you? Very well, but you must adhere to our rules. First, address me as Big Brother so I can ensure your safety. Among the four, Zeiss was the most impatient. Having never endured such insolence, he bellowed, You are nothing but a fool. Instantly, the aura of a 4-star, 5th-rank warrior burst forth from him, his fist glowing with a golden light as he prepared to strike the young man in fine garments. That aura, it's Earth-type battle energy. Most of the students present were below 4-star rank and had yet to learn about battle energy. Their astonishment erupted into gasps as they witnessed its manifestation. Byrne's face blanched in terror. His own strength was merely 3-star, 6th rank, and he had never learned to harness battle energy. How could he withstand Zeiss' formidable blow, smack, before the punch could land? Yue Chen intervened, the golden light dissipating in an instant. He shook his head at Zeiss and whispered, Brother Zeiss, we are guests. Let us restrain our anger for now. Zeiss, not lacking in intelligence, comprehended Yue Chen's words. After casting a fierce glare at the young man, he retreated. Upon returning, Zeiss' gaze towards Yue Chen shifted, now filled with confusion, skepticism, and disbelief. The onlookers regarded Yue Chen with a peculiar expression. They had just witnessed Zeiss' formidable strength. Yet that powerful fist had been halted by the mage before them. Many silently pondered. Could it be that this fellow is a high-ranking warrior masquerading in a mage's robe, playing the fool? Catherine's heart raced with apprehension. The headmaster had clearly stated that he was a genius in magic. But what had just transpired, a notion, bordering on the absurd, took root in her mind. Could he possibly be proficient in both magic and martial arts? If Yue Chen were to learn of Catherine's thoughts, he would surely be taken aback by her keen judgment. However, Yue Chen was not without his own discomfort. Rubbing his aching arm, he marveled inwardly. To counter Zai's punch, he had pushed the Tai Chi technique to its limits. Indeed, the strike of a 4-star warrior was formidable, had it not been for the ethereal purple energy and his breakthrough in Tai Chi. He would have surely sustained injuries. Chapter 43. The challenge burn. Do not overstep your bounds. They were personally invited by the headmaster to Aubin. Catherine's voice dripped with disdain, her tone icy and unyielding. Burn, emboldened by Zai's hesitation to retaliate, felt his bravado swell. Am I mistaken? Did they not flee from Lonely Cloud Academy? He then turned to the surrounding students, proclaiming, "You all agree with me, don't you?" "Yes, indeed." The nearby students, eager for chaos, echoed in unison as Zai's fury boiled over. Unable to strike physically, he resorted to words. "Humph. Lonely Cloud Academy has a legacy of 1,000 years. Its might is beyond your comprehension. The academy closed not out of weakness, but to protect its students from the undead. Even if Aubin Academy were to perish, Lonely Cloud Academy would endure." Yue Chen's heart sank. He realized they had stepped into a perilous situation. It was a grave mistake for Zai to compare their academy to Aubin. As expected, a flash of water erupted. With a resounding splash, Zai found himself drenched from head to toe. Yue Chen and his companions were taken aback. The effect was clearly the result of a water spell. Yet, the spell had been cast in a heartbeat, leaving both Yue Chen and Jody nearly oblivious to the magical fluctuations. An insolent brat dares to spout such grandiose claims. If Lonely Cloud Academy is as powerful as you say, why then can it not protect even a handful of students to close its doors? A voice, smooth and sinister, cut through the crowd. As the throng parted, a dark-haired man in a blue robe, his complexion ashen, approached. "Teacher Zai, you too have arrived. These brats are clearly beyond their depth and require a lesson." Burn, emboldened by Zai's presence, adopted an even more arrogant demeanor. Catherine's expression shifted slightly, her inner discontent growing. As a mentor, how could one resort to violence against students? Yue Chen's demeanor turned frosty as he questioned, "Are you a teacher at Aubin Academy?" The anger within him ignited. This man was a teacher? The magical aura emanating from Zai was unmistakably potent, revealing his water magic to be at 5-star, 5th ranked at a 5-star expert. And a teacher, resorting to ambush a student was utterly unacceptable. "Indeed, I am Zai, the current instructor for the intermediate water magic class at Aubin Academy. Do you have any objections?" Zai retorted with mockery. Yue Chen smirked, disdain evident in his gaze. "I have every objection. It is hard to believe that Aubin Academy would employ someone like you as a teacher. A person who can strike at students without regard for reason. Is it not akin to a rogue erecting a monument to virtue, or a harlot seeking to establish a moral standard?" Zai appeared taken aback. Having never anticipated a counter from Yue Chen, he trembled with rage, momentarily speechless. Yue Chen was not inclined to relent. In his previous life, he had held a deep disdain for those educators who disregarded their responsibilities. He continued, "I harbor serious doubts regarding the educational standards at Aubin Academy. Individuals like you, who lack respect for age and experience, who only bully the weak and wield their power recklessly, are hardly fit to be teachers. You disregard school rules. I suspect there are regulations stating that mentors should not punish students arbitrarily." Yue Chen's tirade flowed forth, seemingly unstoppable. The expressions of the surrounding students darkened, their gazes toward Zai and Burn shifting to one of hostility. Particularly directed at Zai, now tinged with contempt. That Yue Chen's words may have been harsh, they resonated with the truth that many felt. Zai's actions indeed tarnished the dignity of a teacher. An ambush? The students reflected on Zai's behavior and felt a flush of embarrassment. Catherine, too, regarded Yue Chen, her icy gaze now tinged with an unusual sparkle. Zai, being a teacher at Aubin Academy, was certainly not a fool. Observing the expressions of the crowd, he quickly grasped their sentiments. Very well, Zai chuckled with fury. "How dare you suggest I am unworthy to teach? You, an insignificant ant lacking strength, have no right to judge my worth. This world respects power above all. My strength surpasses theirs. Thus I am their teacher. If anyone disagrees, let them challenge me. Should they prevail, I shall relinquish my title." Yue Chen's eyes flickered with intrigue as a daring idea formed in his mind. With a mocking tone, he addressed Zai. "You certainly have a way with words to your advanced age. If you cannot defeat a group of mere children, you might as well let an old block of tofu end your life." Jody, already incensed, joined in support of Yue Chen, exclaiming, "Yes, if you have the ability, go boast to the mercenary guild instead." What merit is there in flaunting your bravado before a crowd of students? Initially, the students had harbored doubts about Zai's character due to Yue Chen's remarks. However, upon hearing Zai's response, their disdain grew even more pronounced. Humph. I have no desire to waste my breath on you insects. Inwardly, Zai felt a tinge of insecurity under the scrutinizing gazes of the students. Putting on a brave face, he spat a final retort before attempting to leave. Yue Chen observed the unfolding scene with amusement. Knowing he had achieved his objective, he merely needed to stoke the flames further. Provocatively, he challenged, "If you possess true skill, let us compete in the application of magic and see who prevails. Do you dare?" "Yue Chen, are you out of your mind?" Jody exclaimed in shock, desperately trying to pull him back. Wishing to halt his reckless words, Catherine, too, wore a puzzled expression, harboring doubts in her mind. The headmaster had mentioned Yue Chen's extraordinary abilities, but could he truly be audacious enough to confront Teacher Zai's? The onlooking students gaped at Yue Chen in disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard his words. Many wore expressions of mockery, deeming Yue Chen's challenge as overreaching. Among them, only Zai's remained unfazed, for he had already been struck by Yue Chen's earlier display. Zai's paused, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he regarded Yue Chen, akin to a fool. With a dismissive remark, he turned to leave once more. As Zai's began to walk away, Jody breathed a sigh of relief. Though the time spent with Yue Chen was brief, he had already begun to regard him as a friend, and he certainly did not wish for any unforeseen misfortune to befall him. The crowd was filled with disappointment. Ultimately, the anticipated duel did not come to pass. I suspect you wouldn't dare, if you were to lose to a mere student in the application of magic. I doubt you would have the face to remain at Obus Academy, Yue Chen provocatively remarked once more. "Yue Chen," Jody exclaimed, his frustration palpable. At that moment, a sturdy hand rested upon his shoulder. "Fear not. Yue Chen will surely find a way," came the confident voice of Sis. Jody, puzzled, looked towards Sis, whose gaze was resolute, and he could not fathom the source of Sis's unwavering faith in Yue Chen. Chapter 44. The duel. At this juncture, Saiso turned and asked, "How would you like to compete?" Yue Chen had been waiting for this very question, his heart secretly elated. After feigning contemplation, he replied, "You are the mentor. Possessed of formidable magic and an extensive repertoire of spells, such capabilities are beyond my reach." A smirk of arrogance flickered across Saiso's face as he disdainfully retorted, "The breadth of my magical expertise is not something you can hope to match." Yet, Yue Chen swiftly altered the course of the conversation, suggesting, "Let us compete in the application of magic. We shall both employ a one-star magic strike against one another. Whoever is struck first shall be deemed the loser. What say you?" "Very well. Let it be as you wish," Saiso responded nonchalantly, harboring no concern for Yue Chen. He was confident in his superiority, being a 5-star mage with a profound understanding of magic. Surely, he could not possibly lose to a mere 2-star novice. Jody's face was etched with worry as he questioned, "Yue Chen, are you certain of your decision to compete?" Yue Chen nodded with a smile, assuring him, "Do not worry, brother Jody. As long as he adheres to the agreement, I am absolutely confident in my victory." "Alas, I hope you are right," Jody replied with a resigned smile. The die was cast, and there was no turning back. He could only pray that everything would unfold as Yue Chen had claimed. At that moment, the frigidly beautiful Kesslin made an unexpected move, garnering the attention of all present. She gracefully approached Yue Chen, her expression inscrutable, and inquired, "Have you truly made up your mind? If you wish to withdraw now, I could summon the principal. He would likely not make things difficult for you." The other students looked at Yue Chen with a mix of envy and jealousy, with one exclaiming, "My word, the Academy's most beautiful girl, the Frost Goddess, is actually speaking to someone. That lad is incredibly fortunate." Indeed, Yue Chen, seemingly oblivious to their murmurs, smiled at Kesslin and replied, "Once a decision is made, one must stand firm. That is my principle." He then turned to Saiso, gesturing towards the stone-paved ground nearby, and suggested, "Shall we conduct the duel there?" With that, Yue Chen stepped beyond the crowd, in a pavilion at Oban Academy. 2 elderly gentlemen were engaged in conversation. One was Sant, who had arrived with Yue Chen and his companions, while the other, clad in yellow, possessed a pair of lecherous eyes that sparkled with mischief. Upon hearing Yue Chen's words, Sant clapped his hands in admiration. What a clever lad, with just a few words. He has lured his opponent into a trap. Sant's magical eye had remained fixed on Yue Chen throughout. The yellow-clad elder, somewhat skeptical, stroked his sparse goat-like beard and remarked, "You have such faith in this boy. While he may possess exceptional talent with scrolls, that doesn't necessarily imply he excels in magical applications." Saiso, despite any shortcomings, is still quite adept in the realm of magic. Sant shook his head confidently, declaring, as long as Saiso refrains from employing high-level magic, Yue Chen will undoubtedly triumph. Oh, is this boy truly so formidable? The elder tugged at his meager goat beard, perplexed. You must be concealing something. Sant chuckled silently, pride swelling within him as he thought. There's much more to unveil that if I revealed it all, you would surely be astounded. What of the principal of Oban Academy? Can he truly find a disciple as remarkable as Yue Chen? In the end, he may not measure up to me. Lost in his thoughts, Sant's eyes gleamed with mischief. The gathered students instinctively parted to create a narrow passage for Yue Chen. As he led the way to the open ground. Saiso scoffed derisively. Chanting an incantation, he began to levitate, arrogantly soaring towards the ground before Yue Chen. Skydance, Yue Chen thought, mildly astonished. He had not anticipated that the unassuming Saiso was also a dual-element mage. Proficient not only in water magic but also in wind. As Yue Chen pondered this revelation, Saiso misinterpreted his silence as trepidation. You might as well concede now and bow an apology. I might spare you, Saiso taunted. Otherwise, even a one-star spell will be more than you can handle. Yue Chen scoffed derisively, replying, words are easy to utter. True skill must be demonstrated. We agreed to limit ourselves to one-star magic. Whoever dares to exceed that shall be deemed the loser. Enough of this nonsense. Let us compete. If not, then concede swiftly, Saiso declared, his expression dripping with arrogance on the stone-paved ground. Yue Chen and Saiso stood facing each other, surrounded by eager onlookers. Boy, out of respect for your youth, I shall allow you to strike first, Saiso offered insincerely. Yue Chen smiled dismissively, retorting, no need for that. I recall someone who previously resorted to ambush. Who would dare trust such words? Laughter erupted from Sis, who found Yue Chen's remark amusing. The other students yearned to join in the laughter but restrained themselves out of fear of Saiso. Such foolishness, Saiso seethed, his face turning a deep shade of anger. Chanting an incantation, he conjured a water sphere the size of a bowl and hurled it at Yue Chen. As the water sphere shot forth, Saiso continued his incantation. With a surge of elemental wind, the trajectory of the water sphere began to shift, gradually rotating and accelerating in speed. With a swift whoosh, the sphere hurtled towards Yue Chen's face. It's over, Jody gasped, his complexion paling. He believed that Yue Chen's defeat was inevitable. He silently prayed that the swirling water sphere would not possess excessive force to harm Yue Chen. Many students closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to Yue Chen's impending defeat. Kesslin, watching from the crowd, parted her lips slightly, her normally icy expression betraying a hint of concern. Heavens, how did he manage that? The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Just as the water sphere struck Yue Chen's chest, he stumbled backward, narrowly evading the blow. In a most peculiar twist, as his body neared the ground, it was as if an unseen force lifted him, allowing him to stand upright once more. Yue Chen was equally astonished, not anticipating that Saiso possessed such a tactic. First, launching the water sphere, then augmenting it with wind magic to alter its speed and direction. This maneuver bore a resemblance to Yue Chen's own super fireball. Luck seems to be on your side. Let us see how long that fortune lasts. Saiso began to chant another incantation. Yet, Yue Chen would not grant him another opportunity, feigning an incantation for the fireball spell. He swiftly unleashed a barrage of super fireballs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chapter 45. Enraged super fireballs, Saiso's brow furrowed as he cast a dismissive glance at Yue Chen. With a flick of his right hand, a gust of wind rose to confront the 5 fireballs. Upon seeing Yue Chen unleash the super fireballs, Jody's expression relaxed, regretting that he had forgotten the lad's formidable skill. At that moment, Sis's hand once more clapped on his shoulder, saying, See, I told you this fellow had a plan. The 5 super fireballs shot forth like arrows, effortlessly piercing through the wind barrier Saiso had conjured. What? Saiso finally realized the difference in the fireballs. The speed, how can they be moving so fast? He wondered, yet his hands did not falter. With a low growl, he launched 5 water spheres, each the size of a bowl, to intercept the 5 fireballs. To be able to launch 5 fireballs at such speed is impressive. But water extinguishes fire, Saiso laughed triumphantly, his expression brimming with arrogance. Let us mourn for that unfortunate fellow, Jody sympathized, regarding the overconfident Saiso with pity. Indeed, let us mourn for him, Sis echoed in agreement. The 5 super fireballs raced forward, producing a series of explosive sounds as they collided with the water spheres, scattering droplets everywhere. The super fireballs surged onwards, closing in on Saiso's face. The resounding impact of the fireballs echoed in the ears of the crowd. Ah! Saiso's scream pierced the air above Oban Academy. His body was charred black, his clothing drenched from the water droplets scattered by the burst of water spheres, rendering him a pitiful sight. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he glared at Yue Chen, shouting, "You little cheat! You employed high-level magic." The surrounding students gazed at the disheveled Saiso in astonishment, their faces etched with confusion. Everything had transpired too swiftly for them to comprehend. Hisoka was struck by the super fireball. The crowd's gazes toward Yue Chen were filled with skepticism, confusion, and above all, curiosity. They yearned to uncover the nature of the magic Yue Chen had employed, which possessed such formidable power. A cold smirk appeared on Yue Chen's face as he fixed his piercing gaze on Hisoka, saying, "Which of your eyes saw me wielding high-level magic? High-level magic, a joke. Could I possibly unleash high-level magic with my capabilities?" Indeed, the crowd shared this sentiment. The aura radiating from Yue Chen was unmistakably that of a one-star second-tier mage. To think that someone of such rank could wield high-level magic was nothing short of a dream. At most, he could manage to cast a few explosive fireballs. Within the pavilion, the elderly man in yellow wore an expression of disbelief as he tentatively remarked, "Brother Sant, could it be that the magic this lad used is a composite spell? How is that even possible?" The elder's emotions surged like turbulent waves. Composite magic. Even after reaching the pinnacle of 9 stars and 9 tiers. Just a step away from the sacred tier, he had yet to grasp the essence of composite magic. Realizing the situation could no longer be concealed, Sant decided to be forthright. With pride, he declared, "Keekman, that lad is capable of far more than just composite magic. Think of the incantation he just uttered." A glimmer of realization flashed in Keekman's eyes as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Instant cast." Yes, it's instant cast. He clearly chanted the incantation for the fireball. Yet he unleashed several of those peculiar fireballs in quick succession. It is utterly incredible. That lad can cast magic instantaneously. Keekman felt a surge of indignation as he realized the implications of Sant's words. Although there were over 10,000 students at Oban Academy, even the most exceptional among them could not compare to Yue Chen's innate talent. Meanwhile, Hisoka glared at Yue Chen with a menacing expression. Sensing the unusual scrutiny from those around him, he understood that they had been swayed by Yue Chen's words. How could someone like Hisoka tolerate such humiliation? Fixing his gaze, he flicked his wrist, summoning a magnificent wand adorned with a water-blue magic crystal the size of an egg. Rapidly, Hisoka began to chant a complex incantation. The onlooker's expression shifted dramatically. Hisoka, disregarding his own status, was preparing to attack Yue Chen. This brazen audacity was beyond contempt. Furious, Sis rolled up his sleeves, ready to rush to Yue Chen's aid, only to be pulled back by Jody. Keekman's demeanor changed drastically upon witnessing Hisoka conjuring his wand. "This is bad," he thought. Sant's face contorted with rage as he shouted, "Keekman, if that lad suffers any harm, I will hold you accountable." In a flash of spatial distortion, Sant vanished from sight. Keekman glared at Hisoka with seething anger. That damned scoundrel. Without hesitation, he utilized spatial transfer to escape that moment. Hisoka completed his incantation, and with a graceful sweep of his wand, he unleashed a flurry of crescent-shaped wind blades, hurtling towards Yue Chen with lethal intent. Facing the onslaught of wind blades, Yue Chen remained remarkably composed. A glint of determination sparkled in his eyes as he executed the Tai Chi fist, simultaneously gathering an abundance of earth elements to form a solid defensive layer around his fists. The sounds of collision echoed as the wind blades were deftly deflected by Yue Chen's Tai Chi technique. Observing his actions, the surrounding students wore expressions of bewilderment. Was Yue Chen a warrior or a mage? Recalling how he had previously withstood Sis's powerful blow, an odd thought began to emerge. Perhaps he was indeed a warrior. Sis, equally perplexed, mumbled to himself, "Not this move again. This guy truly possesses martial skills. By the heavens, he is adept in both magic and martial arts." Kaislin's expression was one of uncertainty. This fellow was indeed proficient in both realms, and his prowess in magic and martial arts was extraordinary. As Yue Chen demonstrated his unique technique, Hisoka's anger intensified. The power of multiple wind blades is not to be underestimated. With another flourish of his wand, the scattered wind blades swirled and surged towards Yue Chen once more. A sharp wind blade sliced across Yue Chen's back, causing blood to splatter. Despite the profundity of Tai Chi, Yue Chen's relatively low strength rendered him vulnerable to the wind blades. Having reached his limit, Yue Chen could only unleash the full potential of Tai Chi through sheer momentum. Now, struck by the wind blades, the energy he had gathered dissipated, exposing numerous openings in his technique. 2 more wind blades struck his arms and back. At this point, Hisoka's wind blades began to wane, their duration finally expiring. However, Hisoka had no intention of letting Yue Chen off the hook. He began to chant once more. The crowd had abandoned all support for Hisoka. Their eyes now fixed on Yue Chen. Hisoka's expression shifted to one of terror. Fool, don't play coy. You claim your magic is not high level. Then tell me, what kind of magic is that? Which low-level magic possesses such power? You were the one who acted unjustly first, so do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A massive wind blade materialized before Hisoka, hurtling toward Yue Chen with lethal intent. Chapter 46. Terrified to the point of urination faced with the approaching colossal wind blade. A flicker of panic finally crossed Yue Chen's face as he muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it, I've really gone too far this time. He crouched down, bracing himself to unleash his full potential and employ the Tai Chi movement to escape. If all else failed, he would resort to the Tai Chi seal. Even at the cost of a year's worth of time, the Tai Chi seal could absorb 5 magical cores, with each absorption allowing its energy to be sustained for a year. Once used, it would directly shorten the duration until Yue Chen's soul shattered. Thus, he was determined not to utilize the Tai Chi seal unless absolutely necessary. The enormous wind blade sliced through the air with such velocity that it generated a sharp sound, akin to a death knell, striking fear into the hearts of the onlookers. As the wind blade drew nearer to Yue Chen, many averted their gaze, unable to bear the impending scene. Kaitlin covered her mouth, her face etched with anxiety. How bold! A furious shout pierced the air. In an instant, a tempest arose, powerful winds rustling the spectators' garments. A vibrant blue whirlwind materialized in the sky, swiftly spiraling toward Yue Chen, countering the wind blade. What transpired next was a moment that would remain etched in the memories of all present. The anticipated gruesome scene failed to unfold. Instead, upon encountering the blue whirlwind, the massive wind blade vanished as quietly as a fish entering the sea, dissolving without a trace. As the wind blade disappeared, the smug expression on Hisoka's face evaporated, replaced by a trace of panic. Magic absorption, super-tier whirlwind spell. Hisoka was left nearly speechless. For these were indeed super-tier spells that could not be wielded without 9-star strength. It was over. This was the only thought coursing through Hisoka's mind at that moment. Regret surged within him. Had he known Yue Chen had such formidable backing, he would never have provoked him. A 9-star powerhouse was not someone he could afford to contend with. Even the forces he relied upon would think twice before challenging a 9-star entity. At that moment, spatial fluctuations rippled through the air, and an elderly man in green appeared before Yue Chen, holding a wand. The man, with white hair and beard, glared at Hisoka with fierce eyes, saying, "You take pleasure in bullying the weak, do you? Very well. I shall let you experience the sensation of being bullied in return." A colossal wind cone materialized before the elder, roaring as it swept toward Hisoka, faced with the furious aura of a 9-star powerhouse. Hisoka was frozen in fear, trembling uncontrollably, unable to react. Yue Chen, instead of waiting for the wind blade, was pleasantly surprised by the familiar figure that appeared before him. Elder Sant, not so fast. Another spatial distortion occurred as Keekman appeared before Hisoka. Raising his wand to intercept, a fiery cloud manifested, meeting the wind cone in a clash, resulting in their mutual annihilation. Seeing the wind cone thwarted, Sant's frustration boiled over as he shouted, "Keekman, what do you mean by this?" Aware of his own shortcomings, Keekman clasped his hands in apology, smiling sheepishly. "My friend, though he possesses a vile character, he is still an instructor at Oban. Therefore, I implore you, old friend, grant me this favor and spare him." Surrounding students gaped in astonishment at the unfolding scene, incredulous at what they were witnessing. "Brother, am I seeing things? Our esteemed principal is apologizing to someone." Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Yue Chen, overhearing the murmurs, was equally astonished. The man who appeared so lecherous was none other than the principal of Oban Academy. Casting a glance at the still trembling Hisoka, an odd thought emerged in his mind. Could this be the fabled notion of like attracting like? After all, the other party was a principal, and given that he was currently on their turf, it would be prudent to show some respect. With that in mind, Yue Chen stepped forward and gently tugged at Sant's sleeve, softly advising, "Elder, I only sustained minor injuries. It is nothing serious. Your imposing presence has already frightened him to the point of losing control. Let this matter rest." "Humph, I am magnanimous enough to let this go," Sant declared, clearly reluctant to escalate matters further at Oban, though his anger still simmered within him. Now that Yue Chen has provided a step down, he naturally takes advantage of the opportunity. Upon hearing Yue Chen's words, the crowd's gaze once again converges on Shiso. The blue magical robe, edged with gold, is evidently no ordinary garment. Regrettably, at this moment, The lower half of the robe is thoroughly soaked, a gentle breeze wafts through. And the onlookers are suddenly assaulted by a pungent stench, truly a disgrace, bringing me nothing but humiliation. Kochman's expression shifts, a blend of anger and indignation. He glares at the surrounding students and bellows. What are you standing there for? Help mentor Shisua back to rest. The students nearby regard Shisua with disdain. Who would be willing to assist someone reeking of such foul odor, for a moment? No one steps forward. Keslin's face turns crimson. Seeing Shisua's pitiful state, she feels a pang of compassion. She wants to approach and offer support, but being a woman makes it rather inconvenient at this moment. So she ultimately refrains. Kochman's face flushes with embarrassment. He internally laments the depth of this humiliation, feeling as though he has lost face in front of everyone. It is one thing to have a rotten fish among the mentors. But now, calling upon students for assistance, not a single one responds. The shame is overwhelming. Spotting Byrne, who is lurking in the crowd, Kochman's anger surges. If it weren't for this troublemaker, none of this would have occurred. Kochman points directly at Byrne and declares, Byrne, you shall assist mentor Shika back. Yes. Faced with Shisua's fiery gaze, Byrne dares not speak another word. He can only lower his head and endure the waves of rancid odor as he helps Shisua to leave. At this moment, Shisua is already so frightened that he is utterly weak. With Byrne's support, he immediately sags down, his entire body collapsing against Byrne. Byrne, caught off guard, is directly toppled to the ground by Shisua. The most miserable part is that Shisua's head ends up awkwardly positioned between Byrne's legs. Alas, poor child. Yue Chen silently mourns for him. The surrounding students erupt in laughter. Kochman, feeling utterly humiliated, waves his hand and commands, quickly, take him away. Once he recovers, inform him that the Auburn Academy cannot accommodate a talent like him and that he should seek opportunities elsewhere. Byrne, who is trying to help Shisua back up, shudders. While others may not know Shisua's background, he is well aware. Shocked, he thinks. The principal actually regards this fellow so highly that a resentful glare sweeps across Yue Chen and the others, and Byrne, disregarding the stench emanating from Shua, helps him to leave. Watching Byrne and Shisua depart, Kochman sighs helplessly. Sante, this time you have certainly made an enemy of great consequence for Yue Chen. Chapter 47. Do you want me to be a teacher? Sante appears indifferent, yet internally he is filled with regret. How could he not know of the Alec family? The Alec family wields immense power, seemingly on the verge of becoming the foremost family in the empire. With Yue Chen adding this adversary, it truly does not bode well. Upon hearing the name of the Alec family, Yue Chen's expression shifts to one of peculiarity. Once again, the Alec family, there's some sort of conflict between me and them? The timid Shisua is now connected to the Alec family, and the cowardly Byrne also seems to hail from there. How utterly bizarre. It appears that all those I have crossed paths with are linked to the Alec family. When Kochman turns his gaze towards Yue Chen, his eyes suddenly brighten. With a lecherous grin plastered on his face, he approaches Yue Chen and says, So this is Yue Chen, my young friend. Indeed, a striking figure. Elegant and poised, charming and debonair, Yue Chen regards the lecherous old man before him with a shiver of revulsion. What nonsense is this? He is well aware of his own appearance. It is ordinary at best. Barely qualifying as striking, certainly not charming or debonair. The surrounding students display expressions of bewilderment. Good heavens, the principal's old habits are acting up again. Someone mutters quietly. Sante, with a vigilant glance at the old man's glimmering eyes, feels a shiver of apprehension that he thinks to himself, this old fool must be up to no good. I cannot allow Yue Chen to associate with him. Sante pulls Yue Chen away and says, Since there is nothing more to discuss, let us return. Sante has resolved in his heart that he must solidify his position as Yue Chen's only mentor. He does not care how many masters Yue Chen has had in the past. From now on, there will only be one, him, Sante. Anyone else who harbors such intentions can forget it. Yue Chen is taken aback, as are Keslin and Jody, equally perplexed. Had they not come out to eat? Now, before even having a meal, they are to return. Kochman, aware of Sante's intentions, rolls his eyes and immediately hatches a plan. With a chuckle, Kochman replies, Old friend, there is no need to be so tense. Sante is not swayed by such tactics and retorts disdainfully. Who are you calling an old friend? Don't blame me for not warning you. You should rein in your ulterior motives early on. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile and no need to get so worked up. Kochman adopts a demeanor of indifference. I have no intention of poaching your disciple. Upon hearing this, Sante's expression softens slightly. Meanwhile, Yue Chen is far from pleased. Disciple? Who is his disciple? His only mentor is the master of the magic tower in Liba City. Naughty to AT this moment. Kochman wears a cunning smile and says, before the duel between Yue Chen and Shisua, it seems there was some agreement made that, oh, I remember now. If Shisua loses, he is to relinquish his mentor position to the other party. Yes, that's how it goes. Hearing Kochman's words, Yue Chen's expression becomes somewhat peculiar. This old man can't possibly be suggesting. Yue Chen, my young friend, would you be interested in taking up a teaching position at Aubin? Kochman's voice directly confirms Yue Chen's suspicion. What? Yue Chen's mouth drops open, staring at Kochman as if he has seen a ghost. Sante is equally shocked, exclaiming loudly, old fool, have you lost your mind? Jody and Shisua, along with others, feel as though they are in a dream. Everything before them seems unreal. Kesslin nearly faints from the sheer shock. The day has brought him too many surprises. The surrounding students' jaws nearly hit the floor. Confused, they murmur among themselves. Is today April Fool's Day? Our esteemed lecherous principal has gone completely mad, now wanting to invite a one-star mage to be a teacher at the academy. What kind of world is this? It is utterly insane. Mad? I am not mad in the slightest. I am perfectly fine. The lecherous old man's face rarely displays a hint of seriousness, though Yue Chen is still young and somewhat lacking overall. Kochman scans the crowd before shifting his tone. However, his understanding of both martial skills and magic has reached a profound level. This understanding is by no means inferior to that of a high-level mage. The crowd gasps. Only upon reaching 7 stars can one be considered a high-level mage. If what Kochman says is true, it means that Yue Chen's comprehension of magic and martial skills can rival that of a 7-star mage. Everyone looks at Yue Chen, whose face is a picture of bewilderment. They silently exclaim, this is simply unbelievable. Sante's lips curl into a slight smile. Although he agrees with Kochman, he is reluctant to show it. He ambiguously states, Kochman, you might be exaggerating. This young lad is not as remarkable as you claim. Kochman pauses, speaking with conviction, I am not exaggerating in the slightest. The 5 small fireballs that Yue Chen conjured at the beginning were a composite spell, infused with wind elements, correct? Moreover, his performance when deflecting Shisua's multiple wind blades was astounding. That moment, he utilized a form of magic akin to the stone armor spell, while his body exhibited a profound martial technique. Sante can no longer maintain his composure. He only now realizes these details. Previously, he only suspected Yue Chen's prowess in martial skills, but had not found concrete evidence. Additionally, being completely ignorant of martial arts, he could not gauge the strength of Yue Chen's techniques. However, Kochman is different. As the principal of Aubin, even if he is not well versed in martial arts, he can still assess their quality. This lad possesses such abilities. My discerning eye has indeed recognized a gem, bringing this young man into the fold. Sante feels no shame in taking credit for Yue Chen's entry into the academy. This moment, Kochman continues. While it is not unheard of to use magic and martial arts simultaneously, none have ever blended them as seamlessly as Yue Chen does. More importantly, from start to finish, he only uttered a single incantation for a basic fireball spell. What does this indicate? It signifies that Yue Chen has mastered the secret to instantaneous spellcasting. Everyone believes that a person proficient in both magic and martial arts, capable of achieving a perfect union of the two, and having overcome the long-standing challenge of instantaneous spellcasting and composite spells, is more than qualified to serve as a teacher at Aubin Academy. Most crucially, he is still just a youth, a 1-star mage. Such a genius deserves to be a mentor, they assert. Kochman's words are impassioned. Damn, this old coot. Sante gazes silently at the loquacious Kochman. Even he himself begins to somewhat agree with Kochman's perspective. In his heart, he pondered whether, upon his return, he should suggest to the dean that Yue Chen assume the role of an instructor. Chapter 48. Reunion. Sante, with an expression of indifference, remarked, what is there to fear? Such a timid individual cannot stir up much trouble. Kochman shook his head and said, you misunderstand my intent. I am referring to the forces behind him, the Alec family. And what of the Alec family? We, at the Gloomy Cloud Academy, shall ensure Yue Chen's safety, Sante replied, still nonchalant. Kochman sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He thought to himself, they dare not touch the Gloomy Cloud Academy. But a mere 1-star magician is a different matter altogether. The academy may protect him for a time, but can it guarantee his safety indefinitely? Kochman was indeed skilled in swaying opinions, and under his influence, many began to express their agreement. Among them were students who had been watching from the sidelines, as well as faculty members who had just arrived. Very well, I support the headmaster's decision. Yes, I concur, let him become a teacher. Thus, with unanimous support, Yue Chen secured his position as a teacher at the Aubin Academy. After this incident, it seemed impossible for Yue Chen and his companions to wander freely within the Aubin Academy any longer. The mere presence of curious onlookers following them could easily breach the threshold. Insanity. All these people have gone mad. Yue Chen returned to the villa in silence, frustratedly ushering everyone out and slamming the door shut. He sat alone on the edge of his bed, seething with anger. Yue Chen fumed. It's one thing for that old lecher, Corkman, to go insane, but I never expected Sante to follow suit. Not only did he fail to intervene, but he also took it upon himself to persuade me. What infuriated him the most were Jody and Sis, those treacherous individuals. Corkman merely promised to grant him access to the treasure area of the Aubin Library, and these two sold him out. Yue Chen understood that he could not solely blame Jody and Sis. The magical community of the continent had its well-known regulations. Magical academies did not teach spells above 6 stars. It was likely that the treasure area of the Aubin Library contained such materials. As for Elderlot, Corkman had simply suggested finding someone to spar with him regularly. This martial enthusiast immediately pretended not to recognize Yue Chen, nearly driving him to the brink of bloodshed. And then there were the crowd that treated him like a spectacle. Thinking of these things made Yue Chen even more irate. To make me a teacher. What can I even teach? Yue Chen raked his fingers through his hair in a frenzy, his expression one of despair. Catherine was the only one who had not added insult to injury. He recalled the tender gaze she had given him while tending to his wounds, and a flicker of warmth surged within him. Seeing the students passing by outside the window, Yue Chen's expression turned troubled once more. With this commotion, how could he possibly seek out his senior brothers? It seemed he would have to wait a few days for the situation to settle down. In the new student dormitory of the Aubin Magical Division, Toltai was placing a bedsheet on Nissan's bed. Nissan, this is a bedsheet my father sent through someone. This one is for you, he said. Since the Arrington family fell into disarray, Nissan's life had undergone a drastic transformation. The identity of a noble young master was no more. Throughout history, many have taken pleasure in another's misfortune, yet those who truly offer help in times of need are few and far between. At this moment, Nissan felt this truth acutely. With the Arrington family gone, Russell immediately turned his back, denying any relationship of mentorship with Nissan. Russell belonged to the Magical Guild and was an 8-star magician. Nissan could only harbor his fury in silence. The friends he once knew began to shun him, and among all his acquaintances, only his senior brother Toltai showed him unwavering kindness. Thank you, senior brother. You are the only one who still cares for me, Nissan said, tears glistening in his eyes. Rest assured, once I grow stronger, I will repay this kindness. Toltai patted Nissan's shoulder with his large hand. Shaking his head, I help you not for repayment. We are brothers. It is only proper that we assist one another. If Yue Chen were here, he would undoubtedly do even better than I. Alas, he is not. Toltai's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Due to Nissan's circumstances, Nadi had not informed Toltai of Yue Chen's admission to the gloomy Cloud Academy. Upon hearing Toltai mention Yue Chen, Nissan's gaze became evasive. Which Yue Chen are you referring to? Just then, a student tidying up nearby approached, excitement brimming in his voice. Have you heard? The headmaster personally recruited a new instructor today. His name is also Yue Chen and is about our age. I heard he is from the gloomy Cloud Academy and is here temporarily while preparing for the Magician Exchange meeting in half a month. Toltai and Nissan exchanged smiles, dismissing the news. There were many people with the same name in the world. What were the odds that this Yue Chen was the one they knew? Knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Is there a Toltai and Nissan here? A beauty is looking for you. A haughty young man stood outside, asking arrogantly. Toltai was momentarily taken aback, pulling Nissan along. That's us. The young man scrutinized Toltai and Nissan from head to toe with curiosity. Then, in disappointment, said, nothing special, just a couple of dim-witted lads. Why would the first beauty come looking for you? Toltai and Nissan exchanged puzzled glances. What could the first beauty want with them? They were virtually unknown. New students who hardly knew anyone. When they saw Catherine, their confusion only deepened. Catherine was well known at Aubin, not merely for her beauty. She had reached the rank of 4-star second tier just over 20, making her one of the Academy's few prodigies. Upon seeing Toltai and Nissan arrive, Catherine's expression turned icy as she coldly asked, Are you Toltai and Nissan? Both nodded simultaneously. You hail from Leba City? Catherine inquired once more. Toltai and Nissan exchanged surprised glances before nodding again. Very well, you two follow me, Catherine said, her demeanor devoid of warmth as she led them toward the luxurious villa where Yue Chen resided. As Toltai and Nissan walked along, anxiety gnawed at them, and they longed to ask questions but hesitated. They were acutely aware that the title Ice Beauty was not merely a compliment for her looks, but also a testament to her icy demeanor. It was rumored that a student once uttered a flippant remark in her presence, prompting Catherine to unleash a freezing spell, encasing his mouth in ice. Upon entering the villa district, their expressions of confusion deepened. They recognized that this place was reserved for the scions of the Empire's great families, when they discovered that Catherine had halted before the most opulent villa in the area. Their hearts surged with astonishment. Only the most distinguished individuals at Auburn Academy could reside here, surely supported by powerful connections in the capital. Senior brother, just as Toltai was grappling with his shock. A familiar voice rang in his ears. Moments later, a familiar figure rushed into view. Yue Chen, fifth junior brother, is that really you? Toltai's eyes filled with tears, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. Seeing Yue Chen after such a long separation confirmed that the rumors were indeed true. But how could this be possible? Nissan's face turned ashen as memories of pushing Yue Chen off the cliff flooded back. Now, here stood Yue Chen, alive before him. Nissan anxiously pondered whether or not he had learned the truth about what had transpired. Yue Chen glanced at Catherine, who stood like a statue of ice, and said, "Thank you." Catherine had been entrusted by Yue Chen to fetch Toltai and Nissan. Catherine nodded impassively before turning to leave. Yue Chen's expression was complex as he sighed inwardly. Ah, this woman. Yue Chen, the new instructor they mentioned can't possibly be you. Can it? Toltai, unable to contain his curiosity, voiced his thoughts. Yue Chen smiled and nodded. Then turned to Nissan, saying, "Ninth junior brother, let the past remain in the past. What matters now is that those who are alive must live well." Upon seeing Nissan's doubtful gaze, Yue Chen merely smiled. He did not expect Nissan to harbor gratitude toward him. After all, the Arrington family was responsible for his downfall. Once Nissan learned the truth, their paths would inevitably diverge, with a mix of confusion and astonishment. Toltai and Nissan followed Yue Chen into the villa in the days that followed. Yue Chen enjoyed a life of remarkable ease, visiting Toltai, engaging in conversation, and practicing magic within the villa. Naturally, the materials he required were all provided by the Auburn Academy. After all, I am considered a teacher at Auburn now. You wouldn't mind if I used a few materials to practice drawing scrolls, would you? After Yue Chen made that bold statement in front of Corkman. The latter promptly agreed to Yue Chen's request, arranging for Cecil, a 6-star wind magician specializing in scroll production, to provide guidance. Specifically tailored for Yue Chen, these provisions were prepared. Cecil appeared somewhat pallid, likely due to his prolonged engagement in research. His pronounced eyebrows and sparkling eyes immediately suggested that he was a remarkably astute individual. When Yue Chen first approached Cecil to request a substantial quantity of scroll paper, Cecil assumed that Yue Chen simply wished to avoid inconvenience by requesting a larger amount at once. However, as this pattern persisted over the following days, Cecil could not help but begin to suspect whether Yue Chen was seizing the opportunity to indulge himself. It is worth noting that this amounted to a total of 300 sheets of scroll paper, including 100 sheets crafted from beast hide, sufficient for inscribing 5-star spells. The notion that one could produce such a volume in a single day was utterly implausible to Cecil. Even completing 1/10 of that would be an extraordinary feat in his mind. When Yue Chen once again approached to request materials, Cecil could no longer contain himself and remarked, "Mentor Yue Chen, your recent requisitions for materials have been rather excessive, and the Academy's inventory cannot accommodate such demands at present. Therefore, might I suggest that you consider reducing your consumption?" Yue Chen felt a surge of indignation, his anger simmering beneath the surface. While Cecil's earlier remarks were somewhat subtle, the latter reference to waste struck a deep chord of fury within him. With a stern expression, he coldly retorted, "Does Mentor Cecil believe that practicing the art of scroll creation and consuming materials equates to waste?" Cecil, already harboring resentment from being tasked with gathering materials for Yue Chen, felt his temper flare at Yue Chen's arrogance. Without a moment's hesitation, he bluntly replied, "Normal practice certainly does not constitute waste. However, infrequent practice or deliberately misusing materials undoubtedly qualifies as waste." Raising an eyebrow, Yue Chen countered, "What, in Mentor Cecil's view, constitutes normal practice, and what is deemed abnormal? Typically, in normal practice, one should achieve at least one successful scroll out of 10 attempted," Cecil stated disdainfully, casting a derisive glance at Yue Chen. "I wonder if Mentor Yue Chen is capable of accomplishing such a feat. Oh, and by the way, I believe your requisition also includes ordinary beast hide, does it not? It is widely recognized that Mentor Yue Chen has yet to attain 2-star status. Can you truly inscribe a 4-star spell scroll?" At this moment, the confrontation between Cecil and Yue Chen attracted the attention of many onlookers. Other mentors collecting materials gathered around. Yue Chen, infuriated yet composed, confidently declared. Does Mentor Cecil imply that I must first demonstrate that I am practicing normally and capable of inscribing a 4-star spell scroll to receive these materials? Indeed, Cecil responded, prepared to take a risk. He had no faith that Kirkman would reprimand him for this matter. Very well, Yue Chen proclaimed, but I would find this arrangement rather inequitable. Let us wager. If my success rate falls below 50%, I shall cease my request for materials. Conversely, if my success rate exceeds 50%, not only shall I receive the materials I requested, but you must also provide me with an equivalent amount personally. In an instant, all eyes around shifted to Yue Chen with a mixture of astonishment and ridicule. Many of those present were mages themselves. Well aware of the intricacies of scroll creation, a 50% success rate was a feat even a master scroll creator would hesitate to claim. Yet, here was Yue Chen, brazenly boasting of his capabilities. Several observers relished the prospect of witnessing his downfall. Cecil, without a moment's contemplation, accepted the challenge. A 50% success rate was simply inconceivable, a rarity that could not be found within the entire Aobon Academy. He swiftly began preparations, locating a table and retrieving 20 sheets of ordinary paper and 5 sheets of beast hide for Yue Chen's test. Soon, everything was ready. Yue Chen approached the table, gently caressing the sheets of paper with his hand. The onlookers fixated on every movement he made, eager to witness his prowess. They had not been present during Yue Chen's battle with Shi Suo, yet the rumors surrounding him were astonishing, inevitably giving rise to skepticism. Now, with the opportunity to observe Yue Chen in action, they were unwilling to miss the chance. At that moment, Yue Chen's movements quickened. He meticulously prepared the potion and ground the crystal powder, executing each step with precision. Observing Yue Chen's deftness, a flicker of doubt crossed Cecil's face. However, as he recalled the 50% success rate, his skepticism dissipated, replaced by a condescending glare directed at Yue Chen. At the table, Yue Chen spread out the paper and grasped his pen. Immersing himself in a state of profound focus, his hand moved fluidly, and the magical lines flowed across the paper like fish swimming in water. In a brief span, a flash of red light signaled the successful completion of a 3-star fire spell scroll. A fine-quality scroll, my word, someone exclaimed. Cecil's expression finally shifted as he gazed in disbelief at the young man before him, internally cursing, what in the world? A 1-star mage successfully crafting a 3-star scroll of fine quality. Where on earth did this little prodigy come from? Chapter 50. The transformation induced by power. Yue Chen's actions did not cease with the completion of the first scroll. With his left hand, he retrieved another sheet, while his right hand continued to inscribe. His movements flowed seamlessly, and soon a small stack of 20 successfully created scrolls accumulated at the left corner of the table. All 3-star spells, including fire spell, water binding spell, and earthfall spell. Most astonishingly, 12 of the 20 scrolls were of fine quality. Cecil watched Yue Chen, now using the beast hide sheets. His face ashen. He realized he had bitten off more than he could chew this time. The expressions of the onlookers were equally riveting. Those who had initially reveled in the prospect of Yue Chen's failure now stood agape, utterly astonished. All present shared a singular thought. How could this be? A 100% success rate. It was utterly absurd that a middle-aged man with a dark complexion pinched his companion's arm violently. What are you doing? The partner exclaimed, glaring at the bruise forming on his arm. That hurts. Look, you've made me purple. Oblivious, the middle-aged man murmured, if it hurts, it proves this isn't a dream. This is real. My heavens, it is all real. Truly extraordinary. Even Princess Betty, a genius in scroll creation, pales in comparison. Someone lamented, this moment. Yue Chen felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Each time he immersed himself in the state of profound focus while inscribing scrolls, he experienced this elation, with every scroll completed. His understanding of the magic deepened, a sensation both mystical and exhilarating, and Yue Chen reveled in it. As Yue Chen reached for another sheet of paper, he discovered he had exhausted his supply. Satisfied with the 2 scrolls he had crafted, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Over the past few days, he had indeed taken full advantage of the opportunity presented by the Aobon Academy to experiment with inscribing 4-star magic scrolls. His diligence had borne fruit, and after several days of effort, he had achieved the desired 50% success rate, emboldening him to boast of his capabilities. Calmly regarding Cecil, Yue Chen teased, Mentor Cecil, might I inquire if my performance meets your expectations? In Cecil's eyes, only respect remained. He felt no anger towards Yue Chen's taunt. For someone like him, skill and expertise were paramount. At that moment, Yue Chen transformed in Cecil's perception from a junior, youthful student to a senior worthy of admiration. With utmost respect, Cecil smiled and said, Mentor Yue Chen is merely jesting. Your scroll creation skills are unparalleled. It is I who lacked discernment and misjudged you that I beg your forgiveness. Mentor Yue Chen, Cecil's humble apology left Yue Chen feeling somewhat embarrassed. Oh, it's nothing. Let bygones be bygones. Just be more mindful in the future, Yue Chen replied. Yes, I shall prepare the materials you requested right away. Cecil nodded repeatedly, bowing as one would to an elder before departing. Witnessing Cecil's sudden change in demeanor, Yue Chen felt a mix of incredulity and amusement. The speed of this transformation was astonishing. As he glanced around, he sadly realized that there were others among the crowd who mirrored Cecil's newfound respect. At that moment, the gazes directed at him brimmed with reverence. Whenever Yue Chen met someone's eyes, they would readily smile and nod in acknowledgement. This was not mere opportunism, it stemmed from their pursuit of skill. Although Yue Chen's overall power paled in comparison to that of any individual present, his mastery of scroll creation was beyond their reach. Yue Chen could distinctly sense the mixture of envy, admiration, and respect in their gazes, leaving him with an ethereal feeling. This was the transformation that followed the revelation of his capabilities. Before long, Cecil returned with all the materials, prepared in 2 equal portions as per Yue Chen's request. As per our wager, Mentor Yue Chen, here is the portion I prepared for you. Please accept it. Having gathered all the materials, Yue Chen felt a surge of pride within. The past few days had indeed yielded substantial rewards. Merely with the 3-star magic scrolls, his black pattern ring had accumulated no less than 1,000, and the 4-star magic scrolls numbered over 100. Pleasant days often pass swiftly. Before one realizes, 15 days have slipped by. The imperial capital of Sarsens is set to host the biennial Mage Exchange Conference. Sorcerers from various nations across the continent flock to Sarsens, transforming the once scarce presence of mages in the imperial city into a commonplace sight. The common folk residing in the capital jestingly remark that if one were to toss a brick into the street, among the 10 individuals struck, at least one would undoubtedly be a sorcerer. Within the Open Academy, the atmosphere is equally vibrant. The magic students are exuberantly bouncing about, seemingly as if they themselves were to participate in the exchange. However, within the villa where Yue Chen resides, he wears a grim expression, for he cannot find joy in the festivities. Sant had issued him a strict mandate. He must not step outside the Open Academy until the conference officially commences. Consequently, Yue Chen has privately cursed Sant on multiple occasions. Yet Sant remains oblivious to this that moment. Sant is scheming with Cockman. My old friend. If you agree to my request, I shall surely fulfill your desires. Cockman leers with a smirk. Sant's small eyes gleam with excitement as he responds, Are you serious? Indeed, Cockman's demeanor grows even more smug. However, there is the matter of another individual, which I, as the principal, can resolve. Very well, I accept. Sant muses inwardly. For the sake of my master's future, I have no choice but to sacrifice you this once. Finally, the Mage Exchange Conference has officially arrived. The residents of Sarsens rejoice in celebration of this auspicious day. A grand opening ceremony unfolds in the capital square, where the entire city seems to be reveling. Damn it, why is my luck so wretched? Yue Chen mutters as he curses his misfortune within the confines of his villa. After eagerly awaiting the commencement of the conference, he had hoped to dive into the bustling city, yet his optimistic plans are thwarted by Sant. Today is merely the opening ceremony. You cannot go outside. Sant states coldly. What about the registration? Yue Chen protests. You need not worry about that. We will handle your registration, Sant replies dismissively. Thus, Yue Chen resignedly accepts this reality. Jody, sis, you 2 treacherous scoundrels. Just wait. The thought of being confined alone in the villa fills him with indignation. Oh heavens, save this unfortunate soul. A lament echoes through the halls of Open Academy. It is not that he lacks the means to leave, but rather he senses a peculiar feeling. Sant and Lot seem to be deliberately shielding him from harm. Since arriving at Oben, at any given time, at least one of them is always present in the villa. Chapter 51. The Anger of Yue Chen. Anger aside, one cannot simply remain idle indefinitely. Yue Chen takes out the scroll materials that Cecil had delivered that morning and begins to plot his financial endeavors. Ever since Yue Chen made a remarkable debut, Cecil has been consistently providing him with the necessary materials, even including a few sheets of yellow-level beast hide paper. These precious yellow-grade hides are carefully stored. As it is known that materials, items, and weapons on the Azure continent are categorized into 5 levels: celestial, earthly, mysterious, yellow, and common. The common level is the most prevalent, while yellow is rare, and mysterious is exceedingly difficult to find. As for earthly and celestial, they exist only in legends and are cherished as treasures, making their sightings exceedingly rare. To illustrate the value of the yellow-level beast hide, it is worth noting that it can only be derived from beasts of at least third rank. Underscoring its rarity, half a day's time swiftly passes. Yue Chen gleefully stores a stack of completed scrolls into his black-patterned ring. "These are all money," he exclaims, eagerly anticipating the moment he can sell the abundant finished scrolls within. The only regret is the nearly 20 sheets of yellow-level beast hide paper. Considering his current capabilities, Yue Chen hesitates to experiment with them. "Never mind, I won't waste such fine materials," he muses, stroking the yellow-level hides one last time before reluctantly placing them into the black-patterned ring. At that moment, a thunderous sound reverberates from the stairs. Yue Chen glances at the time. It is well past noon. It seems Sis has returned from his adventures. Sis bursts into the room, excitement radiating from his expression. Yue Chen, I have wonderful news." Observing Sis' flushed face, Yue Chen is taken aback and curiously inquires, "What has you so worked up?" Sis wipes the sweat from his brow with his furry hand, exclaiming, "Yue Chen, do you know? Elder Sant has registered you for the competition." Yue Chen rolls his eyes in disbelief, retorting, "Is that really news? It's just registration. Aside from you, Jody and Lillian have also signed up." Yue Chen suddenly regards Sis with a teasing smile and adds, "Honestly, I'm quite curious. Clearly, we are here to participate in the Mage Exchange Conference, yet Elder Sant insists on bringing you along. What exactly did you offer them in return?" Sis first blinks in surprise, then realizes Yue Chen is jesting. He lightly pushes Yue Chen and says, "I was just discussing something important. Stop with the nonsense. You should know, while Jody and Lillian have registered, your registration is different." Different? Yue Chen is filled with curiosity. What could possibly be different about entering a competition? The competitions that Jody and Lillian registered for both contain the word youth in their titles, while yours is labeled young adult, and Elder Sant has even enrolled you in 2 competitions. That Sis revelation nearly leaves Yue Chen in shock. "What?" He erupts infuriated. "Oh, there are distinctions between youth and young adult competitions, and Sant has put me in the latter. Although it is only a minor difference in wording, the disparity in difficulty is significant. To qualify as a young adult on the Azure continent, one must be under the age of 50. How many opponents will he face? You mentioned that Sant registered me for 2 competitions. Aside from the scroll competition, what else did he sign me up for?" Yue Chen, suppressing his anger, inquires calmly. Upon noticing Yue Chen's furious expression, Sis realizes something is amiss. "Let me think." He scratches his head. "Just tell me, quickly." Yue Chen's glare conveys his impatience, giving Sis the impression that he might face repercussions if he hesitates. Sis hurriedly responds, "Elder Sant registered you for the Young Adult Scroll Master Competition and the Young Adult Mage Application Competition. That's all I know. If you want to know more, you'll have to ask Elder Sant yourself." Without waiting for a reply, Sis swiftly makes his exit. Mage Application? Asking a mere 1-star mage to participate in the Young Adult Mage Application Competition? Just wait. Sant. Yue Chen can no longer contain his fury and storms downstairs. As he reaches the ground floor, he finds Sant strutting into the villa, head held high and a triumphant gait, flanked by the lecherous Cockman. Upon witnessing Yue Chen's furious demeanor, Sant raises an eyebrow in surprise and asks, "Oh, in such a rage, where are you off to?" "To find you." Yue Chen bellows, "Tell me, did you register me for 2 competitions?" Sant's eyes dart for a moment before he chuckles. "Is that what this is about?" "Yes, I did register you for 2 competitions. One for the Scroll Master and the other for the Mage Application Competition. The latter was decided in consultation with Principal Cockman." Yue Chen is taken aback, silently cursing under his breath. As I suspected, this old lecher is involved. After venting his frustration, the reality of the registration sets in, and Yue Chen's anger begins to subside slightly. He glares coldly at Sant and questions, "Given that the competitions are categorized into youth and young adult, why did you register me for the young adult competition instead of the youth?" Sant maintains his cheerful demeanor, responding, "The youth category is better suited for Lillian and the others. You are different. Merely participating in the youth level would not showcase your exceptional talent. Just imagine the honor you'll feel when you outclass those scroll masters who are significantly older than you." Sant's words further ignite Yue Chen's ire. "So, when I reveal that I am a student of the Solitary Cloud Academy, does that mean you aim to restore its reputation? That is indeed part of the intention. However, we are also doing this for your benefit. If you emerge victorious, your name will resonate widely. Not only will you gain substantial rewards, but I believe the Empire will also bestow appropriate honors upon you." Caught in the act, Sant displays a rare moment of embarrassment. Renowned? Yue Chen ponders, his mind racing. If one were to gain considerable renown in the imperial city, could it not lead to the uncovering of my past? Perhaps among the throngs of spectators at the competition, there might be those who recognize me. Should I secure the championship, it would undoubtedly capture their attention. Contemplating this, Yue Chen found himself less averse to participating in the youth scroll competition. He then inquired, "What is the nature of the magical application contest?" At this moment, it was Cokeman's turn to speak. He shed his lewd demeanor and, with a serious expression, addressed Yue Chen, "Dear young brother, do not take offense. This idea is mine. My intentions align with Elder Sant, as we both aspire to elevate the reputation of Auburn Academy throughout the Sapphire Realm. I assure you, should you represent Auburn Academy and emerge victorious in the magical application competition, our Academy will prepare an additional reward for you. Furthermore, Auburn Academy promises to grant you one request, any request you desire." Chapter 52. The competition begins. The accumulation of collections was progressing too slowly. My most cherished readers, do bestow upon me your offerings of support. In the Duke's residence in the Imperial City, the elderly Lu Bo stood humbly at a desk, engaged in conversation with the Duke. The young master has arrived in the Imperial City and is currently at Auburn Academy. Shall I arrange for an opportunity for him to meet with you, my lord? Lu Bo proposed. Duke Virgil of the Violet House wrestled with his thoughts for a considerable time before responding. Perhaps it is best not to. If I were to meet him now, I fear it would only incite those who wish to eliminate him further. Reports had circulated that the young master had vanquished the great magician Iso of the Alec family and had been personally hired by Cokeman to teach at Auburn. Moreover, at the forthcoming Imperial City Mage Exchange Conference, the young master was set to compete in 2 events. Lu Bo added, "Both competitions are within the youth category." Virgil exclaimed, his excitement quickly giving way to worry. "I truly do not understand what Saint Edmund is scheming, allowing Yue Chen to appear so openly. I am genuinely concerned that his performance may attract undue attention." As he gazed at the portrait of the beautiful lady before him, his heart brimmed with guilt. "My lord, the lady will understand your intentions," Lu Bo said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Lu Bo, after so many years, you are finally willing to call me my lord again," Virgil replied, his voice heavy with the weight of time. A single crystalline tear fell from Lu Bo's cheek. "My lord, ensure that the young master is protected in secret. Saint Edmund's arrangements must hold profound significance. We shall observe the unfolding events." Life in the Imperial City was bustling, and with the commencement of the Mage Exchange Conference, the pace grew even more frenetic. Before dawn, Sant and Lot dragged Yue Chen and his companions from their slumber, preparing them for the imminent competition. "What is the meaning of this? I am not competing. Why must I rise?" Susi muttered in a half-asleep state, only to be met with a fierce glare from Lot that left him with dark circles under his eyes. Susi dared not utter another word of complaint and obediently got out of bed. "Hey, Susi, what happened to your eyes? Did you have trouble sleeping due to unwelcome thoughts?" Upon hearing Jody's teasing, Susi felt an overwhelming urge to silence him, but he refrained, knowing that Elder Lot was right beside Jody, glaring at him with fiery eyes. Susi lamented silently, "What have I done to deserve this? I merely spoke in my sleep." After a series of morning rituals and numerous trivialities, they arrived at the venue for the exchange conference just in time. "Yue Chen, you can do it," before they scattered to their respective arenas. Jody and Lillian cheered for Yue Chen with bright smiles. Yue Chen nodded, feigning nonchalance. "Rest assured, you all know my capabilities, but you should also give it your all. Let's see who ranks higher." "Who are you comparing with?" "Not with you, you weirdo," Jody retorted with laughter as they each headed to their competition locations. "Good luck, Mentor Yue Chen." A multitude of supporters rallied behind him, forming a long line. Yue Chen expressed his gratitude to the crowd, recognizing many of them as mentors from Auburn Academy, most of whom he had met during the scroll demonstration. "Yue Chen, you can do it." Even the usually frigid Caitlin shouted encouragement for the first time. Thank you, everyone." With the blessings and expectations of those around him, Yue Chen made his way to the competition arena. "Young man, give it your all." Sant's voice, laden with a sense of nostalgia, resonated from behind him. The competition grounds were vast, with a wide square arranged with rows of tables and chairs that seemed to stretch endlessly. The scene was truly magnificent. My heavens, how many participants are there? Yue Chen was astounded. He pondered, if this many people are competing in the Youth Scroll Master Contest alone, how many would there be when adding other events and the youthful competitors? At that moment, a rotund man with a shiny face approached Yue Chen. Clad in a bright red magical robe, he bore a 6-star badge on his chest, indicating his status as a 6-star magician. "Young brother, are you sure you're in the right place?" The plump man obstructed Yue Chen's path. Nias was an enthusiast of scroll crafting, yet his talent in this field was disappointingly lacking. After 2 years of study, he had yet to produce even a basic 1-star scroll. However, fortune had not entirely forsaken him. Although unqualified to compete, he had been appointed as an overseer for the event. Yet, as he surveyed the arena, he spotted a 1-star magician scanning the area aimlessly. Nias was incensed, thinking, which academy student is so disrespectful as to wander about aimlessly? Did they not see the sign at the entrance? However, Yue Chen's response left him gaping. "I am here to compete," Yue Chen stated, presenting the participation proof that San had given him. "Compete? What a joke." Nias exclaimed, his eyes widening as he scrutinized the participation proof. "Yue Chen, contestant of the Youth Scroll Master Contest. 1-star, 2nd-tier magician, new student of the Solitary Cloud Academy." The more he read, the quieter his voice became until he could scarcely hear himself. Nias's mind was in turmoil. Heavens, how is this possible? A 1-star magician can participate in the Youth Scroll Master Contest. There must be some mistake. "Sir, may I proceed?" Yue Chen again held the participation proof closer to Nias's eyes. Nias could find no fault with the proof, and begrudgingly nodded to let Yue Chen pass. Entering the square, Yue Chen began to search for his designated spot according to the number on his proof. Within the arena, several competitors had already arrived. Among them were both young and older participants. Yue Chen was surprised to notice one contestant sporting a grizzled beard that he pondered. Is this truly considered youth? As Yue Chen observed others, they too were watching him. Whose child is this? Why is he running around, coming to the competition venue? Brother, you must be mistaken. Did you not see the participation proof in his hand? Good heavens, it truly is a participation proof. This is unacceptable. How can a half-grown child be allowed to disrupt the Youth Scroll Master Contest? Hey, a nearby comrade restrained the agitated individual, saying, "Brother, use your brain. Will you? If he can enter, he must have some backing. If he wishes to play, let him. Why risk offending someone over this?" Seated in his designated spot, Yue Chen overheard their discussions and could only smile wryly. At that moment, a melodious bell rang out, signaling the imminent start of the competition. Chapter 53. The Scroll Master Competition. As the bell tolled, all participants rose, their gazes fixed upon the elevated platform to the right of the arena. Standing upon the platform was an elderly man clad in a white robe, with flowing white hair and beard. The gentle breeze tousled his nearly knee-length beard, prompting him to occasionally smooth it down with his hand. The elder, upon witnessing the grand spectacle below, appeared somewhat moved. After adjusting his beard once more and clearing his throat, he proclaimed in a resonant voice, "The Youth Scroll Master Contest officially begins. My heavens. It is Master Scroll Weaver Feili," someone exclaimed in astonishment. So, this was Feili. Yue Chen gazed at the elder on the platform with respect in his eyes. He had encountered information about Feili in the Solitary Cloud Library. Feili is currently the most authoritative representative in the scroll crafting community, having achieved the title of Master Scroll Weaver 50 years prior. Rumor has it that he has already attained the level of Grandmaster. After surveying the audience for a moment, Feili smiled gently and said, "Competitors, please take your seats." His voice echoed through the arena via a magical amplification device. The participants settled back into their places. And Feili continued, "On your tables lie the diagrams corresponding to your respective 3-star magical formations. You are required to use the materials provided, adhering to the diagrams, to craft a finished scroll within the allotted time. Failure to complete the task or exceeding the time limit will result in disqualification from subsequent rounds." Yue Chen began to examine the items laid out before him. On the table lay 3 intricate magic circle diagrams, accompanied by 3 sheets of ordinary parchment. The diagrams depicted the fireball spell of the fire element, the wind blade spell of the wind element, and the earthquake spell of the earth element. Additionally, an array of materials including crystal powder and beast blood was readily available. With only 3 sheets of parchment at hand, there were merely 3 opportunities to succeed, according to Yue Chen's understanding. Such a requirement was undeniably demanding that he was taken aback. If the preliminary round was already this challenging, what could the subsequent contests possibly entail? Instead of rushing to act, Yue Chen chose to observe the other competitors. His intention was straightforward. To learn from them, he hoped to glean insights into their techniques and methods for crafting the scrolls. Tio is right. He noticed a middle-aged mage holding his pen in an unusually distinctive manner. Upon closer inspection, Yue Chen was astonished to realize that this grip seemed to facilitate a smoother flow of lines. With this revelation, he became even more engrossed in his observation. In the arena of the young scrollcrafters competition, Betty was incessantly complaining. Who on earth came up with this idea? It's as if they are deliberately trying to make things difficult for me, she exclaimed. To require a 3-star magic scroll in just the preliminary round. Don't they know I'm only a 2-star? First rank mage. Humph. Once I return, I will certainly demand my father investigate who set this challenge. I'll have him punished and expelled from the Magic Guild for daring to offend a princess. With a sulky demeanor, Betty picked up her pen and began to draw it. In the end, she managed to complete only one of her 3 attempts. Grabbing the finished scroll triumphantly, she declared, "Humph, the title of scroll crafting genius is not undeserved." After completing her scroll, Betty found herself at a loss. Glancing around, she observed various competitors. Some were deep in thought with their pens poised, while others were throwing down their pens in frustration. At that moment, her attention was drawn to an unusual figure above her right. A young boy, seemingly of a similar age to her, was seated there. Aside from me, someone else dares to compete in the youth category. Betty exclaimed excitedly, I wonder which family's child has come to cause a ruckus. Seeing Yue Chen's curious glances and the untouched parchment before him, Betty became even more convinced of her thoughts. The previously indignant youth, who had contemplated protesting, now admired Yue Chen's demeanor. This boy had indeed come merely for amusement. In the audience, Sant was cursing under his breath. What is that little rascal doing? He's just looking around. Doesn't he realize he's in a competition? Betty watched the boy with a gleam of amusement, thinking to herself, this lad is quite entertaining. He has taken his playfulness to this level. How bold of him to not even bother to make a show of writing. However, her amusement quickly turned to displeasure as she noted that, while he had scanned nearly all the other competitors, he had completely ignored her. Betty's irritation soared. Does this boy have a screw loose? Here I am, a stunning beauty, and he chooses to overlook me in favor of those coarse-looking, unkempt men. Ugh. He must have some peculiar preference. If Yue Chen were aware of how she perceived him, he would likely be left speechless. The chime of the bell rang thrice, signaling that only 3 minutes remained in the competition. Betty huffed. Humph. The competition is about to end, and this boy still hasn't lifted his pen. Once it's over, I shall report him for disrespecting the Magic Guild and disrupting the contest, demanding his mage qualifications be revoked. Just as Betty was plotting her revenge against the young boy, she was taken aback to see him finally spring into action. With practiced ease, he skillfully mixed his potion, laid out the parchment, and began to draw with remarkable fluidity. In an instant, a red glow flashed, and the scroll was completed. Betty stood there, mouth agape, utterly astonished. Good heavens! This fellow took less than a minute from mixing the potion to completing the drawing. Yue Chen stretched contentedly, glancing at the scroll on the table with satisfaction. It was of medium quality, slightly lacking, yet his speed had significantly improved. Overall, the day's experience had been immensely rewarding. Had he not observed the various drawing techniques, he would never have been able to craft a scroll in under a minute. Looking at the remaining 2 sheets of parchment on the table, Yue Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. To achieve success with both sheets, and of good quality at that, would be an extraordinary feat. Stealthily checking his surroundings, he deftly stowed the 2 sheets into his black patterned ring, thinking to himself, these sheets are worth money too. Were it not for the fear of disqualification, he would have liked to pocket the bone pen and potion as well. Witnessing Yue Chen's sneaky actions, Betty nearly fainted. This guy must be desperate. He dares to steal from the Magic Guild. In the audience, both Sant and Kirkman shielded their faces with their hands, internally lamenting, how embarrassing, truly too humiliating. I must not let anyone discover that I know him. The previously agitated youth stared at Yue Chen as if he had seen a ghost, even dropping the bone pen he held, oblivious to that moment. The bell signaling the end of the competition rang, marking the conclusion of the preliminary round. Chapter 54. The Magic Application Competition. An hour later, Yue Chen effortlessly passed the preliminary round, securing his place in the next stage. Glancing at the list of hundreds of names who had also qualified, he noted with surprise that he ranked 10th. This realization stirred a reflection within him. He was not the only talented individual in the world. Simultaneously, Yue Chen pondered the harshness of reality. Among nearly 10,000 competitors, only a few hundred had emerged from the preliminary round. The competition was undeniably fierce. However, he did not dwell on this for long, for he was now set to participate in his second contest. The Young Mage's Magic Application Competition allow mages to fully showcase their talents. The Magic Guild had deliberately staggered the timings of various competitions, ensuring that some mages could participate in multiple events. Unlike the Scroll Crafters competition, the Magic Application competition was conducted in a combat format. The rules stipulated that competitors must demonstrate spells of up to 4 stars, and those who excelled in creativity and uniqueness would receive unanimous approval from the judges, thereby securing their advancement to the next round. The competition rules emphasize that the more bizarre and novel the spells used, the better the chances of victory. Contestants performed in groups of 10 before a panel of judges. The array of magical performances was astonishingly diverse. There were fire spells reminiscent of fireworks and water spells akin to fountains. The peculiar and extraordinary displays of magic provided Yue Chen with substantial inspiration. One competitor transformed a falling rock spell into a bulldozer-like magic, which sparked Yue Chen's curiosity about spell overlapping. What might occur if multiple spells were cast simultaneously? These were merely hypotheses. Of course, whether they could be realized remained to be seen. Finally, Yue Chen's name was called as he awaited his turn. Standing in a straight line before the panel of judges, he was the youngest among the 10 competitors, which made him stand out even more. An elderly man, nearly unable to stand upright, trembled as he instructed, "Each of you shall demonstrate 1 spell. Remember, it must be below 4 stars. The old man cast a few extra glances at Yue Chen as he spoke. In an instant, incantations were uttered, and fireballs and water jets burst forth in a dazzling display of magic. "Why aren't you casting your spell?" the old man asked, perhaps due to his frail condition, his voice quavering. Yue Chen bowed politely and replied, "I am performing a spell that activates instantly, so there's no need for further elaboration. Instant activation, by nature, does not require incantations if I were to perform alongside others. The incantations would overshadow the demonstration. Instant activation? You mean you can cast spells instantly?" The old man's age-spotted face flushed with excitement. Had it not been for someone nearby who caught him, he might have fallen over from sheer exhilaration. The other judges gazed at Yue Chen with astonishment, their expressions filled with skepticism and disbelief due to his youth. All of them thought, to master instant spell activation is to grasp the very essence of magic, not merely to replicate what has been learned. Upon noticing the shining 1-star badge on Yue Chen's chest, their faces shifted to self-deprecating smiles. How could this be possible? Instant activation is a feat rarely achieved even among 9-star mages, and that requires immense mental strength, only allowing them to instantly cast spells vastly inferior to their rank. Yue Chen perceived their skepticism and understood their thoughts all too well. This was not his first encounter with such doubt. He refrained from unnecessary explanations. Directly flicking his right hand, 5 times 0.5 small fireballs shot forth in quick succession, striking the nearby wooden board with sizzling sounds. Seeing the astonished gazes of the judges, Yue Chen felt a surge of delight and once more flicked his hand. This time, he unleashed an upgraded version of the small fireball, a 2-star spell, the Flame Sphere. Boom! The flame sphere struck the wooden board, causing it to tremble. Throughout this display, Yue Chen had not uttered a single incantation. Instant activation. Indeed, it was instant. The elderly man wobbled over to the wooden platform, gently caressing the charred marks left by the fireball. His expression filled with profound excitement. "What is your name? Which academy of magic do you hail from?" Everyone gazed at Yue Chen with envy. It was evident that he had undoubtedly passed the preliminary round. To Yue Chen's astonishment, even the lofty judges regarded him with a look of admiration. Could it be that this frail old man held a remarkable identity? "I am Yue Chen, from the Solitary Cloud Academy," he replied respectfully. "Ah, Solitary Cloud Academy. No wonder," the old man nodded, seemingly quite pleased with Yue Chen's affiliation. The old man's subsequent words dispelled the doubts lingering in the hearts of the crowd. "It has been a long time since I returned. I should visit Solitary Cloud once more." A wave of dizziness washed over Yue Chen. This frail old man, on the brink of death, turned out to be his senior from school, esteemed Elder Adolf. This young man, Yue Chen, is also a teacher at our Auburn Academy, responsible for imparting foundational knowledge of magic. Cokeman suddenly appeared, grinning lewdly. "Boy, you'd best show some respect to the old man before you. His name is Adolf, a venerable elder of the Magic Guild." Cockman's voice echoed in Yue Chen's ears. Noticing the surrounding crowd seemingly oblivious, Yue Chen felt a flicker of surprise. Cokeman, it seemed, possessed the legendary ability of silent communication. Seeing Cockman's deliberately furious glare, Yue Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Cokeman was reprimanding him for failing to mention his title as an Auburn teacher. The audience erupted into a flurry of murmurs at Cockman's revelation. In an instant, all eyes were once again fixated on Yue Chen. They suddenly realized that this young lad was shrouded in mystery at such a tender age. He had mastered a spell that even the 9-star magisters could not execute with such swiftness. Not only was he a student from the continent's most enigmatic solitary cloud academy, but he was also a teacher at the prestigious Auburn Academy. Should this information have been stated by anyone else, it might have held little significance. However, coming directly from the current president of Auburn Academy, Cokeman, it bore an entirely different weight. Adolf, shedding his previous frailty, scrutinized Yue Chen with newfound vigor. Good, 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 he exclaimed, repeating the word thrice. At that moment, a judge approached and whispered in Adolf's ear. With a smile, Adolf remarked, "Look at my memory. You may leave now. Please have the next group of contestants come forth." Before concluding, he added, "Young friend Yue Chen, do feel free to visit the Magic Guild. I would relish the opportunity to converse with you." Upon hearing Adolf's words, the judges gazed at him with astonishment, then turned their puzzled looks towards Yue Chen. Their expressions had shifted from envy to blatant jealousy. Oblivious to the enviable opportunity he had encountered, Yue Chen simply replied, "Yes, I will certainly visit the Magic Guild when time permits. Only when you have time?" The surrounding crowd, upon hearing Yue Chen's words, could hardly suppress their desire to slap him for squandering such a golden opportunity. The invitation from Elder Adolf. Chapter 55. Adolf Cokeman, equally astonished, cast a scrutinizing glance at Adolf. His expression shifting as he pondered in silence that on the road back to Auburn, Yue Chen, perplexed, inquired of Cokeman, "President Cokeman, is Elder Adolf renowned in the imperial city?" "Elder Adolf? Which Elder Adolf do you speak of?" His companion, Sant, responded in surprise. Cokeman sighed, shaking his head. "Which other could it be? He is none other than the elder from the Magic Guild. After witnessing your instant spellcasting, he personally extended an invitation to you." "That elder?" Sant looked incredulously at the still oblivious Yue Chen, questioning, "Isn't that elder known for avoiding people? Why would he suddenly take an interest in Yue Chen?" Cokeman spread his arms, gazing at Yue Chen with envy. "The elder's guidance would be immensely beneficial, even for someone like you. I never imagined that instructor Yue Chen would receive such an opportunity. Hey, is that elder really that formidable?" Yue Chen was utterly confused by the two. Sant regarded Yue Chen with a look of disbelief, chuckling, "Formidable? More than you know. That elder single-handedly faced 6 other 9-star magisters. Would you not consider him formidable?" "Indeed," Cokeman added, his expression filled with nostalgia. "The battle back then was nothing short of earth-shattering. It remains vivid in my memory to this day. Is that old man truly that impressive?" Yue Chen expressed skepticism. He recalled Adolf's frail appearance, relying on support to walk, and found it hard to connect any extraordinary traits to a 9-star magister. Smack! Sant delivered a sharp tap to Yue Chen's forehead, scolding, "You truly lack vision. Among all the people I know, aside from President Edmund, there is no one stronger than him. You're fortunate to have caught his attention. Don't be oblivious to your fortune." Yue Chen's heart soared with excitement as he began to fantasize about the surprises that awaited him from the ailing elder who could single-handedly challenge 6 peers. However, not everyone shared his joy. In the residence of the Minister of Finance in the Imperial City, Minister Lance paced back and forth in the dimly lit parlor, his expression dark. At that moment, a guard entered respectfully. Upon seeing the guard, Lance halted his steps. "Have you located He Ming?" he asked, his demeanor fraught with agitation. The guard timidly glanced at Lance and replied, "My lord, there is still no sign of Lord He Ming." Lance's expression darkened further as he resumed his restless pacing. Where could he have disappeared? Lance was in a state of distress, ever since the news of the damaged seal left by the Saint King in the Valley of the Undead spread. The one he relied upon, He Ming, had vanished as if he never existed, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed his mind. He had been used. Someone was manipulating him to undermine the Saint King's seal. Realizing this, Lance's face turned pale, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his brow. If this matter came to light, he would be the chief culprit. No, I must find a way to remedy this. Wiping the sweat from his forehead discreetly, Lance forced himself to maintain composure. "What movements has Yue Chen made recently?" "My lord, today Yue Chen left Auburn Academy and participated in the Magic Exchange Conference." The guard reported anxiously. Upon hearing the guard's report, Lance's previously calm demeanor once again spiraled into agitation. How can that brat be so fortunate? Throughout his life, we have employed countless schemes, sacrificing numerous heroes and warriors. Yet he has repeatedly escaped death. Now, it is even more outrageous that both Solitary Cloud and Auburn Academies are simultaneously protecting him. Lance felt a throbbing headache coming on. At that moment, the guard seemed to recall something and said, I heard from the mages in the residence that Yue Chen received an invitation from Elder Adolf of the Magic Guild today. What? Lance exploded with anger. Why didn't you mention such an important matter sooner? Enough. You may leave now. After dismissing the guard, Lance could no longer conceal his unease. Exhausted, he slumped into a chair, muttering to himself, "It seems that eliminating that thorn in my side has become even more difficult. I must devise another plan." Lance sat there, dejected and deep in thought. At Alban Academy, Jody and Lillian also advanced to the semifinals, when the crowd learned that Yue Chen had garnered the favor of Adolf. They were astounded, filled with unrestrained joy. At the unanimous insistence of the group, they decided to celebrate together at a villa. As the saying goes, one must act in accordance with the masses. Reluctantly, Yue Chen participated in the raucous gathering he despised. And it was not until he was forcefully fed 5 cups and collapsed that he finally had the chance to be carried into a room. The next day, Yue Chen, clutching his throbbing forehead, cursed under his breath, "These rascals must be envious of my luck to have gotten me drunk." The semifinals venue was noticeably smaller than the preliminaries, yet the audience had swelled significantly. The semifinals for the young scroll masters will now commence. With a passionate declaration from Master Faley, the semifinals began. The task for the semifinals was to craft a 4-star scroll that in the preliminaries, a diagram corresponding to their respective magical departments lay before them on the tables. Along with 3 sheets of ordinary beast hide, within the allotted time, they were to successfully create a finished scroll. Failure or exceeding the time limit would result in elimination. I hereby declare the competition officially begins. As Faley's voice faded, the contestants sprang into action. This time, Yue Chen refrained from idly observing or stealing techniques. After a warning from Sant the previous night, he understood that casting glances around the arena would be perceived as a slight against the Magic Guild, tantamount to provoking all participating scroll masters. With such a heavy burden upon him, Yue Chen dared not display even a hint of frivolity. Princess Betty sat in the contestant seats, glaring furiously at the diagram before her. "That wretched fellow has the audacity to assign us the task of creating a 4-star scroll." After preparing her potion, Betty grasped the magical bone pin, only to set it down again. It is simply a struggle to muster the courage to draw. Alas, possessing only a 2-star level of skill makes the creation of a 4-star scroll an exceedingly arduous task that in a certain sense, it seems utterly impossible, for drawing a scroll also requires a foundation of mental fortitude. A magic scroll is crafted by a scroll master who utilizes their mind to harness the magical elements of the world, thereby successfully creating the scroll. This princess firmly believes that she cannot produce a 4-star scroll. Yet, Betty, undeterred by superstition, picks up a bone pin and begins her attempt. Swish, swish, swish. Predictably, all 3 attempts result in failure. Frustrated, Betty tosses the bone pin onto the table, pouting as she declares, "What a ridiculous rule. When I return, I shall suggest to Father that this absurd competition regulation be revised." Just as Betty contemplates leaving the arena, she catches sight of Yue Chen. Oh, it's him. Chapter 56. Rising fame. Betty's beautiful eyes fixate intently on the young man in the distance, her heart brimming with curiosity. Is he the one who received the teacher's invitation? Is he a student from the solitary Cloud Academy? Or perhaps a teacher from Auburn? How strange it is that I was unaware of such a teacher at our academy. Resting her chin on her hand, Betty observes Yue Chen with keen interest, whispering to herself. It appears this princess has come not for the competition, but rather to indulge in the company of handsome men. Yue Chen steadily prepares the necessary potions and lays out his parchment. Among the 3 4-star magic circle diagrams, he opts for the flame shield. The reason is simple. Ever since his encounter with Klee, who demonstrated the magnificent flame shield, Yue Chen has developed a fondness for it. Skillfully lifting the bone pen, he immerses himself in the essence of Tai Chi. His left hand gently sweeps across the parchment, the inner patterns of the animal hide paper project vividly in Yue Chen's mind. Yue Chen places the bone pen on the paper and begins to draw. Betty clasps her small hands over her mouth in shock. She thinks to herself, is he out of his mind? A 1-star magician daring to create a 4-star scroll? Yue Chen's movements are fluid yet deliberate. He is experimenting, attempting to integrate the penmanship techniques he learned yesterday into his own style. He wishes to try, as a 1-star magician, to create a 4-star quality scroll. The bone pin glides slowly over the parchment, its soft scratching sound resonating like the chime of a bell. When Yue Chen completes the final stroke, a flash of red light illuminates the scroll. It shimmers with brilliance, the animal hide paper transformed into a pale red hue due to the infusion of fire elements. Heavens, it is indeed a 4-star quality scroll. Betty gazes in disbelief at the scroll pulsating with red light. Indeed, it is a quality piece. But how can this be? Did not the teacher state that a 2-star magician could never create a 4-star scroll? Betty's understanding has been utterly shattered by the spectacle before her. Meanwhile, Yue Chen, employing a familiar strategy, discreetly slips the remaining 2 sheets of animal hide parchment into his black-patterned ring, unnoticed by those around him. Betty is once again astounded by Yue Chen's actions. This fellow must be in dire need of money. Yes, it must be so. Upon returning, I shall inform the teacher of this news that I in the stands. Sant and Cockman both cover their faces with their hands. Cockman, filled with frustration, remarks, Sant, my old friend, is your academy truly so stingy? Look at what you've driven that boy to. Sant is left speechless, thinking, this fellow always operates in a manner akin to plucking feathers from a passing goose. What can I do? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yue Chen confidently submits the quality scroll and strides off the arena with an air of arrogance. I say, brother, do you still think this fellow is just some noble's scion seeking thrills? A disgruntled youth asks his friend earnestly. The friend, caught off guard, silently screams within, how was I to know I would encounter such a prodigy, a 1-star magician creating a 4-star quality scroll? This is beyond demoralizing. During the youth magic application competition, as Yue Chen effortlessly pierces through the wooden board with a supercharged fireball, he advances through the semifinals into the finals set for the following day, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Upon witnessing Yue Chen's ability to instantaneously cast a composite spell, Adolphe excitedly extends another invitation to him. In an instant, Yue Chen becomes a celebrated figure in the realm of magic application. News of Yue Chen's advance into the finals with a quality 4-star scroll spreads, and all realize that a genius has emerged in the Kalen Empire, an exceptional talent in both magic and scroll crafting. The eyes of various factions begin to focus on Yue Chen. Subsequently, it is revealed that he is a student of the Solitary Cloud Academy and a teacher at Auburn Academy. Instantly, the phenomenon Sant and Cockman anticipated manifests. The names of Solitary Cloud and Auburn become frequent topics among the citizens of the imperial capital. When Jody and Lillian reunite, they learn that Jody performed poorly and was unfortunate enough to be eliminated. While Lillian excelled and successfully advanced to the finals, Cockman and Sant revel in their joy. The impact of Yue Chen's performance far exceeds their expectations, and they happily escort him back to the villa. Yue Chen, make sure to rest early tonight. Tomorrow's Scroll Master Finals will undoubtedly be extraordinary. You must give it your all. Do not concern yourself with those 2 sheets of parchment anymore. If you secure the championship, I shall gift you 100 sheets of advanced animal hide paper on behalf of the Academy. Sant advises with a serious expression. Is that truly the case? Yue Chen inquires excitedly, aware that Sant is genuinely making a significant offer. The market price for a single sheet of advanced animal hide paper is at least 500 gold coins. 100 sheets would amount to 50,000 gold coins. Sant chuckles, scolding, you rascal. Do you think I would deceive you? At this moment, Cockman interjects with concern. Yue Chen, today you showcased your composite magic fireball. What magic do you plan to use in tomorrow's competition? That, my friend, is a secret for now. Yue Chen replies with a smile, choosing not to disclose it. The very thought of that magic fills him with a sense of validation for attending the Magic Exchange Conference. Had it not been for the magic application competition, he would never have conceived of creating that spell. Just then, Jody enters from outside, announcing, Director Cockman, 2 magicians from the Red Moon Empire are here. They request an audience with Junior Yue Chen. Cockman smiles slightly. Their actions are indeed prompt. Turning to Yue Chen, he adds, this matter must be handled by you. Neither Sant nor I can intervene. Yue Chen is left utterly bewildered. What decision is there to make? It's merely a visit. Sant shakes his head, laughing. You still lack experience, my boy. I can assure you. The arrival of the Red Moon Empire's representatives is merely the beginning. Many countries will come seeking your presence. Yue Chen is puzzled, but I am just a minor magician. Why would they come to see me? Sant shakes his head, explaining, you were once a minor magician, but that is no longer the case. And what am I now? Yue Chen asks. You are a genius scroll master, a magical prodigy. You are destined to become a grand master of scrolls, a future saint of magic. Tell me, do you not warrant their visit? Sant states. Yue Chen nods, contemplating. It makes sense, indeed. However, I am a Kalen citizen, and this is the imperial capital of Kalen. Is it not rather bold of them to act so openly? Sant smiles and nods. You are not mistaken. That is precisely their intention, for there exists a well-known decree among magicians across the continent. Any magician may freely choose a country that suits their magical growth to reside in and practice. With such a decree in place, What do they have to fear? Chapter 57. Before the finals, the envoys from the Red Moon Empire consist of a man and a woman. The man is robust and middle-aged, exuding an air of earnestness, while the woman is alluring, unmistakably not of reputable character. Upon seeing the insignias on their chests, Yue Chen is taken aback. Both are 7-star magisters. 7-star magisters belong to the echelon of supreme power and command respect wherever they go. The fact that the Red Moon Empire has dispatched 2 7-star magisters as representatives underscores their regard for Yue Chen. Esteemed Yue Chen, should you choose to settle in our Red Moon Empire, we shall extend a warm welcome and bestow upon you the privileges of a 9-star magister. All your future needs will be met by the Red Moon Empire's Magic Guild. Our king has a keen eye for talent. Should you come to our empire, you will be treated with the utmost honor. What say you? The envoy from the Red Moon Empire is remarkably forthright, skipping the formalities to present their proposition. Yue Chen smiles gently, responding, I am but a humble apprentice, and as such, I cannot make any decisions without the permission of my master. Therefore, I sincerely appreciate your kind intentions, but I must adhere to my master's wishes. Every time Yue Chen recalls how Nai has guarded the Leba for 40 years alone, a profound sense of respect wells up within him. Thus, in the heart of Yue Chen, a desire had long been kindled. Should the opportunity arise, he would take the mantle of his mentor and continue to safeguard the city of Leba. The middle-aged man, unwilling to concede, remarked, Your Excellency Yue Chen, perhaps you might reconsider. As he prepared to launch into another lengthy discourse, Yue Chen hastily interrupted him, saying, Gentlemen, I must partake in 2 competitions tomorrow, so I shall not detain you any longer. The female sorceress, who had remained silent until now, displayed her displeasure at Yue Chen's dismissal with a scowl and retorted, You insolent junior. The middle-aged man fixed a piercing gaze upon the female sorceress, his eyes ablaze with authority. Humph. The female sorceress shot Yue Chen a furious glare before turning away. Sulking and silenced, M.Y. Rude Jr. Should I have been disrespectful, I implore your excellency Yue Chen to forgive me. The middle-aged man said with an apologetic bow. He then inquired, Might I ask the name of your excellency's esteemed mentor? Nai, Yue Chen replied, his tone imbued with reverence. Nae. The middle-aged man was puzzled, pondering the identity of such a revered figure he had never heard of before. M.Y. Junior's sister is well-versed in many matters. Perhaps she knows. However, upon meeting the female sorceress's gaze, he found only the same look of confusion mirrored back at him. Very well, we shall not intrude further upon your rest, the middle-aged man said, dragging his visibly displeased junior sister away. After seeing them off, Yue Chen returned to his room, his expression clouded with concern. This was merely the first visit. If they continued to come one after another, he would surely be overwhelmed. The solution was imperative. Outside Oban Academy, the female sorceress exclaimed, Senior brother, that Yue Chen is utterly lacking in appreciation. He is merely a lowly 1-star sorcerer, and yet we extend an invitation befitting a 9-star mage. And he still refuses. Truly ungrateful. Her eyes glinted with malice. I do not wish to hear such words again. The middle-aged man shot her an admonishing glare. Junior sister, you underestimate him. Yue Chen possesses a talent unseen in 100 years. One that can even be compared to the sage kings of a millennium past. It is inevitable that he shall reach the saint level. Such a person is not one we can afford to offend. In another room of the villa, Cockman was engaged in a deep conversation with Sant. Ha. Who else would dare address the people of the Red Moon Empire in such a manner but him? Sant chuckled. Indeed, Cockman mused, tugging at his sparse goatee. I wonder which esteemed figure this Nai, mentioned by mentor Yue Chen, might be. I have never heard of such a name. Have you ever heard of Leba City? Sant inquired, having thoroughly investigated Yue Chen's background and his relationship with Sant. That I have heard of it. Though small, it boasts a magical tower. Nae. Cockman's eyes widened in astonishment. Is the Nai you speak of the same Nai? Sant nodded. Yue Chen was once a wandering amnesiac orphan in Leba, and it was Sant who took him in during his most difficult times, accepting him as a personal disciple. I see. Cockman's expression shifted to one of understanding, tinged with envy. He mused that a disciple with such talent and profound respect for his mentor is a rarity indeed. Sant, now serious, remarked, I suddenly feel concerned. Perhaps we should not allow Yue Chen to compete. My friend, have you lost your wits to utter such nonsense? The resurgence of Goyen and Oban across the continent is indeed fortuitous, Cockman replied with a chuckle. My friend, have you forgotten Yue Chen's identity? Violet. Sant's expression grew grave. From the moment Sant arrived at Oban, he had accurately conveyed Yue Chen's status. Cockman paused, then pointed upward. Are you worried about that individual? Sant nodded. Tomorrow marks the finals of the various competitions, and that individual will undoubtedly attend to emphasize the Kalan Empire's commitment to the mage guild that I fear. Then let Yue Chen withdraw from the competition. Goyen and Oben may falter, but Violet cannot be without an heir, Cockman declared resolutely. However, the dean insists that Yue Chen participate, Sant lamented. Cockman understood that the dean referred to Edmund, not himself. After a moment's thought, he said, in that case, we shall let events unfold as they will. The actions of the sage Edmund must have deeper significance. Let us hope so, Sant sighed, gazing out at the night sky. What will tomorrow's competition hold? As the sun rose once more over the imperial capital of Sarsens, the residents began to buzz with excitement. For today marked the finals of the Mage Exchange Conference, where champions in various contests would be crowned. Early in the morning, the spectator stands were filled to capacity, comprising both nobles and commoners. They had all gathered for a singular purpose, to witness the emergence of a new talent from Kalan. The news of Yue Chen's extraordinary appearance the day before had spread across every street in Sarsens, and nearly all residents were aware of the genius student from Goyen Academy and the prodigious teacher from Oben Academy. Most astonishingly, these two were one and the same. His name was Yue Chen, a genius scroll master who had mastered instantaneous and compound magic that even 9-star sorcerers had yet to grasp. The image of Yue Chen had nearly reached mythical proportions in the minds of the residents. Let us welcome our participants. With the host's announcement, several qualified competitors entered the arena in an orderly procession. Once they were seated, the host proclaimed, I have an exhilarating announcement. Our esteemed King Louis XVI of the Kalan Empire has graced us with his presence today to cheer on our mages. Sant and Cockman exchanged glances, both sensing the gravity of the situation. At that moment, a middle-aged man adorned with a crown and a short beard, exuding an aura of authority, ascended the platform. Chapter 58. The finals, is that the king? Yue Chen observed Louis with a scrutinizing gaze, beginning his assessment. He possesses an imposing presence, reminiscent of a ruler. Given Yue Chen's past life under a communist regime, he held little reverence for the concept of royalty. Thus he hardly regarded this king with any significance. Wait, why does this king seem somewhat distracted? Yue Chen thought, a hint of schadenfreude evident as he observed Louis XVI on the platform. At that moment, Louis XVI indeed appeared somewhat preoccupied, scanning the crowd until his gaze settled upon the competitors. His eyes roamed over the participants before finally locking onto Yue Chen, remaining fixed there, upon feeling the king's gaze upon him. Yue Chen quickly averted his eyes, puzzled. Could it be that my looks have captivated him? A chill ran down his spine, and he maliciously mused, surely this king does not harbor any peculiar inclinations. The king was aware of Yue Chen. Both Sant and Cockman simultaneously entertained this possibility, their faces paling in unison. Their keen eyes remained fixed on the movements of Louis, ready to intervene at any cost should the need arise to rescue Yue Chen. After Louis delivered a stirring speech, the competition officially commenced. To enhance the excitement of the event, the organizers had decided to combine the junior and youth competitions. In the junior category, Lillian lived up to expectations, securing third place among junior scroll masters, much to Sant's delight. The atmosphere in the arena was fervent and frenzied. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the junior competition concluded successfully. The finals for the youth scroll masters began. The master scroll mage Furley, stroking his long beard, cleared his throat and beckoned the contestants to enter. Together with Yue Chen, 9 competitors slowly made their way into the arena. Yue Chen, Yue Chen, the arena erupted with enthusiastic applause. Yet, upon hearing the cheers, Yue Chen felt no thrill. He observed how the once vast crowd had dwindled to merely 9 participants, and he was acutely aware of the fierce competition that lay ahead. To his surprise, he noticed that there were no magic array diagrams placed upon the table before them. Aside from a stack of beast hide paper, there lay only a set of drawing tools. At that moment, Furley raised his pristine beard, gestured for silence, and declared loudly, today's competition will revolve around a topic that many of you have likely encountered. It has played a significant role in the history of the Azure continent. It is known as the Sorrowful Canopy. What? Sant gasped, exclaiming, are these people mad? The competition's topic is the Sorrowful Canopy? He turned to Cockman, saying, old friend, did you hear that? They are referring to the very topic that is said to be impossible to depict. Cockman's expression grew vacant as he muttered to himself, how could it be? Why the Sorrowful Canopy? Is there some unusual change occurring? What remains unchanged? What do you mean by the Magic Guild? To propose a competition with the Sorrowful Celestial Dome? A masterpiece that no one has ever succeeded in crafting, is it not blatant mischief? Sant's expression was one of deep anger. Cockman shook his head and said, "The Magic Guild's arrangement must carry profound significance. Let us observe before drawing conclusions." As he gazed at the unsteady breaths of his old friend, Cockman's heart was filled with regret. "Old friend, it is not that I cannot share the truth with you. Rather, it is that I must not. If this news were to spread, the entire continent would be thrown into chaos. On the high platform, Faley waved his right hand, and an emerald green one materialized in his grasp. As he chanted an esoteric and profound incantation, a colossal magic circle materialized in the air above the arena. This was the renowned 5-star magic sorrowful celestial dome's magic circle, once celebrated across the continent. You must meticulously note this down. It will serve as your examination topic. Do not worry about the compatibility of your magic specialties. The marvel of the sorrowful celestial dome lies in its ability to be wielded by mages of any discipline. Achieving the same outcome. Faley's voice resonated once more. "Oh, this is intriguing," Yue Chen remarked, piqued by the prospect. It was indeed his first encounter with a magic circle that transcended disciplines. This magic circle was created by the Holy King in ancient times, playing a significant role throughout the history of great formations. Now, within the stipulated time, whoever first successfully crafts a finished scroll shall be declared the champion. In this competition, the use of scroll paper is unrestricted. You may unleash your creativity without restraint. I hereby declare the finals to commence." Faley's final proclamation was nearly a roar. As the competition began, none of the 9 participants made a move to pick up their pens. All gazes were fixated upon the magic circle hovering above the arena. Yue Chen immersed himself in the essence of Tai Chi, his extraordinary memory allowing him to etch every detail of the circle into his mind. After a period of time, Yue Chen closed his eyes and began to simulate the drawing within his consciousness. The diagram of the sorrowful celestial dome was exceedingly peculiar. Both the magical lines and the structure of the circle differed greatly from any scroll he had previously encountered. It took Yue Chen 5 simulations before he could replicate the intricate design flawlessly in his mind. "Why do I always feel that something is amiss with this diagram?" Yue Chen muttered to himself. He sensed that there seemed to be something extraneous among the magical lines, yet he could not pinpoint exactly what it was. Regardless, the scroll paper could be utilized without restriction. Yue Chen swiftly prepared his potions and began to draw. Upon seeing Yue Chen take action, the other competitors ceased their movements and turned their attention towards him, carefully observing his every gesture. Sometimes, the failures of others can provide valuable lessons. During his first attempt, Yue Chen moved slowly and meticulously. Immersed in the essence of Tai Chi, he sensed every subtle change in the magical lines. However, as he completed the final stroke, the parchment bore no sign of transformation. The hide parchment remained intact, devoid of any magical resonance. Puzzled, Yue Chen gazed at the magical lines on the parchment. "What is happening?" he wondered. Bewildered, he had never encountered such a phenomenon before. This scroll had neither succeeded nor failed. It was as though he was crafting a mere painting rather than a magical scroll. Is this the reaction of the sorrowful celestial dome once completed? With a glimmer of hope, Yue Chen grasped the scroll and forcefully tore it in half. Alas, no change occurred. With Yue Chen taking the lead, the other participants also began to make their moves. Yet, regrettably, the situation mirrored Yue Chen's experience. First attempt, second attempt, third attempt, results remained unchanged. Yue Chen paused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Where lay the issue? According to past experience, magical nodes should manifest when drawing magical lines, yet this time, none appeared. "Foolish child, how could you not see this? You truly are quite dim-witted," the voice of Tai Chi echoed in Yue Chen's mind. Chapter 59. Success. What have you discovered? Yue Chen's heart leaped with joy. Tai Chi had existed for eons and was well versed in many matters. Perhaps it had discerned something. The spirit's voice resonated again. "Based on my assessment, this diagram has clearly been subjected to encryption measures." Encryption measures? Yue Chen's expression turned peculiar as he recalled a technique commonly employed by a certain nation in his past life to prevent imitation. He inquired within his mind, "Are you suggesting that additional unnecessary lines have been deliberately included in this magic circle?" Indeed, compared to the encryption methods used by ancient immortals on their celestial symbols, this magic circle's encryption is exceedingly simplistic, the spirit declared with an air of arrogance. So you have already deciphered this diagram. Pray, tell me what it looks like." Yue Chen was elated, although he understood that some lines were superfluous. Identifying each one would undoubtedly consume considerable time. It appeared that even in ancient times, Immortals had recognized the necessity of employing encryption measures on their celestial symbols. Yue Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. At that moment, Yue Chen felt a rush in his mind, and a brand new magic circle materialized within his consciousness that it should be like this. You may give it a try, comparing it with the diagram in his memory. Yue Chen quickly identified the distinctions. Tai Chi Yin, when did you begin studying magic circles? Yue Chen asked, puzzled. He was well aware of the spirit's origins. It had traversed dimensions alongside him and had never before engaged with magic. What difficulty is there? I have observed your daily practice of scroll drawing and have seen your magic circles. The more one views these diagrams, the more familiar one becomes, compared to these exceedingly simple magic circles. Those employed by the ancient immortals were far superior, the spirit replied nonchalantly. Oh, the formations used by the immortals, can I learn them? Yue Chen asked, brimming with excitement. Unfortunately, the response he received was a harsh blow from the spirit. You cannot learn them yet. Once you achieve the innate realm, you may grasp a few rudimentary concepts. Yue Chen's heart sank. If he could only comprehend the basics at the innate realm, the power of those formations must be extraordinary. A flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Though astonished, Yue Chen's hands never ceased their movements. With his left hand grinding potions and his right hand wielding the brush, he continuously recalled the new magic circle in his mind. Once he could smoothly simulate it within his thoughts, Yue Chen began to act. While the competition allowed for unrestricted use of paper, the other participants, after several failed attempts, had ceased their actions, deep in thought. Attempting to discern the source of their failures. As the 9 contestants remained idle, Yue Chen's movement suddenly drew everyone's attention. Look, Yue Chen is about to draw again. A voice from the audience cheered. The applause was faint yet echoed throughout the arena. All eyes turned towards Yue Chen. Yue Chen, Yue Chen. His supporters began to chant fervently. That moment, Yue Chen was engrossed in the essence of Tai Chi. Oblivious to the external commotion, he focused entirely on the changes in the magical lines beneath his bone brush. His movements were slow yet steady, as lines of magic sprang to life under his careful touch. The faint magical fluctuations intensified with each line he drew, filling Yue Chen with immense joy. Thus far, the diagram provided by the spirit had proven correct. The arena fell silent. All breath held as everyone fixated on the bone brush in Yue Chen's hand. Do you think this lad can succeed? Sant asked. Worry etched across his face as he gazed at Yue Chen. Cockman shook his head, hoping for a miracle from his mentor. In his heart, he silently prayed. Yue Chen, if you can truly draw the sorrowful celestial dome, you shall be a savior to the entire Azure continent. Wonderful, the first magical node has appeared, Yue Chen exclaimed, thrilled as he beheld a glimmer on the scroll. Visible only to him. Overcome with excitement, his right hand trembled slightly. Yue Chen's heart soared. He was increasingly convinced that the diagram provided by the spirit was indeed accurate, although the node manifested somewhat late. Only after he had completed a third of the entire diagram, it was a significant improvement compared to the earlier lack of response. He felt a sense of certainty that if he could successfully complete this unique scroll, his mastery of scroll crafting would undoubtedly experience a remarkable enhancement. With a sudden tremor in his right hand, smoke began to rise from the parchment, rendering the scroll unusable. On the high platform, Fei Li, witnessing Yue Chen's failure, suddenly perked up. Fei Li regarded Yue Chen with keen interest, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This lad's failure seems somewhat different, Sant queried. Perplexed, Cockman's expression bore a hint of surprise. Perhaps mentor Yue Chen truly can draw the sorrowful celestial dome. In the arena, Yue Chen recalibrated his focus, silently channeling the ethereal purple energy, quickly restoring his composure. He once again lifted his brush to draw, armed with the experience from his previous attempt. Yue Chen's movements became increasingly fluid. Beneath the skilled hand of Yue Chen, a series of magical lines emerged gracefully, akin to flowing clouds in water. First, the initial node appeared, followed by the second, the third, and upon the arrival of the 7th node, Yue Chen executed his final stroke. A peculiar wave of magical energy surged forth, causing the magical elements in the air to become animated. Various elemental forces slowly coalesced into a vortex, with the source of this vortex being the magical array inscribed on the parchment. What is this? Yue Chen quickly discerned something strange. The magical elements in the air were gathering in increasing numbers, yet they seemed unable to enter the scroll. What could this mean? Why had Yue Chen paused? Observing Yue Chen, who was on the verge of completing his drawing yet had suddenly halted, the audience grew anxious. Is this it? Fei Li exclaimed excitedly, his hands tightly clutching his long white beard. Oblivious to the fact that a few strands had been pulled free. After observing for a considerable time, Yue Chen finally identified the issue. The elemental vortex in the sky yearned to enter the scroll, but lacked a crucial link. The wondrous aspect of the morning canopy was that any type of mage could wield it. The introduction fairly had provided flashed through Yue Chen's mind, and he suddenly felt enlightened. Could it be that the reason any mage could utilize the morning canopy lay here? Yue Chen resolved to first attempt to channel fire-based magic. A wisp of fire element, under his mental control, connected the base of the elemental vortex to the scroll. At that moment, a remarkable scene unfolded. The other elements within the vortex, as if summoned, miraculously detached from the swirl, leaving only the fire element spiraling towards the scroll. A dazzling blaze of fire erupted, revealing a scroll of vibrant crimson, not merely flickering with red light, but lying quietly on the table. Chapter 60. The Morning Canopy. It's done. That young man has succeeded in his drawing. Sand exclaimed in astonishment. Kiki Man was also moved to tears. Yue Chen, Yue Chen. The audience's fervor intensified, their cheers growing louder. Fairly, disregarding his now disheveled beard, called out to the mages beside him. Quickly, bring him up to the stage, and don't forget the scroll. Yue Chen felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. After completing the scroll, a peculiar exhilaration washed over him. He sensed that if he were to draw a 4-star scroll again, he could achieve a success rate akin to that of a 3-star scroll. Moreover, just moments ago, his mental power had experienced another surge, reaching the 1st star of the 7th tier. Furthermore, this morning canopy scroll felt strangely unique to him. It seemed to require no specific power from the creator. In comparison, the mental toll of inscribing this morning canopy was significantly less than that of a typical 4-star scroll. At that moment, the most displeased was King Louis XVI Edward. Edward's countenance darkened, his brows furrowed deeply as he turned towards the finance minister, Lance, who was bowing deferentially beside him. Lance's face was pale, his eyes wild with panic, silently cursing. I never anticipated this wretched child would possess such talent. He will undoubtedly gain fame across the continent and earn the recognition of the Mage Guild. It will be increasingly difficult to eliminate him. Lance witnessed Yue Chen ascend the platform with the scroll. A group of elderly mages, nearly toothless, rushed forward in excitement. Suddenly, a malicious idea sparked within him. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion, Lance spoke softly. Edward, puzzled, nodded at his trusted subordinate. Containing his excitement, Lance leaned closer to Edward and began whispering. Meanwhile, Yue Chen reluctantly gazed at the untouched parchment on the table as he was escorted onto the stage. As he arrived, the scroll was swiftly taken from him by a gathering of seasoned mages, who began a vigorous discussion about the morning canopy scroll he had drawn. The remaining 8 competitors below sorrowfully realized they had been forgotten. All eyes were fixated on the high platform, solely on the scroll Yue Chen had completed. Fairly, the magical patterns on this scroll seemed to differ slightly from the original diagram. One elderly mage noted, having detected the discrepancy. Excluded from the discussion, Yue Chen felt a pang of regret. In his joy at completing the scroll, he had forgotten to add the subsequent encryption lines. Fairly, visibly exhilarated, allowed his long beard to flutter as he scrutinized the scroll. Indeed, some magical patterns were missing. Yet, the magical energy emanating from it was indistinguishable from the one treasured by the guild. How could this be? Other elderly mages, though masters in their own right, were equally perplexed, as they had never succeeded in inscribing such a scroll themselves. They began to ponder, is this still the morning canopy? Perhaps we should tear the scroll to test it, one elder proposed. Everyone turned to the scroll's creator, Yue Chen, with questioning gazes. Little brother, you are the student of Gu Yun, the youngest instructor. Yue Chen, are you not? Fairly straightened his beard and approached Yue Chen. Yue Chen nodded. I pay my respects to all the esteemed seniors. Little brother, because your scroll deviates from the original diagram provided for the competition. We wish to verify its effectiveness. What do you think? Unbeknownst to them, these mages had begun to regard Yue Chen as their equal. Under the magical amplification, their discourse on the platform was audible to everyone in the arena. When the audience heard the masters, including Fairly, refer to Yue Chen as brother, astonishment spread across their faces. Certainly, Yue Chen replied nonchalantly. Eager to ascertain the power of the morning canopy, a magic that warranted such attention from these venerable figures must indeed be extraordinary. Fairly cast an approving glance at Yue Chen, noting that such an understanding young man was a rarity. The group of elderly mages promptly cleared a space, leaving only Fairly, who held the scroll, standing in the center of the platform. With a soft hiss, a surge of fire elements erupted. A massive cloud of flames enveloped Fairly, incinerating everything around it. This colossal fire cloud nearly consumed 1/3 of the platform. the crackling of the fierce flames resonating throughout the arena via magical devices. Gasps of astonishment filled the stands as some began to worry for Fei Erli's safety within the fiery cloud. Yue Chen's emotions mirrored the tumultuous waves of the sea. The intense heat rushed towards him as the powerful fire element was unleashed. Immersed in a state of Taoist equilibrium, Yue Chen keenly perceived that within the heart of the fire cloud, there existed a space untouched by the flames. It truly is it. It truly is the morning canopy. The elderly mages, now precariously perched at the edge of the platform, were visibly excited, observing their trembling forms. Yue Chen felt a twinge of concern, fearing they might topple from the platform at any moment. That moment, the fiery cloud began to change again. It seemed to have exhausted its magical energy, rapidly shrinking until a layer of translucent red protection enveloped Fei Erli's body. With tears of joy welling in his eyes, Fei Erli exclaimed, "Does anyone have a dark element scroll? Bring it forth for a trial." "I have one." An elderly mage produced a scroll and tore it open. A flame the size of a basin surged towards Fei Erli. Faced with the approaching dark flame, Fei Erli did not flinch. Instead, he gazed at it with excitement, eager to engage. "What is this old fool doing?" Yue Chen stared, dumbfounded, at the seemingly mad elderly mages. With a resonant hum, an extraordinary scene unfolded before Yue Chen's eyes. As the dark flame made contact with the red protective layer surrounding Fei Erli, the shield instantly transformed. A deep red flame shot forth to meet the dark flame, causing the two to extinguish one another upon contact. Is this truly possible? Yue Chen watched in disbelief as the red protective layer responded. He could distinctly feel that after the deep red flame erupted from the shield, the external fire elements began to coalesce anew, their target being that very protective layer. Could this really be merely a 5-star spell? Doubt flickered in Yue Chen's mind. How long could this protective layer endure? Chapter 61. A balance of offense and defense. The morning canopy indeed countered all dark magic. The elderly mages could no longer maintain their composure. Encircling the tearful Fei Erli, Yue Chen was taken aback. This morning canopy possesses the ability to counter dark magic. Fei Erli, wiping the tears from his eyes, trembled as he declared, "It truly is it. It truly is it. In my lifetime, I have finally found someone capable of illustrating it. However, there are evident discrepancies in this magic diagram." The mage remained somewhat perplexed. Fei's gaze once again turned towards Yue Chen. "Brother Yue Chen, it has been proven that the magic depicted on your scroll is indeed the morning canopy. Yet, this diagram differs from the original. I wonder if you could elucidate further." Fei hesitated, unsure of how to broach the subject. "There is no need for such formality, esteemed senior. In truth, I merely stumbled upon a minor discovery," Yue Chen replied with a smile. Aware that Fei was eager to inquire about the morning canopy's magic diagram. Fei's voice brimmed with excitement. The elder mages were all intently focused on Yue Chen, feeling the piercing gazes akin to wolves. Yue Chen was taken aback. Had they already forgotten that the Scroll Master Finals were still underway? "What about the competition?" he questioned. Fortunately, not everyone had forgotten the contest. "Competition?" Fei paused, recalling something as he glanced at the magic hourglass set aside. He turned to the 8 competitors on the stage, announcing, "The time for the competition has elapsed. The first place has been determined. It is the student Yue Chen from the Solitary Cloud Academy." Why wasn't I mentioned? "Open," came a disgruntled voice from the audience, as Kirkman expressed his discontent. Sant, beside him, merely chuckled foolishly, indifferent to Kirkman's grievances. On the stage, all 8 contestants bowed their heads, their faces etched with defeat. They had lost to a mere 1-star mage. At that moment, Fei adjusted his beard and continued, "As the second place and others have yet to be determined, the Magic Guild has decided to hold an additional trial. Another challenge will be presented to you all. Those who can depict it within the designated time shall prevail. Brother Yue Chen, let us converse backstage," Fei suggested after announcing the new competition topic, preparing to lead Yue Chen away. Seemingly uninterested in presiding over the finals any longer, Yue Chen's expression faltered as he replied, "I might not have the time, as I still need to participate in the upcoming Young Mage application finals." "Oh, how forgetful of me," Fei exclaimed dramatically, smacking his forehead. In that case, we shall arrange for another time. Tomorrow is the awards ceremony. You surely won't be available then. How about the day after tomorrow? I invite you, Brother Yue Chen, to the Sarson's Magic Guild for a gathering." Yue Chen nodded calmly. He was indifferent. After all, he had already promised to visit the Magic Guild to meet Adolf. Now, it was merely an additional person to accompany him, which he considered a convenient circumstance. Yue Chen was unconcerned. But for others, it was quite different. Jody and Lillian gazed enviously at Yue Chen as he descended from the platform. They longed for such an opportunity. Yet chances often favored those who were both prepared and talented. Sant felt a whirlwind of emotions. Yue Chen had finally realized his wish. From this day forth, the name of the solitary Cloud Academy would once again echo throughout the continent. Thanks to Yue Chen. Kirkman looked at Yue Chen with gratitude. To participate in the magic application contest, Yue Chen had publicly declined Fei's invitation. Brother Yue Chen, I shall remember your kindness, Kirkman declared. Yue Chen, the arena erupted with cheers. They had witnessed the emergence of a new genius scroll master. Edward sat upon his golden throne, his expression growing increasingly sullen. Humph. The king flicked his sleeve and departed, disregarding the peculiar gazes of the many mages present. The king's actions did not escape the notice of Kirkman and Sant. Tomorrow's awards ceremony. They both murmured simultaneously, exchanging worried glances. After a brief respite, the magic application finals commenced. The competitors numbered only 9. With 8 being male and 1, a beautiful young sorceress. The judges had long taken their seats, awaiting the contestants. Adolf stood, swaying slightly, and announced, "The rules for the young mage application finals are the same as before. Each of you will demonstrate your most proficient spell. We will evaluate your performances and assign scores to determine the champion. Now, we shall proceed in order." The first to take the stage was a middle-aged male mage. Holding a wand embedded with a green magic crystal, he sensed the faint currents of wind elemental energy emanating from its surface. Yue Chen surmised that the male mage was likely a wind elementalist. As the mage recited a low incantation, a wind blade, over 10 feet long, materialized. Curiously, the wind blade did not shoot outward, but hovered quietly beside him. Yue Chen's eyes lit up. This spell was not documented in wind magic. The middle-aged mage's spell was evidently an enhanced version of the ordinary wind blade. The middle-aged mage then began to chant another incantation. A swirling vortex of wind formed before him, rotating and coalescing until it became a continuously spinning wind rope. Under the mage's control, one end of the rope was grasped in his hand, while the other was tied to the massive wind blade hovering beside him. Could he be attempting to perform a knife-throwing trick? Yue Chen thought, breaking into a sweat. However, his guess proved correct. The middle-aged mage flicked the wind rope, sending the enormous wind blade soaring with a swift motion of his right hand. The mage cleaved a hefty log set aside for testing. At this moment, the middle-aged mage seemed to have completed his demonstration. Softly chanting an incantation, the wind blade and wind rope dissipated under its spell. Amidst the audience's astonishment and applause, the middle-aged mage retreated. The second performer was the sole female mage, whose display was equally unexpected and splendid. Following her, the third and fourth contestants performed, and finally, it was Yue Chen's turn. As the champion of the Scroll Master competition reappeared on stage, the atmosphere in the arena nearly reached a boiling point. Yue Chen, the cheers grew deafening. Yue Chen ascended the stage slowly, respectfully bowing towards the judges, and calmly stated, "The magic I am about to demonstrate is an original creation of mine, which encompasses both defense and offense. I will require a mage from the judges to assist me." Yue Chen's words struck the audience like a thunderclap. A spell that integrates both defense and offense. Thus far, such magic seemingly existed only in the form of the morning canopy. The judges' eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Yue Chen. Their expressions reflected skepticism and astonishment. Although Yue Chen had performed exceptionally in the preceding contests, the notion of creating an entirely new magic was indeed challenging for them to accept. Sant gaped at Yue Chen, astonished. I didn't anticipate this little one to aim so high. Kirkman's face flushed with excitement. "This is astonishing. I had foreseen he would perform remarkably, but I never expected it to be this shocking." Yue Chen paid little heed to their reactions. With unwavering focus, he initiated the Tai Chi intent. With a slight motion of his right hand, a super tiny fireball appeared and began to orbit around him. Without pausing, Yue Chen waved his right hand 7 more times, summoning 7 additional super tiny fireballs before him. Instantaneous casting. Although the audience was already aware of Yue Chen's ability to cast spells instantaneously, witnessing it firsthand still elicited gasps of amazement. 8 tiny fireballs danced around Yue Chen in a fixed trajectory, their speed escalating until they formed a protective net around him. Adolf regarded Yue Chen with curiosity, asking, "Is this your newly created magic?" Some judges displayed disdain in their eyes. While Yue Chen's magic was innovative, to claim it combined both defense and offense was somewhat excessive. Yue Chen filtered out their scrutinizing gazes and calmly replied, "Indeed, to fully demonstrate the potency of this magic, I would like a water element judge to step forward and assist me." With Adolf's consent, a relatively young male mage among the judges approached. The mage, exuding arrogance, clasped his hands in greeting. Ichabod, 6-star water mage. How may I assist you, brother Yue Chen? Yue Chen smiled slightly. Feel free to employ any magic below 4 stars, esteemed sir. My magic will provide the appropriate defense. By the way, my magic will also retaliate while defending, so be cautious. Yue Chen refrained from stating 4 stars, as he wished to avoid appearing overly boastful, deliberately downplaying it by 1 star. Ichabod's expression darkened. Internally cursing, this brat is infuriating. How dare he boast that I can use 4-star magic at will? This was tantamount to suggesting that with his sub-2-star prowess, he could contend with a 3-star mage like himself. Seeing the admiring gaze that Adolf cast upon Yue Chen, Ichabod's suppressed jealousy surged to the surface. I find it utterly perplexing why Elder Adolf would hold such a favorable view of Ichabod, whose brow arched and whose lips curled into a devious smile. He was poised to seize the opportunity to teach Yue Chen a lesson. Ichabod chuckled. In that case, I shall make my move. With a swift motion of his right hand, a cerulean wand materialized within his grasp. Observing Yue Chen's empty hands, Ichabod's fury surged once more. Did Yue Chen's team intend to engage in battle unarmed? Taken aback by Ichabod's accusatory tone, Yue Chen hesitated. It was not that he refrained from wielding a wand. Rather, he had yet to find one that suited him. He did possess a wand gifted by the Duke. Yet it was of the fire element, which was of little use to Yue Chen, who primarily employed composite magic. I am utilizing composite magic. Unfortunately, I lack an appropriate wand, Yue Chen remarked, spreading his hands in earnest. Ichabod hesitated briefly before deciding to retract his wand. Employing a 3-star magic against a mere 1-star mage was already humiliating enough, especially under the circumstances of facing an unarmed opponent. You may use your wand. Only then can I truly gauge the potency of my magic. He observed the rekindled ire in Ichabod's eyes. Yue Chen smiled and assured, rest assured, should I find myself at a disadvantage, I will notify you. Then allow me to make my move. Ichabod raised his wand delicately. Water ball barrage. 7 water orbs, each the size of a bowl, lined up and surged toward Yue Chen. Seeing the water orbs approach, Yue Chen remained unfazed, allowing the barrage to ensue. I hope this lad has truly devised some novel magic, Sante thought, his gaze fixated on the 7 water orbs. Anxiety etched across his face. Just as the water orbs were about to collide with the red net-like shield surrounding Yue Chen, a miniature fireball shot forth from within the shield, piercing through the 7 water orbs like an arrow. With a resounding crash, the water droplets cascaded to the ground. Ichabod's brows knitted together, his prized technique. The water ball barrage had failed to achieve its purpose. As he chanted incantations, Great Water Ball, Water Domain Binding Technique, Spring Eruption Technique, each spell was thwarted by the red shield just before it could reach Yue Chen. After several spells, the net-like shield remained steadfast. Astonishment rippled through the spectators as they beheld Yue Chen, the arena drenched by Ichabod's water magic. Yet beneath Yue Chen's feet lay a dry expanse. Not a single droplet had breached the protective barrier. Having demonstrated sufficient defense, Yue Chen prepared to showcase his offensive capabilities. Be cautious. I am about to retaliate, he declared. With a swift motion, Yue Chen raised his right hand and pointed forward. A super miniature fireball instantly separated from the shield and shot forth toward Ichabod with incredible speed. Ichabod sensed a flash of red light. An oval fireball, tinged with green, was hurtling toward him. Reacting decisively, he conjured a large water ball to intercept it. With a deft sidestep, he narrowly avoided the explosion of the water ball. That moment, Yue Chen had already replenished another fireball within the shield. The true peril was yet to come. With a thunderous shout, Yue Chen's red shield disintegrated, releasing a torrent of miniature fireballs that rained down upon Ichabod. His expression soured. While there were no defensive spells for water magic of 4 stars or above, to fend off the deluge of fireballs, he could only resort to the 4-star water shield spell. Ichabod's face shifted as he deliberated intensely. Finally, he waved his wand. Water shield technique. A column of water erupted beneath him, forming an animated water barrier that enveloped him. The miniature fireballs surged forth with a whistling sound, cleaving through the air. Despite being a 4-star magic, the water shield could not withstand such overwhelming numbers. Compounded by the fact that these miniature fireballs were a composite of both wind and fire elements. Ultimately, several fireballs broke through the water shield. Reacting swiftly, Ichabod launched 2 small water balls to extinguish the feeble remnants of the fireballs. As he beheld the reformed net-like shield surrounding Yue Chen, his complexion drained. I concede. Adolf, brimming with excitement, inquired, what is the name of this magic? Yue Chen's thoughts stirred, and the net-like shield dissipated instantly that he replied calmly. I have named this magic eight-sided lantern. Chapter 63. Generous Rewards Eight-Sided Lantern. The name of this novel magic etched itself indelibly into the memories of the onlookers. The power of this magic seemed to have the potential for further enhancement. With profound insight, Adolphe discerned certain nuances. Yue Chen smiled and nodded. You speak true, esteemed elder. Due to my limited control, I can currently manage only 8 super miniature fireballs. As my magical control improves, so too will the number of fireballs I can command. A chorus of gasps echoed around him. Incredible! 8 miniature fireballs are already so formidable. If you were to control more or transform them into larger fireballs, what hope would we have? Jody lamented from the stands. The subsequent contestants wielded magic that, while innovative and potent, paled in comparison to Yue Chen's eight-sided lantern. The title of champion of the Young Mage's Magic Application Competition was unanimously awarded to Yue Chen. Ha! Little brother Yue Chen, you have truly lived up to expectations and secured the championship, Kirkman exclaimed, nearly disoriented with joy. The audience erupted in deafening cheers, chanting Yue Chen's name in rapture, while the crowd celebrated his victory. Yue Chen discreetly began calculating the potential rewards he might reap. This competition, held only once every decade, must surely offer substantial rewards for the champion. Moreover, I have that promised reward from Kirkman. Yue Chen's eyes gleamed with delight. What should I request from the Oban Academy? Perhaps several million gold coins or even a set of divine artifacts. His mind raced with possibilities. Now I can also bask in newfound fame. I trust it will be much easier for anyone to inquire about my origins now. Yet, this line of thought brought him a pang of sadness. Having participated in the exchange for 3 days, no one had approached him for recognition. Am I truly an orphan? The rewards for the championship delighted Yue Chen. The prize for the Scroll Master competition was 100,000 gold coins, a lower-grade magic bone pen, and an ancient composite magic diagram for the Ice and Fire Triple Heaven. Additionally, as a gesture of encouragement for Yue Chen's achievements in scroll crafting, the Magic Guild granted him the title of Scroll Master. An unprecedented honor. The Magic Application Championship prize was equally impressive. 100,000 gold coins, an upper-grade wand, and a Fire Element 7-star magic spell. Moreover, in recognition of Yue Chen's exceptional performance, the Magic Guild bestowed upon him the honorary title of Elder of the Karandi Empire Magic Guild. Yue Chen, possessing a plethora of spells of all tiers within his black grimoire, was indifferent to the spell he received. Elated yet burdened, he returned to his villa. Congratulations, Yue Chen. A voice, as frigid as ice yet youthful, resonated from outside the door. Who? Yue Chen startled, hastily shielding his vital areas, for his attire had been reduced to mere tatters by frenzied fans, leaving his modesty barely intact. A figure draped in white, with a graceful silhouette, emerged from behind the door. Catherine, what brings you here? Yue Chen shrank back, feeling awkward. He chastised himself for not having thought to bring more clothing. Now I've exposed myself before a beautiful woman. Catherine's cheeks flushed slightly upon seeing Yue Chen's disheveled state, though the blush faded quickly. I am here to congratulate you on winning 2 championships. She passed by him with a calm demeanor, casting a few fleeting glances at his exposed areas. Good grief, Yue Chen cursed inwardly. He darted into the villa, racing to his room. With lightning speed, he donned his clothes. Sitting on the bed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Women these days are utterly insane. Before long, Lillian and the others returned. Lillian, this magic bone pen is for you. Yue Chen handed over the lower-grade magic bone pen he had won in the competition. He already possessed the Phoenix Feather Pen, which, according to Dean, was considered an Earth-tier treasure. After successfully drawing the sorrowful sky canvas, Yue Chen felt he was now capable of utilizing the Phoenix Feather Pen. Ah, a magic bone pen, Lillian exclaimed. Yue Chen smiled gently and said, it is merely a lower-grade one, a prize from the competition. I possess something superior, so I have no use for this. Therefore, I present it to you. Among the students of Lingyun Academy, it is you and I who share a fondness for drawing scrolls, making this pen most fitting for you. Lillian shook her head. This is far too precious. How could I possibly compare to you? Yue Chen. Seeing Lillian's reluctance to accept, Yue Chen felt a twinge of frustration. The things that have already been brought forth cannot be retracted, can they? At this moment, Sankt unexpectedly emerged alongside Kikiman from an unknown place. Since this lad is willing to offer, you should graciously accept, Sankt said with a smile. Lillian's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she took the bone pen and dashed away like a flash. This young man, impressive indeed, not only does he excel in magic and scrolls, but he also possesses quite the charm with the ladies. Let me calculate. Before coming to Auburn, Sankt, this old rogue, even began to count on his fingers, tallying the number of girlfriends Yue Chen had. "Hey, what brings you two old fellows to seek me?" Yue Chen hastily interjected, feeling uncomfortable under such scrutiny. Sanct, with a serious demeanor that starkly contrasted his usual playful expression, said, "Yue Chen, you must promptly visit the Magic Guild tomorrow." A flicker of displeasure crossed Yue Chen's face. "Is it really that urgent?" "What do you mean by not urgent?" Sanct exclaimed, his voice filled with exasperation. "Are you aware of how tight your schedule has been these past few days? Not only do you need to finalize your formalities as a scroll master and honorary elder of the Magic Guild, but the guild's president has also recently sent a formal invitation for you to discuss matters at the guild." With that, Sanct produced a large red invitation and handed it to Yue Chen. "The president of the Magic Guild? I don't even know him. Why would he invite me?" Yue Chen replied nonchalantly. Sanct placed a hand on his forehead, feigning anguish. "You ignorant lad, what can I do with you? The president of the Magic Guild is a saint-level powerhouse, just like our esteemed principal at Gloomy Cloud Academy. Shouldn't you give his invitation a bit more weight?" "Saint-level," Yue Chen exclaimed in astonishment, and then eagerly inquired, "Is our principal at Gloomy Cloud Academy a saint-level master?" As he spoke, Yue Chen's gaze shifted to the lecherous old man, Kikiman, standing nearby. Ahem, ahem. Kikiman awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "Brother Yue Chen, Elder Sanct has a point. You must visit the Magic Guild tomorrow. Both Elder Adolf of the Guild and Scrollmaster Faley have extended invitations to you, Asa Jr. It is indeed your duty to pay your respects. His Majesty the King has also sent word, requesting you to meet him in the palace the day after tomorrow," Sanct added, a hint of concern lacing his tone. Chapter 64. Renowned across the land tonight. The capital is bustling, alive with excitement. The residents of Sarsens are abuzz with pride over the emergence of a genius from Kalen. In an instant, Yue Chen has become the focal point for all. The youngest scroll master on the continent, the youngest honorary elder of the Magic Guild in Kalen. Though merely an honorary title, it signifies immense power associated with the guild. Yue Chen stands surrounded by accolades. His identity and background are swiftly uncovered. The youngest mentor from Auburn, a student of Gloomy Cloud Academy, an apprentice at the Magic Tower in Leba City, even his past, when he was mockingly referred to as the tail card, has been unearthed by some curious souls. The Violet Duke's residence. Fajr bursts into exuberant laughter. "Madam, did you see? Our son is a magical prodigy, a 14-year-old scroll master, the youngest president of the Magic Guild. He is also a mentor at Auburn." Fajr's eyes brim with tears of joy. "My lord, His Majesty has ordered that the young master must present himself at the palace the day after tomorrow." Lu Bo's voice is filled with concern. "No worries." Fajr confidently waved his hand. Yue Chen is currently favored by the Magic Guild, given his status at Auburn and Gloomy Cloud Academy. I doubt His Majesty would dare to act against him overtly. But he could strike from the shadows, Lu Bo cautioned. Fajr furrowed his brow in contemplation before saying, "Tomorrow, have someone discreetly follow the young master to ensure his safety. Once he meets with His Majesty, we shall discern His Majesty's true intentions." Within the royal palace of Sarsens, Louis XVI Edward is equally troubled by Yue Chen's affairs. "Lance, I truly do not understand why you have ordered the summons of that wretched child to the palace for a title. Do you not realize I wish to eliminate him swiftly?" Edward's anger is palpable. "Your Majesty, I confess my fault." Lance trembles as he kneels, his expression one of despair. Enough, enough. Spare me your theatrics. Speak plainly. What is your scheme?" Edward's tone is a mix of irritation and amusement, for his loyal minister always resorts to such antics at times like this, making it hard for him to reprimand. Seizing the moment, Lance stood up, bowing slightly as he approached Edward, whispering, "Your Majesty, to bring down the violet banner, it is not necessary to kill that child." "What? Are you suggesting that all of our strategies and schemes have been misapplied?" A displeased expression crossed Edward's face. Lance quickly lowered his head, respectfully continuing, "I do not presume, Your Majesty, but please allow me to finish." "Speak," Edward prompted. "Your Majesty, even if we were to eliminate that wretched child, would the Violet family be without an heir?" Lance queried. Edward shook his head, retorting, "As long as we remove this wretched child, that little waste of space from his family poses no threat. But that little waste will also have offspring. Who can guarantee that their descendants will be just as worthless?" Lance seized the opportunity to question. Edward paused, taken aback. "Then what do you propose, Your Majesty? We could—" Lance leaned closer to Edward's ear and began to whisper. Very well, very well." Edward's delight grew with each word. culminating in laughter. Let it be as you suggest. Perhaps this way, we can achieve multiple objectives with one stroke. Yes, I shall see to it at once. Lance wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting, accompanying the sovereign is akin to walking with a tiger. This saying is indeed true. With a sense of relief, Lance exited the court. As he watched Lance's retreating figure, a cold smile crept onto Edward's lips. Tio let that child go so easily. Tomorrow he will visit the Magic Guild. Perhaps I can exploit this opportunity. Early the following morning, as Yue Chen arrived at the Magic Guild under Saint's guidance, he was profoundly awestruck by the scene before him. The guild structure was a magnificent magical tower. Towering high with an imposing presence, the long staircase ascended to a grand, sturdy entrance, and the solid walls were adorned with intricate and enigmatic magical runes. Gazing up, the tower seemed to stretch infinitely. Its pinnacle obscured from view. Confronted by the splendor and grandeur of the magical tower, Yue Chen felt a deep sense of reverence. Compared to the tower he resided in at Leba City, this was nothing short of a monumental edifice. There was no basis for comparison. Young man, I have delivered you to the Magic Guild. You may enter alone. I shall not accompany you, Sanct stated before swiftly departing. Yue Chen watched Sanct flee with the awkwardness of a mouse encountering a cat. Was the president of the Magic Guild truly that fearsome? With curiosity piqued, Yue Chen ascended the stone steps. Upon entering the grand door, Yue Chen was greeted by a radiant hall, spacious and bright. It was devoid of any oppressive atmosphere typical of enclosed spaces. Various counters lined the hall, each manned by a dedicated attendant. The hall bustled with individuals, ranging from noble sorcerers to young apprentices, overwhelming Yue Chen with sights and sounds. Why Yue Chen, my junior, I have finally awaited your arrival. Just as Yue Chen felt a bit lost, a youthful voice rang out beside him. Turning, he was met by a familiar face filled with excitement. The young man, clutching a red wand, bore a badge etched with 3 stars and 2 horizontal lines on his left chest. Baron Kelly, what brings you here? Yue Chen inquired, puzzled that Kelly's emotions were complex as he regarded Yue Chen. Not long ago, he had brazenly bullied Yue Chen, relying on his noble status. Yet now, the tables had turned, and he found himself gazing up at Yue Chen's remarkable achievements and elevated status with envy. Ahem, Kelly cleared his throat awkwardly. Why Yue Chen? Let us refrain from calling me Baron any longer. I in your presence as a scroll master and elder. A mere Baron is insignificant. Kelly, what is this about? Yue Chen pondered, suspecting that Kelly had not come merely to convey this sentiment. Reflecting on his recent encounter with the troublesome Shisua, Yue Chen teased. You aren't here to seek retribution for that fellow, are you? Kelly nearly choked on his words at Yue Chen's suggestion. How could he dare confront Yue Chen? This time, the royal uncle had issued a stern directive for him to forge a good relationship with Yue Chen. Otherwise, his standing within his family would become precarious. With an awkward smile, Kelly responded, Junior, you jest. Shisua brought this upon himself by provoking you. So he deserved what he got. I await your presence here because I have heard that the junior has achieved remarkable success, securing 2 championships, and is personally visiting the guild. Thus, I sought my master's permission to take on the task of receiving him. Chapter 65. The magical tower Shisua has provoked Yue Chen, yet Kelly is not angry. On the contrary, he is quite pleased. Shisua, the sycophant, often flaunts his connection with Byrne, treating Kelly with disdain. Senior, why do I sense a certain joy in your heart? Yue Chen's eyes are exceptionally discerning. Ah, Kelly laments inwardly, he has never been so undignified. It's merely the internal strife common in large families. Yue Chen nods knowingly, understanding Kelly's words, having witnessed similar soap operas in his previous life. Under Kelly's guidance, they arrive at the rear of the hall, where a peculiar grand door stands before them. It is not a door in the traditional sense, but rather a shimmering curtain of light. Kelly produces a white jade token and presses it against the light gate. A burst of radiant colors flashes, and a slit wide enough for 2 to pass through opens in the shimmering curtain. After completing this action, Kelly apologetically remarks, Brother Yue Chen, we must hurry. My token is of a low rank, and the curtain will automatically close in a minute. Unbeknownst to them, Kelly has already elevated his address from junior to brother. They hastily cross through the light gate. At that moment, the curtain's colorful glow flickers, and the previously opened gap closes as if it had never existed. Yue Chen curiously gazes at the colorful curtain and, at the instant it seals, he distinctly senses the fluctuations of elemental forces such as wind, fire, and earth within. This revelation astonishes him. indicating that this seemingly inconspicuous curtain may very well be a composite magic that integrates all elemental forces. Seeing Yue Chen's inquisitive expression, Kelly explains, "This curtain is to prevent ordinary people from entering the upper levels of the tower. As you know, most mages prefer tranquility." Yue Chen nods. Indeed, the bustling atmosphere of the hall is not suited for mages. Kelly, from where did you acquire that token? Upon hearing Yue Chen's inquiry, a hint of pride crosses Kelly's face. This token can only be possessed by those within the guild that my mentor is Elder Bruno in the guild. Which is how I obtained this token. As for you, Brother Yue Chen, once you complete the Elder's succession ceremony, you will receive a golden token reserved for the Elders. Kelly's tone is tinged with deep envy. Yue Chen cast a surprised glance at Kelly. To have been able to take Elder Bruno of the Magical Guild as mentor, it seems that the noble uncle must have expended considerable effort. Ascending the stone staircase, the two reached the second level of the tower. This level also features a distribution of shops, where many mages are engaged in inquiries and transactions. It appears that Kelly's notion of internal personnel is not quite so simple. Brother Yue Chen, this is the guild's internal shop, where various magical equipment and materials can be purchased, including some rare magical materials below the mysterious tier. Kelly explains that, if what you say is true, there must be an even more advanced trading venue. Yue Chen muses, prompting him to inquire further. Where, then, can one trade items above the mysterious tier? Indeed, Brother Yue Chen is quite astute. Items of the mysterious tier must be traded at the third tier. However, mages in possession of items above this level often do not concern themselves with currency. Thus, they typically engage in barter, exchanging items rather than selling them. Kelly elaborates. Yue Chen nods gently. Those capable of easily acquiring mysterious tier items are undoubtedly individuals of formidable strength. For them, wealth is merely a secondary concern. After passing through the light curtain once more, the two engage in conversation as they ascend to the third tier. Just as Kelly had indicated, while shops do exist on this level, there are noticeably fewer mages engaged in trade. At this point, Kelly halts. Access to the fourth tier and above is strictly prohibited for non-guild personnel without permission. With that, Kelly retrieves a metal plate inscribed with magical runes and gently rubs it. A red glow emanates from its surface, and a holographic projection of an elderly man clad in a black magical robe, with a pale complexion, sparse beard, and deep-set eyes shining with intelligence, materializes above the plate. Yue Chen is astonished to observe that, as the elder's hologram appears, the atmosphere on the third tier suddenly grows silent. The mages, previously engaged in transactions, cease their discussions and turn their gazes towards Kelly's projection. Their eyes filled with admiration, trepidation, and respect. "Master, I have brought Master Yue Chen to the third tier." Kelly promptly bows his head in reverence as the projection materializes. The elder surveys the surroundings before settling his gaze directly upon Yue Chen. After appraising him from head to toe, a smile graces the elder's face. "I presume this is Master Yue Chen." Indeed, a hero emerges from the youth. To achieve such feats at such a young age is truly humbling for us old fogies. From the elder's gaze, Yue Chen discerns that he is a person of considerable ambition. Such individuals thrive on respect and etiquette. Yue Chen bows slightly, responding, "Elder Bruno, you flatter me. I am not as remarkable as you suggest." The elder nods with a smile, seemingly pleased with Yue Chen's demeanor. Turning to Kelly, he states, "You have performed well this time. You may leave. I will personally escort Master Yue Chen to meet the president." With a flash of red light, the elder's projection vanishes. Kelly carefully stows the metal plate away and bows to Yue Chen. "The master will arrive shortly. I shall take my leave for now." After taking a few steps, Kelly turns back, saying, "Brother Yue Chen, now that you are in the imperial capital, I hope you can visit the noble uncle's residence when you have time. My father holds great admiration for your talents." With a smile, Yue Chen bids Kelly farewell, reflecting on the marvels of fate. Previously, Kelly had treated him haughtily and with disdain. Now, he regards Yue Chen with brotherly warmth, speaking with caution as if fearful of displeasing him. As he waits idly for Elder Bruno's arrival, Yue Chen notices a shift in the atmosphere on the third tier. The mages, once engaged in trade, have all ceased their activities, their gazes fixed intently upon Yue Chen. Is he not the one who won both the scroll competition and the magical application contest? My goodness, the rumors were indeed true. He is remarkably young. To have become a master of scrolls at such a tender age is truly enviable. Who could argue otherwise? My own child is of the same age and is still striving to achieve a 1-star ranking. Your child is already at the 9th tier, which is commendable. Mine, on the other hand, has a mere 7-tier mental capacity. Now, Looking at this young man, I shall return and discipline him properly. Yue Chen silently mourns for that brother, sighing inwardly. Alas, the hearts of parents are truly heavy. At that moment, the light curtain at the entrance to the fourth tier shimmers with colors, and Elder Bruno steps through. Yue Chen is surprised to see that, within such a short time, Elder Bruno has changed into a different robe. Although it is still a black magical robe, this one is evidently far more luxurious and dignified than the previous one. Master Yue Chen, I apologize for the wait. The president has been expecting us. Let us ascend, Elder Bruno exclaims, his face beaming with joy. Yet, this joy sends a shiver down Yue Chen's spine. Chapter 66. A clash of minds as Yue Chen and Elder Bruno's figures vanish through the entrance to the fourth tier. The expressions of the mages on the third tier turn peculiar. They gawk at the entrance as if witnessing a ghost, unable to withdraw their gazes for an extended period. Was that truly the Elder Bruno we often regard with arrogance and high esteem? One mage inquires, his voice laced with disbelief. Did you hear? They are going to meet the president. The president? It has been ages since we have heard news about him. I thought he had long since retreated into seclusion. Another mage reflects, astonished. Following Elder Bruno, Yue Chen has lost track of how many layers he has ascended and how many steps he has climbed. Despite his dual mastery of martial arts, he feels somewhat fatigued. Stealing a glance at Elder Bruno, he notes that the elder appears even worse off. Breathless and flushed, portions of his newly donned magical robe are damp with sweat. Elder Bruno, how did you manage to come down earlier? Yue Chen can no longer suppress the curiosity bubbling within him. Elder Bruno gradually halts, stretching luxuriously. Come down. Were you under the impression that I descended from above to fetch you? Wasn't that the case? Yue Chen's tone reflects his skepticism. As he observes Elder Bruno resume his ascent, he follows closely. Of course not. Elder Bruno chuckles, shaking his head. Did you notice any differences in the magical elements surrounding us as we climbed upward? Reflecting on their ascent, Yue Chen's eyes brighten. It seems that the magical elements have become increasingly sparse. In truth, Yue Chen has yet to express that, while the quantity of magical elements is dwindling, their vitality appears to be rising. Due to his limited exposure to the term vitality of magical elements, which he had only encountered in the Black Book, he deemed it wise to refrain from discussing it to avoid unnecessary complications. Indeed, Bruno clapped his hands together and nodded, exclaiming, Master Yue Chen's innate magical talent is truly remarkable. To discern such a detail with mere first-star magical power is an unprecedented feat. Yue Chen felt a pang of sorrow. It was a common flaw among the elderly to ramble. A straightforward question had spiraled into a lengthy discourse without an answer in sight. Sensing Yue Chen's growing impatience, Bruno continued, in fact, aside from the esteemed president who prefers to reside at the pinnacle of the tower, others all favor the lower levels, with a preference for the lowest ones. Suddenly enlightened, Yue Chen realized that the old fellow must be living not far from the third floor, perhaps even on the fourth. Yet, he was soon engulfed by another wave of confusion and inquired, what is the reason for this? Is it merely because the magical elements are denser below? Not solely that. Bruno shook his head once more and explained. This tower was constructed by the Holy King. Who knows what measures he took back then? It seems this tower is shrouded in a peculiar aura. Within its confines, only those who have attained the saint rank may utilize teleportation. He gestured to the stairs beneath them, a wry smile on his face. Moreover, while any auxiliary magic can be employed here, flying spells are an exception. Is the same specifically at those below the saint rank? At last, Yue Chen understood why such phenomena occurred. It was utterly impractical. For someone like Adolf, who could barely stand, to ascend these daunting stairs daily was tantamount to a death sentence. As these thoughts churned in his mind, another question arose within him. Why would the Holy King, who constructed this magical tower, impose such arrangements? Did he not realize that most mages are frail in constitution? Bruno sighed in resignation. This fact is well known among those within the tower. The Holy King believed that mages ought to strengthen their physiques. These stairs were designed to enhance our physicality. Furthermore, the Holy King left behind a saying, with equal aptitude, the higher the chosen training location, the easier it is to break through to the saint rank. Is it true that the sparser the elements, the easier it is to ascend to the saint rank? Yue Chen exclaimed in astonishment. A thought struck him. Could it be related to the vitality of magical elements? His excitement grew, even causing his breath to quicken. You are still young, and should thus engage in more physical training. Becoming fatigued so easily is not acceptable, Bruno remarked, clearly pleased with Yue Chen's enthusiasm, his tone growing warmer. Yue Chen smiled sheepishly, pondering the nature of the president, who instilled such fear in Sante that he was nearly worshipped by these mages. The two continued their ascent, the spiraling staircase appearing endless. Yue Chen began to doubt whether they remained within the confines of the tower at all. Given the external height they had observed, they should have reached the pinnacle by now. As they climbed, Yue Chen remained attuned to the nuances of the magical element's vitality from the base to the apex of the tower. Gradually merging with the atmosphere surrounding him, he perceived that as they ascended, the magical elements became increasingly vibrant. Eventually, he discerned that these elements seemed to possess life and wisdom of their own, incessantly colliding with his mental energy, as if attempting to communicate in a moment of surprise. Yue Chen concentrated, engaging in a gentle communion with the magical elements through his heightened awareness, meticulously observing the transformations occurring within them. Suddenly, a formidable mental force surged from the tower's summit, seemingly detecting Yue Chen's presence. Upon its emergence, it rushed toward him, attempting to penetrate his consciousness. At this juncture, the unique nature of his heightened awareness became apparent. Despite the overwhelming strength of the opposing mental force, it could not find a way to infiltrate his domain. His heightened awareness was impenetrable, a solid fortress. Although it emanated from Yue Chen himself, it was harmoniously integrated with nature, becoming one with the natural world. In this way, he embodied nature, and nature became his realm, a truth that eluded even Bruno, the esteemed 9-star mage. Throughout their ascent, just as Yue Chen relaxed, the formidable mental force altered its previous aggressive approach, dispersing and gradually merging with the surrounding world. Yue Chen's countenance shifted dramatically, and he could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. This mental force was astoundingly formidable, exhibiting a capacity for learning at an astonishing pace. With a decisive thought, Yue Chen withdrew from his heightened state, allowing his dispersed mental energy to return to its core. Upon sensing this retraction, the foreign mental force promptly followed suit. I refused to believe it. With a saint-rank master present, who would dare cause harm within the magical guild? With this resolve, Yue Chen made no defensive preparations, allowing the foreign mental force to envelop him completely as anticipated. Once the foreign mental force had entirely engulfed both Yue Chen and Bruno, it swiftly retreated to Yue Chen's astonishment. Throughout the entire exchange, Bruno appeared keenly aware of the mental confrontation. Be cautious. The opponent is strong, likely possessing the prowess of a practitioner in the out-of-body stage. The voice of the Taiji seal resonated within Yue Chen's mind. At out-of-body stage, this concept was foreign to Yue Chen, and he resolved to inquire further with the spirit of the seal at a later time. At that moment, Bruno spoke again. Young brother, do not be so impatient. Look, we have arrived. He gestured above, a smile gracing his features, his eyes conveying subtle encouragement. Yue Chen glanced upward, astonished to discover that they had unwittingly reached the tower's apex. The space at the summit appeared rather modest, apart from an ancient wooden door at the end of the staircase. There was nothing else in sight. Has that little fellow arrived? Bruno, please bring him in. A melodious, pleasant voice resonated, instilling a sense of comfort. Yes, President, Bruno replied respectfully, bowing. What? The president of the magical guild is a woman? Yue Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Judging by her voice, she must be quite young as well. His expression was one of sheer astonishment as he gazed at Bruno, who regarded him with an amused glint in his eyes. As if to say, did I ever claim the president was male? Before Bruno could push the door open, it creaked open on its own. If accustomed to such occurrences, Bruno led Yue Chen inside without hesitation. Oh my goodness! Yue Chen lamented inwardly, utterly stunned by the scene before him. This was no ordinary room at the Magical Guild summit. It resembled a young girl's boudoir. Upon entering, he was greeted by pink walls, pink tablecloths, pink sheets, and pink blankets. A few flowers adorned the windowsill, adding a touch of charm. Yue Chen's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Not only was the mysterious president of the Magical Guild a woman, but she also appeared to be a youthful girl. The decor of the room clearly indicated her youth. He began searching for the source of the enchanting voice, but upon turning around, he found nothing. Bruno, by contrast, stood still and attentive, embodying utmost respect. Are you searching for me? A soft, melodious voice whispered near Yue Chen's ear, startling him. Having maintained vigilance since entering, he had not sensed any magical fluctuations moments earlier. Turning around, he beheld a woman clad in purple. The color suited her well. Her hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, short yet stylish, streaked with subtle hints of red that enhanced her allure. Her eyes, dark and deep purple, resembled a tranquil pool, evoking a sense of trepidation in Yue Chen. As though he might be drawn into their depths, With delicate features reminiscent of moonlit beauty and flower-like softness, she exuded an aura of perfection that entranced Yue Chen, rendering him momentarily lost in reverie. "Am I beautiful, dear brother?" the woman asked with a playful smile. Her gentle, melodious voice further bewitched Yue Chen, but suddenly, a chill surged from his dantian, coursing throughout his body, restoring his clarity of thought, recalling his recent experiences. He broke into a cold sweat. "Beautiful," he replied calmly. The woman regarded him with astonishment, her heart racing. Her mesmerizing charm had inexplicably failed, marking only the second time in her life she had encountered such a setback. Yet this boy's mental prowess was barely at the second star. Confounded, she pondered the anomaly. Bruno, too, bore a look of surprise. He had succumbed to the president's enchantment when he reached the pinnacle of the 8-star mage rank. Never anticipating that this young lad could resist so effortlessly, considering Yue Chen's myriad of peculiarities, Bruno's perception of him elevated further still. The woman then shifted her demeanor, taking a seat with grace. "Esteemed President, I present to you the venerable Bruno," he announced, bowing deeply. Bruno bowed respectfully. The woman in purple merely nodded casually, never once casting a glance at Bruno. Yue Chen observed this with growing indignation, judging by her appearance. She was at most in her 30s, while Bruno, regardless of his demeanor, was certainly an elder. Her attitude was, quite frankly, rather excessive. "Young brother Yue Chen, this esteemed individual is the president of our magic guild." Bruno's expression remained remarkably calm, as if he believed this treatment was entirely warranted. "Junior Yue Chen pays his respects to the distinguished president." Yue Chen's tone was unmistakably harsh. "Young brother Yue Chen, this is the president. He is merely youthful and impetuous." Bruno was taken aback by Yue Chen's demeanor, fully aware that incurring the ire of the president could lead to dire consequences. There had once been a 9-star mage who, for reasons unknown, had angered her and was subsequently stripped of all magical abilities, leaving him crippled. A melodious laugh, akin to the tinkling of silver bells, echoed. "No worries." The woman in purple waved her hand at Bruno, then turned to Yue Chen and said, "My name is Angelina. You may call me Sister Lena." Standing beside her, Bruno's eyes widened in shock, his expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. How many years had it been? How long since the president had mentioned her name? Perhaps there were few left in the guild who still knew of her. Humph. Yue Chen dismissed the woman's goodwill with disdain. What did it matter that she was a saintly powerhouse? Did that grant her the right to disregard the elderly and the young? Did she presume that, because of my youth, I should speak with Elder Bruno more courteously? Angelina smiled and replied, "Indeed." Yue Chen nodded proudly. This time, Bruno was truly astounded. As he turned this way and that, he realized that the root of Yue Chen's poor attitude stemmed solely from his concern for him. A warmth kindled in Bruno's heart as he looked at Yue Chen with gratitude, saying, "Young brother, you are mistaken. When I was your age, the president was already leading the guild. That I could only be considered a distant descendant of her lineage." "What?" This time, it was Yue Chen's turn to be astonished. He gazed at Bruno, whose hair was now white and whose face was lined with wrinkles, filled with disbelief. Bruno must have been over 100 years old. And if he was merely a descendant of the purple-clad woman, then she was, in fact, an ancient sorceress. "Hee, the way you speak makes it sound as though I'm a 1,000-year-old demon," Angelina chuckled, addressing Yue Chen. "Do not listen to him, young lad. From now on, you shall call me sister. Should anyone dare to bully you, simply come to your sister, and I will take care of them." Chapter 68. The perfect sibling pair. Sister? Yue Chen's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Suddenly being presented with a sister of such advanced age was something he found difficult to accept. Bruno felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Reflecting on how utterly mad this world had become, he looked at Yue Chen with envy, thinking, with such a powerful sister protecting him, Yue Chen could stride confidently through the imperial capital. After a fierce internal struggle, Yue Chen decided to yield to this formidable sister. "I pay my respects to you, sister." He approached Angelina and promptly bowed. Now it was Angelina's turn to be taken aback. Just moments ago, Yue Chen had displayed reluctance, and now everything had shifted. Yet, this transformation was rather abrupt. Get up, get up. There is no need for such formalities between siblings. From now on, I am your true sister." Yue Chen smirked, thinking, "If I truly had a sister like you, my parents would have long turned to dust." He vigorously shook his head, repeatedly muttering to himself, "Nonsense. My father and mother are undoubtedly still alive, and I must find them to reunite." "Well, dear brother, are you unwell?" Angelina inquired. "Since I have ascended to the saintly level, I have learned some light magic. Would you like me to perform a healing spell for you?" As she spoke, she raised her hands in preparation. Don't. I was merely contemplating some matters. Yue Chen hastily waved his hands to stop her, then extended his arm forward, saying, Sister, since this is our first meeting, shouldn't you offer some form of a greeting gift? Angelina was momentarily stunned, and so was Bruno. Bruno's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. His heart was tumultuous, unable to settle. Yue Chen was undoubtedly the first to dare request a gift from a saintly powerhouse. Observing the pair before him, Bruno thought fervently, this duo is indeed a perfect match. Both are eccentric, both are baffling, and their talents and achievements in magic are extraordinarily remarkable. Hee, you little rascal, hasn't becoming a scroll master and an honorary elder of the Magic Guild satisfied you? Angelina jested, then furrowed her brows in contemplation. What gift should I bestow? Yue Chen, seizing the opportunity, feigned displeasure, saying, You mentioned it yourself. It's merely an honorary title, not a formal one. Bruno, standing nearby, felt his skin twitch. Internally, he cursed. This little brat is far too audacious and mischievous. How had I never noticed this before? Angelina lightly tapped Yue Chen's forehead with her delicate hand, saying, You should be content, Oh, you know how old the youngest elder in the Magic Guild is? They could very well be your grandfather. It is unprecedented for someone as young as you to become an elder. Speak. What do you desire? As long as I have it, I will surely procure it for you. Ah, Bruno gasped in shock. Angelina's intent was clear. She would provide whatever Yue Chen wished for. Would the treasures collected by a saintly powerhouse be lacking in value? Naturally, Yue Chen would not let such a golden opportunity slip by. After some thought, he said, I would like a wand that fits well. A wand. So simple. Angelina raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Isn't there already a mysterious level 1 among your rewards? Do you desire an earth level 1 instead? Very well, I shall have someone fetch one for you. Yue Chen shook his head, saying, That wand is unsuitable. After some hesitation, he added, I seek a wand that can be used across all magical disciplines. What? Angelina stared at Yue Chen, her face a mask of shock, her eyes gleaming with excitement. After a long sigh, she said, Are you implying you possess an all-element affinity? Bruno gazed at Yue Chen in astonishment. An all-element affinity, a talent so rare it occurs once in a millennium. Historically, only the Saint King had ever possessed such an affinity. Bruno internally sighed, wondering just how many more surprises this lad would bring him. If this continued, he genuinely feared for his heart's health. Yue Chen nodded, apologetically stating, My teacher and Elder Nai have both advised me that the existence of an all-element affinity should not be disclosed lightly. Hence, I have kept it concealed. I hope Sister and Elder Bruno will not take offense. Angelina nodded, her expression turning serious. They were right. An all-element affinity is indeed too extraordinary. Until you possess sufficient strength to protect yourself, it is best to keep it hidden. Bruno, let this matter be forgotten after today. Yes, esteemed President, Bruno replied respectfully. At that moment, Angelina became increasingly animated. With a swift motion of her right hand, a crystal orb the size of a blue ball appeared in her grasp. Quickly, let me see what an all-element affinity truly looks like. Colors of blue, red, yellow, green, white, gray, purple, and black radiated in brilliant flashes, culminating in 7 golden horizontal lines accompanied by a golden star displayed on the crystal orb. An all-element affinity, indeed. Angelina was filled with overwhelming joy. For countless years, she had struggled to discover a more advanced method and path. Yet, Yue Chen's emergence had rekindled her hope. The Saint King had taken the final step. And if the Saint King could achieve it, so too could Yue Chen. Suddenly, Angelina's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she asked, Brother, tell me honestly, have you already comprehended the domain? Bruno's heart nearly stopped. What had the president just said? The domain. How could that be? Wasn't it something only comprehensible after reaching the saintly level? Domain? What domain? Yue Chen was utterly confused. Angelina inquired, perplexed, You truly do not understand what the domain is. I do not. Yue Chen shook his head. Then how did you manage to release it while on the staircase? I distinctly noticed you unleashed your domain, albeit at a weak intensity, but it was unmistakably there. Angelina pressed on. Bruno stared blankly at Yue Chen, his mind reeling in astonishment. Recalling Yue Chen's unusual behavior on the staircase, he couldn't help but believe it to some extent. Yet, he still found it hard to accept that something the 9-star powerhouses had long sought after had been grasped by this mere 1-star novice first. Was that overwhelming presence on the staircase you? Yue Chen exclaimed. Of course it was. Angelina replied with pride. Who else would dare to release their mental energy so freely in the Magic Guild? Yue Chen gave an awkward smile. It seems that he is indeed the audacious individual with a bold pleading gaze. Bruno stood silently to the side, his heart as still as water at this moment. The day's multitude of surprises brought forth by Yue Chen had left him so astonished that, no matter how shocking the next revelation might be, he could maintain his composure. Chapter 69. My Wild Speculations. Bruno pondered with remarkable calmness. This lad is already quite extraordinary, and now he possesses a universal physique. Having also comprehended the domain, with the president's support, his future achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of the president himself, possibly even rivaling the legendary Saint King of Yue. Bruno resolved to wholeheartedly support Yue Chen moving forward, striving to cultivate a good relationship with him. Upon hearing Yue Chen's admission, Angelina could not contain her excitement. Quickly, tell me how you accomplished this. Bruno leaned in attentively, eager not to miss a single word. Well, it's actually a method of utilizing spiritual power that I sort of pieced together haphazardly. Yue Chen replied with an expression of calmness. Good heavens, this is utterly preposterous. Bruno nearly choked on his breath at Yue Chen's response. In his heart, he exclaimed, what do you take that for? That is a domain, a mastery only attainable by those of the saint rank. To think it was merely cobbled together by chance. Such a blow to morale is simply unjust. Angelina was equally astonished. After reaching the saint rank herself, it had taken her a full decade to comprehend the essence of the domain and another decade to master its application. Looking at the mere 14-year-old Yue Chen, she felt an overwhelming sense of defeat, as if she had always believed herself to be a genius, only to suddenly discover that she was nothing more than an average individual. Yue Chen himself was shrouded in confusion. What exactly is the domain? Is the essence of Tai Chi truly a domain? Sister, what about my magic wand? Yue Chen sought to divert the conversation from the domain issue. A magic wand suitable for a universal physique. I actually don't have one on hand, Angelina replied, her face showing signs of distress. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, oh, I remember, in the guild's treasury. There is a magic wand that was once used by the Saint King. Surely, that one would be perfect for you. I'll go fetch it. Angelina's impulsive nature shone through as she immediately prepared to retrieve the item. President, this is not advisable, Bruno quickly interjected. Why not? Angelina's expression soured slightly. President, the saint staff left behind by the Saint King has become a symbol of the magical guild for many years. If you were to carelessly present it to young brother Yue Chen, there would likely be significant objections from the elders. Moreover, such an act would be detrimental to Yue Chen himself. If word spreads that the president gifted him the saint's staff, it would surely lead everyone across the continent to suspect that young brother Yue Chen possesses a universal physique. Angelina furrowed her brows deeply, murmuring in frustration, had I known, I would have never entrusted such power to those old geezers. Now, I find myself hamstrung. I can't even give a simple magic wand. Yue Chen felt a cold sweat break out. To be given the symbolic staff of the magical guild? Even if Angelina dared to offer it, he would not have the audacity to accept. Angelina frowned in annoyance, her demeanor showcasing the petulance of a spoiled child, completely at odds with her centuries-old existence. Brother, this request is beyond my capabilities, she said apologetically. Please, propose another request. Whatever I possess, I shall certainly provide. Something else? Well, I could use some money. I am currently in dire need of funds. Yue Chen thought to himself, but could not voice such a crude request. Fool. The voice of the spirit echoed in his mind. You can ask her for 4 6th-tier water magic cores. First address the crisis of your soul. Right? Yue Chen mentally communicated with the spirit, and even the saint-ranked Angelina failed to notice. I would like 4 6th-tier water magic cores. Magic cores. That's easily arranged. I'll have Bruno help you acquire more. Since you are universal, Bruno can assist you in selecting 5 from each element. Angelina dismissed the notion of a few magic cores as trivial. Yue Chen rejoiced internally. 5 from each element. Light, darkness, wind, fire, earth, water, ice, wood, thunder, and the notably unique space element would amount to a total of 56th-tier magic cores. As he began calculating the value in his mind, one ordinary 6th-tier magic core was worth 500,000 gold coins. 50 cores would equate to a staggering 25 million gold coins. Was it too presumptuous to casually request such an amount? However, Bruno's subsequent remark dispelled his doubts. Brother Yue, among all the items in the magical guild, magic cores are the most abundant. For the guild, they are merely a drop in the ocean. That moment, Angelina, after bidding farewell to her, personally led Yue Chen up and down the magical tower to complete various formalities. drawing the astonished gazes of numerous mages within the tower. By the time all procedures were finalized, it was already noon. Yue Chen felt invigorated, adorned in a red magical robe trimmed with gold. Clutching 2 composite magic array diagrams gifted by Master Faley, and displaying 3 gleaming badges on his chest, a 1-star second-tier mage badge, a scroll master badge, and an honorary elder badge of the magical guild. How does it feel? Quite the attention-grabbing sensation, isn't it? Bruno inquired, trailing alongside Yue Chen with a grin. Yue Chen frowned slightly. The feeling was anything but pleasant. He felt uncomfortable under the envious glances of passing mages. If it weren't for Bruno's persistent insistence, he would have removed all the badges long ago that moment. Bruno pointed to a wooden door around the corner. This is Elder Adolph's residence. Elder Adolph generally prefers solitude. So you'll have to enter alone. I will prepare the items requested by the president. After taking a couple of steps, Bruno turned back once more. If you wish to visit Master Faley afterwards, feel free to ask any of his disciples for guidance. Given your status as an elder, they would not dare to refuse. Knock, knock, knock. Yue Chen gently tapped on the wooden door 3 times. Creak, with a soft sound. The door swung open, revealing a remarkably beautiful girl. The girl, around 16 years old, had golden hair, porcelain-like skin, and mischievous water-blue eyes that sparkled with playful glints, dressed in a water-blue magical robe and red ankle boots. Her robe was cinched at the waist, clearly tailored by a skilled seamstress. The finely crafted jade pendant, intricately carved into the shape of a phoenix, hung from her neck, and 6 of her slender fingers adorned with rings emitted faint magical auras. Oh dear, you finally decided to show up? You've been inside the magical tower for ages, making me wait so long. The girl, as if she were quite familiar with Yue Chen, looked at him with a pouting expression. Ready to voice her grievances. Chapter 70. The Spoiled Princess. Could it be that Elder Bruno took a wrong turn? Yue Chen wondered. Wasn't he Elder Adolph averse to social interactions? Why was there a young girl inside? Who could she be? Perhaps the granddaughter of Elder Adolph. Seeing Yue Chen lost in thought, the girl's expression shifted to one of indignation. Hey, I'm talking to you, she shouted angrily. Miss, do we know each other? Yue Chen replied with a tone that was anything but courteous, for he was greatly irritated. Girls ought to be demure. Couldn't she see he was deep in thought? You. The girl's sparkling eyes filled with mist, and it seemed she was on the verge of tears. Seeing her about to cry, Yue Chen panicked. Hey, no need for that. I merely spoke a tad loudly. Betty had been pampered since childhood and was favored by the king. Everyone usually tolerated her whims. Moreover, she loved to cause mischief, so the palace ministers and concubines would avoid her whenever possible. She had never encountered such a tone before. You're a bad person. I waited here for you for ages, and you dare to scold me. And with that, the floodgates opened, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. Who had the audacity to make our 7th princess cry? At that moment, Elder Adolph staggered over from behind. Teacher, it's him. This bad person bullied me. As soon as Adolph appeared, Betty, like a child who had been wronged, unleashed her torrent of tears, her cries echoing as if they could shake the heavens. Yue Chen was taken aback. He had inadvertently made the princess cry. This was a serious predicament. Betty, sobbing pitifully, clung to Adolph, shaking him as she cried. Adolph, unable to stand steadily, was at a loss for how to handle the situation. All right, don't cry anymore. If you keep shaking me like this, I might just fall apart. Adolph gently patted Betty, who resembled a wounded kitten, and turned to Yue Chen with a look of plea in his eyes, saying, My dear young friend Yue Chen, what is happening here? Ah, Princess 7, it is my fault. I should not have spoken so loudly, especially to a young lady such as yourself. Allowing Yue Chen to delve into the study of magic is one thing, but to expect him to console a girl is truly asking too much of him. Despite Betty's tears streaming down her face, her keen eyes never ceased to observe Yue Chen. Through her fingers, she caught sight of Yue Chen scratching his head, utterly at a loss. Suddenly, she laughed, a stark contrast to her earlier wailing. Thank heavens, the willful princess had finally stopped crying, and Yue Chen felt an immediate sense of relief. Humph, in compensation for your earlier rudeness, you must teach me how to draw scrolls. The day you teach me to do it as skillfully as you did during the competition, I will forgive you. The spoiled princess pouted her lips, feigning ferocity as she spoke through gritted teeth. While Yue Chen, in utter despair, exclaimed, Teach you to that extent? Good heavens, you might as well kill me. What a joke. Training you to such a level is simply impossible. Not to mention whether you can grasp the essence of Tai Chi. Even if you do, There's no guarantee you would have that special insight into various magical formations. Betty's tear-streaked face turned crimson, and she pouted in anger. Am I really that awful? Esteemed princess, this is not about your capabilities. It is that I genuinely do not know how to teach you. Yue Chen lamented, his face a mask of dismay. In truth, drawing scrolls relies entirely on a certain feeling, an extraordinary sensation that I cannot even articulate. If I myself have yet to comprehend it, how could I possibly teach you? The headstrong princess clearly lacked the art of argument. I don't care. I simply demand that you teach me how to draw scrolls. I will return and tell my father. Humph. Betty unveiled her trump card. I am a princess. Who should I fear? Betty, stop your nonsense. Adolf interjected, unable to bear it any longer. Come inside. Young friend Yue Chen, it is indeed a joy to converse with a prodigious talent like you in this lifetime. Following Adolf, Yue Chen entered, with Betty bouncing along behind them. Betty, you've been out for quite a while. You should return soon. If you delay any longer, your father will surely send out the entire city of you to search for you. Adolf turned, his eyes filled with affection as he regarded Betty. No way. I want to hear what this fellow has to say. Betty once again employed her charming antics. Adolf shook his head. Have you forgotten what happened the last time you delayed your return to the palace? Can you bear the thought of those people facing punishment because of your fleeting whims? If I must return, then so be it. The spoiled princess finally relented as she opened the door. She did not forget to threaten. You villain, just wait for me to teach you how to draw scrolls. Humph, I know you reside at Auburn Academy. You cannot escape. With a clang, the door shut. Yue Chen felt a profound sense of dread. It appeared that this headstrong princess had become attached to him. Staring at the firmly closed wooden door, Yue Chen curiously asked, Elder Adolf, why did you deliberately send the princess away? It is due to her identity. The content of our discussion is not suitable for her ears. As Adolf turned his gaze back, Yue Chen noticed a shift in the elder's eyes, filled with excitement and warmth, as if he were gazing upon a long-lost kin. She resembles her, so very much like her. Adolf's voice trembled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yue Chen felt his heart race. Elder Adolf, who do I resemble? You bear a striking resemblance to your mother. Aileen Egade. Adolf's expression was so fervent that his body trembled slightly. My mother was named Aileen Egade. The elder's words thundered in Yue Chen's heart. Rushing forward, he assisted Adolf to a nearby chair and implored. Elder Adolf, I beg you, please tell me, who are my parents? Where are they? And who am I? Alas! Adolf sighed deeply, closing his eyes in anguish, remaining silent for a long while. Eventually, in a hoarse voice, he said, You might as well continue using the name Yue Chen. It is better to forget the past. Your mother was my apprentice, named Aileen Ige. As for your father, I am not yet able to disclose that to you. Why not? Yue Chen asked loudly. Adolf shook his head. Because revealing that information would lead to your imminent demise. However, I can promise you that after tomorrow, I will tell you everything. As Yue Chen pressed further, Adolf painfully stated, Your mother sacrificed her life for you. If you do not wish to disappoint her, heed my words. My mother is already dead. Tomorrow. Why tomorrow? Yue Chen's thoughts were in turmoil. Chapter 71. The ambush. Seeing Yue Chen's pained expression, Adolf could only sigh in silence. Child, your mother would never wish to see you like this, he said softly. After a long while, Yue Chen managed to compose himself, and they began to converse. Adolf was eager to learn about Yue Chen's past. While Yue Chen sought information about his mother, they engaged in a lively discussion that lasted until dusk. As they prepared to part, Yue Chen gazed at the elderly man, who appeared on the verge of collapsing. Filled with gratitude, it was this elder who had provided him with news of his mother, offering a glimmer of hope and understanding his origins, although Adolf had not revealed the identity of his father or the specifics of his lineage. Yue Chen believed the elder's intentions were for his benefit. Child, this is my lifetime's accumulation of magical insights. Take it with you and study it. Perhaps it will aid you in some way. After handing over the notes, Adolf shook his frail arm and bid Yue Chen farewell. Amidst countless envious and jealous gazes, Yue Chen, clad in the elder's ceremonial attire, walked dejectedly out of the magical tower. Outside the tower, the sun had already set, and the sky was dimming, with streetlights illuminating the sides of the road. Observing the bustling pedestrians, Yue Chen, without waiting for Sant, strolled aimlessly along the street. The vendors had yet to pack up, and the cacophony of their calls filled the AI. Why Yue Chen had never realized how melodious the street's clamor could be. As he wandered without purpose, he brushed past countless passers-by, feeling a slight alleviation of his troubled heart. Outside the Magic Guild, Sant wore an anxious expression, scanning the surroundings. That little brat actually left without waiting for me. Does he not understand how dangerous it is right now? After cautiously looking around, Sant turned to the majestic magical tower before him. Alas, I have no choice. For that kid's sake, I must seek help from that person. At this moment, Yue Chen had reached the northern part of the city, just a couple of turns away from Auburn Academy. Just as he was about to enter a dim alleyway, he suddenly halted. This alley was unnaturally quiet, so silent that he could hear his own heartbeat. Be cautious. There is a murderous intent here, the spirit warned in Yue Chen's mind. Whoosh! The sound of a bowstring snapping pierced the air. A chill rushed up Yue Chen's spine. Without a second thought, he unleashed the Tai Chi essence, his figure shifting like a wraith, miraculously sidestepping a distance of 10 feet. Buzz! A steel arrow embedded itself into the cobblestones, its tail quivering violently. Yue Chen's heart raced with fear. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been pierced through. Well done. When did you master the Tai Chi movement to this level? The spirit's praise echoed in his mind. However, Yue Chen had no time to dwell on it, as he was busy dodging the barrage of arrows that followed. Whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down from unknown sources, one after another, seemingly endless. This won't do. Even if the Tai Chi movement is formidable, there will come a time when my stamina is exhausted. Yue Chen's gaze darted toward the bustling street at the alley's end. Swish! Yue Chen's figure flickered as he executed the Tai Chi movement to its utmost limit, weaving and dodging, striving to break through to the alley's exit. On the rooftop of a building at the alley's corner, a figure in black watched Yue Chen's swift movements, eyes gleaming with intent. The target's movements are peculiar. You all, go and intercept him. Everyone else, follow me down to eliminate him. With a wave of his hand, shadowy figures surged forth from both sides of the alley, descending upon Yue Chen. He was instantly surrounded, faced with the black-clad figures. Yue Chen stood on high alert, coldly demanding, "Who are you? Why are you plotting against me?" Unfortunately, the black-clad figures offered no explanation. With a flick of his right hand, they charged forward. Swish! A row of gleaming broadswords appeared in the hands of the black-clad leader, slicing toward Yue Chen. Quickly think of a way to escape. There are too many of them. You cannot handle this, the spirit shouted in Yue Chen's mind. Silence! Yue Chen roared, assuming a Tai Chi stance. Simultaneously, his right hand flickered, unleashing a series of miniature fireballs that shot out, forming a net-like shield around him. Yue Chen employed his newly devised technique, the 8-sided lantern. Yue Chen's unexpected display momentarily stunned the black-clad figures. Gazing at the fiery figure before me, surrounded by the assailants clad in black, we exchanged glances, and for a moment, hesitation gripped us both. What are you dawdling for? Charge! The leader of the black-clad assailants bellowed in fury, brandishing his sword as he advanced towards Yue Chen Gong. With a swift motion, Yue Chen raised his right hand, pivoted, and stepped forward, sweeping his left hand horizontally. The two movements of Tai Chi flowed from him like lightning. The leader, dismayed, realized that not only had Yue Chen evaded his strike, but his left fist had also landed a crushing blow to the leader's chest. That a flash of fire erupted. The leader stumbled back 3 paces before regaining his balance. The flames enveloping Yue Chen's fist had left the black-clad leader's right chest charred, the scent of seared flesh wafting through the air. In a fit of rage, the leader observed Yue Chen darting between them like a nimble fish, occasionally hurling scrolls at his comrades. The alley became a chaotic scene, filled with fireballs, water orbs, wind blades, and falling stones, creating a tumultuous atmosphere. The nearly 30-member squad failed to inflict any harm on Yue Chen, instead thrown into disarray by his onslaught. Witnessing his subordinates drenched, scorched, and one struck by falling debris, the leader's fury escalated. Damn it! All of you attack. If we don't take down this brat, none of you will live. He roared, his body radiating a blinding yellow light as he swung his massive sword towards Yue Chen. Yue Chen, evading continuously, was not retaliating with the 8-sided lantern technique. He sorrowfully realized that nearly 20 black-clad fighters, upon their leader's furious command, were enveloped in various colors of light. It was over. A heavy despair settled in Yue Chen's heart. They had not revealed their true strength until now. To his astonishment, all of these individuals were at least 4-star mages, with the leader boasting a minimum of 5 stars. At that moment, the low-tier magical scrolls in his possession were rendered useless. Who bore such deep-seated enmity against him to dispatch so many skilled fighters to target a mere 1-star mage? Faced with the oncoming array of shimmering blades, Yue Chen found himself powerless to evade. Though the Tai Chi body technique was extraordinarily profound, it was not infallible. He closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable assault. Yinling, it's up to you now. Yue Chen placed all his hope on the Tai Chi seal. Perhaps its defensive capabilities could withstand this onslaught. Just then, A panicked shout broke through. "Kid, get down!" Upon hearing this, Yue Chen's face lit up with surprise. Sant had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he ducked down, disregarding the sword poised to strike him. Chapter 72. The Imperial Guard. Since witnessing Sant's prowess in action, Yue Chen had developed an unwavering trust in him. As Yue Chen crouched, a verdant bell-shaped wind shield materialized around him in an instant. Thud, thud. The leader of the black-clad men felt as though his sword had struck a leather hide, unable to penetrate the wind shield. His expression shifted in alarm. The sudden appearance of the wind shield indicated the arrival of a powerful mage. Reacting swiftly, the leader raised his right hand, shouting, "Retreat!" Unfortunately, it was too late. Blades of wind whirled through the air. Descending upon the black-clad men, the wind blades danced like agile birds, effortlessly evading the rapid strikes of the giant sword, and viciously slicing through the black-clad fighters. In the alley, blood spattered, and severed limbs flew. Thud, thud. The leader, despite being stronger, fought while retreating, desperately swinging his massive sword to shatter two wind blades. A cunning wind blade spiraled from beneath him, slicing into his right wrist. Clang! The sword slipped from his grasp, tracing an elegant arc in the air before crashing to the ground. At that moment, the space above the alley rippled. Through the dim light, Yue Chen discerned Sant and Bruno descending from above. "Thought you could commit misdeeds and escape? Not a chance," Sant declared ominously as he landed. In the alley, the rampaging wind blades intensified, becoming swifter and sharper. As the black-clad men faced imminent annihilation, Bruno's brow furrowed. "Sant, don't kill them all. Leave one alive." Sant chuckled. "Don't worry, I'm saving one right here. By this time, the wind blades had fulfilled their purpose, aside from the leader, ensnared by wind-binding magic. The remaining black-clad fighters had been vanquished. The alley lay strewn with corpses, severed limbs scattered about, and crimson blood trickled along the grooves of the path. Yue Chen felt nauseated. Despite having lived 2 lives, he had never witnessed such a gruesome scene before. Sant approached and gently patted Yue Chen on the back. "Kid, can't handle this? Once you roam the continent, you'll encounter much more bloodshed. Practice more, and you'll get accustomed to it. Consider this a punishment for leaving without waiting for me." Bruno nodded slightly. Indeed, the continent respects strength. Sometimes, slaughter is unavoidable. Young brother Yue Chen should adapt swiftly. Even you, old fellow, share my sentiments at times, Sant remarked teasingly, as if discovering a new world. "Humph." Bruno coldly stared at the incapacitated leader. "We must prioritize the matter at hand. I am eager to know who possesses such audacity to attack, even daring to target an elder of the Magic Guild." Yue Chen pondered silently. It seemed the two harbored some discord. "Humph, humph." Sant scoffed twice, casually gesturing with his right hand. The leader, lying on the ground, floated towards him as if weightless. Sant pointed, loosening the bindings around the leader's head. "Speak. Who sent you?" Sant demanded fiercely. The leader maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes gleaming with resolve. He bit down, and a stream of black blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. "Not good. This guy is going to commit suicide," Sant cursed, realizing too late, in the blink of an eye. The leader had already drawn his final breath. Bruno felt exasperated. This fool was always so clumsy, unable to manage even a single prisoner. "Step aside." Bruno pushed Sant aside and crouched beside the leader's corpse to inspect it. To Yue Chen's surprise, Sant, usually quick-witted, remained silent, standing quietly to the side. When Bruno rose, Sant eagerly inquired, "Did you find anything?" Bruno's expression grew serious as he scanned Yue Chen and Sant. "This man is from the Imperial Guard. If I am not mistaken, the poison he used to commit suicide is a secret concoction of the palace." Sant gasped in shock, immediately pressing for details. "How can you tell?" Yue Chen, equally puzzled, watched as Bruno examined the body. Suppressing his urge to retch, the black-clad fighters bore the most common attire and weaponry in the continent, devoid of any discernible clues. After a moment of contemplation, Bruno pointed at the corpse, though they disguised themselves meticulously, leaving hardly any traces. "I have seen this individual before. Coincidentally, he came to the guild with his sister for a rank assessment the day before yesterday. I happened to encounter him, and he was dressed in the attire of the guard captain." "The palace? Why the palace?" Yue Chen muttered to himself, filled with confusion. Memories of Adolf's words resurfaced, and he felt he was on the cusp of understanding something, yet it always eluded him. "Sant, this matter is of utmost importance. I must report to the guild master immediately. I take my leave." With a sudden shift in space, Bruno teleported away. Upon confirming that the black-clad fighters hailed from the Imperial Guard, Sant's demeanor settled into calmness. Just then, The sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance. The royal city guards are coming. Avoid unnecessary trouble. We must depart quickly. Sant seized Yue Chen and soared into the sky, heading towards Oban Academy. At Oban Academy, in the students' villa, Sant, Latte, and Cockman were in a heated assembly to reprimand Yue Chen. Sant glared at Yue Chen, shouting, "You little rascal, do you realize that if I hadn't sought help from the magic tower to locate you, your life would have been forfeit?" Yue Chen remained impassive, as though he had not heard Sant's words, his gaze fixed intently on Sant. "Did you already know about my origins? You, an elder Latte, brought me to Oban to ensure my safety. Didn't you? You were aware that someone intended to harm me, which is why you personally escorted me to the Magic Guild and asked me to wait for you before returning." Under the piercing gaze of Yue Chen, filled with unshed tears, Sant found himself unable to muster the courage to lie. He nodded. "Indeed, before the upheaval in the Undead Valley, your father's people found the academy. That time, I learned of your lineage." "My father? He knows I am in Ganyan. Why hasn't he come to find me?" Yue Chen's voice cracked with anguish, evoking deep sympathy. He could no longer control himself, as if he had wholly absorbed his current identity, inheriting the emotions of this body completely. "Previously, I heard news of my mother from Adolf, and now the same echoes in my ears." Sant's eyes glistened with unshed tears. His lips trembled as he hesitated for a long while before finally uttering with great difficulty, "My boy, do not blame me. There are things I cannot divulge to you at this moment." Observing Yue Chen's anguished expression, Sant added, "Tomorrow, after you have an audience with His Majesty the King, I promise to reveal all the truths to you." Chapter 73. Taking charge of one's own affairs. Upon hearing Sant's words, Lot was taken aback and hurriedly interjected, "Sant, the esteemed principal has not instructed this. That is of no consequence." The principal did not anticipate that Yue Chen would achieve dual championships, nor did he foresee that His Majesty would summon him in person. Sant replied, shaking his head with resolute determination. Keekman nodded slowly, affirming, "Sant is correct. After Yue Chen meets the king tomorrow, the distinction between life and death will be of little consequence to him." "Tomorrow? Again with the tomorrow. Why does each of you speak of tomorrow? Adolf has said so, and now you do as well." In a fit of anger, Yue Chen flung open the door and stormed out. None noticed the flicker of panic lurking behind his furious gaze. "Let him have a moment alone," Keekman said, restraining Lot, who wished to pursue him. He turned towards the direction of the magical tower, a look of confusion crossing his face as he wondered, what could the old man possibly know about Yue Chen's affairs? Upon returning to his chamber, Yue Chen summoned the Ink Spirit directly. "Ink Spirit, what is the meaning of this? They are clearly not my parents. Yet why do I feel such intense emotion upon hearing news of them?" With a deep sigh, the Ink Spirit replied, "It is because the lingering emotions of your body as former master are affecting you, and these emotions are merging with your soul." Yue Chen was taken aback. "What should I do?" "You have two options. The first is to use your formidable soul power to eradicate these residual emotions entirely. However, this can only be accomplished once you reach the innate realm. The second is to allow your soul to fully integrate with these emotions. With this method, you will still be yourself, yet you will also become him, as you will inherit all of his sentiments, his familial love, his romantic affections, and so forth." The Ink Spirit, mimicking a small hand gesture, said, "You choose between the two." Without a moment's hesitation, Yue Chen declared, "I choose the second option. Having already usurped another's body, failing to embrace this would truly strip him of his humanity. That is the correct choice." The Ink Spirit snapped its fingers. "Your decision is indeed wise. Whether you pursue cultivation or transcendence in the future, you will require this harmonious integration. Only by completely merging with those emotions will this body truly belong to you. Otherwise, even if you forcefully erase that consciousness, you cannot escape the fate of turning to dust when facing tribulations." "How can you still leave the choice to me?" Yue Chen exclaimed in anger, shaking the Taiji seal vigorously. "Do not shake. Do not shake." The Ink Spirit protested, struggling. Its demeanor, entirely simulated, appeared comical. "This is the way of heaven. Everything is contingent upon fate. Even if I arrange everything for you, without that fate, it all may come to naught. Your own affairs should indeed be decided by you." Yue Chen was taken aback. His own affairs, decided by him. Suddenly, a light dawned upon him, granting him clarity. "Thank you, Ink Spirit," he said with utmost sincerity. The Ink Spirit feigned embarrassment and replied, "Thank you for what? I still rely on you to help me find my other half." Yue Chen smiled, genuinely delighted. In an instant, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He resolved to be himself, to do what he ought to do, and to bear the responsibilities he was meant to shoulder. Perhaps you should contemplate the matter of meeting the king tomorrow. I sense something peculiar in this, the ink's spirit cautioned, letting go of all his thoughts. Visions flashed through Yue Chen's mind. So it is. He scoffed. The one who seeks to kill me is indeed that king. Furthermore, he harbors a nefarious intention to use me to sow discord between the magical guild and the two academies of Gongyun and Aubin. And what of your mysterious father? The ink spirit added, I am truly curious about your father's identity. What manner of person is he that the king dares not act against him, yet plots so diligently against his son? Yue Chen chuckled lightly. Tomorrow will reveal all. I am most eager to see how my elder sister reacts upon learning of this matter. I in the highest tower of the magical guild. Angelina listened intently to Bruno's account. It appears our king harbors grand ambitions. He seeks to dominate both the Aubin and Gongyun academies along with our magical guild. Angelina remarked, her expression darkening. Bruno's countenance shifted. Our magical guild has always maintained a stance of neutrality, refraining from interference with the crown. Why would the king act thus? Humph. Angelina scoffed. Do you know why he seeks to kill Yue Chen? He has indeed issued a decree to summon Yue Chen to the palace tomorrow. Bruno frowned slightly, shaking his head. I am unaware. Logically, a talent like Yue Chen should be courted vigorously by the king to prevent him from joining another nation. With a heavy sigh, Angelina gazed into the distance. Because Yue Chen is the heir of the Violet family, who was purportedly slain by bandits. The Violet family has guarded Kalen for generations, becoming a symbol of protection in the hearts of the people. The name Violet holds a significance nearly rivaling that of the crown. The king, being narrow-minded, cannot abide such a phenomenon. He dares not provoke the Duke of Violet, hence he targets the heir instead. Bruno's face registered shock, leaving him speechless for a time. Chairwoman, does the king not fear the discontent of his ministers? Angelina shook her head. This king is not foolish. Very few in the imperial capital are privy to this matter. I too have only pieced this together from various clues today. Bruno, feeling powerless, shook his head. If the king cannot tolerate even the name Violet, then with the might of our magical guild, the historical detachment of Gongyun Academy from royal summons, and the pervasive influence of Aubin's students in the court, these three entities will undoubtedly become targets for his eradication. Angelina's brows furrowed in anger. I care not what sort of king he is. If he dares to harm the elders of my magical guild or my brother, I shall not let him off easily. Send word that henceforth, any request from the crown must receive unanimous consent from the elders, and no one shall offer assistance. Chairwoman, this is unwise. We lack concrete evidence to prove the king's involvement. If we act hastily, we may inadvertently place the magical guild in opposition to the crown, which would spell disaster for both the guild and Kalen. Bruno cautioned softly. Enough. Angelina waved her hand in resignation. Let us observe Yue Chen's audience with the king tomorrow. After that, everything will become clear. It may even be that our magical guild will have to take decisive action. Bruno wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering. If Gongyun, Violet, Aubin, and the magical guild become adversaries of the royal family, chaos in the empire will be imminent. That moment, Angelina suddenly slapped her hand on the table. No, Yue Chen's power is too weak, especially in terms of offense. I must devise a plan to assist him. Chapter 74. The royal audience. Angelina had realized this, and Yue Chen, too, had come to the same conclusion. Reflecting on his battle with the cloaked figure, Yue Chen furrowed his brow deeply. The power of magic below 3 stars is insufficient. Although Taiji Fist is intricate and profound, its lethality is ultimately lacking. This is easily remedied. From tomorrow onward, I shall teach you the Wudong sword. The Wudong sword encompasses the essence of all Wudong techniques. Once you master it, overcoming the strong with the weak shall not be a challenge, the ink spirit declared. Yue Chen nodded slightly. The matter of increasing his offensive power could not be resolved overnight. What he worried most was how to deal with a king who constantly sought his life. Although he had the protection of the 3 factions, Gongyun, Aubin, and the magical guild, he could not guard against hidden daggers. He could not rely on Sant and the others to protect him at all times. Could he? When Yue Chen communicated this thought to the ink spirit, it replied nonchalantly, "This is simple. I shall teach you a technique for disguise. This technique is a divine art created specifically for humanity. Out of curiosity, I recorded it long ago. Once you master this art, you can alter your appearance and form at will. No one shall recognize you, and the world will be yours to traverse. Once you reach the innate realm and cultivate the chaotic path and the supreme profound heavenly technique, there will be no rivals left in this world. A mere king shall be easily dealt with." Excellent, Yue Chen exclaimed with joy. "With this, I shall have little to worry about tomorrow." As dawn broke, The golden sun rose slowly, casting a warm light that bathed the entirety of Sarsens in a golden hue. 3 luxurious carriages adorned with exquisite floral engravings and gilded edges emerged from Aubin, racing towards the royal palace. Within the foremost carriage, Yue Chen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed in order to soon traverse the continent freely. He is diligently honing his disguise skills. Since arriving in Aubin, he has never ceased his practice of the ethereal purple energy, and heaven has not forsaken Yue Chen. Through relentless training, his ethereal purple energy has reached the late stage of qi refinement. With just one more step, he can enter the 3rd stage of marrow cleansing. The ethereal purple energy flows through his meridians, gradually immersing Yue Chen in a wondrous realm. To his delight, Yue Chen discovers that the ethereal purple energy is remarkably compatible with the art of disguise. As the ethereal purple energy transforms his body, his skills in disguise also make gratifying progress. Yue Chen senses that it will not be long before he masters the art of disguise completely. While Yue Chen remains in a tranquil state of cultivation, his companions, Sant and Kirkman, seated in the 2 carriages behind him, do not share his buoyant mood. Though the lad is somewhat mischievous, he is indeed a prodigy of my solitary cloud and a scion of the guardian house. Should that king dare to lay a hand on him, it could very well spark a significant conflict. Sant gently wipes the wand he seldom uses, murmuring to himself. Coincidentally, Kirkman is also muttering quietly, disregarding Yue Chen's status as a mentor. He has brought renown back to Aubin. This time, I must ensure his safety at all costs. The royal carriage, bearing the insignia of the monarchy, travels smoothly, and before long, they arrive at the palace. The long-awaiting court guards assist Yue Chen and his companions down from the carriage, escorting them to the king's audience hall, the Chaoyang Palace. A guard swiftly rushes to the entrance of the hall, bows, and exclaims loudly, "Your Majesty, Elder Sant of the Solitary Cloud Academy, Dean Kirkman of Aubin Academy, and Mentor Yue Chen have arrived." Sitting high upon the royal throne, King Edward discreetly scans Virgil and Lance before commanding, "Announce them." A flurry of footsteps follows as the 3 enter the grand hall. Clad in the highest military garb of the Violet Army, Virgil's gaze is fixed intently on Yue Chen. My child, how you have grown. To avoid drawing attention, he deliberately suppresses his excitement. Lance, too, maintains his watchful gaze on Yue Chen, his eyes filled with resentment. It was he who led me to trust in the demon, shattering the seal of the Holy King and plunging myself into peril. In the hall, another figure's eyes have not strayed from Yue Chen. This individual, draped in a grand red embroidered python robe, with hair of silver cascading over his shoulders, adorned with a jade crown, possesses bright, piercing eyes and an air of righteousness. Yet, the multitude of wrinkles on his face betrays his true age. The elder's gaze toward Yue Chen is a blend of surprise, bewilderment, and predominantly skepticism. Yue Chen, there are 4 individuals in the hall whose gazes toward you are rather peculiar. The voice of the imprint spirit resonates in Yue Chen's mind. Ever since the last incident where the magical guild's Tai Chi realm was uncovered by Angelina, Yue Chen has been aware that a saint-level expert could discover the Tai Chi realm's secrets. To prevent the king from uncovering the secret of the Tai Chi realm, Yue Chen has entrusted the task of observing the other's reactions to the Tai Chi imprint, an innate treasure. The Tai Chi imprint possesses numerous methods to evade detection by saint-level powerhouses. The king would be more than pleased if he were to meet an untimely end, sparing him the trouble of observing. The beady-eyed, portly figure glances at Yue Chen with malice, clearly an accomplice of the king. The elder's gaze is filled with astonishment and doubt. It is evident that Yue Chen's appearance has taken him by surprise. Yue Chen's attention lingers on Virgil. "Your subjects stand before you, humble citizens paying their respects to your majesty." Upon entering the grand hall, Yue Chen kneels in reverence, while Kirkman and Sant merely bow slightly. No need for formalities. King Edward's eyes remain fixed on Yue Chen as he inquires, "You are Yue Chen, correct?" Truly, heroes emerge in youth. To achieve 2 championships at such a young age is commendable. The emergence of such talent is indeed a blessing for our Kalen. With that, Edward casts a deep glance at Lance. Upon meeting the king's gaze, Lance immediately understands, stepping forward and stating, "Your Majesty speaks wisely. I have also heard that Mentor Yue Chen not only serves as a mentor at Aubin Academy, but is also an honorary elder of the Magical Guild. He is recognized across the continent as a master of scrolls." A collective gasp fills the hall, as many are aware of Yue Chen's dual championship titles, yet not all are familiar with the rest. The stunning revelation leaves them astonished. Virgil's heart races, his brows furrowed. It is clear that Lance is performing a duet with Edward. What could be their intention? Kirkman and Sant exchange glances, each reading confusion in the other's eyes, initially worried that the king might seize the opportunity to deal with Yue Chen. They now realize that is not the case at all. Yue Chen remains silent, merely observing the expressions of those in the hall through the Tai Chi imprint. King Edward's authoritative gaze sweeps across the assembly. What do you propose I bestow upon such a rare talent? Lance again offers his counsel. Your Majesty, I dare suggest that a generous reward would stabilize the honorable heart of Yue Chen. Only then will he consider settling in our Kalan Empire. Serving the Empire. Indeed, Lance speaks wisely. Edward nods slightly, then waves his right hand, declaring, I hereby confer upon Yue Chen the title of a first-rank Viscount. Inheritable. I grant the city of Crescent Moon as the fief for Viscount Yue Chen, with a domain of 100 miles surrounding it. Chapter 75. The surname of Roland. Kirkman and Sant are taken aback, and Yue Chen is equally astonished. What scheme is this king concocting? Virgil's brow furrows, his expression shifting unpredictably. The white-haired elder detects the alarm in Virgil's eyes and seems to grasp something significant. His gaze toward Yue Chen grows increasingly fervent. The ministers in the court are equally taken aback. A first-rank Viscount represents the highest rank among Viscounts, and with just one more step, one can ascend to the rank of Count. The notion of a city plus 100 miles of territory leaves the ministers utterly flabbergasted. The privilege of 100-mile territory is typically reserved for dukes, and Yue Chen is assuredly the first to receive such an honor. A few who are well-informed glance at Yue Chen, then at their exalted king, their faces reflecting deep contemplation, pondering the implications. Lance, too, is bewildered. The king's reward is exceedingly generous, entirely beyond his expectations. Your Majesty, this is utterly unacceptable. Lance hastily interjects. Edward raises his right hand slightly and inquires, Lance, do you have any objections? Your Majesty, Viscount Yue Chen is merely 14 years old and was previously a commoner. Bestowing upon him a title of Viscount or land is not in accordance with propriety. The Kalan Empire has never set such a precedent since its founding, Lance asserts. That is of no consequence. Edward shakes his head. The absence of such a precedent is merely because Kalan has never produced a magical talent like Yue Chen. Furthermore, has the Magical Guild not seen a 14-year-old elder until now? Your Majesty, Lance wishes to express. I have made my decision. Bring forth the decree. With a wave of Edward's hand, the matter of bestowing honors upon Yue Chen is settled. At this moment, Edward adds, however, Lance's words do hold merit. Thus, the territory shall be established under the name of Yue Chen, but will be managed by the Empire until Yue Chen reaches the age of 18. At which point it will be formally transferred. Lance's eyes dart, instantly realizing Edward's cunning plan. He smirks and proclaims, Your Majesty is indeed wise. Turning to Yue Chen, he urges, Viscount Yue Chen, do not forget to express your gratitude for the decree. Thank you for your Majesty's generous favor. As Yue Chen bows, the voice of the imprint spirit echoes in his mind. This fellow must not be at ease. Yue Chen, it is said that you suffered from amnesia in your youth and were taken in by the great sorcerer Nai in Leba City. Who taught you magic? Is that true? Edward queries. Standing beside him, Kirkman and the others feel a chill run down their spines. They have finally reached the crux of the matter. Yue Chen bends forward, bowing respectfully, his demeanor betraying no hint of panic. Your Majesty is benevolent and discerning. At the age of 10, I was taken in by Master Nai on the streets of Leba City. To this day, I remain unaware of my origins, not even knowing who I truly am. My participation in the competition was an endeavor to make a name for myself, in hopes that my parents might hear of me and come seeking. How unfortunate that Viscount Yue Chen's background is so tragic. Bring forth the decree. I wish to express my gratitude to the great sorcerer Nai for taking in Viscount Yue Chen, preserving such talent for our Kalan. Edward's face is filled with feigned sorrow, yet his eyes dart toward Virgil, malicious thoughts brewing within. Seeing your own son before you, yet unable to acknowledge him, must surely be a torment for you. Humph, this is the price you pay for being born into the Violet family. Contrary to Edward's expectations, Virgil remains composed, a faint sadness in his eyes, akin to an outsider hearing of Yue Chen's tragic past for the first time. Virgil feels as though his heart is being sliced by a blade. Each word from Yue Chen strikes deep, yet he dares not show his turmoil. Humph. Let us see how long you can maintain your composure. Edward smirks inwardly, yet feigns a benevolent expression as he declares, the competition has now concluded for several days, yet we have yet to see your loved ones arrive. Perhaps they have long since departed this world. Very well, today I shall take the liberty of granting you a surname, Roland. From now on, The territory of Crescent Moon and its surrounding 100 miles shall belong to your Roland family for generations. Virgil's expression finally shifted. He comprehended Edward's intent at last. Edward aimed to sever any possibility of Yue Chen returning to the Violet family. Yue Chen, likewise, found himself in a state of indecision. Should he accept? His surname would become Roland, and he would never have the opportunity to alter it thereafter. This signified that he would be unable to return to his ancestral clan, even if his father were to appear and recognize him. For once he relinquished the Roland name, it would equate to treason against the crown. According to imperial law, treason is punishable by death. He cast a pleading glance towards Kirkman and Sant, who both nodded gently, their eyes brimming with unshed tears and helplessness. Once more, Yue Chen's gaze fell upon Virgil and the elderly gentleman in splendid attire, both of whom wore expressions of anguish and nodded slightly. Yue Chen became increasingly convinced that these two were familiar with him and shared a profound bond. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing a surname upon me." Yue Chen, in resignation, performed a bow of gratitude. "Aha, splendid. Henceforth, I have gained a capable minister, Yue Chen, Viscount Roland," Edward bellowed, his laughter bordering on madness. The courtiers exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom why their usually composed king was behaving so irrationally. Only Kirkman and his companions sighed softly. "Perhaps this is for the best. I merely wish for him to have a stable life. Now that he possesses a title, land, and the backing of the Magic Guild, I have nothing left to worry about." Virgil mused, his heart gradually settling. Observing Edward's uncharacteristic outburst, a voice chimed in, "Your Majesty." It was Lance, offering a reminder. At that moment, a fireball the size of an egg shot forth from the right corner of the hall, aimed directly at Edward. What the? An assassination attempt. This should be entertaining, Yue Chen thought, amused by the audacity of someone daring to attack the king in broad daylight, especially with such an innocuous little fireball. Such a perpetrator must be an exceptional fool. However, no chaos ensued within the hall. The courtiers didn't even bat an eyelash, as if they had long grown accustomed to such antics, observing their expressions. Yue Chen's countenance grew peculiar. Edward raised his left hand, giving a gentle flick, and the minuscule fireball vanished without a trace. Surprisingly, Edward did not display anger, but rather a look of affectionate reproach, saying, "Betty, how many times have I told you? The Chiang Palace is where your father holds court. You cannot misbehave here." "But father, you promised me, yet you refused to speak of it," came the defiant voice of a willful young girl. At that moment, Yue Chen spotted a familiar figure emerging from the corner of the hall, with long golden hair, fair and delicate skin, and a pair of lively, azure eyes that sparkled with mischief. It was none other than Princess Betty, the same girl who had caused him so much trouble previously. Chapter 76. The Truth Unveiled. Betty pointed her jade finger at Yue Chen, pleadingly saying, "Father, I don't care that I want him to teach me how to draw scrolls." The gazes of the courtiers turned in unison towards Yue Chen, filled with astonishment, envy, and a hint of schadenfreude. Yue Chen's heart sank in despair. This headstrong princess was not jesting. She was indeed serious. Edward, known for his cunning and ruthlessness, had a strategy for dealing with all kinds of individuals, except for his own daughter. "Betty, do not act foolishly. Viscount Yue Chen is still young. He is a student of the Solitary Cloud Academy and has no time to teach you that if you wish to learn scroll drawing. I will summon Master Fairly tomorrow to instruct you personally." "Is that acceptable?" Edward replied, exasperated. While Edward praised Yue Chen and offered rewards, he fundamentally did not recognize Yue Chen's prowess and preferred that Betty not become too entangled with him. "I don't care. I want him to teach me," Betty retorted obstinately, beginning to extol Yue Chen's virtues. "Father, you don't know this fellow's technique for drawing scrolls is extraordinary, unlike anyone else's." Even the teacher praised him. "Nonsense," Edward shouted in fury. "Someone, take the princess away." Betty, undeterred by his harsh tone, became emboldened. "Father, you are wicked, and you do not keep your promises." As guards approached to seize her, she quickly broke free, pointing at them defiantly. "Dare you? If you catch me this time, I will make your lives miserable until you are expelled from the palace." With that, Betty plopped down on the ground and began to wail. The palace guards halted in their tracks, hesitant to act. They understood that this princess was not an ordinary child. She was known to follow through on her threats. The number of guards she had driven out of the palace was certainly in the double digits. Yue Chen gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. This Betty was truly formidable if she were to accompany him in learning scroll drawing. He dared not ponder further, an eye in the hall. The other courtiers watched with detached amusement as the king grappled with his predicament. Clearly, This was not their first encounter with such a spectacle. Seeing Betty cry out, Edward was at a loss. Betty, please get up. Allow your father to think that I don't care. I want him to teach me. Betty cried even louder upon hearing Edward's softened tone. Edward, resigned, looked at Betty and sighed. Proclaim my decree. Bestow upon Viscount Yue Chen the title of court magician, tasked with instructing Princess Betty in scroll drawing. My precious darling, will this suffice? A peal of laughter, like the sound of silver bells, rang out as Betty nimbly sprang to her feet, swiftly kissing Edward on the cheek, exclaiming, I knew father would agree. You love me the most. Tears and snot smeared across Edward's face. Very well, go out and play, Edward said, wiping his cheek as he spoke. Before departing, Betty made a face at Yue Chen and threatened. Humph, I told you, you can't escape. Yue Chen's mouth fell agape. He even began to suspect that Betty, like him, had traversed through time. Her ability to change expressions was certainly comparable to the famed Sichuan face-changing skill. Once Betty departed, Yue Chen felt as if a piece of him had left as well. His thoughts were not drawn away by her charm, but rather by the consideration of how to handle this headstrong princess in the future. Wandering aimlessly until the morning court session concluded, Yue Chen hurried back to the villa, eager for the moment of revelation. Elder Sant, please tell me, who is my father? Yue Chen inquired, his expression filled with excitement. Sant sighed deeply and slowly replied, Yue Chen, in truth, you have already met your father today. Images of the elderly man and the middle-aged warrior who had cast caring glances at him in the hall surfaced in Yue Chen's mind. Seeing Yue Chen's inquiring gaze, Sant nodded and said, that warrior is your father, the legendary guardian of the empire, Duke of the Violet family, Virgil X. Duke of the Violet family? My father is the illustrious Duke of the Violet family? Tears welled in Yue Chen's eyes as he recalled the pained expression his father had worn when he accepted the king's bestowed surname. His heart felt as though it were being cleaved in two. Overwhelmed by sorrow, why does the royal family treat us so? The Violet family has guarded Kalen for generations, yet they seek to bring about our downfall. Yue Chen lamented. Sigh. Sant sighed heavily before continuing. It is because the name of the Violet family is too powerful. The banner of the Violet family both intimidates Kalen's enemies and threatens the royal authority. Having reached this conclusion, Yue Chen understood all too well. He had witnessed the power struggles of royalty far too many times in the world of television. The king aimed to eradicate the Violet family but feared that extreme measures would incite public outrage. Thus, he targeted the heir of the Violet family. Without an heir, the Violet family would inevitably fade into obscurity. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Yue Chen was fortunate, having escaped death on multiple occasions. Now, with the protection of the Solitary Cloud Academy and the Oban family. Coupled with the Magic Guild's attention, Edward realized that eliminating Yue Chen would be a formidable challenge. This time, he employed a clever strategy, openly bestowing honors upon Yue Chen while covertly seeking to sever his ties to the Violet family, thereby extinguishing any chance of his return. Upon grasping this, Yue Chen's heart ignited with fury. The king's actions were undeniably malicious. That I need strength. I must acquire power, Yue Chen fervently thought. Only by amassing sufficient strength could he alter this fate. Avenge his mother and reunite his family. And who is that elder? What is his identity? Yue Chen recalled the man who had expressed concern for him. Sant replied, he is your maternal grandfather, Warren X, the current chancellor of the Kalen Empire. Your mother is Eileen X, his eldest daughter, maternal grandfather. Tears shimmered in Yue Chen's eyes as he struggled to find words. Noticing Yue Chen's silence and sorrowful demeanor, Sant felt a pang of concern. He gently remarked, Yue Chen, that is all there is to it. What are your plans moving forward? What plans? Yue Chen's expression shifted. I intend to venture forth and undergo trials. Only by mastering sufficient strength and reaching the pinnacle of the world will I earn the right to speak and bring about change. Yue Chen declared, voicing his lofty ambitions. Nonsense. Yue Chen's grand ambitions failed to earn the admiration of Sant, instead attracting reproach. Young man, though the king has bestowed upon you titles and lands, his desire to see you eliminated has not waned for a moment. Grateful, Yue Chen cast a glance at Sant and smiled. I understand your concerns. I can assure you that in just 1 month, if I wish to conceal my identity, not a single soul will be able to trace my whereabouts. Chapter 77. Truly extraordinary. The following morning, Sant delivered a letter. It was sent by a messenger from the Duke. Trembling, Yue Chen opened the envelope. The letter read, My son Yue Chen, I have failed to fulfill my duties as a father, allowing you to fall into such dire straits. The letter merely conveys some grievances from Virgil and expresses his apologies to you. He is pleased with your elevation to the rank of Viscount and the lands you have acquired. However, in order to protect you from the king's malice, I cannot meet with you at this time. Upon finishing the letter, Yue Chen's desire for external experience intensified. He immediately requested Sant to allow him a month of seclusion. That month passed swiftly. During this time, Yue Chen remained indoors, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the cultivation of the Wudong sword and the art of disguise. His efforts bore fruit. Yue Chen's skills in disguise solidified to an advanced level, while his mastery of the Wudong sword and Tai Chi reached an astonishing early stage of integration. Dressed in the warrior attire he had meticulously prepared, he slung the Wudong sword, crafted to his specifications by Sant's contacts, across his back. Channeling the vital energy from his dantian, he activated the root of his disguise technique. An extraordinary scene unfolded. Yue Chen's stature gradually elevated, and the muscles of his face began to subtly shift. In the villa's parlor, Sant and others were engaged in conversation. Elder Sant, what do you think Yue Chen will look like when he descends? Is it truly so miraculous that no one will recognize him? Zeiss asked, his voice buzzing with curiosity. We shall know when he emerges. I cannot fathom what this lad is concocting. He not only procured warrior attire, but also had me source that peculiar sword. To my eyes, it hardly seems capable of causing harm, Sant pondered, equally perplexed. Indeed, speaking of swords, Zeiss perked up, raising the massive sword in his hands. At least a sword should resemble this one. That sword looks so slender. It would snap after a few strikes. Utter nonsense, Sant retorted sharply, delivering a light smack to Zeiss's head, causing him to grimace and prompting a fit of laughter from Lily and Catherine nearby. That sword was crafted by a master from the Dwarven clan, using only the finest materials. It is not as fragile as you suggest, Sant asserted vehemently. Zeiss rubbed his forehead, about to retort, when he suddenly froze. Gaping at the staircase, stammering, he exclaimed, "When did you come in?" The group turned to the stairs. A young man with shoulder-length hair, striking brows, and a spirited visage stood there. He appeared to be around 18 years old. Clad in warrior garb, with a long sword slung over his shoulder, exuding an air of vitality. "Who are you? When did you arrive?" Lot demanded, his expression darkening, astonished that a living person had entered the villa unnoticed. His embarrassment was palpable. The young man smiled without responding, gradually approaching the group. Lot's anger flared. This lad was insufferable. He clenched his right fist, preparing to strike. Sant's gaze was fixed on the young man's attire and the long sword he bore. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. "Wait a moment," he interjected urgently, then turned to the youth with uncertainty in his voice. "Are you the scoundrel Yue Chen?" "What?" Lot's eyes widened as he stared at Sant, bewildered by his friend's apparent madness. How could Yue Chen resemble this young man in any way? Zeiss and the others mirrored Lot's astonishment, questioning how this youth bore any resemblance to Yue Chen. Only Jordy scrutinized the young man's clothing and sword, familiar elements he had retrieved from outside. "Are you truly Yue Chen, my junior?" Jordy asked, still uncertain. The young man smiled and nodded. "What do you think?" "My disguise technique is quite impressive, isn't it? You really are that scoundrel Yue Chen." Sant still found it hard to believe. Yue Chen chuckled. "Come now, old man, you needn't keep calling me scoundrel. And you, Jordy, don't you recognize the clothing and sword you provided me? By the heavens, it truly is that lad," Lot said in disbelief, recognizing Yue Chen's tone. "Extraordinary. Not only has his appearance changed, but even his voice," Zeiss exclaimed excitedly. Smack. Another light thump landed on Zeiss's head. "Elder Sant, why do you keep hitting me?" Zeiss complained, looking dejected. Sant shot him a look of disappointment. "I struck you for your lack of discernment. Altering one's voice is trivial. What is remarkable is that Yue Chen has not only transformed his visage, but also his height. And even the magical aura surrounding him has entirely vanished. Now, that is truly miraculous." Lily stared at Yue Chen, her mouth agape in disbelief, while Catherine regarded him with a newfound, curious glimmer in her icy gaze. "Elder Sant, you have nothing to worry about now." Yue Chen smiled. Sant nodded in agreement. Indeed, I wonder where you learned such peculiar skills." He then shifted the conversation. "However, this alone is insufficient. Venturing out requires true strength. You are garbed as a warrior now. Magic should not be used lightly. Furthermore, with that sword, I must test your martial skills." "Excellent. Allow me to duel with Yue Chen," Zeiss exclaimed, eager for the opportunity to test Yue Chen's prowess after being thwarted by him previously. Smack. Another light thump landed on Zeiss's head. "Scoundrel, if not you, who else should face him? Aside from me and Lot, you are the only warrior here," Sant said, brushing off the dust from his hands. "Yue Chen, do not blame me for speaking harshly. If you cannot defeat Zeiss in this martial contest, then your plans for external training are entirely off the table. Yue Chen inwardly cursed Sant multiple times. Now understanding that Sant had no intention of allowing him to venture out, Zeiss had already reached 4 stars, by conventional standards, given Yue Chen's primary focus on magic and his limited time training in martial arts. He was hardly a match for Zeiss. Sant regarded Yue Chen with a smug expression, secretly reveling in his superiority. Young man, you cannot hope to compete with me. Stay in the academy and hone your skills. Yue Chen watched it all with keen eyes, internally smirking. Humph. Just because you think 4 stars means I cannot handle it, I could exhaust Zeiss using merely the Tai Chi method in the arena of the Oban Academy Villa. Yue Chen stood opposite Zeiss. With his right hand grasping the sword, he bowed slightly, saying, Ling Feng, I look forward to your guidance. Zeiss, momentarily stunned, soon realized the spectators around them, and understood that Yue Chen had indeed begun his disguise. Adopting the name Ling Feng, returning the gesture, Zeiss replied, Zeiss, I look forward to your guidance as well. Chapter 78. Wudong Sword. Sant watched Yue Chen with a mixture of doubt and anticipation, sensing that this time Yue Chen would surprise him once more. Lot tugged at the contemplative Sant. I always feel this lad possesses formidable martial skills. Is it not strange? In the arena, Zeiss swung his oversized sword, resembling a radiant wheel as he charged at Yue Chen. Unfazed, Yue Chen leapt into action, employing the Tai Chi footwork and instantly unfolding the essence of Tai Chi. How fast, Zeiss thought, caught off guard as Yue Chen swiftly appeared at his side, with a flash. Yue Chen darted to Zeiss's right, lifting his sword to strike at Zeiss's back. Zeiss reacted instantly, pivoting his body while raising his sword to counter. A dull thud echoed as they both retreated 2 steps. The exchange was evenly matched. Sant winced, feeling a twinge of irritation, cursing inwardly. This scoundrel is truly cunning. I knew he practiced martial arts, but I never expected him to possess such formidable skill. What other secrets is he hiding from me? Reacting quickly, Yue Chen drew his sword again, wielding it with grace as he launched another attack on Zeiss. The clang of steel rang out as they engaged in fierce combat. Those eyes wielded his massive sword with speed. It was riddled with openings against Yue Chen, who was immersed in the Tai Chi essence. With his agility from the Tai Chi footwork, Yue Chen moved like lightning, while Zeiss struggled to keep pace. Meanwhile, Yue Chen's blade found opportunities to strike. Zeiss found himself vexed. It was as if Yue Chen had divine assistance. Each time he brandished his sword, it would miraculously pierce through his heavy sword defense. Striking at his body, as soon as his heavy sword met its counterpart, Yue Chen would swiftly retreat once more. Shixi, increasingly frustrated, felt as though a torrent of anger surged within him, yet he found no outlet for it. Latte fixed his gaze intently on the fierce battle between Yue Chen and Shixi. The more they fought, the more exhilarated he became. This young man's agility was truly marvelous, Latte exclaimed. What baffled him was that from observing Yue Chen's movements, he had begun to glean some insights himself, which he found utterly astonishing. The martial techniques employed by a novice could evoke such realizations in a 9-star great swordsman at this moment. Shixi, having made little headway, grew impatient. After a sudden assault, he quickly withdrew, cautioning loudly as he raised his great sword hide. A pale yellow radiance enveloped him, gradually converging towards the sword in his raised hands in tandem with his booming voice. Rock-splitting slash, a golden, crescent-shaped sword aura, measuring a full yard in length, shot forth towards Yue Chen. The arena was filled with flying stone fragments, and wherever the crescent sword aura passed, deep cracks marred the solid stone floor. Oh, this lad has actually managed to unleash his fighting spirit. Latte remarked in astonishment. That it was no wonder he was surprised. For most warriors, externalizing one's fighting spirit was only achievable upon reaching the 6th star in swordsmanship. Good heavens, he has unleashed his fighting spirit. Among the spectators, some recognized the significance of this feat. Shixi, however, was acutely aware of his own limitations. After executing his strongest technique, the rock-splitting slash, he found himself utterly drained of fighting spirit and strength. Should Yue Chen successfully defend against this strike, defeat would inevitably be his. Fighting spirit. Yue Chen's eyes narrowed. His curiosity regarding the fighting spirit in this world had always lingered. He decided to test its power as he spun his sword in his right hand. 1 circle, then 2, until he completed the 9th. Only then did Yue Chen cease his movements. At that moment, the golden crescent sword aura had approached him. Some among the onlookers, unable to bear the thought of Yue Chen's demise, shut their eyes tightly. Dodge, Ling Feng, Latte shouted loudly. Throughout the battle, Yue Chen had relied solely on his speed to prevail, revealing not a trace of fighting spirit. Latte found himself increasingly worried for him. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. Rather than evade, Yue Chen advanced with his sword raised. With a mighty roar, he proclaimed, 9-1. He drew his sword in a massive arc toward the crescent sword aura. In a moment of wonder, as Yue Chen completed his sword circle, the crescent sword aura seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, halting in its tracks. With a swift thrust of his sword, the crescent aura was inexplicably divided into 9 segments. Once more, Yue Chen wielded his sword, drawing another circle, and the 9 segments coalesced back into one. However, this newly formed crescent sword aura no longer posed a threat to Yue Chen. Instead, at his command, it shot towards a massive boulder at the side of the arena. Shishi stood dumbfounded, watching the unfolding spectacle. Is it truly possible to counter the rock-splitting slash in such a manner? His eyes brimmed with disbelief. A cold blade pressed against Shishi's neck brought him back to reality. I concede, he uttered, his spirit utterly deflated. Had he lost to Yue Chen's magical prowess, it might have been bearable. After all, Yue Chen was a prodigious talent in magic and an esteemed elder of the Magic Guild. But to be bested in martial skill was a bitter pill to swallow. Had he ever witnessed Yue Chen practicing martial techniques? Shishi silently questioned. Unfortunately, the answer was no. His confidence had taken a severe blow, and his demeanor grew increasingly despondent. Sante gazed at Yue Chen in astonishment, inwardly berating, this lad. Once I return, I must compel him to divulge how many more secrets he harbors. Latte's eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured to himself. Incredible! What kind of martial technique is this? Where did he learn it? Admit defeat, Yue Chen said, offering a respectful bow. Observing Shishi's dejection, Yue Chen felt a twinge of remorse. Clearly, he needed to devise a way to assist Shishi. After the duel concluded, Yue Chen dragged the dispirited Shishi towards the villa, leaving the stunned onlookers in his wake. Who is that person? He defeated the rock-splitting slash without even utilizing fighting spirit. That fellow seems to be called Lingfeng. I wonder if he is a new student from the Cloud Academy. What kind of institution is the Cloud Academy? How is it producing such extraordinary individuals? First, there was that Yue Chen mentor, and now another who can externalize fighting spirit. The most outrageous is this Lingfeng, who managed to withstand a fighting spirit sword strike. Indeed, were we not told that our Auburn Academy is the finest in the Karandi Empire? Why does it feel like the Cloud Academy surpasses us? If Corkman were to overhear the students' musings, he would undoubtedly be enraged. Early the following morning, Yue Chen knocked on Shishi's door. Shishi, do you wish to enhance your strength rapidly? As soon as they met, Yue Chen directly posed the enticing question. Upon hearing this, Shishi's eyes lit up. Yes. Do you have a way? Having witnessed Yue Chen's myriad astonishing techniques, Shishi had developed an almost numbing trust in him. There is indeed a method. However, you must accompany me on an outing, for we require certain materials to bolster your strength, Yue Chen said with an enigmatic expression. Chapter 79. Alexander after Yue Chen's victory over Shishi. Sante had no further objections. The decision for Yue Chen to embark on an adventure was thus finalized. Yet, Yue Chen's joy did not end there. That very night, Yinling delivered exhilarating news that sent him into a frenzy of delight. Yue Chen, I have a way to expedite your strength enhancement, Yinling declared. Overjoyed, Yue Chen felt a twinge of curiosity. What method? Why did you not mention this before? The reason I did not disclose it earlier was that you were too impoverished to afford even 5 6th-tier magic cores. Now, however, the circumstances have changed, and since you are about to embark on your journey, it is time to impart other knowledge, Yinling replied, exuding an air of entitlement. Yue Chen nodded, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, his recent visit to the imperial capital had yielded tremendous rewards, not to mention the support he received from Auburn and the esteemed elder of the Magic Guild. He had earned a total of 400,000 gold coins just from 2 competitions, each yielding 100,000 at Corkman and Sante each gifted him another 100,000, bringing his total to a staggering 400,000 that the mystical magic bone pen and wand he acquired from the tournament were promptly gifted to Lillian and Jody. Corkman and Sante compensated him with a mystic wand and a mystic robe, respectively. Yet, these were merely trifles. The true treasure lay in what he obtained from the Magic Guild point. 4 ancient composite magic array diagrams and Adolph's magical notes were invaluable assets. Most importantly, he had acquired 46th-tier magic cores of various elements, alleviating his most pressing financial crisis. Now, not only had Yue Chen resolved his economic woes, but he also found himself with a modest surplus. Subsequently, Ling continued, "The method I speak of is alchemy." Alchemy. Yue Chen's eyes sparkled. He had heard countless legends about various elixirs in his previous life. Are you referring to those elixirs that allow one to ascend to the heavens upon consumption? Dream on. Ling mercilessly rebuffed him. With your current abilities, you should be grateful if you can concoct the most basic elixir used by cultivators. So, you do possess the methods for creating elixirs. Yue Chen's face lit up with excitement. Ling smugly replied, "Of course I have the recipes. Have you forgotten who once owned the Taiji diagram?" Yue Chen immediately understood. The legendary Taiji diagram was said to be the treasure of Laozi, who also held the title of Taishang Laojun. The elixirs crafted by Taishang Laojun were renowned throughout the three realms. Yue Chen felt as though he could see countless elixirs beckoning to him. However, crafting elixirs was no simple task, and he was uncertain whether this world contained those rare and wondrous materials. During your upcoming journey, you must diligently search for them, Ling advised, observing Yue Chen's air of confidence. Soon after, Yue Chen felt a surge of warmth in his mind as a wealth of information regarding alchemy began to flow through his consciousness. It took nearly 2 hours for him to absorb all the knowledge. However, he realized that absorption did not equate to mastery. It was akin to rote memorization, merely storing information in his mind without true understanding or comprehension. Overall, the experience was profoundly mystical. At the same time, Yue Chen understood that with his current strength, he could only utilize relatively common herbs to brew the most basic potions for physical enhancement. This would increase his physical resilience and accelerate the growth of his ethereal purple energy, allowing him to strive for an early breakthrough into the innate realm. At that moment, a thought crossed Yue Chen's mind. If this world also possessed those rare materials, surely someone must have discovered them. Saisines was the capital of the Karandi Empire, renowned for its prosperity in the azure blue continent. Perhaps such treasures could be found in Saisines marketplace. It would be a perfect opportunity to procure some medicinal materials for his fourth brother. Yue Chen recalled Gray's advice before leaving the Cloud Academy. In truth, Yue Chen harbored another intention, which was to assist Zai's. Thus, at the break of dawn, Yue Chen sought out Zai's, disguised as Ling Feng. Yue Chen, with his long sword strapped to his back, accompanied Zai's to the grandest trading venue in Sassans, the Alexander Exchange. The Alexander Exchange is under the jurisdiction of the Karavi family, which has established branches in various countries across the continent, all of which are grand in scale and dominate the premier trading locales of their respective nations. Upon gazing at the imposing edifice before him, Yue Chen felt a profound astonishment. The 6-story structure boasts an expansive area on each floor. Viewed from a distance, the tall building exhibits sharp angles and a magnificent presence. Up close, the countless carvings adorning the walls are utterly captivating, a feast for the eyes. What intrigued Yue Chen the most was that the entire building, from top to bottom, appeared to be constructed entirely of earth, seemingly devoid of any wooden materials. This trading house was erected by the Karavi family, employing hundreds of earth mages who utilized earth magic. Taking several days to complete, Zai's, equally awestruck, found himself immersed in the grandeur of the structure, unable to extricate himself from its allure. Hundreds of earth mages, Yue Chen suddenly felt enlightened, yet his heart was filled with amazement. The ability of the Karavi family to assemble such a multitude of earth mages alone attests to the immense power of their lineage. Upon entering the first floor of the exchange, Yue Chen gasped in astonishment. The area was bustling with activity, with rows of stalls neatly arranged, and in the center, a wide passageway sufficient for several adventurers to traverse simultaneously. Due to the vastness of the first floor, dozens of rows of stalls appeared orderly, with countless adventurers wandering between them in search of their desired items. The entire floor resonated with the sounds of lively chatter, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. To Yue Chen's surprise, not all the stall operators were merchants. Many were adventurers themselves. Quite astonishing, isn't it? Zai's inquired with a smile. Yue Chen nodded, taken aback by the level of prosperity displayed in this marketplace, which he had seldom encountered in his previous life. Why are there adventurers among the merchants? Yue Chen queried, puzzled. The first floor was specifically designed by the Karavi family to facilitate transactions among adventurers. The small merchants, sensing a profit, have merely taken advantage of the opportunity, Zai's explained with a chuckled dough. Yue Chen exclaimed, his admiration for the Karavi family deepening. The Karavi family, recognizing that some adventurers often worry about being shortchanged when selling precious items to shops, establish this first floor. Adventurers can set up stalls to sell their wares after paying a small fee. Zai's elucidated. What happens if an adventurer sets up a stall but fails to sell their items? Yue Chen pondered aloud. In such a case, If the adventurer wishes, they can take their items to a designated area in the exchange for appraisal, and the exchange will purchase the items based on the appraisal value, which is typically slightly below market price. Thus, many adventurers, seeking convenience, prefer to sell their acquired items directly to the exchange, Zeiss replied. Yue Chen nodded inwardly, recognizing that the head of the Karavi family must be an extraordinary individual. To devise such a strategy to capture the hearts of adventurers is no small feat. Chapter 80. Bonsai. Elixir's Zeiss did not linger on the first floor, but instead led Yue Chen directly to the second floor of the exchange. The shops on the second floor were generally more reputable, although most did not belong to the Karavi family. Establishing a shop here required approval from the family. As they walked, Zeiss introduced the various areas to Yue Chen. He discovered that the entire Karavi exchange had only 5 accessible floors. The first floor was dedicated to adventurers. The second floor catered to legitimate merchants with a degree of standing. The shops on the third floor were more substantial in scale, offering items of a higher quality than those on the lower 2 floors. The fourth floor was exclusive to the Karavi family, where items for sale were generally of the profound grade or higher. As for the fifth floor, only customers classified as VIPs could gain entry. Yue Chen listened, enraptured, filled with admiration for the founder of the Karavi family, who possessed such remarkable commercial acumen in this otherworldly realm. Yue Chen, this is the potion area specifically designated on the second floor. Zeiss pointed to a stall brimming with various bottles and jars. The stall featured not only finished potions, but also numerous potion ingredients. The legs of mud frogs, the blood of flame wolves, the tails of wind foxes, luminescent stones, and icy liquids that do not freeze, among others. A plethora of rare and exotic items lay before them. As they passed by shop after shop, Yue Chen shook his head in dismay. The materials displayed were predominantly the blood or bones of magical beasts or peculiar minerals, with hardly any medicinal herbs available. Even those that were present consisted merely of basic remedies for injuries. The precious herbs he sought, such as ginseng and lingji, were nowhere to be found. Could it be that this world lacked medicinal herbs? Unthinkable. The healing potions and the items recorded by Yinling were identical. If healing potions existed, then those herbs should certainly be present as well. Yue Chen was perplexed. What exactly are you searching for, Yue Chen? Zeiss inquired, somewhat bewildered. They had come to acquire potion materials, yet Yue Chen had not purchased a single item. Yue Chen, at a loss for words, found it difficult to articulate his needs to Zeiss. In desperation, he procured paper and pen from a merchant stall and began sketching the shapes of the herbs as described by Yinling. Fortunately, having studied a bit of sketching in his previous life, he managed to produce something resembling the herbs. These are the materials I require. Yue Chen indicated his drawings. Zeiss widened his eyes at the sketches, scratching his head as he remarked, "What kind of flowers and herbs are these? Quite beautiful." Yue Chen nearly choked in disbelief. Beautiful, he thought, turning to examine the various herbs he had drawn. Perhaps they were rather lovely. Without a doubt, Zeiss had never encountered these items before. Just then, the shopkeeper of the stall approached with an odd expression. "Young man, did you just say these items are herbs?" The shopkeeper was an elderly man with graying hair. Despite his age, his spirit remained vigorous. "Indeed, these are herbs. Have you seen them before?" Yue Chen replied, filled with hope. The old man scrutinized Yue Chen with a puzzled expression, asking again, "Are you certain these are truly herbs and not poisons?" Yue Chen, serious and resolute, nodded affirmatively, saying, "Sir, I assure you they are herbs. I learned about them from an otherworldly being, so it should not be mistaken." The old man shook his head, looking at Yue Chen with a kind expression, and said, "Young man, you've been deceived by this so-called otherworldly being. These items are all poisons, and quite deadly at that. Have you truly seen them before?" Yue Chen's heart raced with excitement. He certainly did not believe these herbs to be poisonous. Firstly, Yinling would never harm him. Secondly, he had seen ginseng, lingji, and similar herbs many times in his previous life and had never heard anyone claim they were toxic. Alas, the old man sighed, his expression revealing a hint of displeasure as he turned away, no longer addressing Yue Chen. Although puzzled as to why such precious herbs would be considered poisonous in this world, Yue Chen recognized that the old man was only acting out of concern. "Rest assured, sir, that I only wish to retrieve these items to test whether the methods described by the otherworldly being are genuine, that I will conduct experiments using magical beasts and will not attempt to use them myself," Yue Chen hurriedly assured him. Upon hearing Yue Chen's words, the old man's demeanor softened somewhat. "You youngsters are so stubborn. I have personally witnessed someone consume these items and bleed from all 7 orifices, leading to their demise. How could that be false? With that, the elder pointed behind Yue Chen, saying, "What you seek is right over there. Go and take a look." The old man turned away, no longer paying any attention to Yue Chen. When Yue Chen turned to look, he found no herbs, but rather a row of bonsai. Just as he was about to berate the old man for toying with them, a strange expression crossed his face. How could this be possible? Ling exclaimed in his mind. Yue Chen approached the bonsai, crouched down, and examined it closely. Indeed, the branches, leaves, and flowers were unmistakably ginseng. Turning to see a red plant the size of a basin resembling a grinding stone, he marveled. Lingji, how could it be this large? The more he looked, the more peculiar his expression became. The items he had painstakingly searched for were right before his eyes all along. The shock in Yue Chen's heart was overwhelming. Throughout the second floor of the trading house, each shop had similar bonsai displayed in front. Among them were lingji, ginseng, angelica, dragon fruit, and various other herbs. Heavens, what kind of world is this? The realization struck Yue Chen. None of these items were less than 1,000 years old. Ling's words left Yue Chen dumbstruck. 1,000 years. Kid, stop being amazed for now. Let's figure out a way to take a couple of these pots home. Ling's voice echoed again. Yue Chen snapped back to reality. Not bad. Since the Karavi trade can yield such quantities, it suggests that these millennia-old natural treasures are abundant in this world. However, the existence of many such items does not imply that Yue Chen currently has no need for them. Setting aside the unknown origin of these items, Yue Chen is on the verge of embarking on an adventure and has no time to search for them. But the patterns on these bonsais and paintings bear a striking resemblance. She, belatedly realizing this after a long gaze, finally made the connection. Yue Chen, both amused and exasperated, turned around to find the old man once more. "Old sir, I wish to purchase 2 bonsais for further study. Could you kindly direct me to the appropriate person?" The old man seemed still miffed at Yue Chen, not even turning his head as he replied, "These bonsais were procured by the trading house from Haifengling. If you wish to acquire them, seek the steward on the 2nd floor. Chapter 81. Harvest. Yue Chen, pulling along Shi, inquired as they finally located the steward on the 2nd floor. The steward was a middle-aged man, his body adorned with excess flesh, rendering his neck nearly invisible. "You too wish to purchase such bonsais?" The steward regarded Yue Chen and his companion with a peculiar gaze, filled with profound curiosity. He had seen all sorts of patrons at the trading house, yet never had he encountered anyone interested in bonsais. These bonsais were acquired after a serendipitous discovery revealed their ability to enhance air freshness, prompting the trading house to procure them in bulk. Rumor had it that their origin was quite distant, hailing from the Haifengling region in the Shilin province. "What purpose do you intend for them?" Upon seeing Yue Chen nod, the steward pressed further. As a businessman, it was imperative to convey essential information to clients to prevent significant or unnecessary losses. Take these bonsais, for instance. Most of them possess potent toxins. He vividly remembered a certain deranged mage who, unable to resist consuming one, met his demise in a gruesome manner. Yue Chen's brows furrowed as he remarked, "Upon our arrival at your trading house, we found the air here exceptionally pleasant." The steward's face lit up with pride as he responded, "The Alexander Trading House places great emphasis on customer needs, and the comfort of the environment is naturally a priority. A good marketplace must indeed provide a comfortable atmosphere." Witnessing the steward's exuberant demeanor, Yue Chen couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling a surge of sweat at the sheer enthusiasm radiating from this portly steward. After some inquiries, they discovered that the bonsais were indeed the source of this divine ambience. "Your trading house is remarkably resourceful. To have located such wondrous bonsais is quite an achievement. I have never seen such flora before," Yue Chen remarked, fixating on the steward's expression, deliberately feigning ignorance. Not only did Yue Chen seek these treasures, but he also yearned to uncover their origins. "From whom did you learn that these bonsais can purify the air?" the steward inquired, his eyes widening with surprise. "This is a closely guarded secret of the Alexander Trading House." Yue Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly a secret? Any mage with a modicum of awareness could discern the intricacies involved. At that moment, the steward's demeanor shifted, and he chuckled. "However, it's not an exceptionally grave secret. Transporting these items from the Haifengling Mountains to Sarsens is no trivial task, aside from our Alexander Trading House. I doubt anyone else would undertake such an endeavor." Yue Chen broke into a cold sweat. The steward's sense of confidentiality was remarkable, knowing it was a secret, yet disclosing the origin of these precious herbs. Haifengling Mountains. Yue Chen etched this phrase firmly in his mind. With a troubled expression, Yue Chen explained, "You see, the elderly are very sensitive to air quality. My master, due to his advanced age, often complains about the poor air at home. Thus, I wish to purchase 2 pots to present to him. Might you be able to assist me? Shi stood beside him, mouth agape, staring at Yue Chen in astonishment that at that moment, he was utterly in awe of his companion. He had not anticipated that this usually honest and sincere junior not only possessed exceptional talent in magic and martial arts, but could also weave such convincing fabrications. Throughout the conversation, Yue Chen had not once blinked. I see, the steward remarked, his gaze toward Yue Chen filled with approval. What a wonderful young man. In this day and age, such compassionate and respectful youth are increasingly rare. After a moment's hesitation, the steward stated, very well, I shall authorize the sale of 2 pots to you. As for which 2, you may choose. Thank you, esteemed steward, Yue Chen exclaimed joyfully, and he began to search anew with Shi on the second floor. While all were classified as herbs, the distinction between millennia and century was still vast. After a thorough search, they discovered that not all bonsais on the second floor were medicinal herbs, and the ages of these herbs were not as high as Yue Chen initially anticipated. Only a select few reached the age of 10,000 years, a small number hit the 1,000-year mark, while the majority were merely century-old herbs. Yue Chen pointed to a giant, disc-like 10,000-year-old lingji and a 5,000-year-old ginseng, saying, esteemed steward, we shall take these 2. These 2. The steward scrutinized the 10,000-year-old lingji, his expression wavering and brow knitting in concern. Seeing the steward's demeanor, Yue Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the steward held a special fondness for this particular lingji? However, the steward then uttered a statement that nearly caused Yue Chen to collapse in disbelief. This bonsai is so unsightly, it cannot even be deemed beautiful that I have long wished to dispose of it. Are you truly set on choosing it? The steward said earnestly. Unsightly? Not beautiful. Yue Chen regarded the 10,000-year-old lingji with a peculiar expression that it was indeed large like a disc, covered in wrinkles, resembling a withered tree. However, Yue Chen was primarily concerned with the potency of the herb, and its appearance was of no consequence. Thank you for your kind offer, esteemed steward. I shall take these 2, Yue Chen affirmed resolutely. Very well, then I shall take the lead. This disc-like item will be given to you free of charge, while for the other pot, I shall charge you 10 gold coins. How does that sound? The steward proposed with a smile. Upon hearing the steward's pricing, Yue Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. A 10,000-year-old lingji for free, a 5,000-year-old ginseng for merely 10 gold coins? He could hardly imagine the steward's reaction upon discovering the true value of these items. Young brother, do you believe my price is too high? Seeing Yue Chen's peculiar smile and silence, the steward inquired. Perplexed, the steward felt a twinge of displeasure. While these bonsais may not be of great use, the trading house incurred considerable shipping costs in bringing them from the Shalin province. No, esteemed steward, please do not misunderstand. I was merely contemplating what additional items my master might need. Yue Chen quickly clarified. Swiftly, he stowed the 2 herbs into his black-patterned ring, and, after promptly paying 10 gold coins, hurriedly purchased some magical potion ingredients before departing the trading house. Merely some useless poisonous herbs, with no one else vying for them. Observing Yue Chen and his companion leaving with the stealth of thieves, the steward shook his head and returned to his work. Before long, Yue Chen and his companion had exited the trading house. Gazing at the bustling street, Yue Chen felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Though he still lacked some ingredients, he believed that these 2 herbs alone would significantly enhance his strength. With this thought in mind, Yue Chen felt an eagerness bubbling within him. Yue Chen, can these items really help me increase my power? Shi still harbored some doubts. The old shopkeeper and the portly steward both claimed these items were toxic. How could they possibly enhance Yue Chen's strength? Of course. Moreover, the 2 medicinal herbs we acquired this time exceed my expectations. You need not worry, Yue Chen replied confidently, secretly amused at the thought of Shi's astonishment once he experienced the boost in power. Chapter 82. Ambushed. Make way, do not block the path. At that moment, several riders sped down the street, led by a horseman who shouted loudly, his whip cracking towards the startled pedestrians on either side. Shi's face darkened at the sight of the reckless riders. No way. Could it be that I have encountered the legendary scene of a horse blocking the road? Seeing the galloping horses approach, Yue Chen hastily pulled Shi to the side of the road. Unfortunately, trouble is a peculiar thing. The more one tries to avoid it, the more it seems to cling. As Yue Chen moved aside, a dark whip, akin to a serpent, pursued his head with relentless intent. Watch out, Shi cried out, but he was too far away, and with Yue Chen in the way, he could not reach him in time to provide aid. A smug expression adorned Corlin's face. These commoners had no business loitering on the streets. They deserved to suffer for blocking the path of the young master, as the heir of the alike family. It was nothing unusual for him to strike down a few peasants. How dare someone without even an ounce of fighting spirit attempt to swagger about with a sword on their back? Corlin was already envisioning the grim fate that awaited this pretender once his whip struck true. However, Corlin's smug grin soon froze in disbelief at a hand, not particularly robust, miraculously appeared and deftly seized the whip's end. In an instant, Corlin felt a tremendous force as he was flung aside. With a neigh, the powerful steed toppled to the ground as well. Indeed, it is quite the spectacle. Young master, exercise caution. A shadow flitted past. From the rear, a figure leapt from the horse, swiftly catching the bewildered Colin. Yue Chen slowly turned around, his gaze slightly startled, for he recognized a familiar face. Hisoka, who had been frightened to the point of wetting himself by Sante. Hisoka sat astride a magnificent black steed, his demeanor exuding profound respect for the boy who had been knocked down. This is truly bizarre. Could it be that I have once again crossed paths with the Alec family? Yue Chen keenly observed Hisoka casting venomous glances towards Colin. A moment of realization struck Yue Chen as he noted that Hisoka had altered his appearance. It was clear that Hisoka would not recognize him. With a broad smile, Yue Chen approached Hisoka warmly, exclaiming, "Isn't this the illustrious Hisoka, the Grand Sorcerer? Ever since I heard of your illustrious deeds at Oban Academy, I have longed for the opportunity to meet you. Today, my wish has finally been fulfilled." He then pointed at the ashen-faced Colin, adding, "Could this unfortunate fellow be the esteemed master of the Grand Sorcerer Hisoka? I wonder how it feels to be unseated by another." Surveying the crowd before him, Yue Chen noted that most possessed strength below 4 stars, with only one individual, the red-haired warrior who had rescued Colin, boasting a strength above 5 stars. The commotion had attracted a throng of onlookers, who relished the sight of the wealthy young master, long their oppressor, being brought low. However, concern for the youth who had stood up for them was also palpable. The common man must not contend with the officials. Rang the age-old adage. "Hisoka, do you recognize this person?" Colin's face was cold enough to freeze. The flicker of confusion crossed Hisoka's visage as he innocently shook his head. "That I do not know this individual. However, this one is certainly a warrior who stands alongside Yue Chen." Hisoka then leaned in to whisper something to Colin, whose expression darkened further. It seemed the situation was turning dire. The malice in Hisoka's eyes suggested that his words were far from benign. "Everyone, please enjoy yourselves at a leisurely pace. We must take our leave," Yue Chen declared, grasping Hisoka's arm, preparing to slip away. It wasn't fear that compelled him, but rather a desire to avoid trouble. Having only just assumed a new identity, he wished to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Escaping from this predicament would be simple for him, but it posed a challenge for Hisoka. "Stop." As anticipated, Yue Chen found himself confronted by the red-haired warrior, whose expression was one of cold severity. Unbeknownst to anyone, a distinguished elderly warrior clad in gray had stealthily entered the gathering crowd. Reluctantly, Yue Chen turned to face him, his expression still cheerful. "What is it? Does this young master wish to invite us for tea?" He quipped. "Alas, I believe it is best to postpone. My brother and I have pressing matters, but we will certainly support you another time." Thank you. Yue Chen once more attempted to push through the throng, only to be halted by Hong Wei. "You disturbed this young master's horse and think to leave so easily. Not a chance." Colin's countenance darkened with anger. Yet, Yue Chen remained undaunted. "I say, young master, you are a person of stature. How could you stoop to the level of us humble commoners? Look at your magnificent horse. It is evident you are a man of wealth. If you allow such a precious creature to be harmed without rebuking us, would it not only serve to underscore your affluence and prestige?" Colin paused, momentarily taken aback. Perhaps this insufferable individual had a point. But then, a realization struck him. Was this a bit too lenient on this fellow? With a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, he concocted a plan. Hisoka, stunned, could only watch as Yue Chen's demeanor astonished him. This was not the Yue Chen he had known. A flicker of doubt crossed Hisoka's mind. Could it be that Yue Chen's remarkable disguise art not only altered his appearance, but also his character? Among the onlookers, the gray-clad elder bore a slight smile. "I cannot simply let you go. However, if I were to release you, would that not undermine my identity as the heir of the Alec family?" Cursing inwardly, Yue Chen lamented his unfortunate connection to the Alec family. Colin relished the fleeting change in Yue Chen's expression, feeling a swell of pride. "So you recognize the name of my esteemed Alec family. Let us see if you can maintain your bravado." Colin determined to seize the moment. "Nevertheless, I see you are armed with a sword, suggesting you are a warrior. Therefore, if you can best Hong Wei in combat, we shall consider today's incident resolved. That a murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Most of the spectators were adventurers who recognized the vast disparity in strength between Yue Chen and Hong Wei. One a 5-star second-tier warrior, the other lacking any discernible aura. That it was an apparent case of bullying. The derision of the crowd did not deter Hong Wei, whose gaze remained locked on Yue Chen. He did not believe Yue Chen to be an unarmed weakling. He was convinced that if the onlookers witnessed Yue Chen unseating Colin, their opinions would swiftly change. What? I say, young master, you must think highly of me indeed. This red-haired warrior is a 5-star second-tier master. You would have me defeat him? You might as well ask me to take my own life. Yue Chen began to feign a sense of helplessness. Colin frowned slightly. The boy did make a valid point. How about this? If you can withstand 3 strikes from Hong Wei, I shall consider you the victor. Colin, am magnanimous enough to overlook today's events. As Yue Chen stood opposite Hong Wei, the crowd could hardly contain their anxiety. Aside from Hisoka, only the gray-clad elder observed Yue Chen with keen interest, muttering softly, if he can discern that the red-haired lad is a 5-star second-tier warrior, he cannot be an ordinary person. Now, dear red-haired uncle, do take it easy on me. Yue Chen made a playful face at Hong Wei. Uncle? Does that imply I am so old? Hong Wei, known as Ackland, hailed from a humble background and had vowed loyalty to Colin after receiving a great favor from him. Enough chatter. Let us commence, Hong Wei declared, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he prepared for battle. Though he contemplated sparing Yue Chen, he dared not make his intentions too obvious. Wait. Yue Chen raised a hand. May I use magic scrolls? Magic scrolls. Colin raised an eyebrow. What could a person without any aura possibly possess that is of value? Hong Wei had mastered the application of combat energy to such an extent that he did not believe a mere commoner could wield any scrolls of significance. Should you produce a scroll? You may use it as you wish. With a sly grin, Yue Chen rubbed his hands together, feigning readiness for action. Colin sensed a hint of foreboding, but quickly dismissed the thought as Hong Wei began his assault. Hong Wei lunged forward, brandishing his massive sword, sending waves of scorching heat that compelled the onlookers to step back. The gray-clad elder nodded slightly, impressed by Hong Wei's prowess. Having achieved 5-star second-tier mastery at such a young age while wielding fire-based energy with such skill. Conversely, Hisoka's expression shifted to one of genuine concern for Yue Chen's safety as he bore witness to the unfolding duel. Will he create another miracle? Was the thought that raced through his mind. Good heavens, has this lad been rendered speechless by fear? A voice gasped from the crowd. Unflinching in the face of the oncoming blade, Yue Chen remained composed, calmly retrieving a magic scroll that was a premium-grade flame shield scroll. The latest creation following his participation in the scroll competition. Though the flame shield was merely a 4-star spell, its premium quality far surpassed that of an ordinary scroll. Yue Chen mused, surely, this premium-grade flame shield can withstand the onslaught of a 5-star second-tier warrior. Let us see. If it fails, I can always employ my Tai Chi movement to escape. The crowd watched in awe as Yue Chen tore the scroll. With a brilliant flash of fire, a shield radiating waves of heat encased him. By the heavens, a flame shield scroll. Colin was momentarily taken aback. While a 4-star scroll was neither too high nor too low in rank, it still commanded a hefty price among ordinary adventurers. Who was this fellow? Colin's mind buzzed with uncertainty. Yet he remained unperturbed. A 4-star spell could scarcely fend off the attacks of a 5-star warrior, with the clash of Hong Wei's sword against the flame shield. The enchantment endured through a barrage of strikes. Ultimately, after enduring 11 powerful blows, the flame shield fulfilled its purpose, disintegrating into sparks that scattered into the air. Yue Chen sighed internally. Ultimately, a 4-star spell was just that. It had only managed to withstand 11 strikes from a 5-star warrior. If other magic users were to learn of his thoughts, they would surely berate him. After all, a standard flame shield would dissipate after absorbing 3 attacks. The first strike is complete, Yue Chen proclaimed with audacious laughter. Humph, Hong Wei, unleash something more formidable. Colin's fury was palpable. What a bewildering sight. When did the flame shield become so formidable? His mouth agape. Hisoka could scarcely comprehend the phenomenon unfolding before him. Could it be that the potency of magic is enhanced through the use of scrolls? Little did he know, his conjecture was indeed accurate. The elderly man in gray stroked his beard, squinting his eyes with an expression akin to that of someone witnessing something intriguing, as he observed Yue Chen. This young man, even under the looming threat of a heavy sword, displayed not a hint of panic. It was evident that he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to evade the oncoming strike. How fascinating to at that moment. Hong Wei commenced his second move, with both hands raised high. He brought down his great sword with great force. A wide, fiery red sword slash erupted from the blade, aimed directly at Yue Chen. The slash carved a deep gash into the solid stone pavement as it advanced. A glimmer of excitement flashed across the face of the gray-clad elder. A chi slash. Today's surprises are indeed plentiful. Yue Chen remained serene, disregarding the whistling onslaught of the chi slash. Unhurriedly, he produced 2 scrolls, tearing them open one after another. Ice crystal wall and flame shield. First, a translucent ice wall sprang up before him, followed by the reappearance of the previously dissipated flame shield, flickering with vibrant flames. Crack. The chi slash initially struggled to breach the ice wall before making contact with the flame shield. Unquestionably, the chi slash dissipated without effect. However, this time, the flame shield that enveloped Yue Chen did not vanish. The expressions of the onlookers shifted to one of astonishment. It was evident that this young man was no ordinary individual who had ever witnessed a commoner utilizing precious magical scrolls as if they were mere trinkets. Observing the manner in which he retrieved the scrolls, it was clear he possessed spatial accessories. And who among those with such accessories did not hold a position of high status? 4-star scrolls. Yet another 4-star scroll. Who exactly is this young man to possess such an abundance of scrolls? Corin's expression finally shifted. The gray-clad elder wore a contemplative look. As Yue Chen activated the magical scrolls, he distinctly sensed the aura emanating from them. Premium-grade scrolls, without a doubt. Yet, premium-grade scrolls are notoriously difficult to produce and exceedingly rare. Where did this young man acquire such treasures? The elderly man gazed expectantly at the 2 young men in the arena, curious about what further surprises they might unveil. This is the third move. If you wish to utilize 4-star scrolls to defend yourself, you must proceed with caution, Hong Wei cautioned, observing Corin's gloomy expression. It was clear that leniency was no longer an option. Reflecting on the might of his strongest attack, Hong Wei felt compelled to issue a warning. He had no desire to harm Yue Chen. Gripping his great sword tightly, Hong Wei's demeanor grew solemn. My, it seems the temperature has suddenly risen, noted one of the spectators, as they sensed the surrounding change. Yue Chen's expression turned grave. He noticed a multitude of fire elements swirling around Hong Wei. More precisely, an abundance of fire elements was coalescing around the great sword in his hands. What kind of technique is this? Yue Chen pondered. Curiosity ignited within him. He had never witnessed a battle skill that could harness the elemental magic of the world before. Finally, he drew the long sword from his back, the Wudong sword. Among the onlookers, the gray-clad elder's expression transformed into one of excitement. The ability to summon the elements of nature was something only a master swordsman could achieve. A prodigy, without a doubt. Flame Fury Slash. With a resounding shout, Hong Wei executed a profound and intricate slash with his great sword, forming 2 crescent-shaped arcs composed of tangible red chi that struck toward Yue Chen. Chapter 84. Who is the master? The Flame Fury Slash, a vibrant and scorching cross-shaped sword slash of fiery chi, spun toward Yue Chen. The air shimmered with heat, and the sword's aura surged forth. The overwhelming heat and relentless sword energy compelled the spectators to retreat. The once crowded streets suddenly became sparsely populated. The crowd gazed in astonishment at Hong Wei, hardly expecting this seemingly ordinary young man to wield such formidable martial skills. Concern for Yue Chen began to ripple through the onlookers. The gray-clad elder's eyes sparkled with intensity. His fists clenched tightly as he focused intently on Yue Chen's every move. Both of these young men were rare talents. Perhaps he would need to intervene to save them. Yue Chen's countenance grew serious as he swiftly retrieved 3 scrolls and tore them open. 2 ice walls and 1 flame shield materialized before him. Ah, this young man is still resorting to magical scrolls, the crowd sighed collectively. Although 4-star scrolls wield considerable power, they were insufficient to withstand the Flame Fury Slash. Just as the gray-clad elder prepared to act, he halted once more. The young man has drawn his sword. Why does its shape appear so peculiar? The elder regarded the battlefield with curiosity. The Wudong sword was unsheathed. Yue Chen, wielding the sword with his right hand, began to trace circles in front of him, each varying in size, flowing seamlessly one after another. What is this young man attempting? The gray-clad elder's brows furrowed in confusion. As the sword slash neared its target, this young man was drawing circles. Did he intend to deflect the incoming attack with these circles? Could such a technique exist in history? Despite his efforts, Landell could not recall any martial skill capable of such a feat. The sword slash drew ever closer to Yue Chen, While the speed at which he traced the circle slowed, the two ice walls crumbled effortlessly beneath the might of the approaching sword slash. As if they were mere tofu, offering no resistance, many spectators shut their eyes, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Yue Chen's impending demise. Those who kept their eyes open could only lament the fate of a brave soul who dared to defy nobility. Now on the brink of death, yet one individual remained different, Hisoka. His gaze remained fixed on Yue Chen's sword, his expression shifting dramatically. Once again, this technique. He murmured. It was this very move that had led to his previous defeat at Yue Chen's hands. Finally, the searing sword slash reached Yue Chen. Just then, Yue Chen completed the final large circle with his Wudong sword. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed through the air, and the crowd beheld an astonishing sight. The fiery sword slash halted before Yue Chen, who held the Wudong sword aloft, effortlessly blocking the fierce attack. His expression remained stoic, seemingly unfazed. How is this possible? Hongwei stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Though he had intended to show leniency toward Yue Chen, the Flame Fury Slash was undeniably his most powerful move. The energy required to execute it had nearly drained him completely. Korin was equally perturbed. This young man had managed to withstand Hongwei's Flame Fury Slash. Who on earth is he? Korin felt a sense of trepidation. He knew all too well the might of Hongwei's technique. Below 6 stars, it was nearly invincible. Yet this young man had effortlessly blocked it. The martial skill he employed must belong to a higher tier. Good heavens, anyone capable of utilizing such techniques surely possessed a formidable background. Korin began to feel a twinge of regret. The gray-clad elder Landel's eyes sparkled with intensity. Unlike the others, an 8-star warrior. He keenly observed the countless, invisible, swirling currents of energy at the tip of Yue Chen's sword. It was these currents that had intercepted the formidable flame slash. Could these whirlwinds be the result of the circles he had drawn earlier? Landel's expression shifted to one of excitement. He realized he was witnessing something extraordinary, an entirely new martial technique that had never before graced the Azure continent. Good heavens! He was witnessing the birth of a revolutionary skill. Landel's breath quickened. In truth, Yue Chen bore the weight of his own struggles. Though his expression appeared relaxed, the reality was far from it. His meridians burned with pain. Yue Chen channeled the ethereal purple energy within him, urging the whirlwinds to spin, pushing his current capabilities to their utmost limit. The old man had finally done something commendable. When crafting this sword, he had not skimped on quality. The Wudong sword stood resilient as a mountain, capable of withstanding far more than this. At that moment, the entire battlefield appeared frozen in time, taking on an oddly surreal quality. Hongwei had exhausted his chi, unable to unleash further attacks. Yue Chen, sword in hand, remained locked in a stalemate with the sword slash, immovable. As time progressed, Yue Chen's confidence grew. The whirlwinds continuously suppressed the force of his opponent's sword energy. If he could endure just a little longer, the sword slash would belong to him. Break for me, Yue Chen commanded with a firm grip on the sword technique. He swiftly traced a taiji symbol with the Wudong sword, pointing the tip skyward. Miraculously, the fiery cross-shaped sword slash hurtled back toward its original wielder. Hong Wei. As time wore on, the power of the flame slash had diminished significantly. Yet to the exhausted Hongwei, it remained a tremendous threat. What? How is this possible? Hongwei's eyes bulged in disbelief. He could not fathom how the sword slash he had unleashed was now turning back against him. Korin's face turned pale. The unfolding scene was dire for Hongwei. Should he fall, it would spell disaster for Korin's own strength. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for the future contest for the position of head of the family. Randall could no longer maintain his previous air of detachment. He stared, wide-eyed, at Yue Chen. Where did this little monster emerge from? Such astonishing martial skills. The level of this technique undoubtedly placed it among the ranks of the celestial. While Randall was astonished, he had not forgotten his original intentions. With a flash, he appeared directly in front of Hongwei, swiftly conjuring a barrier of light energy with his right hand to intercept the cross-shaped sword strike. Damn, could it be that more help has arrived? Yue Chen thought bitterly. Just when he was about to deal with his opponent, a more formidable foe appeared. At this moment, Yue Chen was utterly depleted of energy. Unable to continue the fight, Junior Hongwei expresses profound gratitude for your timely rescue, esteemed elder. Hongwei said respectfully to Randall. I am Colin, here to pay my respects to Elder Randall, Colin added. Gazing at Randall with a sycophantic expression, though he could not comprehend why this esteemed figure would intervene on his behalf, he was all too aware of Randall's status, an elder of the warrior guild. Even a person of noble rank would have to concede some respect in the presence of such an elder. Unfortunately, before Colin could receive a response from Randall, he was left dumbfounded. Randall, with a benevolent demeanor, turned to Yue Chen and inquired, "Little brother, may I ask who your revered master is?" Chapter 85. My master, Zhang Sanfeng. Colin's eyes widened in disbelief, his complexion turning pale as he fixed his gaze on Yue Chen. What did Elder Randall just say, revered sage? Could it be that this young man is a disciple of one of the 5 esteemed sages of the Empire? Colin's ears perked up, fearful of missing a single word. Yue Chen was initially taken aback. What was this all about? However, the tension that had gripped his heart began to dissipate. It was evident that the elderly figure before him was not aligned with Colin's faction. The aura of power he exuded was palpable. As sage, Yue Chen felt a hint of confusion, but then realized that the elder's reaction stemmed from his martial prowess. An idea sparked in his mind. My master is Zhang Sanfeng. May I inquire about your esteemed self? Yue Chen replied with calmness and respect. Zhang Sanfeng. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Randall's eyes as he searched his memory, but found no information about this individual. Excitement began to stir within him. The absence of knowledge regarding this person suggested that he was either newly ascended to the sage realm or perhaps a recluse devoted solely to cultivation. Indifferent to worldly affairs, if he could recruit such a person into the warrior guild, then surpassing the ever-dominant mage guild would no longer be a mere dream. My master enjoys a life of seclusion. Hence you may not have heard of his name, Yue Chen continued, observing Randall's expression and discerning his thoughts. Internally, Yue Chen mused, esteemed elder Zhang Sanfeng possesses great wisdom. I shall borrow your name for my own purpose. I assure you that your remarkable skills will shine brightly in this otherworldly realm. As for Randall, he was too preoccupied to dwell on being deceived in order to protect his own secrets. He felt compelled to engage in a bit of deception himself. This moment, Colin was entirely convinced of Yue Chen's identity as a disciple of a sage. His expression darkened, eyes flickering with uncertainty. If my family learns that I have offended a sage, they will undoubtedly revoke my candidacy for the position of patriarch. What should I do? He glanced at Hong Wei, who was gazing at Yue Chen with unbridled admiration, and a glint of determination crossed Colin's eyes. If I wish to distance myself from this situation, it seems some sacrifices must be made. Hearing Yue Chen's words, Randall felt a sense of relief. It was typical for individuals of high cultivation to possess eccentric personalities, and it was not uncommon for them to prefer seclusion. Who knows how many formidable beings remain hidden on the Azure continent? At the same time, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Indeed, the individual was a recluse. Such people generally regard fame and fortune as trifles, making it challenging to recruit them. Nevertheless, Randall maintained a welcoming smile for Yue Chen. Little brother, your martial skills are truly exceptional. Would you be interested in joining our warrior guild? I, Elder Randall, would be honored to personally introduce you. Randall had not abandoned hope. He decided to first approach Yue Chen. I have long harbored a desire to join the warrior guild, and with your esteemed introduction, it would be a tremendous opportunity, Yue Chen replied, his sentiments aligning perfectly with Randall's intentions. He had assumed the guise of a warrior and lacked an official identity. Acquiring a warrior badge through the guild would be most advantageous. Randall's heart swelled with joy as he exclaimed, that is splendid news. There is no time like the present. Let us proceed at once. This young brother shall accompany us as well. Extending his enthusiasm to Sis, who followed closely behind Yue Chen, Randall's warm demeanor was evident. Upon witnessing Yue Chen's impending departure, Colin felt a mix of anger and urgency. He was incensed that these individuals had seemingly forgotten him, yet anxious that if Yue Chen left, it would irreparably sever their ties. Wait, Colin called out, desperation lacing his voice. Yue Chen regarded Colin with an expression of amusement. In his moment of excitement, he nearly overlooked this young man. Yet, Colin's demeanor struck him as oddly peculiar. It was understandable, given that Colin had been raised in luxury and was accustomed to others flattering him. He had never before found himself in the position of humbling himself to others. The sudden shift in his demeanor was disconcerting. What is it you desire? Are you looking to challenge me to a duel? Yue Chen asked, his tone imperious and unyielding. No, brother, you misunderstand me, Colin stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. I am not worthy of being your brother. Speak your mind. What is it you wish? Yue Chen replied, feigning impatience. With a thud, Hong Wei was unceremoniously thrown at Yue Chen's feet. Today's events were all instigated by this wretched servant. To alleviate the enmity between us, I am willing to present him to you. To do with as you please. What say you? Colin looked at Yue Chen with eager anticipation, his eyes gleaming with desire. Yue Chen hesitated. He was inclined to accept Hong Wei, whose performance indicated that he was indeed a rare talent in martial arts. With potential on par with SIS.IT would be advantageous to have him by his side. However, considering their imminent departure, bringing him along would be somewhat inconvenient. Observing Hong Wei's expression of submission, Yue Chen felt a twinge of reluctance. If this opportunity were to be missed, Hong Wei might never obtain freedom again. Little brother, since Master Colin has expressed such goodwill, I shall mediate. If you accept Hong Wei, we shall consider today's incident resolved. Randall interjected at an opportune moment. Noticing Randall's encouraging glances, Yue Chen relented, saying, "Very well, I shall heed the elders' counsel." He resolved that, at worst, he could entrust Hong Wei to Sant for a time or grant him his freedom outright. Then it is settled, Colin declared, elation evident on his face. Casting a cold glare at Hong Wei, he added, "From this day forth, you belong to him and have no further ties to me." With that, he hurriedly departed, akin to a frightened dog. Upon hearing Yue Chen's agreement, Randall was filled with joy. He had previously lamented Hong Wei's attachment to Colin, but now, Hong Wei had escaped his plight and would accompany Yue Chen. A disciple of a sage, given Hong Wei's exceptional talent, under the guidance of that esteemed sage, his future accomplishments were bound to be extraordinary. Hong Wei's expression was unervingly calm, as if he had grown accustomed to being so easily cast aside. Yue Chen sighed deeply and said, "I am about to embark on a journey of training and cannot take you with me. You now have two choices. 1. I can restore your freedom, and you may depart at will. Or 2. I can arrange a place for you to wait until my return." "I will wait for your return," Hong Wei replied, his previously calm gaze now flickering with a hint of emotion. Randall silently nodded in approval. Yue Chen's willingness to grant Hong Wei freedom demonstrated his kindness, while Hong Wei's reluctance to abandon his master revealed his loyalty, despite the fact that this master had not yet fulfilled a day of service. "Little brother, should it be inconvenient for you to take this young man along, I can keep an eye on him for a while. Once you return from your training, you can retrieve him from the warrior guild." Randall offered enthusiastically. He recognized Hong Wei's talent and saw the potential to take him on as an apprentice. Chapter 86. Colin's Crisis. "Then I shall trouble you, esteemed elder." Yue Chen expressed his gratitude. Randall beamed with delight, his heart brimming with happiness. Yue Chen felt a sense of relief. Arranging for Sant to appoint someone was not difficult, but taking Hong Wei back with him could potentially expose his dual identity. Utilizing his extraordinary martial prowess, Yue Chen easily acquired a 3-star warrior badge. "Yu Lingfeng, your skills have undoubtedly reached 5-star level. Why do you still seek a 3-star warrior badge?" Sis queried, her face a mask of confusion. 3 stars. I am more than content with that," Yue Chen replied with a playful wink at Sis, adding in a hushed tone, "This is far superior to Yue Chen's 1-star mage badge." What Yue Chen said was indeed true. A 3-star warrior badge was significantly more prestigious than his 1-star mage badge. However, for Yue Chen, comparing the two was futile. Sis could only sigh in resignation that a monster is indeed a monster. This individual cannot be measured by ordinary standards, whether in martial skills or magic. Despite being merely a 1-star mage, he remains undefeated even when facing a 4-star mage. Now, his martial skills exhibit such peculiarities. How is it possible to defeat a 5-star master without any visible fighting spirit? Shixi is utterly perplexed. Secretly, he resolves to inform Elder Luod of this matter upon his return, as perhaps the elder possesses some insight. Yue Chen steals a glance at the furrowed brow of Shixi, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. That of course, a 3-star rank is indeed inferior. However, it is not that he desires a higher rank. Rather, he is simply incapable of achieving it. After all, the warrior guild is so rigid, insisting on basing ranks solely on offensive power. His victory over Hong Wei was entirely opportunistic, relying on the principle of using force against force. His own offensive power is rather limited. As Yue Chen and Shixi return to Aobun, each lost in thought, they remain unaware that a fervent discussion is underway within the warrior guild. "Randall, can you be certain that the lad's master is truly a saint?" Gawain struggles to believe, as the suddenness of this revelation leaves him both astonished and delighted. Having served as the president of the warrior guild for nearly 30 years, he has witnessed the guild languish in the shadow of the magic guild, enduring countless jibes from those insufferable mages. The reason for this predicament is quite simple. The warrior guild lacks a saint-level powerhouse. While there are indeed several saints across the continent, few are willing to join the warrior guild. Whereas the magic guild has consistently been bolstered by a saint-level presence. After enduring 30 years of humiliation, today, a potential turning point has emerged. Following his inquiry, despite having faced numerous grand spectacles, Gawain feels an undeniable tension. Indeed, Brother Lingfeng confirmed with his own lips that his master is a saint named Zhang Sanfeng. Randall's demeanor exudes unwavering certainty. Wonderful. What a fortuitous opportunity. Gawain's heart swells with joy. In truth, he has long harbored his own suspicions. During Yue Chen's participation in the warrior rank assessment, he discreetly observed all of Yue Chen's actions. The young man's extraordinary martial prowess left an indelible impression on him. How could someone capable of imparting such remarkable skills not be a saint-level powerhouse? Convey my directive. From this day forth, all local warrior guilds must closely monitor Lingfeng's safety and offer unwavering support if necessary. Upon concluding, Gawain turns, his eyes gleaming with resolve as he gazes at Randall. Randall, the task of cultivating a good relationship with Lingfeng falls to you. Rest assured, President, Randall will spare no effort. Coincidentally, within the private chamber of the Alec family patriarch, discussions regarding Yue Chen are also taking place. Colin, you've truly stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Hog paces back and forth, his brows knitted tightly, his expression dark and brooding. Father, I never intended to. Had I known that fellow had a saint for a master, I would have sought to curry favor, not lash out at him. Colin's eyes are vacant, his complexion haggard, his demeanor somewhat dazed. Hog weakly gestures, his white hair seemingly increasing in number. At this point, words are futile. Our priority must be to ensure this matter does not reach the ears of the elders. Otherwise, your candidacy for the family heir will surely be jeopardized. I understand, but there were many witnesses. How can we keep this under wraps? Colin replies despondently. The glimmer of fierce determination flickers in Hog's eyes. The opinions of those outside are trivial. With Elder Randall mediating, this affair will be resolved. My concern lies within the family. If any of them whisper to the elders, Colin breaks out in a cold sweat. If that were to happen, the elders, in an effort to avoid incurring the wrath of that saint, would likely expel him from the family. Father, you must save me. Colin clings desperately to Hog's legs, bursting into tears. At this juncture, our only option is. Hog's eyes gleam with a chilling intensity as he makes a slicing gesture with his right hand. Colin is momentarily taken aback, hesitating slightly. Yet, his resolve soon solidifies. Yes, I will follow Father's advice. However, I have just lost Hong Wei. Shi is my sole capable aid. Must he also perish? Colin expresses his reluctance that Hog's expression is one of exasperation. Those who wish to achieve greatness cannot afford to be soft-hearted. Preserving your position is paramount. Talents can be found anew. Sighing deeply, he reflects on that scoundrel from the Lag family, who fortuitously established a connection with that talented mage back in the Cloudy Cloud Academy. Recently, that mage has been making quite the impression, leaving the Lag scoundrel to bask in the limelight a while longer. Hog laments with a heavy heart. Father, I seek revenge. The thought of being overshadowed by Kelly, who had once been disregarded by the family and subjected to countless humiliations, now receiving recognition solely due to her association with that talented mage, fills Colin with resentment. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. Hog dismissively waves his hand, signaling Colin to leave. Colin understands his father's temper. At such a moment, Hog is like a prickly hedgehog, untouchable. Once Colin departs, a frenzied look appears on Hog's face. How dare they humiliate my child in such a manner? What of the saint's apprentice? As long as my actions remain concealed, how would the saint ever discover my involvement at Aobon Academy? As Yue Chen approaches the villa, an inexplicable chill envelopes him. What is this? Yue Chen muses, glancing at the villa. Could this be a celestial warning advising against returning? However, such doubts are swiftly dismissed, for two 9-star powerhouses, Sant and Luot, reside within the villa. That it would be difficult for any danger to arise. Chapter 87. A royal visit. You little rascal, change your appearance before returning. Princess Betty awaits you. San's voice booms in Yue Chen's ear. Damn it, she is here? Yue Chen's complexion pales instantly. To avoid raising suspicion, he instructs Shi to return first while he finds a secluded spot to quickly revert to his original attire. You little rascal, you finally decided to come back. As he enters the villa, Betty descends the stairs, accompanied by a well-dressed, strikingly handsome young guard. Your Highness, what brings you here? Yue Chen gazes at the petite figure resembling a mischievous sprite, feeling a headache coming on. This headstrong princess is notoriously difficult to deal with. What? Do you not wish for my presence? Am I that detestable? Betty's anger flares. What expression is that? Does she not qualify as a beauty deserving of admiration? How can he show such indifference? You scoundrel. You naughty boy. I've waited here for so long for nothing. Betty inwardly curses with all the words she knows. Cough, cough. How could that be? Your presence, your highness, is most welcome. Yue Chen is cautious, not daring to offend the princess. After all, if he were to express disinterest, who knows how she would spin the tale upon returning to her father. Humph, you're a bad egg. Betty relents slightly, a triumphant smile gracing her face. But Yue Chen quickly shifts the conversation. Your highness, as the court mage appointed by his majesty, should you not address me with a more respectful title? Betty's face reddens like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. The entourage of Catherine and others who arrive behind Betty stare at Yue Chen in disbelief. Asant's jaw drops. This young man is no ordinary figure. He dares to tease the princess herself. Had they known that during their first meeting, Yue Chen had scolded Betty to tears, their expressions would have been even more incredulous to tea that moment. A mischievous glint flashes in Betty's eyes that I came to find you specifically for this matter. You are the appointed teacher for teaching me scroll-making, are you not? So, I believe I should reside here to receive your guidance. Absolutely not. Yue Chen exclaims loudly without hesitation. Panic grips him. If this little tyrant were to stay here, his plans for external training would be in vain. Humph, I shall stay here today and not leave. What can you do about it? Betty retorts, her temper flaring. Cough, cough. Just then, Corkman enters, softly clearing his throat, having heard Betty's commotion from afar. He is well aware of the situation at hand, that a savior has arrived. Seeing Corkman, Yue Chen's face lights up with joy, urgently signaling for help. Corkman smiles, seemingly oblivious to Yue Chen's desperate gaze. Yue Chen's fury mounts. This old man. How could he leave me to fend for myself? He vows to settle the score later. Suddenly, Yue Chen's expression shifts. Yue Chen, my friend, I can assist you, but you must agree to one condition. Corkman's voice resonates in his ears. What trickery is this old man up to? Yue Chen gazed at Coco Man with a look of perplexity. That if you promise to remain at Auburn as a teacher for 1 year after your training, I shall help you persuade this little witch to leave Ikei. Eco Man's eyes sparkled with confident amusement. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Yue Chen's heart simmered with resentment. It seemed this old fellow had completely gauged my intentions. 1 year it is, then. With no other choice, Yue Chen reluctantly acquiesced. After all, he had yet to formulate a plan for life after his training, and besides, the news of him serving as a mentor at Auburn was already common knowledge. Being a teacher for a year wouldn't be a loss. Yue Chen shot a fierce glare at Coco Man and nodded firmly. You little rascal, is your neck uncomfortable? Why are you nodding for no reason? Betty's eyes were filled with confusion, bewilderment, and a hint of concern. Betty, don't be foolish, asa princess. How can you casually reside outside the palace? Coco Man spoke slowly. Grandpa Principal, you've come. It seemed Betty shared a close relationship with Coco Man. This guy is bullying me again. You must stand up for me. Grandpa Principal. Coco Man chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Betty's hair, saying, You little imp. Others may not know you, but I certainly do. It is only you who bullies others. Who would dare bully you? He asked the one bullying me. Betty pouted in defiance. All right, you've been at Auburn for quite some time now that I fear your father is growing anxious for you. Kevin, escort the princess back to the palace. Though Coco Man's tone was gentle, it carried an undeniable authority. Yue Chen looked at the elderly man with astonishment. This old chap was far from simple. No, I came here today specifically to meet the new arrival from Guyun Academy, Ling Feng. How can I leave without meeting him? Betty's face was filled with reluctance. So this little witch isn't here for me. Upon hearing Betty's words, Yue Chen felt a twinge of bitterness. He had forgotten that the so-called Ling Feng was indeed himself. Could Yue Chen confess that Ling Feng was actually he? Of course not. You speak of that fellow Ling Feng, don't you? I fear you may be disappointed. That lad is wholly consumed with his training and is likely out acquiring supplies right now. Yue Chen's fabrications grew increasingly elaborate, and his expression remained inscrutable. Betty, you should return quickly. Coco Man urged once more. As she watched Betty's grand entourage depart, Yue Chen's expression turned frosty. Who could have imagined that such an innocent girl would have a father as venomous as a viper? It was likely her father was plotting how to eliminate me, his perceived adversary. In the imperial palace of Sarsens. Have you made any progress on the matter I entrusted to you? Do not dare tell me there has been no advancement whatsoever. Edward's face darkened, his eyes glinting with menace. Your Majesty, ever since Viscount Yue Chen's audience with you, he has remained at Auburn, constantly guarded by formidable experts, leaving us with no opportunity to act. Within the hall, a young man with pronounced brows and a robust stature bowed his head respectfully as he spoke. Kevin, how long have you been by my side? Edward gradually rose, lightly brushing off the dust from his immaculate garments. and inquired with a smile, Your Majesty, I have followed you since I was 16. It has now been a decade. That Kevin's countenance shifted slightly, and he responded cautiously, based on his years of service. He understood that when Edward exhibited this demeanor, it signified the most perilous of times. 10 years. That is no short span. I imagine you have already settled down and started a family. Edward's smile grew even more congenial. Kevin's complexion turned ghostly pale, cold sweat beading on his brow. Thud. Kevin dropped to his knees, declaring, Your Majesty, I shall infiltrate Auburn tonight, but I will not return without the head of Viscount Yue Chen. Acknowledging the imminent danger, Kevin resolved to risk everything. Edward, however, chuckled and shook his head lightly. You are my most capable lieutenant. How could I bear to send you to your demise? I worry that prolonged separation from your family might cause your affections to wane. Thus, I will send someone to fetch your wife and children tomorrow, allowing you to see them frequently. Thank you, Your Majesty. Kevin bowed his head gratefully, yet a glimmer of regret flickered in his eyes. Once, he had the opportunity. Once, he had been an idealistic youth with aspirations. Regrettably, for the sake of immediate gain, he had ignored counsel and embarked on this irretrievable path. Your Majesty, I believe I have a means to eliminate Viscount Yue Chen. As Kevin spoke, a glimmer of disdain flashed in his eyes. For the sake of his family, he felt he had no choice but to continue down this path. Who might that be? Edward's eyes brightened with interest. Your Majesty, a remarkable martial talent has surfaced in the city today. This individual is quite young and has demonstrated unheard-of martial skills, defeating the Red Guard of the Alec family without employing any fighting spirit. The Red Guard? You refer to that martial prodigy who was the talk of the capital a few years back. Elaborate further. Edward's expression turned one of astonishment. He had heard of the Red Guard, who, at merely 26 years of age, had already achieved 5-star strength, ranking among the top 10 in Carillon. Edward had sought to recruit him into his elite guard, but had been preempted by a scion of the Alec family. Upon hearing Kevin's account, Edward struggled to maintain his composure. A miraculous martial technique, an unusual scroll, and a master of the sacred. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Edward's eyes. Most importantly, this individual hailed from Guyun Academy and was closely associated with that wretched offspring. Issue a decree to exhaust all means to bring this person into our fold. If I can secure their allegiance, not only will I gain the support of a sage, but I can also eliminate Yue Chen through their hand. Perhaps I can elevate them to replace Violet as another Virgil. Truly, fortune favors me. Edward erupted into maniacal laughter, oblivious to the flicker of pain that crossed Kevin's face at the mention of Violet. Kevin, from this day forth, restrict the 7th princess's access to Auburn. With Ling Feng in play, I believe Yue Chen's demise is nigh. It would be prudent for them to have minimal contact. Additionally, send someone to shadow Ling Feng. No, you shall go yourself. Seek an opportunity to befriend him and draw him to our side. Your humble servant obeys. Unbeknownst to Yue Chen, he was the target of these conspiracies. At that moment, he stood before a massive, millstone-sized immortal mushroom, earnestly deliberating how to utilize it. Gazing at the mere fingertip-sized fragment in his hand, Yue Chen wore an expression of skepticism. Ling, can such a tiny piece of mushroom truly enhance my strength? Yue Chen inwardly berated Ling 100 times over. A mushroom of such extraordinary size, yet Ling insisted he consume only this minuscule remnant. Was that not rather stingy? If you wish to avoid exploding into a million pieces, you may choose to disregard my advice. Ling's voice was as frigid as ice, laced with unwavering confidence. Very well. Yue Chen sighed in resignation. Although it was Ling who had facilitated his soul's traversal, it was also Ling who had saved his life on numerous occasions. His cultivation methods and alchemy relied heavily on Ling's assistance. Thus, Yue Chen resolved to heed Ling's counsel. He placed the small fragment of mushroom into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Quickly, circulate the ethereal purple qi to its fullest capacity. Although this piece is small, the energy it contains is not something you can easily endure. Ling urged, a note of urgency in their voice. Yue Chen focused his mind, striving to maintain a state of utmost clarity in his memory. Ling had only once displayed such urgency, and that was when the Tai Chi imprint was on the verge of shattering. Yue Chen concentrated intently, channeling the ethereal purple qi through his meridians in a grand circulation. Ling's demeanor compelled him to give his all. Boom. The moment the mushroom entered his stomach, Yue Chen felt a surge of heat rising from his abdomen. Waves of heat churned within him, battering his insides and inflicting excruciating pain. Damn, this stuff isn't. tea actually poisonous? Is it? The sensation of his insides being twisted like a knife nearly drove Yue Chen to the brink of despair. Quickly, utilize the ethereal purple chi to guide the energy towards your dantian. Refine it with the ethereal purple chi. Yinling's anxious voice echoed in Yue Chen's ears once more, with the ethereal purple chi as his guide. The heat began to flow toward his dantian, calming the tempest within his abdomen. Yue Chen felt a sense of relief. He had finally navigated the first trial. Damn it, could it be? Before long, Yue Chen realized something was amiss. The heat within him continued to swell, seemingly inexhaustible. This unnerved Yue Chen, for his dantian felt as though it were nearing its capacity, as if it were about to burst out. Am I going to explode? Resolute, Yue Chen decided to gamble everything. The relentless heat and the sensation of expansion from his dantian surged together. Yue Chen cast aside all concerns and devoted himself entirely to circulating the ethereal purple chi. The potent waves of heat coursing through him transformed the ethereal purple chi into a fiery tempest. The agony caused his complexion to pale, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Yue Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the torment, aware that if he succumbed to unconsciousness, it would spell disaster. Thus, what awaited him was certain annihilation. Time slipped by, and the scorching, ethereal violet energy coursed through Yue Chen's meridians repeatedly. Gradually, his expression transformed into one of tranquility, devoid of any signs of anguish, and instead, it bore a hint of enjoyment. Yue Chen continued to circulate the ethereal violet energy as usual. At this moment, he could no longer feel the searing heat of the energy. Rather, it felt remarkably gentle. He noticed that with each passage of the ethereal violet energy through his meridians, their strength and resilience significantly increased. The width of his meridians had expanded to more than double its previous capacity. When the heat within him finally dissipated, Yue Chen understood that his plan to enhance his strength had been successfully accomplished. The ethereal violet energy flowed smoothly throughout his body, and a look of joy appeared on his face. The ethereal violet energy had successfully propelled him beyond the realm of refining his marrow. Reaching the initial stage of spiritual refinement, even his mental prowess had mysteriously ascended to the second tier of the second star. Observing the expanded sea of consciousness, Yue Chen realized that there remained ample potential for further enhancement of his mental strength. He was overjoyed, for at this moment, he truly possessed a measure of self-preservation capability, providing him with an added advantage for the impending trials. He even harbored a sensation that he could confront the Red Guards in a direct clash without resorting to any magical scrolls. What kind of expression would Shishi have after his own strength soared? A smile graced Yue Chen's face. Chapter 89. 6-star Shishi Yinling. Thank you, Yue Chen expressed with utmost sincerity, feeling the surge of power within him. He began to contemplate if he were to consume several more spirit mushrooms. Wouldn't his strength rapidly reach the innate stage? This would allow him to resolve the crisis of his soul in one fell swoop. The Tai Chi imprint nodded in a human-like manner and said, "You should abandon that plan. After this enhancement, your meridians have sustained severe damage. They require a prolonged period of nurturing before any further breakthroughs can be made. In other words, you cannot consume any elixirs for a year. Yue Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. But what? The tone of Yinling's voice instantly piqued Yue Chen's interest. If you can procure the ingredients I need and concoct the elixir, you could utilize it to nurture your meridians. Then, you could again use the elixir to enhance your strength, Yinling explained. Sigh, won't that take a long time? Disappointment returned to Yue Chen's face. How long would it take to gather those ingredients? As for alchemy, he had no confidence whatsoever. Currently, he only possessed theoretical knowledge, with no practical experience to speak of. Isn't that a good thing? Rapidly enhancing your strength before resolving your complex mental issues is not advisable for you, Yinling stated bluntly. Yue Chen was momentarily stunned. He had been so preoccupied with his soul issues that he had momentarily forgotten about the mental strength problem awaiting resolution. If he could not address his mental issues before ascending to 7 stars, he would face the threat of mental explosion. Damn, why am I so cursed with this phenomenon of explosion? Yue Chen's face was one of utter frustration. If you wish to enhance that brat's strength, I advise against using the spirit mushroom. A single root of ginseng that is 1,000 years old will suffice. Yinling interrupted Yue Chen's thoughts. 1 root. Isn't that a bit too little? Yue Chen's expression turned troubled. Compared to the spirit mushroom the size of his fingertip, a single root of ginseng seemed woefully inadequate. Moreover, Shishi had witnessed him store a gigantic 1,000-year-old ginseng in the black-patterned ring. Now, offering him merely a root would make it difficult for him to present it convincingly. After all, he did not possess ethereal violet energy. From my estimation, A single root is sufficient for you to reach 6 stars with your fighting spirit. You can grind it into a fine powder, thus alleviating your difficulties. Sensing Yue Chen's thoughts, Ling began to strategize. Indeed. Yue Chen's eyes brightened. He began to imagine what expression Shishi would wear upon discovering that his strength had miraculously reached 6 stars. When Shishi opened the door and saw Yue Chen, who sported dark circles under his eyes, he was taken aback. What on earth did you do last night? Why do you look so exhausted? Yue Chen, without responding, tossed a small paper bag. This is the elixir I prepared for you. After saying so, he found a spot and sat down casually. One night without sleep, and it was no wonder he looked like this. Can this medicine truly enhance my strength? Shishi asked, carefully cradling the small amount of powdered medicine Yue Chen had given him, his eyes wide with skepticism. He did not doubt Yue Chen, but the entire situation seemed too fantastical. Rest assured and take it, I toiled immensely to concoct this elixir overnight. If you don't believe me, you can return it. Yue Chen extended his hand, feigning a gesture to reclaim the powder. Don't even think about it. Upon seeing Yue Chen attempt to take back the powder, Shishi immediately poured the contents of the paper bag into his mouth. Wait, Yue Chen was startled. He vividly recalled the pain and danger he had endured when consuming the spirit mushroom. He did not wish for Shishi to experience that again. Hey, you aren't actually going to take that back, are you? Shishi's tone turned slightly agitated. However, Yue Chen remained unfazed and said with a serious expression, I'm just giving you a warning. The energy produced by this powder is immense, and it will exert a powerful impact on your body. And no matter how painful it becomes, you must persevere. Use your fighting spirit to refine it. Shishi disregarded Yue Chen's words entirely. Relax, you know my body well enough. Besides, do you really think this is a miraculous elixir? With such a small amount of powder, how much energy can it produce? He lifted his head, and the powder was entirely consumed. Sigh. Watching Shishi's actions, Yue Chen could only exhale in resignation. For now, he had no choice but to keep a close watch on Shishi's condition and be prepared to intervene if necessary. Damn, this tastes awful. After swallowing the powder, Shishi grimaced and licked his lips. Suddenly, his complexion changed and a torrent of energy surged within him, flooding toward his internal organs. The pressure created by the swelling energy caused Shishi immense discomfort. Shishi, hang in there. Yue Chen clenched his fists, worried that Shishi might not be able to endure itto enhance one's strength. One must accept certain risks. Ling's voice echoed in his mind. Indeed, the heavens are fair. One must give to receive. Yue Chen wholeheartedly agreed with Ling's sentiment. This was the path Shishi had chosen for himself. Shishi's face flushed crimson, and he let out a thunderous roar that a brilliant golden light erupted from within him. And as time passed, the light intensified, filling the entire room with a golden hue. This moment, Shishi was completely obscured by the golden radiance, appearing as nothing more than a glowing orb. Time ticked by, and the golden light grew increasingly brilliant. Yue Chen distinctly sensed that Shishi's aura was becoming more formidable, enough to evoke a slight feeling of threat within him. Suddenly, Yue Chen felt a momentary pause in the atmosphere surrounding him. A tremendous, deafening roar erupted from within the glowing orb. Boom! A colossal shockwave blasted forth from the orb, scattering the items in the room. Yue Chen had to exert all his effort, employing his ethereal violet energy at the initial stage of spiritual refinement, to keep himself from being blown away. Watching the golden energy still surging from the orb, with Shishi barely discernible within, Yue Chen cursed inwardly. Damn, this brat has truly grown to this extent. Inside the villa, Sant and Lot opened their eyes simultaneously, their expressions shifting dramatically as they turned towards Shishi's room. Finally, the golden light surrounding Shishi dissipated completely, retracting into his body. That was exhilarating. Brother, do you have any more of that powder? I could use another dose, Shishi exclaimed, laughter spilling from him, thoroughly satisfied with the effects of the powder. Yue Chen smiled. Judging by the aura emanating from Shishi, his fighting spirit had indeed broken through to 6 stars. Reaching the first tier. If you wish to explode, I shall gladly provide it to you, Yue Chen teased. Chapter 90. Caught off guard. Does that mean you truly have more? Shishi inquired, a hint of urgency in his tone. Yue Chen's expression turned serious. That I do have more powder, but I cannot give it to you now. Although you have made significant gains in strength, your meridians have suffered considerable damage at this moment. They cannot endure such immense energy again. Therefore, your current task is to nurture your meridians. If all goes well, when I return in a year, you should be able to consume it again. Very well. This time, Shishi showed no signs of dissent at this moment. He had complete trust in Yue Chen and was utterly convinced by his words. Furthermore, having just broken through, he needed time to stabilize his newfound power. You should tidy up your room, that I haven't slept all night just to prepare this powder. I'm going to rest for a while, Yue Chen stated, not wishing to linger now that Shixi had successfully broken through. Yue Chen, thank you. The voice of Shixi is imbued with genuine sincerity. What does it signify to possess a potion capable of elevating one's fighting spirit from the second tier of 4 stars directly to the first tier of 6 stars? Shixi is acutely aware of its implications. Yet, Yue Chen has bestowed this almost priceless elixir upon him for consumption. Furthermore, it seems that, should his body prove capable of enduring it, Yue Chen is inclined to offer more in the future. Bang! Bang! Just as Yue Chen was about to open the door, it was already being knocked upon vigorously. Upon opening the door, he was met with the anxious faces of Sanct and Luo rushing in. Seeing that Yue Chen and Shixi were in good spirits, their expressions relaxed slightly, only to be confronted with the disarray of the room. Sanct, with a peculiar expression, remarked, "What are you two up to?" "Planning to demolish the place." Crack. Shixi scratched his head in bewilderment, contemplating whether or not to reveal the truth to Sanct and the others. How on earth has your fighting spirit reached 6 stars? Sanct and Luo's eyes lit up, as if they had discovered a new world, fixating their gaze intently upon Shixi.